Chapters 1 and 2 of Lost, a Pearle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lost, a Pearle, by Georgie Sheldon. Narrated by Céline Major. 1. A Strange Proceeding. An ancient moss-growing, ivy-mantled church in the town of Leicester, Leicestershire, England, was filled to its utmost capacity one bright, perfect morning in October, not 100 years ago. The gaily and richly dressed crowd had been pouring through the wide-open doors for more than an hour, filling its pews, aisles, and galleries. All the elite and aristocracy of the country for miles around had come to do honor to the bridal of the acknowledged beauty and favorite of the county. Miss Margaret Radcliffe, or, more familiarly speaking, bright, beautiful Pearle Radcliffe, was going to be married, and this golden-crowned, crimson and amber-tinted October morning was her wedding day. Every face within that great church was eager and bright with expectation. Every heart beat high with anticipation and pleasure, for it was accounted no small honor to be deemed worthy to attend the bridal ceremony of a member of the noble house of Derwentwater. And doubly honored were those who had been so happy as to receive cards to the magnificent wedding breakfast that was to follow. The Radcliffes were one of the oldest and most respected families in all the county. Allstone Radcliffe, the bride-elect's brother, was the 5th Earl of Derwentwater. They were very wealthy, cultivated, and refined, and the beautiful Margaret herself was heiress to a large property that had descended to her from both her mother and grandmother. "She will look lovely," Sarah Fairhaven, the rector's daughter, whispered confidently to her friend Miss Emily Dolbar, who, being a visitor at the parsonage, had been permitted to come and view the ceremony. "Her dress is perfectly elegant, her veil 3 yards long, and so fine and fleecy, and the wreath is superb." "And is the groom as attractive as the bride?" asked Miss Emily. "Oh, every bit. Everyone admires Captain Burnholm. They make a very handsome couple." "Captain Burnholm? Is he in the army?" "Yes, or he has been. He has lately resigned his commission, and intends to settle down as a country gentleman upon their return from their tour." "It was a love match, you say?" pursued Miss Emily, who was deeply interested in the characters connected with this grand wedding. "Oh, purely. And they have known each other from childhood, although Captain Burnholm was away attending to his education for several years, and the engagement is not of such very long standing. But they seem perfectly devoted to each other," explained the rector's vivacious daughter. "What makes you look so dreadfully sober, Emily?" she asked, after quite a protracted silence on that young lady's part, and noticing that her face was troubled and overcast. "I do not know. I have experienced a very strange feeling ever since coming into the church. A sort of dread as of some impending evil. Is the building safe? See how crowded it is?" And the young lady glanced uneasily around upon the multitude. "Safe? You little goose," laughed her friend under her breath. "Of course it is perfectly safe. Why, it could no more be moved or stirred from its foundation than one of the eternal hills, though I must confess that I never saw so many people in it at once before. I suppose it was a foolish notion, but I feel something now as I do in a terrific thunderstorm, as if some bolt was about to fall and crush us all. The shivers have been running up and down my back for the last half-hour." And Miss Emily emphasized her words with a visible shudder. "It is the excitement of the occasion," said Miss Sarah lightly. "We do not often have the pleasure of attending such a grand wedding. Hush! Did you not hear some confusion in the vestibule?" "Yes, I think the bridal party must have arrived." The minute hand of the great clock pointed to the hour appointed for the ceremony to occur. There was a suspicious rustle outside in the vestibule, then a few low-muttered sentences with something of noise and confusion. Eager, expectant faces, bright, restless eyes, and listening attitudes, all bespoke the unusual interest which everyone experienced in the approaching event. The rich tones of the great organ thrilled the vaulted space, seeming to speak, beneath the skillful fingers of the organist, of a maiden's love, tender and true, of a good man's devotion, and of 2 pure lives about to blend into one. The door at the rear of the church was swung open, and every eye was eager for the first look at the distinguished bridal party. Slowly, and with an ominous tread, it swept up the aisle. Immediately there was a strange flutter among the assembled multitude. Low exclamations of surprise and dismay could be detected in every part of the great building. The bright faces grew pale, the eager eyes anxious and perplexed. Never was an English wedding so conducted before. What could this strange thing mean? Where is Captain Burnholm? He should have been here before this. Where is Alstone Radcliffe, the brother of the bride? He should have given her away instead of that stranger upon whose arm she is leaning. Who can he be? And what means that evil light of triumph that gleams in his eye? And why do the bridesmaids and their attendants look so pale and troubled? Such were some of the whispered ejaculations that followed the entrance of the wedding party, while no one seemed to comprehend the meaning of the strange scene being enacted before them. "Why is the bride so pale and deathly?" asked Emily Dunbar of her friend. But Sarah Fairhaven did not seem to hear her. She was leaning forward, her whole attention concentrated upon the singular scene before her. "Why does everybody look so startled and dismayed?" her friend persisted. "The bride looks wretched, not happy as she should do. The friends seem dazed and miserable, as if some sudden calamity had overtaken them. And I do not think Captain Burnholm fine looking at all. He is exceedingly repulsive to me. Do tell me, Sarah, what all this means." "I am sure I do not know," the rector's daughter gasped. "That is not Captain Burnholm at all, but a stranger who has been visiting him of late. The groom is not here at all, and the whole party look as if they had come to attend a funeral instead of a wedding." The strange group had passed up the aisle, and now stood before the rector, who was waiting to receive them, but who now also seemed stricken with a sudden panic, and almost paralyzed with astonishment and uncertainty as to what was expected of him. The bride appeared like a person being led to the scaffold. Her face was as colorless as her spotless robe, and there were tense drawn lines of agony about her beautiful mouth, which no one had ever seen there before, while her eyes had in them the wild stare of a person on the brink of insanity. Her companion was a tall, well-formed man of perhaps 30 years. His head was massive, but crowned with a heavy growth of yellow hair that had a tinge of dull red in it. His features were somewhat large and coarse, and there was a curve to his chin, a set look about his mouth, that betrayed an indomitable will and a cruel nature. His eyes were a reddish-brown, vicious-looking eyes, like those of some repulsive reptile, and they gleamed at this moment with a singular triumphant expression and a fierceness of purpose that made him positively hideous. The bride's hand rested upon his arm where he had seized it, and held it as if to force it to lie in its place. The bridesmaids and others of the party with pale faces and affrighted looks followed at a distance. As they stopped before the altar railing, the rector turned from one to another as if seeking an explanation, and a death-like hush had fallen upon everyone present. The groom, for a moment, released his iron grip upon the bride's hand, and hastily pulling a folded paper from his bosom, he thrust it into the clergyman's hands, and in low authoritative tones commanded him to proceed. The rector examined the document carefully. It was evidently all right, but that fact seemed to render him more helpless than before, and he stood staring blankly into those two faces before him, one so dear, the other so strange. To an observer, it would have seemed as if every individual in that vast place had been petrified, suddenly transformed, as it were, from living, breathing humanity to lifeless, soulless statues. There was not a sound, scarce a breath, to stir the atmosphere. Every heart seemingly stood still, waiting, in a sort of horrible fascination, for what should come next. "Proceed," again commanded the bridegroom, this time in tones that penetrated the utmost corner of the church. The trembling rector could but obey, though he evidently shrank from the duty with abhorrence. He had known the fair bride since her earliest childhood, when he had been summoned to her dying mother, and had called her to him, taken her upon his knees, and taught her the answer to the first question of the catechism. He had watched her budding into girlhood, developing into womanhood, and she had become to him almost like an own dear daughter. He had known of her betrothal to Captain Burnholm, a young man whom he sincerely honored and respected, and he had rejoiced in their mutual happiness and blessed them both when told of it. He had come there today to pronounce over them the words which would make them husband and wife, and to bless a union which gave promise of so much joy and brightness in the future. One look at the man who led that fair girl to the altar, one look into that frozen, agonized face behind that misty veil, had told him that something was wrong, dreadfully wrong. The expected groom had not made his appearance. The Earl of Derwentwater, Pearle's natural guardian and protector, was not present. What could it all mean? But the license which the strange bridegroom had given him was all correct. There were the names of the parties and marriage intentions, all plainly written and properly signed. The parties themselves had come at the appointed hour to have the ceremony performed, and notwithstanding his utter discomfiture and the many fears which beset his heart, he was compelled to go on with the solemn rite. More than once his tender heart failed him, more than once he stammered, and hesitated, and faltered over the beautiful service. It seemed such a wanton mockery to him when he knew that fair girl's heart was given irrevocably to another. When he came to that solemn charge, "If any here present know aught why these two should not be made one, let them now speak, or forever hold their peace," he had waited longer than usual, waited so long that his own daughter Sarah, sitting there, with her blanched face and wildly beating heart, felt as if she must shriek aloud from the pain which thrilled every sensitive nerve in her body. He, that good old man, had waited, hoping, with something like despair at his heart, that someone would speak, and save the girl whom he regarded with such tender affection from the unholy sacrifice. But no word, no sound disturbed the death-like hush. The bride's pale lips alone parted, as if she would have uttered a protest had she dared. An icy shiver shook her slight frame, and then a dull despair settled in her eyes. The moment passed, the fatal bond was pronounced irrevocable, and a stranger bore away the bride who should have gone out from that church the wife of Richard Burnholm. One remarkable feature of the ceremony had been that the groom uttered all the responses in clear, firm, and somewhat triumphant tones, while the bride, on the contrary, when addressed, uttered no word, gave no sign even that she heard, but stood motionless as a statue, that wild insane stare still in her eyes. What could such a strange proceeding mean? For several moments after the bridal party had passed out, that transfixed crowd seemed to have no power to move. The organist forgot the duty required of him, and sat staring blankly at the spot where the bride had stood, and thus no gay wedding march, that elaborate composition over which he had spent so much time and patience, broke the spell which seemed to pervade the place, or joyfully proclaimed the union complete. The clock in the church tower struck 12, and its heavy, measured tones served to startle into action once more the benumbed faculties of the multitude. The crowd arose and poured from the place, every man asking of his neighbor an explanation of that mysterious marriage, that unholy farce. "What does it all mean?" asked Emily Dulbar, excitedly and trembling with nervousness. "I don't know. Pearle Radcliffe has been married to the wrong man, and what my father could have been thinking of to do it is more than I can tell," and the overwrought girl burst into a passion of tears. "Married to the wrong man? I never heard of such a thing. And yet she must have been willing, or she would never have gone to the altar with him," returned her friend in astonishment. "I know, but there must be something dreadful about it to have made her do it. Perhaps, I don't know what to think. Pearle looked as if she was ready to die herself, and that hateful, hateful man, so proud and triumphant." Miss Sarah was getting very much excited, almost hysterical. "Who is he?" "His name is as horrid as his face. Addison Cheetham," she said with an accent of scorn. "I was introduced to him at a lawn party a fortnight ago. He has been visiting Captain Burnholm. Was a friend of his, but how he managed to steal his bride from him is more than my limited faculties can comprehend." "What an adventure! I told you, Sarah, I felt as if some bolt was about to fall and crush us all. It has come," said Emily Dolbar with a shudder. "I feel as if I had been crushed. But oh, how must that bride feel? And poor Captain Burnholm, how will he bear it? He idolized Pearle Radcliffe. What can it mean?" And those words were echoed, repeated, and re-repeated during all that day and for many days, and there was no one able to solve the mystery. 2. A Fatal Resolution. In order to interpret our first chapter, we must take a backward glance and describe a few thrilling events which occurred during the space of a few days immediately preceding the wedding just described. Upon a balcony, just outside a brilliantly lighted room in a stately mansion, there might have been seen, one lovely moonlight night, a pair of lovers in earnest conversation. "Only 3 days more, my Pearle, and then I need hope no longer, for you will be mine for so long as we both shall live. Dearest, I can never tell you of all the bright plans that I have woven for our future. The prospect fairly dazzles me sometimes, to think that I have won so fair a bride, and to know that her heart is all my own. Pearle, my darling, do you realize it? Are you glad that you are to be my wife?" The moon shone brightly upon the impassioned speaker, a fine-looking young man of 25. He was of medium height, with a powerful, nobly proportioned frame, a finely developed head, set squarely and proudly upon a pair of stalwart shoulders. The moonbeams played lightly over his broad, white forehead, from which rich masses of soft, curling black hair were brushed carelessly away. Dark, fathomless eyes of wondrous beauty and expression beamed from beneath the shapely brow, while a goodly-shaped nose and a pleasant mouth, about which tenderness and firmness contended for supremacy, made up the remainder of the profile. It was such a good, true face. Aside from its manly beauty, it was a trustworthy face. And just at this moment it was full of an earnest, tender passion, betraying that his whole life was bound up in the fair girl who was so soon to be his wife. She was a trifle below him in stature, yet of queenly presence and magnificent beauty. That beauty, however, did not consist of the stereotyped style of either classical or regular features. Her eyes, beautiful eyes they were too, were a decided grey, and large as was also her mouth, but both were capable of such charming expression that no man ever thought to criticize their dimensions. Her nose was straight and of aristocratic mould, her complexion without a blemish, and the abundant chestnut hair which crowned her intelligent forehead and always arranged with dainty care, was a perfect delight to look upon. But the character, which is more than beauty, that was written upon Pearle Radcliffe's pure face, was its chief charm. Before it strong men had bowed and owned her their queen, while her own sex would have been willing to sacrifice half their birthright to have possessed the peculiar powers of fascination that were hers. "Yes, Richard," she replied to her lover's question. "I am glad that I am to be your wife, so glad that I am dumb with my happiness. So blessed that it seems to me there can be no other woman whose measure of joy is equal to mine. And yet—" "Heart's dearest," he interrupted reproachfully, hurt that she should qualify her statement in the least. He laid her 2 soft hands together, and folding his own over them, drew her toward him, while he searched the dear face with intense earnestness. "And yet," she repeated, taking up the sentence again, and with a shy resoluteness, as if determined that he should know all that was in her heart, though she shivered slightly, "I have been strangely oppressed today with a sense of impending evil. I have felt something of what Damocles must have experienced as he sat at the banquet with that naked sword suspended above his head by a single hair. It seems as if it would take but the slightest breath to send all our beautiful air castles crashing down upon us, burying us in their ruins." The strong arms of her lover gathered her close to his manly breast at these ominous words, and his tender lips touched her white forehead reassuringly. "Air castles, love? Who has been building air castles? Not you and I, surely. Our hopes and plans are much more substantial than the light structures you mention," he said lightly, then added with fond solicitude, My darling, the excitement of the past few weeks have been too much for you. You are nervous. You must rest for the next 3 days, for no shadow must cloud the face of my bride. Now I will send you away. I have kept you longer than I ought in the night air, my love, my almost wife. Earth does not hold a man so blessed as I am tonight, nor a woman more tenderly beloved." He would have released her, but she clung to him, and he could feel the thrill of pain which quivered through every nerve of her being, and wondered at it. Involuntarily he clasped her closer, as if thus to testify to his power to shield her from every ill of life. "Still superstitious, beloved?" he asked, smiling fondly into the uplifted eyes. "I suppose I am very, very foolish, Richard, and I can assign no reason for the feeling. But indeed I am terribly and inexplicably oppressed," she said sadly. "You will forget it all, my own, when the morrow breaks. You will, of course, attend the morning concert in town?" he asked, to change the subject. "Yes. Will you come to go with me?" "I am sorry, but I cannot, as I have an engagement at that hour. I will send our friend to escort you, and I will join you before the concert is over." Again he felt that thrill of pain through all her being. "Our friend," she repeated. "Yes, I suppose your friends should be mine also. But frankly, Richard, I do not like this Mr. Cheetham. The name itself is sufficient to repel anyone." "Not like Addison, Pearle? What can you be thinking of? He is the soul of goodness, and would share his last crust with me. I know his name has not the pleasantest sound in the world, but what's in a name?" he asked with a laugh. "I do not like to speak disparagingly of your friend, Richard, but you know I have no secrets from you, and I believe this man is untrue to you. There is something insincere and sinister about his eyes when they rest upon you, and you do not observe him. I wish he would go away. There is a feeling of restraint and embarrassment upon me continually when in his presence," the young girl replied in a troubled tone. "My peerless Pearle, what has come over you to make you so suspicious?" returned the young man in grieved surprise. "Addison Cheetham was my most intimate friend during all my school life, and although he is some years older than I, yet I have been from the first day of our acquaintance his chosen associate. Had I a lesson unusually difficult, he was never too busy to explain it to me, even though he was pressed for time by the harder studies of an advanced form. If I got into trouble, he was always the one who helped me out of it. He helped me to my position and commission in the army through the influence of a friend. He has been interested in all that has interested me, and was first and foremost in his congratulations when notified of our engagement and approaching marriage. Really, Pearle, I am exceedingly disappointed that you do not like him." "Have you ever done anything to offend him?" Pearle asked, without appearing to heed his last words. "No, we never clashed in any way, excepting once." "Ah, once? Tell me about it," his betrothed interrupted with a slight start. "You know that at college," he began, "we have prizes and degrees awarded at the end of every term for scholarship and the excellence of our themes. I was very ambitious during my first year at school. I improved my time to the utmost, and at the beginning of my second year I was advanced a whole form, in which there were lads much older than I, Addison among them. This so elated me that I secretly resolved to try for the prize offered for the best theme at the end of the new year, and which was to be in verse. I won it, and Ad was most bitterly disappointed. He had heretofore stood at the head of the class, and felt reasonably sure of it, and did not dream that I was putting forth every effort as a competitor, as it was only my first year in that form. But poetry always came naturally to me, and on the last day of the term, when my name was read as the victor, the fact seemed to smite him like a thunderbolt. He was fearfully angry at first, but his friendship conquered, and he finally turned it off with a laugh, saying, 'Never mind. We'll make this thing even some other time.' He thinks you are perfect," Richard added, drawing his arm closer around her, "and only today said in a laughing way that he was more than half tempted to try and win my charming bride away from me." "Did he say that? Did Addison Cheetham dare say that?" demanded Pearle Radcliffe, with a haughty uplifting of her proud head, while her eyes burned and her tones trembled with indignation. Her lover laughed softly. "Spare your wrath, my darling," he said. "He was only jesting. Of course he well knows that neither he nor any other living man can win my love from me. Only his admiration for you led him into that extravagant form of speech." Pearle shuddered. "I am afraid of him," she whispered, nestling closer within the strong arm that held her, and longing to tell him something she dare not. "I am extremely sorry, dear, that you have conceived this dislike for him," Richard Burnholm said with deep regret. "But for my sake, try and conceal your feelings. It will only be for a few days, and then we shall have nothing to mar our happiness." "I will try, Richard. Forgive me if I have wounded you, but the feeling has been so strong upon me that I could not control it," the fair girl said, repenting of what she had told him as she saw how it had hurt him. "And will you allow him to attend you to the concert tomorrow? I have already asked him to escort you." Pearl's heart sank at the request, and she grew cold as ice, but she could not refuse to grant his petition, and replied, though with some reluctance, "Yes, if you wish it." "Thank you. I do, as long as it has been mentioned. And now, good night, sweet. I hope by tomorrow all your gloomy fears and presentiments will have disappeared." Richard Burnholm bent down and pressed a fond caress upon her lips, when, with a sigh that was almost a sob, Pearle threw her arms around his neck and returned it passionately, even wildly. Then, breaking from his embrace, she glided swiftly into the house, leaving him alone and deeply troubled by her strange manner. "What can trouble her so?" he asked himself, as with anxious brow he sprang lightly over the low railing of the balcony and turned toward his own home. "I have never seen her composure so disturbed over anything before. And to think she should be so unjustly suspicious of my dearest friend. I must not monopolize her so much during the few days that remain. She must see more of him, and discover how unfounded is her dislike. Ah, Richard Burnholm, when you made that resolution, you consigned the gentle dove to the cruel talons of a hawk." A word regarding the three characters mentioned. Margaret Radcliffe, Pearle being a pet name bestowed upon her when a child, was the second daughter of the 4th Earl of Derwentwater. She was an orphan, and alone in the world aside from her only brother, in whose care she had been left at her father's death, which had occurred some 5 or 6 years before our story opens. Allstone Radcliffe, the 5th Earl of Derwentwater, was several years older than his sister, to whom he was most devotedly attached, while she had been like a bright gleam of sunshine in his home ever since their father's death. He had a lovely wife and 3 beautiful children, with whom the fair girl was also a peculiar favorite. She had, as has before been stated, a large fortune in her own right. But with all the distinction attendant upon great wealth and a high social position, she had a warm, generous heart that made her beloved by all who knew her. Richard Burnholm was a young man of great promise, and also of excellent family and large wealth. He had, contrary to the wishes of his friends, been desirous of entering the army after completing his education. He possessed great energy and decision of character, and had acquired besides a sort of sentimental desire to distinguish himself in some way. Speaking of this one day to his friend Addison Cheetham, the latter had suggested the army, and offered to assist in procuring him a commission. Richard had been instantly fired with enthusiasm, and having plenty of money at his disposal, a captain's commission was not long in forthcoming. His regiment had expected to be ordered abroad almost immediately. At least Addison Cheetham had taken pains to secure a commission in one that was likely to be called into immediate action. But some change had been made which detained it indefinitely. Meantime, Pearle Radcliffe, for whom Richard as a boy had conceived a great admiration, returned from the fashionable school where she had been sent to finish off, and his boyish admiration assumed tenfold proportions, soon deepening into warmest love, which being reciprocated by the young lady, an engagement ensued, which was regarded with great satisfaction by the friends of both parties. Immediately all thought of life in the army became exceedingly distasteful to the young captain, and he forthwith set about trying to dispose of his commission. He succeeded, and believing himself to be the happiest man alive, he gave his whole attention to the preparation of a suitable home for his bride, resolving to lead a very domestic life and get all the good out of the world that was possible for a country gentleman. He was a large-hearted, pure and noble-minded man, and all who knew him honored and respected him. Addison Cheetham, our third prominent character, was some 5 years older than Richard Burnholm, and the latter had become acquainted with him, as he told Pearle, while attending the same college. Although so much older, and in the form above Richard, he had seemed to become instantly and strangely attracted to the handsome new scholar. Before this, Cheetham had been won by himself. Glummy, his schoolfellows had called him. He was a close student, unexceptionable in his deportment, and a good scholar. But no one liked him, or seemed willing to fraternize with him. He never spoke of himself, his antecedents were unknown, and his history previous to his advent at school, a mystery to all save himself. He was supposed to be poor, for although he was dainty about his person and clothing, his apparel was very ordinary and limited to a few articles, while he never appeared to have any ready money, and never mingled with the students in their games or frolics. But from the moment of young Burnholm's appearance he joined himself to him, won his confidence and esteem, by protecting him from many of those little annoyances which always attend the advent of a new scholar, and constituting himself his champion and protector upon all occasions. Richard had plenty of money and spent it freely, and his new friend found himself in high clover. The lad admired the grave, dignified student. His vanity was touched to be thus noticed by a scholar in an upper form, and from that time forth he was his model par excellence, and there was nothing under the sun too good for him. Richard was unusually capable for his years, and the ambitious desire seized him to go ahead of his own class and gain admittance to the form of which his friend was a member. His natural ability, his untiring application, together with the assistance which he received from Cheetham, won the day, and at the beginning of the second year he was promoted to the upper form. The praises he received from his father, the approbation expressed by his instructors, fired him anew, and he determined he would stand second to no one. He dared to have a secret from his friend. He dared to contend with one who could bear no such thing as defeat. The theme was to be written in verse, which came almost as naturally to him as his mother tongue. He kept his own counsel, toiled diligently, and won the prize, to the astonishment of the whole school and all the faculty, and to the utter discomfiture of his friend, who had vowed that nothing should make him fail of his desired object. Richard Burnholm had not once dreamed that Cheetham's heart was so relentlessly set upon winning. He knew the conflict was open to all who chose to try, and Addison having been very quiet and self-contained about the matter, as he was about all things, he did not realize the bitterness which defeat would bring him. Had he realized this, his regard for his friend would have far outweighed his desire for the prize. It would be impossible to describe the tumult of feelings which raged in the heart of the conquered hero, or the expression of blank amazement and rage upon his face, when the verdict of the examining committee was rendered. "Burnholm won the prize. I didn't even know he was trying for it," he was heard to mutter as he passed his hand over his perfectly colorless face. For a moment it seemed as if a very demon of hate and bitterness possessed him. His teeth were locked together like a vice, his hands clenched until the nails were purple, and his eyes perfectly frightful in their expression. Then, unmindful of all rules of order, he arose from his seat, strode from the room, proceeded to his own chamber, where he locked himself in, and neither threats nor entreaties from teacher or pupil availed to make him open the doors to give them admittance. At the end of 24 hours, however, he again made his appearance, with an air of sang-froid and composure that was considerably reassuring, although his face was still very pale from the battle which he had evidently been fighting with himself. Richard Burnholm went to him instantly, his great generous heart deeply pained that his vanity should have caused his best friend so much sorrow. "Old friend," he said humbly, "I'm no end sorry. And I'd never have tried if I had thought you'd take it to heart, though I did want to do something to please the governor." For one instant Addison Cheetham's eyes blazed fiercest wrath and hatred upon his successful rival. The next, a wan but sinister smile wreathed his pale lips, as extending his hand with an appearance of frankness and cordiality, he said with a forced laugh, "Never mind, Rich, now. We'll make this thing even some other time." Richard Bernholm gratefully took the proffered hand, believing the reconciliation complete, and voted his friend the noblest fellow alive, never dreaming that behind those apparently careless words there lurked a purpose so deadly and vindictive which only the rankest hatred could conceive. To all appearance, the friendship which this event had threatened to destroy was renewed, and prolonged until the young men finished their course and each had gone their own way. Excepting the time that Addison Cheetham had assisted Richard to procure his commission, they had not met since then until now. Richard had written his friend concerning his engagement as soon as it occurred, a year previous to the opening of our story, and had received in reply the customary congratulations and good wishes. A month before his marriage was to occur, he had written him again, claiming a long-promised visit and his presence at his wedding as best man. There was to be a musical convention in the county town during the week immediately preceding the wedding, and knowing Addison's love for music, he had deemed that this also would be a rare treat to him. Addison Cheetham accepted that invitation. He came to Linden Grange, Richard's home, with a smile on his lips and a devil in his heart. He was introduced to the fair bride-elect, and no woman had ever seemed so fair to him before, while Pearle, on the contrary, at once conceived a strong aversion to him, which, notwithstanding her efforts to conceal, he was not slow to perceive. End of chapters 1 and 2.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapters 3 and 4 of Lost, a Pearle, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. I shall yet win. Pearle Radcliffe, deeply agitated, fled directly to her own room upon parting from her lover. Once there, she sank upon the floor by a great armchair, and burying her face in the cushion, gave way to violent and nervous weeping. The apartment was a perfect gem of taste and elegance, furnished in pink and pearl-tinted silk, softened with hangings of frost-like lace. Every accessory, both needful and ornamental, that could contribute to either comfort or adornment, had found its way into this attractive room, set apart exclusively for the favorite of the house. Beautiful and costly things lay all about. The tables were strewn with rich and elegant articles belonging to the bridal trousseau, for the seamstress had been busy here until a late hour. 2 or 3 lovely dresses, nearly completed, lay upon chairs, waiting one more trial to ensure a perfect fit before the final stitches should be set. Upon the marble-topped dressing-case there were packages and jewel cases of every description, gifts from the numerous friends of the bride-elect. But everything was unheeded by the weeping girl. No joyous thoughts, no bright anticipations of her approaching nuptials filled her heart. Every thought of happiness seemed to have been crowded out by the misery that had taken possession of her. What could have moved the fair, proud Margaret thus? It was seldom that she allowed her self-possession to be moved by anything. Proud she was, and sensitive to a painful degree, but she was possessed of a power of self-control which enabled her to conceal her feelings, and to expose at all times a calm exterior to the world. She was proud of her noble breeding, proud of her stainless name, of her large inheritance, and her kingly brother, whose equal saving her lover she did not believe walked the earth. Pride was Pearle Radcliffe's one weak point, her chief fault and besetting sin, and in after years, as she looked back to this hour, she acknowledged, with a humbleness of which she never would have believed herself capable, that but for the timely discipline which one wiser than she sent upon her, it would have ruined her life. But this depression of which she had told her noble lover, this nervous foreboding and grief, Did it prestige a fall from the high pedestal upon which she had set herself and all that belonged to her, to the exclusion of the proper reverence and duty she owed to the giver of all her blessings? We shall see. The devil in Addison Cheatham's heart — it had only been lying in wait during all these years — began to work the moment he set foot over the threshold of Richard Burnholm's home and had been introduced to his beautiful bride-elect. He had never for one moment forgotten or forgiven that ignominious defeat which years before he had suffered at school and at the hands of a mere lad, a stripling so much younger than himself, and whom he had sought only to make a tool of, to cater with his wealth to his selfish desires, and perhaps become a stepping-stone to something better than his doubtful future had heretofore promised. He was to be Richard's guest for a month. He would doubtless meet fair Margaret Radcliffe every day. He would talk with her, mingle with her in company, be thrown constantly in her society, and what might he not be able to accomplish in a month? Every hour in her presence wove the spell of her charms more closely about him. She was the most beautiful woman in his estimation that he had ever met. A mad idolatry sprang up in his heart, a passion before which he swore that every obstacle should give way. He had determined to win Richard Burnholm's bride away from him, if not by fair means, then by foul. I love her, and she shall learn to love me. I hate him, and I will crush him. I have been waiting to do it all these years. It will be a terrible revenge, but a sweet one to me. I will win for myself a fair bride, and better than all an independent fortune, he muttered to himself in the silence of his own room at Linden Grange, where he matured his evil plans, and waited to smite the friend who had trusted and loved him. During the first week of his visit he was all that was gentlemanly and proper. The second, he began to assume a familiarity toward Pearle, which to her pride was obnoxious in the extreme. She had intuitively disliked him from the first, but it would never do to betray it, for was he not the most cherished friend of her lover? For his sake she must conceal her repugnance and displeasure at his attentions as best she could. There had been an excursion arranged for the last day of the second week of his stay, and a large party were to visit some noted resort about 10 miles from Leicester. In the morning, quite early, Richard rode over to Ashton Manor to tell Pearle that a large invoice of articles for the furnishing of Linden Grange had arrived, and it would be impossible for him to leave. He must remain and attend to their disposition. He had, however, he said, arranged for Addison to act as her escort, and trusted she would enjoy the day, and if it was possible, he would come to escort her home. Pearle inwardly rebelled against this arrangement, and would have remained at home also had it been possible. But it was not, on account of her own guests, and shutting her little white teeth fiercely together, she bore her vexation as well as she could. "I hate him," she said when she was for a moment by herself. "I hate the sound of his name, the sight of his face, and there is a look in his eye that is just as false and cruel as can be." She accompanied the party, however, and Addison Cheatham proved himself a most attentive cavalier. There were 20 or more in the party, and a merry time they had during the lovely morning ride and the ramble after reaching their destination. An elegant lunch was served in a beautiful grove at noon, and then everybody lounged about for an hour or two in the best possible humor with himself and his or her neighbor. Pearle, missing Richard more than she cared to acknowledge, wandered away by herself to a spot where the shade was more dense and the air cool and fragrant with the smell of pine and hemlock. Here she strolled leisurely, picking up the little cones that had fallen among the brown needles at her feet, gathering mosses and lichens, and feeling relieved to be by herself for a little while. "Ah, I have found you at last, Miss Pearle," exclaimed the voice of Addison Cheatham, as with a swift, noiseless step, he all at once advanced to where Pearle was standing. She started. It was the first time that he had ever addressed her by the name which only her most intimate friends were privileged to use. The color flashed over her pure face in a roseate flush that made her tenfold more lovely in the eyes of the man looking at her, although he well knew that anger at his familiarity had alone caused it. Curbing her impulse to make some scathing reply, she merely said, "I regret that you should feel any anxiety on my account. There is no danger in this little grove." "Perhaps not, but I must not neglect my duty," he replied, with an earnest look into the still flushed face. Then he added, with a smile that she could not at all understand, "I suppose in a couple of weeks you expect to be wandering among orange groves and beneath the fair skies of sunny Italy?" The flush deepened, and her eyes grew troubled. Something in his tone fretted and annoyed her. "Yes, I suppose so," she answered coldly. "Doubtless you anticipate your contemplated tour with a great deal of pleasure," Addison Cheetham remarked. And to Pearle's sensitive ears there was a touch of sarcasm in his flexible tones. "Most certainly," she briefly answered. I trust nothing may occur to disappoint you," he proceeded in a strange voice. She glanced at him in surprise. "What is likely to occur?" she asked with a slight curling of her lips. "How can I tell, dear child?" he returned, assuming a protecting air. "Humanity is subject to strange vicissitudes, and they come when least expected sometimes." Pearle shuddered. How she grew to dislike him more and more, this croaker, this cruel-eyed, rightly named fraud, as she believed him to be, and his "dear child" had grated so on her nerves and pride that she longed to teach him a lesson of respect by applying a sound box on his ear. No reply was required, however, to the remark, a circumstance for which she was duly thankful, since she could not bear to talk with him on any subject. But he almost immediately resumed in a confidential tone, while he keenly watched her expressive face. "I feel a deep interest in you, Pearle, as the affianced of my friend. I call him friend, and I so regard him. I have tried to be a faithful friend to him, but—" "But what, sir?" Pearle demanded, turning upon him her flashing eyes. He was implying a doubt of Richard's constancy. He was touching her in a tender point. "But we are all liable to have our confidence misplaced, and I have not been exempt. Neither have you, I fear," he answered, not at all disturbed by her manner, though his remark was completed by a long-drawn sigh. "Mr. Cheetham, will you be kind enough to explain yourself, and please remember also to whom you are speaking," Miss Ratcliffe said haughtily. A smile of indulgence wreathed his lips at this that made her almost wild. It was as if he regarded her as a spoiled, petulant child who must be borne with patiently. "Pardon me," he said gently. "I have truly forgotten to whom I am speaking, since I have been betrayed into saying what I have. Please forget it if you can. Richard is really a fine young man. He will, no doubt, make an excellent husband. And if he has in the past been guilty of some indiscretions, why, it is no more than others have done before him, though "Well?" she demanded imperatively, her proud head uplifted like a stag at bay, her nostrils dilated with anger, her haughty face one sheet of vivid scarlet. "Ah," he said deprecatingly, and making a gesture of regret, "I am making more and more of a muddle. Pray let us change the subject, before I offend you more deeply." "No," Pearle cried, all her indignation concentrated in the one word. "You evidently have had some motive in saying this much. You are trying to make me dissatisfied with and suspicious of the man who is almost my husband. You, who pretend to be a nobleman's friend." "Pretend?" Mr. Cheetham repeated in grieved surprise, and with sorrowfully arching eyebrows. "Yes, pretend. Had you been true and honorable, you would never have inflicted this sting upon me. You are seeking to undermine my confidence in one of the noblest men who walks the earth, to poison my mind against him. But you cannot do it, and you are but a pretender to the friendship you claim to have for Richard Burnholm. For no sincere friend would accept his hospitality, and then betray his trust as you have done today." The scorn and loathing which the fair girl's words and manner betrayed were very hard for Addison Cheetham to bear patiently. But he had not expected that his conquest would be an easy one, and if any amount of forbearance would accomplish the result he desired, he could well afford to exercise it. "Ah, how exceedingly unfortunate I am! I crave your pardon for the thoughtless words I have spoken. Miss Ratcliffe, say that you forgive me," he returned so respectfully and humbly that for a moment Pearle was disarmed. She glanced at him uneasily. Was it possible that Richard had been wild and indiscreet while at school, and had done something which he would be glad to have concealed? Had she been too hasty in her judgment of the man standing apparently so crestfallen by her side? Was he, after all, a true friend to Richard, but out of a sincere regret for the past and a regard for her, had been betrayed into giving involuntary expression to it? These questions flashed through her mind all in a moment, and she began to regret her imperious words. Her reason told her that she had been hasty, but in her heart she did not trust him one whit the more. He saw her face soften into something like penitence. He noticed her indecision, and understood her thoughts, and he caught eagerly at these signs. "Patience," he said to himself. "I shall yet win." Pearle started to walk on, her brow overcast and troubled, and he kept by her side, that respectful, humbled look still shadowing his face. "Have I your forgiveness?" he asked again in a low, appealing tone, after an awkward silence. "I have no wish to be unjust to anyone," she replied evasively. His eyes lighted. The tone was somewhat reassuring, if the words were not. "You cannot pardon me. I have incurred your deep displeasure when I would— Margaret Radcliffe, I would die to win your favor," he cried, his voice actually growing hoarse with the intensity of the passion that suddenly mastered him. She stopped still in the path where they were walking and looked at him for a moment, speechless with astonishment. That one look was sufficient to make her comprehend his meaning. He had dared to love her. That was why he had been trying to weaken her confidence in the man she loved. An angry flush again mounted to her brow, and then faded out into a deathly pallor. Her little hands opened and closed almost spasmodically, while her breath became labored and heavy. "You call yourself Richard Burnholm's friend, and dare to utter such words to me? I refuse to listen to you further, Mr. Cheetham." She could not help it. The name would come out with just that inflection. He was a fraud, and she had instinctively known it from the very first moment of her acquaintance with him. As she spoke, she had turned abruptly from him and began to walk on again. For a moment he stood looking after her, a lurid, dangerous light in his reddish-brown eyes. His name had always been a source of mortification to him. Time and again he had tried to institute a change, calling it Cheetham, but some way it would never stay changed, and gradually degenerated into the old obnoxious pronunciation, very much as Pearle had uttered it, although not quite so marked in accent. He sprang after the indignant girl as soon as he could control himself, and laying his hand upon her arm, said almost fiercely, "You do not know what you are doing when you try me like that. Be warned in time. I would save you if I could." "Save me from what? I think I should pray to be saved from you," she cried with bitter scorn. He ground his teeth, but otherwise paid no heed to the taunt. "I would save you from a wretched future. These are no idle words I speak. Pause before it is too late. I love you. I would save you, and for your sake, him also. Pearle," he continued, bending so near her that his hot breath smote her cheek, "can you not understand it? Can you not see that in these 2 weeks I have learned to love you as a man loves but once in a lifetime? You are my ideal of a pure and perfect woman. Come into my heart, and let me make you my queen there. You are that even now, whether you will or not. If you marry Richard Burnholm, you will be wretched, your life wrecked, for you will seal not only your own doom, but his also." "Stop!" Margaret Radcliffe cried, in a voice as clear and penetrating as a bell, her face like snow, her form towering proudly to its fullest height, one delicate hand raised as if to enforce her command, while her grey eyes seemed to emit sparks of fire at the presuming man before her. "Take your hand from my arm," she again commanded in low, steady tones. He dared not disobey, and his hand fell heavily at his side. "Now," she added in the same tone, "one word of advice. Take heed to your false lips in the future." A moment of silence ensued after these words. Addison Cheetham's fiery glance wavered, and gradually fell before the pure but keen and unflinching look of the indignant maiden, until they rested guiltily upon the ground. An expression of contempt flashed over Miss Radcliffe's expressive face as she noted it. Then turning, she walked without even a backward glance toward the party she had left at the entrance to the grove, while her vanquished foe stood as if rooted to the spot where she had left him. 4. Cowardly Revenge. "I have inserted the wedge. Now I can bide a while," Addison Cheetham muttered. As the spell of Pearle's pure but outraged look removed, his eyes followed the graceful figure which he dare not overtake. "She will not rest content until she has fathomed the meaning of my words," he continued. "Only let me be patient. She will yet seek me to know what I meant. I shall accomplish my double object, revenge myself, and secure a rich and beautiful wife." He started as he uttered the last words, a cloud of doubt and distrust sweeping over his face. He took a wallet from the breast of his coat, and opening it, drew forth a slip of printed paper, something that had evidently been clipped from a newspaper, and read it. "That is all right," he muttered gloomily, "though why I seem possessed to keep it is more than I can understand, as is also this feeling of nervousness which sometimes steals over me. What a glorious creature that girl is," he went on, a greedy light in his eyes. "And her fortune. Ah, what a comfort it would be to have the fingering of it. I'd make the old place shine, although I am not ashamed of what I have accomplished there already. Richard little dreams of the trap I am setting for him. It's a bold venture, but if I win, what care I for the risk I run? If she should tell him what has occurred to-day," he began again after a moment's silence and with an uneasy look. "But she will not. She is as proud as Lucifer, and would no more breathe a word of suspicion to him until she knew the truth of it than she would cut her right hand off. I will give her the proofs, however, within a few days, and then we will see." He put that little slip of paper back carefully into his wallet, and returning that to his pocket, he retraced his own steps and rejoined the company, who were discussing the propriety of returning home. His brow grew dark as he saw that Richard Burnholm had arrived, and that Pearle was standing by his side with all the confidence in the world, while her face beamed with the glad welcome which she would not allow her lips to utter in the presence of others. Not a trace of the deep emotion which had so lately moved her was visible in her countenance. She was as self-possessed and apparently as carefree as she had ever been in the world. She did not even betray any recollection or displeasure when Addison Cheetham made his appearance. She concealed her aversion for him, and stood quietly and coolly by while he approached with his hypocritical smile and greeted her lover. But in her heart she would have been glad to smite him to the earth where he stood, and proclaim him the arch traitor that she felt him to be. Yet the keen edge of suspicion had entered her heart, as he had said, and fight against it as she would, yet she was tortured with nervous fears and dire forebodings, and for days she could think of nothing else. When Richard was by her side, and she could look into his clear, truthful eyes, hear his frank, hearty tones, and feel the protection of his love, all her confidence returned, and she would upbraid herself severely for her distrust. But when alone in the solitude of her own room, those ominous words of Addison Cheetham's haunted her continually. This vague, intangible something at which he had hinted, this suspicion of evil and dishonour, assumed such monster proportions that she trembled with fear, notwithstanding her repeated resolves to think no more of the matter. But she could not help thinking of it. She grew irritable and nervous. Every sound startled her, every word annoyed her. Her indignation against the author of all this misery grew stronger and stronger. She almost hated herself because he had dared to address her in that familiar and odious manner. She felt degraded, dishonored that she had been obliged to stand and listen to the wild and passionate words which he had poured, like melted lava, into her ears. For several days she avoided him. She did not once address him, except as she was obliged to do in common courtesy when in the presence of her lover. But his manner toward her was unchanged. He observed the same outward decorum, the same admiring deference and respect which he had always accorded her, and no one would have dreamed of the wild passion which was consuming his very vitals, as he thus schooled himself to await patiently the advances which, sooner or later, he knew she must make. Only in one way did he give any sign that he remembered their stormy interview. There was in his eyes, whenever they encountered hers, a sort of intense look, a transfixing power that pierced her like an arrow, and told her that he had not yet done with her. Many a time Pearle longed to throw herself on her lover's breast and pour out her consuming fears to him. Tell him of the insult that had been offered her, and claim his authority to send their treacherous visitor away. But something always held her back, sealing her lips and making her ashamed to give utterance to her trouble. She knew that Richard had unlimited confidence in his friend. He believed him to be all and more than he professed. And if she should denounce him now, she would bring great unhappiness upon him who was as dear as her own life to her, besides causing perhaps a great deal of excitement and comment among their numerous guests, and it was so near the time for the wedding that she could not bear the thought of creating any unnecessary disturbance. On the day following the interview already described between the lovers, all this tumult and secret fear on the part of Pearle was brought to a crisis. Richard was obliged to make a trip to London upon important business, and would not return until some time in the afternoon. Her brother and his wife and guests were all to spend the day with Lord and Lady Cumbermead at an archery party, while she was obliged to remain at home to give directions to a London milliner who had been engaged to drape the wedding dress and veil, and arrange a few other things which only her tasteful fingers were deemed capable of doing. She wandered from room to room feeling sad, lonely, and miserable. Again and again she reviewed in her mind the interview she had had with Addison Cheetham in the Grove, dwelling upon his ominous words, and magnifying them until it seemed as if some terrible spectre of the past was about to rise up and destroy both herself and Richard. "I shall go wild if I endure this suspense longer. It is better to face the worst than to bear this uncertainty," she said before the day was half spent. "If he really imagines that he has discovered something against Richard, it may be some mistake which I can set right. Why did I not think of this before? The idea that my true and noble lover can have done anything from the consequences of which I should need to be saved is simply preposterous. I will see him, have the matter all explained, and then I shall have some peace again," she argued with feverish cheeks as she sat down to her writing desk, and with nervous and trembling fingers dashed off a few words requiring Addison Cheetham's immediate presence, which she at once dispatched to him by a trusty servant. Not a doubt of Richard's truth and rectitude had disturbed her trust in him. Not a suspicion of any wrong that could in any way affect her troubled heart. There might have been, she thought, some boyish freak while at school which Addison Cheetham had imagined worse than it really was, and had, out of jealousy and a malignant desire to injure him, tried to make her believe that he had been guilty of some enormity. This was what she had thought at first. Then, as she marked the man's respect and courtesy during her continued avoidance of him, she began to feel that she had wronged him, although she could not forgive him for speaking those impulsive words of love to her. He had no right to utter those under any circumstances. But perhaps he did really believe there was something wrong, which would make her miserable if she should discover it after her marriage, and desired to warn her in season. But of course it was all a mistake, whatever it was. She would talk it over quietly with him, and she felt, or tried to feel, sure that it would prove so. A sinister, triumphant smile curled Addison Cheetham's lips when he received Pearle's message. He had begun to fear that her indomitable pride would be too much for him, and that he should have to begin the battle again himself, for he had not for a moment relinquished his evil purpose. But now there was no need. He had everything arranged, and considered the game in his own hands. "The victory is mine," he muttered exultantly, as he prepared to obey her summons. Pearle received him in the library, and her manner, although courteous, was somewhat cold and distant. "What can I do for you, Miss Pearle?" Addison asked, as he greeted her with rather more assurance than was necessary under the circumstances. Both his words and manner angered her at once. "For one thing you can, if you please, address me by my proper name," she returned, all her distrust of him returning immediately. "You are called Pearle, I believe," he began. "By my friends," she interrupted. "And am I not to be classed among those, my fair Pearle, my rare Pearle?" he asked softly, and with a gloating look in his eye that betrayed how sure he was of accomplishing his purpose. She lifted her head, that small, proud head, with a gesture that he loved to see. She looked so like a queen. But he could not meet unmoved the flash of her glorious eyes, and his own, as once before, drooped guiltily beneath their fire. "I am Miss Radcliffe, sir, at least for the present," she added significantly. "Do not forget it again, if you please." It is impossible to describe the icy hauteur with which this was said. Mr. Cheetham bowed with mock humility, but the look on his face made the fair girl shiver with dread. "I requested this interview," she resumed after a moment, but feeling that she would give worlds if she never had requested it, "in order to end the suspense which your insinuations regarding Captain Bernholm have occasioned me. Will you explain to what you referred? That is, if you can." "I am prepared to do so, Miss Radcliffe. I came prepared to do so, as I suppose that was what you wanted of me," he quietly replied. She grew pale at his assured tone. "You said that if I married Richard Bernholm, my doom and his would be sealed," she said. "And so it will. The day that you marry him, he will be arrested for bigamy and forgery." "Sir!" She turned upon him like a hunted animal driven to bay. "Well?" he questioned composedly. "Do you dare use such language to me, and in connection with him?" she whispered in strained tones. "I not only dare, but I can prove what I assert, here and now," he said with slow and dreadful emphasis. "I do not believe it." Her white lips framed the loyal words, but no sound issued from them. He merely bowed. His cool assurance drove her nearly frantic. "It is false," she cried. "Such crimes are as foreign to his high and noble nature as cold is to heat, darkness to daylight." "You have been grossly deceived," he returned in cold, hard tones. "You have been led to think that you were going to marry a knight after your own heart, a gentleman of high degree and lofty principle. You have idealized Richard Bernholm, and imagined that the earth held no other being so pure and noble. But beneath his bland and genial exterior, his assumption of truth, honor, and nobility, there lies hidden a duplicity only equaled by his excessive cunning." "And you, his friend, are the first to discover and to tell me of this," Margaret Radcliffe cried with indignant scorn. A peculiar smile flitted across the lips of her companion. "If hiding his wickedness would save you—" he began. "Enough," she interrupted. "I can read your character like an open book. You are not his friend. You are his secret enemy. At some time in the past he has, perhaps unintentionally, offended you. You cannot forgive the offense, and now, under the guise of friendship, you are seeking his ruin. I know not what your vile plot may be. You are a hypocrite, but I pray you do not assume the character longer in my presence. Come to the point, and let me know the worst at once." Addison Cheetham was not often taken by surprise nor thrown off his guard, but this keen, proud-spirited girl had indeed read his character like an open book. A feeling of shame for the moment cowed him. A sudden pallor swept over his cruel face, and his guilty eyes dropped to the floor again. But it was only for an instant. He had come there to conquer instead of being conquered. With an effort, he met her scornful look with one of smiling defiance. "You are possessed of more penetration, Miss Radcliffe, than I gave you credit for," he said mockingly. "You own the imputation, then? Thank you for being honest for once," retorted Pearle sarcastically before he could go on. He flushed angrily. "I will come to the point at once," he said, showing his teeth savagely like an angry dog. "I am the secret enemy of Richard Bernholm, and I have been for years. He did me a wrong once that I vowed I would never forgive, and I swore then that some day I would be even with him." "You doubtless refer to the prize which he won from you when you were at school together," Pearle again interrupted, instantly remembering what Richard had told her regarding it. "And did he presume to boast of his success to you?" he demanded, an angry flush suffusing his whole face. "No, he did not boast of it to me. He was extolling your virtues, and related the circumstance to prove how nobly you had conquered your disappointment and vexation, and still generously accorded him your friendship." "Ha, ha! It was a bitter, mocking laugh. "Where is your manhood? Where is your sense of honor?" Pearle cried, her beautiful face all aglow with indignation and disdain. "How little and mean the nature that could cherish such a petty spite toward one who has ever been so generous and true. It was a lawful race that you both ran. If his powers were superior to yours and he won the prize, why should you desire revenge?" "But he cheated me. He kept the secret from me. I did not once think, with so much hard work as he would have to do to keep up with the class, that he would try. I will not spare him for it," he concluded, with malice gleaming from every feature. "I do not believe you can injure him. I do not believe you can mar his character in a single point," Pearle replied bravely. But her eyes searched his face eagerly, as if she was not quite so confident as she expressed herself. For reply he drew from his inner breast pocket a package tied with scarlet tape. With tantalizing deliberation he carefully picked the hard knot apart, a cruel smile curling his lips the while. At last he handed Pearle a little book with a morocco cover. "Please to glance over the items written in this book," he said quietly. With fingers that trembled visibly, and her heart sinking like a dead weight in her bosom, she took it from him, and began to turn the leaves. The words "Private Expenses" upon the first page, and written in the hand she knew so well, riveted her attention. "How came you by this? What right have you to bring it to me?" she demanded indignantly. "It is no matter how I came by it, and I have a right to save you if I can," he returned passionately. She turned from him impatiently, and her eye fell upon the words, "Family expenses at the Dovecote for the quarter ending June 31st, £50." A mist for a minute blurred her sight, and she caught her breath as if with a sudden pain. Family expenses at the Dovecote? Where was the Dovecote, and what family was residing there whose expenses Richard Burnholm was defraying? Brushing the mist from her eyes and trying to steady her quivering nerves, she looked further down the page. Dress for Ariel, £10. Playthings for Richie, £1. Debts of honor, £50. Machine for Ariel, £15, etc. With a face like chalk and a heart from which every bright hope seemed slipping away, Pearle continued to turn the leaves almost mechanically, reading similar items all the way along. Ariel? Who is Ariel? Who is Richie? Her white lips murmured, a hunted look creeping into her large eyes. Ariel Burnholm is a young and beautiful woman, almost as fair as Margaret Radcliffe. Richie is a little cherub with rosy cheeks, curling black hair, and eyes of the same hue, Addison Cheetham answered significantly. "What do you mean?" she almost shrieked. "I mean that Richard Burnholm is already a married man. Or if not, he ought to be. And Richie, Ariel's child, is his son." There was no pity, no relenting in that cruel man's heart, as he looked into Pearle Radcliffe's death-like face and told her this dreadful thing. If she had died on the spot he would not have cared, so that he could make Richard Burnholm suffer and gain his revenge. But he knew she would not die. She was made of sterner stuff than that. She would live, and he would bear away before the eyes of his enemy the bride that was dearer than his own life to him. End of chapters 3 and 4. Chapters 5 and 6 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. I cannot believe you. It is false as your own heart, and the lips that dared to utter so vile a charge, Pearle Radcliffe retorted passionately, but with a stony look in her lovely eyes. Addison Cheetham preserved an ominous silence, as if that point was not worth arguing. This very circumstance increased her fear. "What possible proof can you have of what you assert?" she questioned at length. "I have been to the Dovecote," he answered briefly. "You? Where is it?" "About 10 miles from here, in a little lane that leads to the right from the Uppingham road. And Miss Radcliffe, let me assure you it is a dainty little nest for the blue-eyed dove who inhabits it." It seemed to Pearle as if the sun was being suddenly put out, and she was groping in darkness from which she would never emerge. He had been so precise in describing the location of the Dovecote. She knew there was a lane leading from the Uppingham road about 10 miles distant. She knew, too, that there was a tiny cottage there, nestling among the trees. She had passed by it more than once. She had seen it, and wondered whose home was in that cozy nest. Now she had learned, but could she credit the dreadful intelligence? Ariel, that was what he had called her, had blue eyes. She was a blonde, then. Richie, who was he named for? Had black eyes and black curling hair. So too had Richard Burnholm. Heavens, was she going mad or only dreaming? How do you know that they live there? She whispered. Ariel and Richie? Oh, I have seen them. Pearle caught her breath with a gasp. Well, that may be, but what right have you to say that they are anything to him? She asked with a shudder. Does not what you hold in your hand prove it? He asked, pointing to the little book which lay in her nervous fingers. It ought, but fortunately I can give you still stronger proof. First, I will tell you how I happened to have that little memorandum of expenses. I chanced to enter the library at Linden Grange one day just after Richard had been summoned to give directions to some workmen. This book was lying open on the table, and I read what you have just now read. I naturally began to wonder what family resided at the Dovecote, and why Richard should be burdened with the expense of it. Yesterday it lay again upon his table, and I took possession of it to show you. I began to think that there must be some mystery connected with his life, and I set myself work to ferret it out. I began by watching him, and he has made no less than 4 journeys to the Dovecote during my stay here, and always late at night, and I have followed him each time. Once, during the day of late, I rode thither, and found a charming little black-eyed boy playing by himself beneath an arbor formed by a honeysuckle vine. No one else appeared to be about, and I made friends with him. I got him to lisp his name. Richie Burnholm, he said it was, and just then a beautiful golden-haired woman came to the porch of the cottage and called out in flute-like tones, "Richie, Richie, come in to Mamma now." This I knew must be Ariel. I was satisfied. The mystery was solved. It must be some other Mrs. Burnholm and her child, some relative. He could never be guilty of such a crime, Pearle moaned in a voice of horror. Then what need of his secret visits to the place? What of his love for his little namesake? For I have seen him gather that child in his arms, murmuring fond words over him, and caressing him with the tenderest affection. Pearle reeled in her chair and clutched at the table for support. She was suffering the torture of the rack. "It must be some relative," she murmured brokenly again. "Then why does he hide her in that remote place?" pursued her tormentor. "Why not acknowledge her as a relative, and go boldly in the daytime to visit her as such? No, your immaculate lover is a gambler, a roué, and a forger also, as I shall soon prove to you." "Hush!" she whispered beseechingly, and glancing fearfully around, while he smiled to see by the look on her white face how thoroughly she believed his tale. "I call him a gambler," he continued pitilessly, "and so he is. For you have seen recorded in his own handwriting the amount paid to liquidate debts of honor, and we all know what those are. And, Miss Pearle, I do not need to ask you if you know what a forger is, nor what the penalty is for that crime." She lifted her eyes in a helpless way to him, as if she had no power to break the net he was weaving around her. "I cannot believe you. You are telling me cunningly devised fables," she murmured. He handed her 2 folded papers. "Examine those," he said. As if she had no power to resist him, she unfolded them and looked. They were checks on the county bank and made out to Richard Burnholm. One represented £80, the other 200. Pearle turned them over and saw Richard's name in his own bold hand written on the back. "Where did you get these?" she asked. "Do you perceive anything wrong about those checks?" Addison Cheetham asked, unheeding her question. "No." Do you not notice that on the check representing £200, the two ciphers are a trifle crowded, while the word to in the writing is not just as perfect as it should be? Yes, I noticed that the ciphers are a little close, but that proves nothing. Look again at the figure 2. It is very cleverly done, but the curves have been added to it. The check originally represented £10. The figure 1 has been changed to represent 2, and a cipher added to make the whole 200. Look at the one for £80. That was originally for 1/10 as much. A cipher has been added there also. These changes can scarcely be detected, but an expert would grasp the fact at once, explained the cunning plotter. Are you an expert, that you have been so clever? Pearle demanded scornfully. No, but I am aware that these checks have been tampered with nevertheless, he answered, flushing at her tone. Please explain how you learned so much. Certainly. I was present when both these checks were made out to Richard. You perceive they are both of the same date. I knew their amount, and so, of course, when I next saw him I was convinced they had been tampered with. I think you must have taken considerable trouble to discover so much. Perhaps you may even have had a hand in this matter yourself. I should not be at all surprised if you could pilfer from his private desk or safe to get possession of these things, as you must have done, in order to bring them to me. Pearle's tones were very quiet but intensely sarcastic. She was making a brave fight for her lover, but in her heart a terrible fear was nearly driving her frantic. Again Addison Cheetham flushed hotly, and bit his lips till the blood flowed. "I swear to you," he began. "You need not swear to me at all," she interrupted. "I am not so foolish as to think that people are careless enough to leave endorsed checks lying loosely about. I know you must have been prying into Richard Burnholm's secret affairs, in order to have become possessed of these things that you have brought me today. But I am not to be deceived by you. What could anyone wish to tamper with two such comparatively small amounts for, when they possess an abundant means as he does? It is simply absurd." "Not so absurd as you may suppose. I happen to know that Richard has been spending a great deal of money lately. Think of the expense he has been putting into the Grange for you. Count those debts of honor in that little book, and see what they amount to. He has gone beyond his income. He is pressed for money, and with this other family on his hands, it is not to be wondered at that he should wish for more. I suppose you recognize his writing on the back?" Addison Cheetham concluded with some eagerness. Pearle examined it again carefully. "Yes, that was without doubt written by himself," she said. "You identify it, then? You have no doubt of it?" "No. It is identical with that in the memorandum book," she answered, comparing the two. "Good. I swear to you those checks have been tampered with. Now are you convinced? Now will you believe that I wish to save you from a cheat and a villain?" he asked, an almost fiendish glitter in his eyes. "No," Pearle Radcliffe cried, her voice ringing out clear and full once more, and lifting her small head with the air of a queen. "Instead, I believe that at heart you are a cowardly knave. You have been nursing a mean spirit of revenge for years, and are bound to ruin Richard Burnholm if you can. And as for your plea, that you desire to save me, I have no faith in it. Furthermore, I fancy I am entirely capable of looking out for myself." "And you will not believe me? You will not believe that the man whom you promised to marry is a villain and a forger?" he demanded, his face growing dark and almost terrible in his wrath that he could not shake her faith. "I will not," she answered resolutely. "How can you doubt it, with those proofs in your hands?" She looked at the checks again, with a smile on her lips, which nevertheless trembled somewhat. She really feared much more than she would avow to him. If Richard had done this thing himself, the deed had nevertheless been done, and no matter who the guilty one was, he might be obliged to suffer for it. But she was determined to brave out this interview, and then, just as soon as Richard returned, she would tell him all about it, and let him explain it to her. "Shall I tell you just what I think about these?" she asked, flashing her glorious eyes upon him scornfully, and rattling the checks with a little impatient movement. "I think," she went on, that these checks were made out to Richard Burnholm for the amounts which you stated, £8 and £10 respectively. I think that he endorsed them, intending to get them cashed, and you, knowing the fact, stole them and tampered with the figures, making the changes which you claim have been made simply to get him into trouble and disgrace him. There, now you know my opinion of this matter," she concluded defiantly. Addison Cheatham's face grew as white as her own as he listened to these stinging words, and he had a savage fight within himself for a moment to keep back the oaths which leaped to his tongue for utterance. But he did control himself, and finally threw back his head, laughing a light mocking laugh. "That was very cleverly reasoned, for a woman," he said. "But I fear if those papers were given to a judge and jury, a very different verdict would be rendered. However, leaving those out of the case entirely, what have you to say regarding the contents of that little book? You surely cannot accuse me of having tampered with that, since the dates began a year or two back," and he pointed to the little memorandum book that she had laid upon the table by her side. Instantly the checks dropped from her fingers, and she seized it again, turning its pages and eagerly scanning their contents, her face as hueless as snow, a terrible pain in her heart. With a sly, cat-like movement, Addison Cheatham reached over and secured the checks she had just dropped, and folding them, transferred them carefully to his pocket. That single act did more toward convincing Pearle of the truth of his words and that a forgery had really been committed than anything else. It was as if he was sure of his position, and meant to keep them to carry out some deadly purpose. All too late she saw that she had made a sad mistake. She should have retained them in her possession until she could see Richard, show them to him, and demand an explanation. She felt as if she should die sitting there before that plotting, gloating man with all this avalanche of trouble and danger pouring down upon her. What must she believe as she read those items penned by Richard's own hand? Those items of expenses for Ariel and her child, those debts of honor. There seemed to be but one explanation of it all. Ariel, she knew, could not be his legal wife, else he would never dare wed her while she was living and so near. No, if she was anything to Richard Burnholm, she must be some wronged, betrayed, though trusting woman. The thought was like a dagger to her. Could Richard Burnholm, whom she had hitherto believed to be the soul of honor, be such a villain, and so devoid of every principle of rectitude and honor? Could it be possible that he was indeed a gambler and a forger? Had she been thus shamelessly deceived, and was the future, which had hitherto looked so bright to her, about to become a blank? Oh, if she could but have gone away somewhere and moaned out her misery by herself! It was dreadful to sit there and have that wretch watching every change in her countenance, and gloating over the wreck he was making of all her fond hopes. "What do you think of them, I say?" he repeated impatiently. "Do they not go to prove that the drain upon Captain Burnholm's purse has been very heavy? Debts of honor, a beautiful woman and her child to support, not to mention the extravagances he has been guilty of in fitting up that small palace over yonder for your reception. Does it not look, I ask you, as if there was some need to change those figures upon those checks to a larger denomination? Would not a judge and jury argue that way, think you, if the matter was laid before them? And, Miss Ratcliffe, do you know the doom of a forger?" Had Pearle been in the presence of any other person, she would have shrieked aloud for mercy at these dreadful words. She grew blind and dizzy, almost paralyzed with fear. For she read in that relentless, evil face before her a determination to ruin her lover at any cost. But in her invincible pride she resolved that he should not triumph in her sufferings. He should not suspect how much she believed, and with a mighty effort she rallied her dizzy senses. "I think," she said, speaking in a hard, pitiless tone, "that you are a scheming, vindictive brute bent on the ruin of a noble, large-hearted man. I believe that Captain Burnholm could explain all this complication of evidence satisfactorily if he were here, and it was submitted to him. A thing which I am determined to have him do before I pass judgment upon him." And she arose, moved across the room, and laid her hand upon the bell-rope. "Stop! What are you going to do?" cried the startled villain, springing toward her. His peremptory tone and something in his face arrested her hand before she could ring. "I am going to dispatch a messenger to summon Captain Bernholm. The afternoon train, I think, has come in, and demand an explanation in your presence of all with which you have charged him," she said with a resolute air. The man looked baffled for an instant. Evidently he had not anticipated any such straightforward proceeding as this on her part, and was not prepared for it. Then, with a look and vehemence of manner that startled Pearle almost entirely out of her forced composure, he laid his hand heavily upon hers as it rested upon the bell-rope, and said fiercely, "The messenger that goes to summon Captain Bernholm will be followed by one to bring an officer to arrest him on the spot." Pearle reeled and leaned weakly against the wall for support at these threatening words, and her white face grew agonized. Clearly this wretch intended to show no mercy. He had laid his own plans and meant to carry them out to the letter. "Why did you come to me with these facts? What is your motive for laying all this black catalogue of crime before me?" she cried wildly, as she sank helplessly into a chair and threw off his hand as if it had been a viper. "You sent for me, did you not?" he asked with a malicious grin. She stamped her foot angrily. He goaded her to desperation. "Yes, I sent for you, because your vile hints and insinuations haunted me continually, giving me no peace, and driving me wild with suspense. What are your wishes, intentions, and motives in all this?" she demanded. "Well, I have wishes, I have intentions, and I have motives," he began slowly, while the look softened in his eyes and a longing expression quivered over his face as he gazed on her who, despite her pallor and anguish, was surpassingly lovely. She made an impatient movement for him to go on. "You have said truly," he continued. "I have been Richard Bernholm's sworn enemy for years. I have vowed that he should one day dearly repent having thwarted me in a cherished purpose. Had he been poorer than I would have drawn him so deeply into pecuniary troubles that he would never have been able to extricate himself. But he was rich, and I was poor. I have laid numberless plans to be even with him, but none seemed feasible, and so I was obliged to drop them. When he wanted a commission, I thought my time had come. I told him I could procure him one through the influence of a friend. I did, and in a regiment which was destined to go into immediate action, where I hoped he would be killed, and I should never meet him again. But some change was made, and I was thwarted in that. I was glad of this afterward, for I thought I should be better avenged to have him suffer some living torture. What a wretch! To plan all this simply because he won a paltry prize from you at school. Somebody must win," Pearle cried, amazed to see how much he made out of so little. "It was not a paltry prize to me. It meant a great deal," he answered hotly. "I was a poor boy. I belonged to a good family, but we were crushed with poverty, and I have had to work my way in the world. I have been trampled upon on account of it, jeered at, and twitted of it, and I have sworn that I will yet rise to the level of those who have sneered at me. The prize was to be a set of very valuable works, for their value, 30 guineas in gold. I wanted the gold. I needed it. It would have kept me a whole year at school. But I lost it, and had to go out and earn it before I could finish my course, and I lost a year by that means. Think you that was a small loss, a whole year of one's life? If he had not treacherously kept his purpose a secret, I might have won even then. I would have won. I would have strained every nerve. He was the only one I had to fear, and I might have outstripped even him. But Richard would gladly have helped you to defray the expense of that year. I know he would have been eager to make it up to you, if it was simply money that you wanted," Pearle said as he paused for breath. "Simply money," he repeated wrathfully. "I lost my degree also. I lost my self-respect, for I believed there were none to go ahead of me, and to be left behind by a mere lad, years younger than myself. I could not brook the mortification and disappointment of such a defeat. I vowed I never would forgive it. I never have, I never will," he concluded gloomily. 6. How can I save him? "But we are wandering from the point under discussion," Addison Cheetham continued after a moment's pause. "My motive in making you the medium of my revenge was—" "You make me the medium of your revenge?" "Never!" cried the astonished girl, starting to her feet again and confronting him in a blaze of indignation. She had never looked so lovely to him as at that moment, and his whole face softened into wonderful tenderness, while a yearning, wistful look came into his eyes. She was indeed strikingly beautiful as she stood there, like some haughty princess, her slender form drawn erect, and quivering with resentment and disdain. Her face was pure as the jewel whose name she bore. Her massive hair, falling loosely away from her brow in rich glossy waves, was simply coiled at the back of her small head, revealing its symmetrical proportions to the best advantage. Her large grey eyes glowed and scintillated with angry fire, and seemed to deepen to almost a purplish tint. Her nostrils dilated, her lips quivered. Her long trailing dress of some dark rich material fell in soft folds around her, making her seem taller than she really was. One white hand was half raised to enforce her indignant protest, and her position was one of inimitable grace. Addison Cheetham thought that the eye of man had never been permitted to rest upon a fairer vision since the day when Adam first beheld lovely Eve in her maiden bower in paradise, although it was an angry beauty that glowed and sparkled before him, fascinating him with her charms, and weaving her magic spell more closely around him. He liked her spirit. She was glorious in his sight. But he began to realize that he was pursuing a course dangerous to his own cause, in allowing her to read quite so much of the evil in his heart. He must not make her hate him. "Pardon me, I should not have said that. I did not really mean that, but you drove me to it," he began humbly. "I would win your love, my pure, beautiful Pearle. I would woo you and charm you, and I am only driving you away from me. I have loved you madly since the hour Richard Burnholm first introduced you to me, and a wild desire then took possession of me to win you for my wife. Pearle, my darling, my lily queen, my fair, pale princess, give me your love in return. Promise to become my bride on Thursday morning instead of his, and I will become your humble slave. No man has ever yielded richer homage to woman than I will give to you, my matchless Pearle. I will bow to your wishes. My every thought and purpose in life shall be for you. You shall make of me what you will. I am a bad man at heart, I confess it. I deplore it. But for your sake I could conquer the maddest passion that ever ran riot in a human soul. Pearle, you can save me from evil, and from myself. My love, my love. Ah, teach me how to win you." He stopped, exhausted by the vehemence of his passion, and the change in his face was wonderful. Every evil look and expression had faded from it as he poured forth this wild plea for her love. He became softened, tender, attractive, almost fascinating, by the power and might of the great love that had taken possession of him. There was a magnetic power of attraction about him that riveted the attention and held spellbound for the moment the fair girl before him. He had told her before that he loved her, but she never had imagined anything like this. Its depth, its strength, its almost consuming force, were beyond her comprehension, and for a moment she lost all thought of self, all sense of the insult offered to her, in wonder at the strange being who yielded her such abject homage. "Pearle, beloved, give me but a crumb of love. I will feed upon it and be satisfied," he pleaded, reaching out his arms as if to enfold her. The act recalled her to herself, and all her outraged maidenly dignity asserted itself. She recoiled from him as she would have done from the fatal embrace of some deadly reptile. "If I were a man," she said in low, intense tones, "I would send you from this room with the mark of the lash upon you, to brand you as the traitor and knave that you are, for having dared to utter such words to me. Since I am but a weak woman, I must content myself with simply despising you, and telling you to begone." And she pointed authoritatively to the door. Addison Cheetham shivered as these blighting words fell upon his ears. Then a wave of deepest crimson dye shone over his face, and the great veins stood out in ridges upon his forehead. "A love like mine is not a thing to be despised," he said through tightly shut teeth. But Pearle Radcliffe did not deem his words even worthy of a reply. She stood in the same attitude, her delicate hand still pointing toward the door, her eyes fixed in a cold, contemptuous stare upon his. Her silence was more suggestive than the bitterest invectives would have been, and the painful flush deepened on his face. In all his life he had never suffered so keenly as he did at this moment, when he was thus made to feel his own littleness of soul, his inferiority and depravity, as he had never done before. He was, as it were, like Satan when, quote, "He first knew pain, and writhed him to and fro convolved. So sore the grinding sword with discontinuous wound passed him through, gnashing for anguish and despite and shame, to find himself not matchless, and his pride humbled by such rebuke." Milton. The color receded after a moment, leaving his face pale and drawn, an almost diabolical resoluteness succeeding the tenderness. "Margaret Radcliffe," he said slowly and with terrible emphasis, "you may scorn the truest love that was ever offered woman. You may curl those sweet red lips heaping scathing words upon me. You may flash your glorious eyes with angry disdain, but you cannot move me from my purpose." Without a word, she turned and again laid her hand upon the bell rope. She was resolved that he should not longer stand there and insult her. She would summon a servant to show him out and command that he never be admitted again. But again he was too quick for her. He put out his own strong hand and grasped hers before she could pull the cord. "I am not quite ready to end this interview," he said quickly. "Evidently you consider what I have told you as of no consequence, or too wild and monstrous to be credited even for a moment. But I swear to you that these documents which I hold in my possession will doom Richard Burnholm to a felon's cell. It would take but a word, a breath from me to place him at the mercy of the law, and now it remains with you to decide whether he shall be saved or not. You can save him from the disgrace which a public exposure of what I have told you today would bring upon him, and you alone can save him from a convict's fate." "How can I save him?" Pearle asked with ashen lips, her eyes darkening with a look as of some horror but half comprehended. What did his ominous words mean? A sickening dread was creeping through all her nerves, withering the strength in her limbs, and making her heart beat with a dull, heavy thud which threatened to suffocate her, while strange sounds, like the discordant clanging of bells, rang in her ears, bidding her, "Save him! Save him!" Addison Cheetham leaned toward her, an eager light in his dreadful eyes. "If," he began, "on Thursday morning, you will go to the altar with me, instead of Richard Burnholm, if you will speak the vows that will make you my wife, instead of his, I will give into your hands, as soon as the ceremony is over, the proofs of his guilt, and he shall go free from this henceforward. If you refuse," he continued in tones which seemed like red-hot hammers beating upon her brain, "he will immediately be arrested, and tried for the crime of forgery, when, of course, those other facts regarding his private life will also have to be exposed. Will you be my wife and save him, or will you defy me and ruin him?" Was there ever a proposition more fiendish than this? Could human ingenuity devise a sacrilege so diabolical? To strive to wrest a man's bride from him at the very altar, to crush every fond hope of his heart, and blight his whole future existence by one blow so terrible, so crushing. Surely the fair girl was right when she told her lover that she felt as if the sword of Damocles was suspended above her head, for what impending evil could be worse than this? Pearle stood looking at her companion for a full minute after he had concluded, her countenance a perfect blank. It seemed as if every faculty had been benumbed by his words. "Surely you must be mad to propose such a thing to me," she at last whispered hoarsely. "I am not mad," he answered gravely. "Then you must be a fiend in human form." "Perhaps," he replied with a short harsh laugh. "But," he added with a strange mixture of humility, pleading, and defiance. "You shall recreate me. You shall make me what you will, when once you are mine." "That will never be," she cried with a gesture of unutterable disgust. "Then Richard Burnholm is lost," Addison Cheetham said, slowly, in hard, cold tones, her gesture cutting him to the quick. "Have you no mercy?" "Give me the checks, and you shall have the money for them," Pearle said, her voice shaking weakly. "None for him, and the checks can be redeemed only in one way." "And do you think for a moment that I would sacrifice both his long life happiness and my own, by committing the crime you propose, merely to gratify your miserable spirit of revenge?" "You have your choice. The matter rests wholly with you," he answered, unmoved. Pearle felt as if she must shriek aloud in despair. Ruin was staring her in the face. Whichever way she turned, it seemed to hedge her about. If she acceded to his horrible proposition, the result would be misery for both her lover and herself. If she refused, their suffering would not be lessened, for inevitable disgrace would follow, and as a condemned felon, the separation would be just as sure and final. Should she sacrifice herself, save his good name, and let him go free? Could she ever bring her mind to go to the altar with this vile wretch, and thus preserve Richard from the terrible consequences of the crimes with which he was charged? If she should do it, the scandal and disgrace would all fall upon her. The world would say she had deserted him at the very altar, and blame her for ruining a good man's life. Richard would be pitied and sympathized with, and no one would ever suspect the wrongs and disgrace which her act would cover. This seemed the lesser evil of the two, for she could not for one moment endure the thought that he whom she had believed so true and noble, whom she had loved with all the strength of her strong nature, she could not bear, I say, to think that he must be shut away from all life and beauty, behind prison bolts and bars, and drag out a miserable existence branded with a felon's doom. But could she ever live and go through that ceremony which would make her Addison Cheetham's wife? The chill of death seemed creeping over her, melted lead seemed pouring through her brain. Truly her case appeared very desperate. She lifted her icy hands and pressed them hard against her throbbing temples, while her wild eyes were fixed in terror on Addison Cheetham's stern face. "You have dared to mock me with protestations of love," she said in hollow tones. "It is not mockery. I love you better than my own life," he replied passionately, his heart leaping exultantly as he saw those signs of relenting in her. "Have you no thought of the misery I must endure if you doom me to such an existence? Have you no pity that you bid me tear the tenderest affections from my heart and cast them to the winds? What do you imagine my future will be?" "As bright as every good thing of earth can make it. I will devote my life to you. No sorrow, no rough breath even, shall touch you. We will go away from every unpleasant association. We will forget the past, and I will not spare myself for you," he urged, gazing hungrily into the beautiful woe-smitten face. "You will not spare yourself for me," she repeated passionately. "You love me better than life, but not better than the horrible revenge you are contemplating." "That I have sworn, and I must perform," he said with glittering eyes. "I will not do it. The sin, the mockery, would be too dreadful," Pearle cried, shuddering. He grew deathly pale at her words and caught his breath hard. "That is your decision, then? You will not save Richard Burnholm?" "I have no right to be guilty of such mockery. I cannot ruin both our lives. I had rather die," she cried wildly. "If you should die, you alone would escape the misery of which you speak. Richard Burnholm would still go to prison," he answered relentlessly. "Heaven help me!" prayed poor distracted Pearle. Then, like a hunted wounded deer, she turned upon him, with more savageness than he had deemed her capable of. "Would you be willing to marry a woman who would hate you all her life long?" "That could not be. I would compel you to love me in time. Love begets love, and the power and might of mine would yet conquer you in spite of yourself," he said, his tones thrilling with intense feeling. "Never. I should hate you with a hatred so deadly that you would tremble when you came into my presence, and curse the day you made me pollute my lips with false vows." "I am willing to take the risk of that," he replied, smiling. "Great heaven, what shall I do?" she wailed. Then, as if some sudden thought had come to her, she asked vehemently, "Why will you not face Captain Bernholm with those documents?" "I will, when you have given me your decision to be my wife," he answered with a quietness that assured her he felt sure of his position. "I cannot decide. Either way would forever ruin us both," Pearle returned with a hard, dry sob. "Go, go," she added, clenching her small hands until they were purple. "Go from my sight. I cannot breathe the same air with you." He stooped and picked up the little book which had fallen from her lap when she arose and crossed the room, and put it away with the forged checks. His face was very white and his hand trembled visibly. Would he fail, after all? "I go as you bid me, but it will be for an officer. Have you nothing more to say to me?" he said in constrained tones. "No. Yes. I don't know. Oh, there are only 2 more days. I am nearly crazed," Pearle moaned, beating the air with her hands, and nearly worn out with her misery. Something like pity shone for the moment on Addison Cheatham's face as he looked upon her. "I will go," he said after thinking a moment. "I will give you 1 day in which to consider this matter, upon the condition that you promise not to speak of the nature of our interview to anyone." "I promise. Only go, go, and leave me alone." He bowed grave acquiescence, took up his hat, and walked quietly from the room. End of chapters 5 and 6. Chapters 7 and 8 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Pearle's Prayer. Pearle sat still with bowed head and clasped hands, until she heard the great hall door close after her tormentor, and the sound of his horse's hoofs upon the gravelled driveway as he rode away. Then she arose and tottered to her chamber, where, locking herself in, she sat down and tried to comprehend this dreadful thing that had overtaken her at the moment when life had seemed its brightest. It could not be possible, she moaned in her misery, that Richard Bernholm was the hypocrite he had just been represented. He could not be so false to every principle of truth and honor as to have won the love of a pure woman, deceiving her, ruining her, and then turning from her to make her, Pearle Radcliffe, his second victim. For such she would surely become if, at ever so late a day, she had discovered these dreadful things regarding him. "I cannot believe it. I will not believe it," she cried aloud, with clasped hands uplifted in agony, tearless sobs heaving her bosom and exhausting her strength, as hour after hour, refusing the repeated calls of the London milliner and her maid, she walked the floor like some restless caged animal. "It cannot be true. His eyes never fell before mine. They are clear and tranquil as deep, pure pools of water. His smile is frank and true. His voice has no sound of treachery in it. He could not do such dark deeds." Still, she knew those checks had been tampered with. Someone had changed the amounts they represented. That was a fact she could not dispute. And if they were cashed, and the fraud discovered, Richard Bernholm alone would be obliged to suffer the consequences. "Oh, if I had but kept them," she cried remorsefully, "he would have been safe from all danger of arrest on their account. But that would not have mitigated my misery. The doubt would still have existed. And that book, that dreadful book, how can I live and believe what that proves?" Ah, she had confessed it. In the privacy of her own room, she had uttered what she would have suffered tortures rather than have acknowledged in the presence of Addison Cheatham. She could not doubt that the writing in that little expense book was Richard Bernholm's very own. He must have made each separate entry, and accordingly he must have paid out the money which those figures represented, and for the purposes there designated. What could debts of honor mean but money lost in gambling? She shuddered at the word. But Pearle was not one to leave anything half done. This matter must be thoroughly considered and sifted before she could rest. "It is better to know all this now than 3 days later," she said. But the words ended with a wail so hopeless and so bitter that it would have caused one with a heart of stone to weep in sympathy to hear. What could "family expenses" at the Dovecote mean, but that Richard was secretly supporting some person or persons belonging in some way to him? Her cheeks grew hot with shame and anger at the thought, her eyes bright and glittering with a feeling she had never before experienced. Ariel was a fair, beautiful woman. She was the dove for whom her lover, her betrothed husband, had prepared the beautiful little nest. That lovely face had, perhaps, rested upon his bosom, upon the very spot where her own had so often laid. He had kissed the sweet lips, looked fondly in the deep blue eyes, and caressed the golden hair. The same arms that had so often enfolded her had clasped this other graceful form. Oh, it was too dreadful to think about. And Richie, the black-eyed, black-haired, rosy-cheeked cherub, possessing these characteristics of every male member of the Burnholm family whom she had ever seen, he was this fair Ariel's child, and ah, the bitterness of that poor breaking heart as she sank shuddering to the floor with the crushing suspicion to which she could not give form or expression. Then all her pride awoke and rose to battle. She was consumed with jealousy, her heart was breaking with its anguish. But no man should cheat her thus, and triumph in his hypocrisy and wickedness. "Where is my spirit, that I should tamely submit to this outrage?" she cried passionately, all the blood in her body boiling with indignation. "If he has been guilty of these things, if Ariel belongs to him, then he could also be guilty of forgery. If it is all true, I will not spare him. If," she repeated, starting to her feet again, the look as of some sudden purpose settling over her face. "Yes, I will do it." She had resolved that she would go and see for herself if Addison Cheatham's words were true. She knew well the little lane that led from the Uppingham road. She could go there by herself to this tiny vine-clad cottage, this pretty Dovecote. She would manage some way to see Ariel and this beautiful black-eyed boy who so resembled the man she loved. She could not go tonight. It was already getting late, and time for the family and guests to return, and more company was expected in the evening. Richard himself was coming also, and Addison Cheatham too would be there to spy upon all her movements. She could not go tomorrow either, for Richard had planned that they were all to go over to Linden Grange to inspect and pass judgment upon the beautiful home he had prepared with so much care and pride for his bride, and which was now complete in every appointment. Pearle's lips curled with scorn and pain as she thought of this. Should she ever go there now to live? Could she ever enter that perfect abode with this poisoned thorn in her heart? No. If what she now learned were true, she would never be Richard Burnholm's wife, never cross the threshold at Linden Grange. And yet she knew she loved him to idolatry, and even were her worst fears confirmed, should so continue to love him to the end of her life. But the wedding day was appointed, some of the guests had already arrived, more would come on the morrow, and what could she do? 100 times she was tempted to brave all Addison Cheatham's threats, fly to Richard, and seek a frank, straightforward explanation of it all. But she had promised she would not, and there was a faint hope in her heart, which she clung to, that she might herself discover it all a cleverly devised fraud on their enemy's part to ruin their happiness. "I do not know how I can arrange it," she sighed wearily, as she heard her brother's voice outside, and knew that the party had returned from Lord Cumbermead's. "I shall have to watch my opportunity, but go I must to that little dwelling and see its inmates before Thursday. Oh, no wonder I told Richard last night that I feared some evil was about to overtake us," she concluded, shuddering. She arose and bathed her face to remove the traces of her emotion, and then dressing herself with unusual care, went down to join the guests at dinner, trusting that by candlelight no one would remark her lustreless eyes and exceeding pallor. But the fair bride-elect was the cynosure of all eyes, and more than one exclaimed at her ill looks. "I have a headache," she said wearily, "and a heartache also," she might truthfully have added. Richard came, as she had expected, during the evening, and with him the treacherous being who called himself his friend, to watch that Pearle should have no opportunity to confide his assertions to him. Pearle's eyes searched her lover's face when he came, as if her last hope depended on what she might read there. There was no consciousness of guilt upon that broad open brow, no lurking evil in the clear bright laughing eyes, and her confidence in him for the moment returned. "It cannot be," she thought within herself. "He could not be guilty of anything so monstrous. If I had but kept those checks, I could have confided all this trouble to him before I sleep, and been at rest. I will arrange some way tomorrow to go to the Dovecot, and if I find that that wretch has deceived me in the smallest particular, I will brave the worst and tell Richard." But Addison Cheetham managed it so that they scarce saw each other during the evening. Only a moment at parting did Richard find an opportunity to whisper a few fond words in her ear. "You look ill, beloved," he said, drawing her into the hall. "Does the sword still hang suspended above your head?" he asked playfully. Her heart bounded like a thing of life at his words. Surely no man steeped in guilt and crime could speak and look thus. She tried to smile, and her lips quivered slightly. If only she had dared to throw herself into his arms and sob out her wretchedness to him. "If only the hair will not break, there is no danger," she said, trying to speak lightly. But oh, how terribly significant were the words to her! How slender the hair that suspended the sword! Richard laughed as he bent and touched her lips with more than his wonted fondness. "Sleep well tonight, my darling," he whispered. "I shall come for you tomorrow, and take you to see the nest I have prepared for you. And a fitting one, I hope, it will prove to be, my Pearle, my precious wife, almost." He had not time to say more, for Addison Cheetham's evil face appeared in the doorway, an anxious expression upon it. He gave Pearle a warning glance, as if to bid her beware and not violate her promise to him. He then made his adieus and departed with his friend, while Pearle again sought her own rooms to battle anew with her fears and suspicions, her jealousy and indignation. One wild desire possessed her. In some way she must see the inmates of the Dovecot. But how to accomplish it was the question which tried her sorely. All day tomorrow she would be occupied, first at Linden Grange, and afterward with the constantly arriving guests. But the evening, the last night before her bridal, she might claim for herself. She might reasonably ask to be left alone, and no one would think strange of it. Then she would steal forth from the house, saddle her pony, gallop to that little cottage in the lane leading from the Uppingham road, and see for herself what she would see. Pearle Radcliffe had never been in the habit of praying much. She had never been taught to believe that all she had came from the hands of a provident Father of love for his child. True, she had regularly attended Sabbath school and the services of the church every Lord's Day, and given respectful attention to what she heard there, while as a child her frail mother had taught her to lisp a form of prayer. This, however, as she grew older, had been dropped, as being too simple and childish for her maturer years. Her brother's household was not altogether a reverent one, and so the poor child was far astray from the path where her feet should have walked. Tonight, oppressed by her trouble and fears, something of this seemed to be impressed upon her, and when she was ready for her rest, she knelt before her couch in the attitude of prayer, as if feeling the need of a stronger arm than her own to lean upon where the way looked so dark. It was not a prayer of faith that went up from Pearle Radcliffe's heart. It was a wild, passionate, selfish supplication that her life might not be ruined, that the cup which she had believed brimming with happiness, and which was already at her lips, might not be dashed from them before she had drunk of its contents. "Grant," she cried, "that he whom I love may prove the faithful, the true, good man I have always believed him to be. Send anything upon me. I can bear anything, save the knowledge that he is false. Prove him to be but true and noble. No other trial shall seem too hard for me to bear." A few weeks later she wondered that she could ever have been guilty of addressing such language, such a selfish, unholy prayer, to the One in whose hands lie the destinies of all men. But she was being led in a way she knew not, and it was only when the deep waters rolled over her that she began to realize that Pearle Ratcliffe, the proud, wilful, but petted darling of fortune and friends, whose pleasure and desires she had all her life been taught to regard as paramount to all else, was no greater than any other weak mortal who needed the great teacher to guide her life aright. And when at length that prayer was answered, though not in the way she had hoped, she realized, too, how infinite the wisdom that had directed her straying steps. 8. Linden Grange. Wednesday morn, the morning before Pearle's wedding, was a day of fairest, brightest beauty. "Auntie, Auntie Pearle, look out! God is smiling," called a sweet voice just beneath Pearle's window. She was nearly dressed, and she put her face out among the vines that clambered around it, and looked down into the sweet upturned countenance of her little niece, a witch, roguish and mischievous, but winsome and lovable as possible, was this little one of 4 summers, with her clear laughing brown eyes and dancing chestnut curls. "See," she added, glancing about her, "he is smiling everywhere." And so it seemed to Pearle. The glad earth appeared gilded with something more than its usual glory. The sun came rolling up in stately majesty, one huge mass of blazing, scintillating fire, everywhere distributing its beautifying beams on its way, and making the great vault above seem like some immense gilded dome faintly tinged with blue. The fresh green carpet beneath, the darker emerald, and crimson and gold of the foliage above, glittered as with countless points of flame. The waving grain, the budding and blooming flowers of 1,000 varied hues had, as it were, been touched with magic loveliness on this particular morning. From tree-top and hill-top, from valley and fen, hundreds of birds trilled forth their glad anthems of praise and joy, until it seemed as if the very air was laden with angelic music. Pearle gathered some of the late full-blown roses from the vine at her window, and pelted the little one beneath until she laughed aloud in her childish glee, making a pretty picture in her dainty white garments against the emerald sward, and causing the air to ring with her merriment. Then the nurse came and took her away, and Pearle, still leaning on the window-sill, let her eyes rove again over the scene of the beauty before her. "No one has a right to be unhappy on such a glad morning as this," she murmured, drawing in a long breath of the invigorating air. The night had been a long one to her. Restless and nervous, she had tossed upon her couch, beset with 1,000 haunting fears and fancies, while when she did at last sleep, her dreams were but a series of battlings with some invisible foes. "I will be happy for this one day," she cried with sudden resolution. "I will not be troubled by anything today. I will be Pearle Ratcliffe, favored and honored, with nothing but happiness and a joyous future in prospect. I will be as bright and glad as this lovely morning, casting care to the winds. No sorrow shall mar the next 12 hours, no distrust nor suspicion shall haunt me with their gaunt shadows. I will be gay and happy and free throughout this fair day, and then—" She suppressed the involuntary sigh that rose to her lips, and turned to the glass to give the few last touches to her toilette, resolutely trilling a fragment of a merry song. She had dressed herself in a bewitching robe of palest blue, with tiny ruffles of lace at the throat and wrists. Not an ornament was visible about her, save the rare ring and its guard which Richard Burnholm had placed upon her left hand as the seal of their engagement. She went to the window again, plucked a handful of half-blown rosebuds, and arranged them at her throat and in her belt. An innocent smile of pleasure at her own loveliness came to her red lips as she caught her reflection in the glass, a delicate colour crept into her cheeks, and the old merry light returned to her eyes. She was a delight to behold, as she resolutely left her troubles behind her, and went down to join her friends at breakfast. "There comes Pearle, and some witch has cast a beauty spell about her while she slept," cried Kate Griffith, a merry girl who was to be one of the bridesmaids tomorrow, and she sprang to meet her as she came slowly down the grand staircase. "Nay, that was cast upon her in her cradle, and every day has only served to enhance it," retorted Guy Strathmere, Miss Griffith's betrothed. whereupon that blooming young lady playfully pouted at him for having presumed to pay another such a compliment in her presence. "Happy is the bride that the sun shines upon, and I trust that this fair day is but the harbinger of tomorrow, and all of your life, my Pearle," said her brother, bending down to touch her forehead with his customary greeting. Her lovely face grew brighter at these words. Everybody was so bright and merry this morning that her own heart became lighter in sympathy with every moment. "It is a perfect day, and ominous, I trust, of the life that awaits you," said fair Alice Arnault, a heavenly-eyed, spiritual-looking girl, and Pearl's own particular friend. She slipped her arm around the gentle speaker's waist, drawing her to her in a close, affectionate clasp, and smiled fondly as she whispered her thanks for the prettily spoken wish. But the observant Alice thought she saw the scarlet lips tremble, notwithstanding their smile. "If only some good-natured witch will be so accommodating as to transform us all into beauties tonight while we sleep, how bewitching we shall be tomorrow," laughed the merry Kate with a saucy glance at her lover. "One would think that no wedding under the sun has been what this one is to be," said Charlotte Breton, another of the bridesmaids-to-be, and who had been invited to serve in that capacity simply because of her connection with the family. She had bloomed unheeded for several years, no appreciative lover having yet appeared to cull the flower from its parent stem, and the fair damsel's disposition had become somewhat soured from that fact, and all weddings nowadays were a thorn in the flesh to her. From the first she had envied Pearle on account of her rich and handsome lover, and the brilliant future apparently awaiting her, and she spoke now with considerable bitterness. "Don't be too sure," she continued ominously, "that Pearle is to be more especially favored than any other bride, and above all, don't invoke any witch's spells, or we shall all be sure to come to grief." "Be still, thou croaker!" cried the sprightly, irrepressible Kate. "Breathe not a single ominous word on this fair day. If you are not fond of witches, call them fairies, elves, sprites, but hark! There is the breakfast bell, and I'm not sure but that I want something rather more substantial than what our dainty elfin friends can give us." With a light musical laugh she slipped her hand within Pearle's unoccupied arm, and the three beautiful girls passed through the hall to the breakfast-room, followed by the rest of the party. Miss Griffith had noticed Pearle's sudden pallor, and the quickly drawn breath which followed Miss Breton's ill-natured words, and tried thus to efface their sting. It was a merry company that sat down to breakfast in the roomy apartment used on state occasions in Ashton Manor, and the lofty walls rang again and again with mirth and the music of joyous, happy voices. While Pearle, with whom to resolve was to perform, was not the least vivacious one among the company. Men and maids peeped in at the doors as they passed about their several duties to get a bit of the fun, and wished that there might be a wedding every year in the grand old house, if it could be filled with such gaiety and good cheer as now. Not long after breakfast, Richard Burnholm and his friend, for such he must be termed for the present, arrived to escort the party to Linden Grange. The young people were all out upon the lawn, and as the two men rode up the shaded driveway, Richard's fine eyes met those of his betrothed with a fondness and pride that made her heart bound and thrill as it had never done before. "He is not false," she whispered to herself, as, leaving her friends, she went forward to meet him. "What beauty-dispensing spirit has touched you this morning, my dazzling Pearle? I never saw you so fair before," he whispered, bending from his saddle that no one else might catch the words. Her scarlet lips parted in a radiant smile, the delicate color deepened in her cheek, and her glorious eyes met his with all their old fond trust as she answered, "That spirit's name must be love, I think, since I resolved this morning that I would enjoy to the full all with which it surrounds me. I was sad and depressed yesterday and the day before, but today I have vowed to be glad, to let no thought of evil trouble me, to bask in the joy of the present, love my love as fondly as I choose, hope for all things bright in the future, ignoring the past, and allowing coming events to care for themselves." She had spoken gaily and lightly, with a smile on her lips and a merry sparkle in her eyes, and she tried to believe all that she said. But down deep in her heart she knew that she was only trying to brace herself against the invisible foe that she felt was advancing steadily upon her. If such a resolve will always make you so fair, my darling, I pray you make it every morning. Now, dear, I would not mar the picture I love so well to gaze upon, but I must have those roses in your belt," Richard answered in his own gay strain. "You shall have them, Richard, but—" "I shall not subscribe to their language," Pearle answered, laughing, as she unfastened them to give to him. "And what is that?" he asked, bending nearer to the bright flushing face. "Thou hast stolen my affections." "And I have not?" "No, I freely gave them. Get down from your horse, and I will pin my buds to your coat." She lifted them to her face, as if to inhale their fragrance, but he saw her lips touch them with a mute caress, and his heart swelled with a rapture that was almost pain, that this peerlessly beautiful woman belonged to him with all the love of her rich nature. He sprang from his horse, longing to clasp her in his arms, and repay her then and there for the sweet words she had spoken. She arranged the flowers with a tender care, and then with graceful deliberation pinned them securely to his coat, even though she knew that Addison Cheetham, having exchanged greetings with the company, was now approaching them. She pretended not to see him at all, but moved off a step or two, her bright head a little inclined to one side, like some bright bird, as if to admire the work of her deft fingers. They made a pretty picture standing there, with the noble bay horse for a background. The bridle was thrown loosely over Richard's arm, and his stalwart, finely proportioned form contrasted favorably with the slender, graceful figure of the lovely girl in her delicately tinted robes, her fair hands fluttering among the flowers on his breast like some white-winged dove. They all noticed it and spoke of it. Addison Cheetham saw it too, and with exceeding bitterness in his heart. He could never hope to be loved in all his life as this bright and charming girl loved Richard Burnholm. "Ah, Miss Radcliffe, you have faultless taste," he said as he joined the lovers, and his eyes rested on the dainty boutonniere. He always called her Miss Radcliffe before Richard. "Yes, I think I have, if I might always be allowed to exercise it in my own way," Pearle remarked dryly, as, turning with a little gesture of defiance, she took her lover's arm, and they began to walk toward the house. The villain bit his lips with vexation at this shaft, and there was a baleful gleam in his eyes as he more slowly followed the handsome couple. Half an hour later a gay cavalcade dashed down the broad driveway, Richard Burnholm and his betrothed leading the way toward Linden Grange. Addison Cheetham had cleverly managed so that he rode directly behind them with Miss Charlotte Breton, feeling sure that Pearle would not dare make any confidential communications with him so near, and he had determined to keep a sharp eye upon all her proceedings that day. Arriving at Linden Grange, so called from the mammoth linden trees that bordered on either side the avenue leading to the mansion, grooms were in waiting to take the horses, and the party dismounted and entered the house. It was not a particularly imposing structure outwardly, but had a substantial home-like look that was very attractive. It had been put in thorough repair, and was as fresh and clean and beautiful as a heavy purse and a devoted heart could make it. Every apartment had undergone a complete renovation. Everything was in its proper place, and the taste and thoughtfulness displayed by the happy possessor did him great credit. The rooms which chiefly interested the ladies were the drawing-rooms and Pearle's own private apartments. These latter were pronounced by everyone to be perfect gems. The cosy parlor or boudoir, with its double-glass doors opening upon a balcony which commanded a magnificent view, was indeed a delightful room. The furnishings were all new and so delicately elegant. The carpet was of a pearl grey ground, with clusters of rich fuchsias intermingling with fine running vines and variegated mosses. The furniture of light and graceful pattern was upholstered in silk to match the ground of the carpet, with raised velvet flowers like those upon the floor. Beautiful little tables were here and there. An étagerie of exquisite design, and furnished with every accessory, was the especial delight of everyone. Beautiful vases of silver and porcelain and cut glass were scattered everywhere, and all filled with lovely flowers, plainly telling of the loving hand that had arranged them. Lovely pictures, not too many nor too large, but each one a gem, adorned the pearly-tinted walls. Silken curtains of pink to match the fuchsias in the carpet, and just shaded by misty lace, were looped from the large windows with heavy cord and tassels. The chamber beyond was furnished throughout in the same delicate tints, also the dressing-room, which was a marvel of luxury, even to the numberless toilet articles which were of pink and white Sèvres china, and were all marked in Grecian letters, Pearle. Standing at one end of the dressing-room and looking down through the whole suite, it seemed like some enchanting vision of loveliness. "Pearle, what a jewel of a husband you will have, and won't you be perfectly happy here?" said Kate Griffith, who had been enthusiastic in her praise of everything. "I certainly hope to be, Kate," Pearle answered very gravely, though a cold chill settled upon her heart and a terrible fear clouded her face for a moment. She had been deeply touched at the thoughtfulness and the delicate attention that had everywhere been paid to her wishes and tastes. Surely none but a strong, true love could have thus turned everything into beauty for her. "It is easy to judge from all this what color His Royal Highness likes best to have you surrounded by," remarked Miss Charlotte Breton, with an ill-concealed sneer, as she glanced around the rose-tinted apartments. It did not please her to see everything that heart could desire being thus showered upon this pale, proud girl of only 19, while she, at 26, had only a limited income, and was without a single attendant to boast of, or even care what tint was most becoming to her rather questionable complexion. "It is evident, I think, that Captain Bernholm considers Pearle will look well in any setting, judging from the varied hues with which he has furnished his home. There are drawing-rooms in old gold and gleaming white as rich as anything I ever saw. The library in warm bright crimson. The dining-room furnished with exquisitely carved oak and blue plush. The reception-rooms in green and gold, and the visitors' apartments in various other tints, in either of which Pearle will gleam as fair and pure as the gem for which she is named," said Alice Arnauld with a fond glance at her friend. "Foolish child!" cried Pearle with one of her brilliant smiles. "Do you think I am going to stand here and listen to such flattery and silly speeches? Come, I hear the gentlemen below. Let us go down into the library." And winding her arm about Alice's slight waist, she led the way downstairs. They found all the gentlemen gathered in the richly furnished library, examining the choice books and rare works of art collected there. Richard was standing by his desk as they entered, hurriedly turning over a pile of papers that lay there, and Pearle, as she moved toward him, thought he looked flushed and troubled about something. End of chapters 7 and 8. Chapters 9 and 10 of Lost, a Pearl by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. Words of Warning. "What are you looking for, Richard?" Addison Cheetham asked, coming forward just before Pearle reached him. "For a little memorandum book that I thought I left lying here yesterday," he replied, still continuing his search, the lines of anxiety deepening on his face. "What sort of a looking book was it?" asked the cunning villain, catching sight of Pearle's whitening face. "It was about 8 inches long by 6 broad, and had a black morocco cover. It was very careless in me to leave it lying about, but I was called out in a hurry, and then forgot to come and put it away before I went to town." Pearle, standing just behind him, heard all this, though it was intended only for his friend's ear, and her heart gave a great wild bound of agony, for too well she knew, or thought she knew, to what book he referred. Addison Cheetham made no reply, but took up another pile of letters and papers and began to look them over, while he furtively watched the young girl out of the corner of his eye. "Can this be it, Richard?" he asked after a moment, appearing to separate a little black-covered book from the mass which he was looking over, and holding it out to him. Richard Bernholm looked up quickly, and the troubled expression instantly faded from his face. "Yes, Ad, that is it. How glad I am to find it. I would not have lost it on any account. Yes," opening it and letting the pages slip through his fingers, "this is the very book, but how could it have got mixed up with those papers, I wonder?" His friend made no reply to this, and he hastily opened a small drawer, placed it within, shut it, locked it, and put the key in his pocket. Pearle had grown as white as a snowflake, and now turned and walked to a window to hide the sudden trembling with which she had been seized. The book was his, then. There could be no doubt of it. He had owned it in her presence and Addison Cheetham's. The worry had all faded out of his face when he saw it. He was so glad to find it. He would not have lost it for anything. What could she think? Must she believe that her almost husband, the man whom she had so loved and set upon a pinnacle far above his fellow men, was a traitor, a libertine, and a gambler? And yet when he spoke to her, when he looked at her, she would have been willing to stake her soul against his purity and truth. She could not fathom this dark mystery. She grew faint, dizzy, heartsick, and leaned her aching head against the cool glass of the window for support and to still the throbbing pain. Addison Cheetham quietly worked his way around to her side, while Richard was busy showing a portfolio of engravings to some of their friends. "You heard?" he said significantly in a low tone. She made a gesture of impatience and repulsion. He frowned, but continued. "You heard him own it. You cannot doubt now. Will you choose? You cannot marry such a villain, knowing all that you do." "That, I suppose, is optional with myself," she tried to say with something of her old spirit. But he saw that she was suffering torture. "Do not deceive yourself. If you ever marry him, it will not be tomorrow. For, I swear it, you shall be separated at the very altar. Give me the promise I seek, or the consequences be upon your own head," he whispered warningly. She longed to cry aloud and ease the numbing pain at her heart. She shook in every limb. She felt as if her senses were leaving her. She must be alone for a while and compose herself, or she would be the mark of every eye in the room. "I cannot decide now, not now," she said with white lips, and noiselessly pushing open the window, she stepped out upon the lawn and disappeared among the trees. Addison Cheetham was half tempted to follow her, but he did not upon second thought. Her last words had given him more hope than he had dared to dream of before. "Not now," she had said, showing that the thought had been in her heart, and there was a possibility that he might win at last. "Not now, but tomorrow at this time she will be mine," he said exultingly, as he turned his attention to the other guests, and for half an hour made himself so entertaining that Pearl's absence was not remarked by them. But Richard missed her after a time, and quietly withdrew to seek her. He came upon her sitting in a little rustic arbor at the foot of a shaded walk. There was a look of horror in her eyes that startled him. Her lips were perfectly hueless, and her cheeks like marble. "Pearle, my darling, what is it?" he demanded, alarmed. "A little dizzy turn. I thought if I came out by myself I should get over it quietly without disturbing anyone," she returned, but her voice was hollow and unnatural. She arose as if to return to the house. She knew but too well that Addison Cheetham would follow them. And besides, her brain was in such a whirl that she could not talk now, even if she was disposed to confide in him. But Richard drew her fondly within his arms, kissed her white face, and then regarded her anxiously. "How glad I shall be to get you away from all this worry and excitement, my own," he said. "We will go somewhere for a while, and be just as quiet as we can be. You are growing pale and hollow-eyed, my love. And yet I thought I never saw you so beautiful as you were this morning." "Is it my beauty you love?" Pearle asked, scarce knowing what she said, she was so absorbed in considering whether she dare, after all, confess to him what was troubling her. He laughed his free, careless laugh as he tightened his clasp about her. "My love," he said with such a true, earnest look in his eyes, "yesterday while I was in London, I bought for your bridal gift a set of jewels. I chose those that had rich and beautiful settings, for only such are fit for rare and costly gems. But, dear, the settings without their gems would be comparatively worthless. You are beautiful, Pearle. I love to look upon your beauty, but that alone would not satisfy me. It is the pure true soul that shines through it, enhancing it, that I love." "You do believe me pure and true, then? You have full faith in me?" she cried, clinging to him and trembling. "Assuredly, my darling. How strange of you to ask me that at this late hour. Can anything have disturbed your faith in me?" he asked with a puzzled look into her troubled face. "Oh, Richard, I love you, I love you," she sobbed passionately. "Margaret," Richard Burnholm said with grave reproof, but with infinite tenderness. "Something troubles you. You have evaded my question. Now tell me what all this pallor, this sorrow and trembling means." He pushed her gently back into the chair from which she had risen, and gathering her cold, trembling hands in his, waited for her to tell him. She looked up into his face. There was nothing false there. No truer light had ever gleamed in the eye of man than in that which was looking so steadily and tenderly into her own. A wild resolve took possession of her. She would tell him everything. Why had she not done so before, she wondered? Why had she distrusted and wronged him so, and listened instead to the vile insinuations of his enemy? "I will tell you, Richard," she began, half the burden slipping from her heart with her wise resolve. "You know—" She stopped with a start and uttered an impatient cry. "Oh, there is that dreadful man again. He haunts me like some grim spectre." Richard looked up and saw Addison Cheetham approaching, and his own brow clouded with vexation. He realized for the first time that always of late, when he had attempted to say a few words alone to his betrothed, he was sure to be interrupted by his friend. It was annoying, truly, but he did not attribute the circumstance to anything intentional on his part. "I am sorry, dear, that we should be interrupted," he said soothingly, "but I will see you again, if possible. At all events, tomorrow you will have a right to tell me everything that troubles you, and no one will interfere." "No, please, Richard, I must tell you now. Send him away, and let me tell you now," she pleaded wearily. "That would be hardly civil, Pearle, when I can see you any time. You are tired and nervous. We will go back to the house and have some luncheon, after which you shall tell me all that troubles you." He took her hand and laid it upon his arm to lead her away, just as Addison Cheetham reached the entrance to the arbor. He had brought a message from the housekeeper, he said, that luncheon was ready to be served, and the guests were waiting for them. He darted an angry, warning look at Pearle. Something told him that he had been just in season to prevent a disclosure. He felt convinced that no danger had been done, since Richard's manner toward him was unchanged. But he swore he would not lose sight of either of them again that day. Richard led Pearle to the dining-room, and seated her at a little table in a sunny bay window, and devoted himself to her with all the delicate care he knew so well how to bestow, and thus shielded her from the notice of the company. He succeeded in talking a tinge of colour back to her cheek, and something of the old light to her eyes, and once he even made her laugh outright by relating an amusing incident that had occurred during his absence the previous day. The other guests were in the gayest of spirits, and the hour passed most merrily. But Addison Cheetham watched with the eye of a lynx every motion of that pair by the little table in the bay window, while scarce a mouthful of that tempting lunch passed his lips. Pearle noticed it, but she did not care. She was growing calmer every moment. She had made up her mind now that she would not sleep until she had confessed all his villainy and her own suspicions to her lover. She had made up her mind, I say, but, how little a thing sometimes serves to change the current of our whole lives. "You are better, my Pearle," Richard whispered, when lunch was over and they were leaving the dining-room. "Come into the library, and I will let you read something about magnified fears, while you rest a while longer and I attend to ordering the horses." Smiling archly into her brightening face, he was leading her toward the library when someone spoke to him in the hall. "I will be with you in a moment," he called without stopping. He found her an easy-chair, then went and brought a little book that had been lying on his desk. He was about turning to the page he wanted when Addison Cheetham's voice called from the doorway. "Richard, someone wants you outside." "Yes, yes," he returned impatiently. Then, putting the book into Pearle's hand, he said, laughing, "I am in great demand, you perceive. You will find what I referred to on the 120th page, I think." Then he went out and left her sitting there alone. Absently she toyed with the book for a moment. Then it suddenly fell open at a page where there appeared to be a marker. It was not the 120th, however. It was the 50th, and Pearle never forgot how it looked as long as she lived. There was writing on the marker which was nothing more than a slip of paper, and before she was conscious of the fact, she had read the words penned there. Read them, and seemed suddenly turned to stone. "Dear Richard, come to me once more, if only for a few moments before you go. Ariel." She rose from her chair as if impelled by some resistless motive power as she read those delicately written words, rose up, crushing the slip of paper in her white hand while the book went spinning unheeded across the floor. She was like some beautifully chiseled statue, her lips curling with scorn, her eyes flashing with anger and outraged affection. "I will tell him nothing," she cried, lifting her proud head with an air of haughty defiance. "I will go myself and see. I will tell no one, and then, if it is true—" She reeled at the thought, and stretched out her hand to the mantel for support. But the look of pride returned to her face almost immediately. "If it is true," she repeated, "then he shall suffer as I have suffered." She thrust that bit of crushed paper into the depths of her pocket, then gathering up the trailing skirt of her habit, she swept from the room with a firm, proud tread. She met Richard in the great hall. "Did you get tired waiting?" he asked, smiling. "I was just coming to confess you," he added playfully. "There is no need. I am not in a penitential mood now," she answered, making an effort to reply in the same strain. "Ah, my little poem on magnified fears has dispelled the mood, perhaps." "Yes, what I read has banished it," she returned dryly, with a searching look into his face. They were joined by others of the party now, and there was no time to say more. But there was a sense of unrest and perplexity in Richard Burnholm's heart, such as he had never experienced before during all his engagement to Pearle. He had never seen her appear so strangely before, but he laid it to weariness and nervousness, and tried to think that all would be well after tomorrow. He and his friend accompanied the party back to Ashton Manor, and remained to dinner. Pearle exerted herself to appear her best. No one should suspect the bitterness that was gnawing at her heartstrings. She was brilliant and merry during the evening, and dressed in trailing robes of rose-colored silk, heavily corded with white moss roses at her neck and in her glossy braids, she was more exquisitely lovely than it is possible to describe. No one ever forgot the dazzling beauty who was the life of the whole company on that last evening before that strange wedding at Ashton Manor. Richard took an early leave, saying in a laughing way that it was her last evening of freedom, and he would allow her to spend it as she chose, unchecked by his watchful eye. Besides, he added, he had a little matter of business that must be attended to before the morrow. A little matter of business. The words pierced her like an arrow. It was doubtless connected with Ariel and her child. She had written him to come. As soon as possible after his departure, Pearle excused herself to the guests and left the drawing-room. As she passed through the hall and was about ascending the stairs, Addison Cheetham presented himself before her, hat in hand, as if to make his adieus. "Have you decided?" he demanded in low, stern tones. "No," she briefly returned. "But you will decide tonight. You will be my wife tomorrow." "You are mad. I, your wife," she cried with curling lips and flashing eyes. She was glorious in her proud, angry beauty, and he was more than ever determined to win her. "No, it is you who are mad because you refuse to save the man whom you profess to love. You can save him only in one way. You may defy me if you dare. The consequences will be upon your own head and his. He may meet you at the church. You may go with him to the altar railing. But before you can say the words that shall make you his wife, he will be arrested, and no power shall save him from a felon's fate. Will you see him hurled into disgrace, from which he can never recover? Can you bear to know that he will wear out his life in a dungeon, or that, should he live to emerge from it, he could never resume his old place among men, but live and die branded with infamy? Can you bear all this, you who say you love him? Or will you save him? You alone, I tell you, can do it." His words had been swift and fierce, burning into her brain like a hot iron. "Oh, heavens!" she cried, clutching at the baluster for support. "What spirit of evil sent you hither?" "Hush!" he cried sharply. "No one must suspect this. I give you one last chance. Think of what I have said tonight, and mark me, I will surely carry out my purpose. but I will give you all the time there is. I will not press you further now, but I will meet you at the church at 11 tomorrow. An officer in Her Majesty's service will be there also, to do his duty in case you fail me. You will go to the altar with me instead of Richard Burnholm. I have already procured the special license necessary." She put out her hand with a gesture of horror at this, but he continued without appearing to notice it. "Of course such a proceeding will occasion much remark and scandal, but we can fly from it all, and be free from all unpleasant speeches." What are you? There never was a more fiendish plot contrived since Lucifer rebelled in heaven," Pearle said in tones of mingled horror and hatred. "To ruin the life of a man who has been so stanch a friend to you, and to compel me to such a confederate act, is too horrible to contemplate." "You can choose the only alternative if you see fit," he answered moodily. "I realize that fact," she returned bitterly, yet in such tones of anguish that he took courage. "I shall bring those forged checks to the church, and the moment you are my wife they shall be yours, to do with as you will." "Give them to me now," she cried eagerly. "No, no, my fair Pearle. I was very careless in allowing you to get them into your possession the other day. I shall not trust them with you again until after 11 tomorrow," he replied significantly. "What do you expect to gain if I consent to the sacrilege you propose?" "The loveliest bride in all England," he said with an eager look into her face. "Listen to me," she commanded, leaning toward him, and almost transfixing him with the strange gleam that had come into her eyes. "If you drive me to do this thing, mind, I do not say that you will, but if you do, I warn you that you shall live to repent it in dust and ashes." She did not give him a second in which to reply, but turning, she fled like a flash of light up the stairs. And with a moody face and a frowning brow, he silently left the house. That last night was not a tranquil one for him. 10. What Pearle Saw. Pearle, after leaving Addison Cheetham, sped to her own room, panting and trembling in every limb. But there was no time to give way to her own feelings now. She had other work to do. With eager haste she removed her rich robes, and again donned her riding habit, knotted a heavy scarf around her throat, tied a thick veil about her face. Then with wide staring eyes, and teeth that chattered with nervousness, she sped down a back staircase that was seldom used, and let herself out by a side door. She flew to the stable where her horse was kept. He was in a box stall to which she had a key, and as she turned it in the lock, a gentle whinny told her that she had been recognized by the intelligent brute. It was but the work of a few seconds to get his bridle and saddle and put them on. She had been taught how when quite a young girl at her own request, and the knowledge served her well now. There was no one about the stables. The servants belonging there had all performed their allotted duties, and were now in the kitchen, making merry in anticipation of the morrow's festivities. She next strewed the floor with some straw to deaden the sound of her horse's hoofs, led him quietly forth, and sprang into the saddle. Avoiding the gravelled driveway, she guided him along the softer turf until she reached the highway. Then, touching him lightly with her whip, she galloped over the road like the wind. 10 miles to the Dovecote. It was a long ride all alone in the night, and a dreary one too, being over a lonely road. But she knew every step of the way well, and she never stopped to consider the distance, for a matter of more vital consequence depended upon the issue of her journey. 3 miles of the way had been accomplished, when Pearle thought she heard the gallop of another horse behind her. Her heart almost ceased its beating as she surmised who it might be that was travelling the same road with herself at that time of night. She drew her rein and guided her horse beneath the thick shadow of some overhanging trees, and waited. Horse and rider were both absolutely motionless, while that other equestrian came bounding rapidly on, passed the spot, and then was gone. Pearle had strained her eyes to catch a glance of that flying steed and its rider. The night was not so very dark, although the moon had not yet risen, and she easily distinguished the manly form, familiar as the day to her, seated on the proud bay horse which had so many, many times trotted by her side. It was even as she had thought, Richard Burnholm on his handsome bay horse Major. With a moan of pain, Pearle turned her horse again into the road, to follow him at a slower pace. Her heart was well-nigh breaking, for it told her that he was going to Ariel, as she had bidden him in that little note, which even now was lying crumpled and crushed in the pocket of her riding habit. Yet she did not feel quite so lonely as she had done before he passed. There was a certain sense of protection in knowing that, in case of danger, she could fly to his side and be safe, though it would have been a desperate need that would have made her do that, believing what she did. As closely as she dared she followed that rapidly receding figure, and finally turned from the little lane leading from the main road. 10 minutes later Richard Burnholm alighted before the little cottage she knew so well, and which was almost covered with ivy and woodbine. A light gleamed from one of the windows which faced the lane, and seemed almost as if it had been set there as a beacon to guide someone expected. Pearle drew her rein at some distance from the place, but yet where she could see plainly, and then sat still and watched. She saw Richard fasten his horse to a hitching-post outside the gate, then spring with light footsteps up the path leading to the cottage and rap upon the door. It was opened almost instantly, a few low, eager words of greeting were spoken by someone, then he disappeared, and the door was shut. Quick as a flash, Pearle sprang from her horse, and leading him among some bushes by the roadside, securely fastened him there. "Keep quiet, my good prince. Do not betray your mistress," she said, patting him gently on the neck, then she too sped toward the vine-clad nest. Without stopping to consider the very questionable errand upon which she had come, she directed her steps toward the window through which the light still shone. The curtain was only partially drawn, as one half of the blind was closed, and she could distinctly see all that the room contained. It proved to be a bedroom, and daintily furnished in blue and white, colors so befitting a blonde, Pearle thought, with a curl of her proud lip. A pretty set of black French walnut made the room attractive and homelike, while the dainty toilette appurtenances upon the low dressing-case and commode were as rich and elegant as her own at home. Upon the bed, softly shaded by rich lace curtains, there lay a lovely child asleep. A fair, rosy cherub he was, with dimples in his plump little hands, and grace and beauty in every outline. Pearle nearly cried aloud as she looked upon this sleeping innocent. Unmistakably she could trace familiar lineaments there. In the room beyond she could hear voices, the deep full tones of a man's, and the softer sweeter sound of a woman's, but she could catch no word that was uttered, neither could she see Richard Burnholm's companion, though she would have given much to do so. For 15 or 20 minutes she stood there watching that sleeping boy and listening to those voices within, her face like that of a dead person, her hands clutching almost frantically at the window-sill. At last, and it seemed as if the sight must smite her with blindness, Richard Burnholm came into the room where the unconscious sleeper lay. He went softly to the bedside, a fond smile on his handsome lips, a tender light in his dark eyes. He put back the lace curtain and toyed a moment with the moist clustering hair upon the fair brow, raised one of the dimpled hands in his own, and then, bending down, lightly kissed the rosy cheek, smoothed the bedclothes over the graceful form, turned the light down to a pleasant dimness, and then went out as softly as he had come. Was he thus bidding a fond good-bye to his boy? Had he stolen hither to take a tender farewell of his hidden treasures before departing with his bride on the morrow? And did Ariel know of his contemplated marriage? If so, how must she feel? And would she presume, would she dare, to still claim the love and care that had to all appearances been hers heretofore? These thoughts were maddening to Pearle. It seemed as if molten lead was surging through every vein, and outraged affection, anger, and jealousy for the time rendered her nearly insane. "Does he think to deceive me thus?" she breathed through her tightly closed teeth. "Does he think that I, a Radcliffe, will bear it, that I will tamely submit to share his love in any such manner? No, nothing would be too bad for him, and I am ready for anything. His own life shall be blighted on the morrow, even as he has dared to blight mine and insult me by giving me the second place in his heart." Again she bent her head to listen. She stood on tiptoe and laid her cheek against the window-pane, but she could catch no word, only the sound of subdued voices in earnest conversation. and it seemed as if she must scream aloud in her agony, and beat upon that window until she had dashed it into atoms. At last the interview seemed to be ended, for Richard opened the door and came out upon the little porch. "Take good care of yourself, Ariel," he said in his rich, deep tones, "and be sure nothing happens to Richie. He is a treasure of whom any father might be proud." A deep sigh tingled upon Pearle's already burning ears. "I shall miss you, Richard," returned a sweet voice that was full of tears. "I know you will, Ariel," was the low, sympathetic reply. "Your life must be very lonely, and it is hard that it should be so, but do not lose your courage. I shall be back again as soon as possible, and I hope that you will be happy again by and by. Do not spare for anything that you want or need, for I have made a deposit for you in your own name in the county bank. And if anything happens to you or the little one, telegraph me at once. I will keep you posted regarding my movements. Now, God bless you, dear child, and good-bye." There was a moment of silence, as of a strong and lingering hand-clasp, and that pale, passion-torn girl outside bent breathlessly forward to note what followed. She could just distinguish the outline of two figures within the shadow of the vines, and as she looked, Richard Burnholm bent forward and touched his lips tenderly to his companion's forehead. Then, without another word, turned and walked rapidly down the little path while the door of the cottage was closed and locked. Pearle crouched close among the heavy vines until her faithless lover, as now she fully believed him to be, had mounted and rode away. Then she sank prone upon the wet turf, while her body writhed and was distorted by the fierce agony which she suffered, and dare not give expression to, lest she should disturb the inmates of the cottage. It was a sight to make the heavens weep in sympathy with. But the mute stars alone were witnesses of her grief, and only the dew-laden vines above dropped their silent tears upon the crushed and heart-broken girl. But it would not do for her to linger longer there, and she soon staggered to her feet, and dragged her weary steps to where she had fastened her horse, climbed into the saddle, and then sped away like the wind toward home. She never could recall afterward much regarding that ride. Her faithful horse must have borne her safely back to Ashton Manor without any guidance from her hand, for she was benumbed and deadened to all outward objects, and it was a matter of wonder when she came to think of it, how she had even managed to keep her seat. That scene she had just witnessed, those words she had heard, the consciousness that all of which Addison Cheetham had accused her lover was indeed true, burned into Pearle Radcliffe's brain with a pain so horrible that it was a marvel she did not go mad. Again in imagination she saw Richard Burnholm, her lover, her almost husband, bending tenderly over Ariel's child, kissing him fondly, and toying with his raven locks. Again she heard him say, "God bless you, dear child, and good-bye." She could almost feel that mute hand-clasp, and see the tenderness that beamed from eye to eye as he took such fond farewell of that beautiful woman, whom doubtless he had loved for years. "I will not bear it," she cried, fiercely slapping the reins sharply upon the neck of the already flying beast. "I will not be so cheated for nothing. To be drawn almost to the altar, and then to discover that I have been made such a dupe, a plaything, a stepping-stone to a fortune, perhaps to support them. I can never endure it. The guests are here. Tomorrow the church will be crowded with the interested and curious to see the grand wedding. Heavens, I can never go to the altar with him now. Can I, with that other?" She shuddered, she reeled, and nearly fell from her saddle at the thought. But if she did not, there would be no wedding. Richard would be arrested, and all this disgraceful thing would have to be explained. "Oh, Richard, Richard," she moaned, "you have broken my heart, you have ruined my life, and still I love you with a deathless love. I cannot see you disgraced. It would kill me outright to know you were behind prison bars, and to hear your fair name bandied from mouth to mouth in scorn and contempt. Can I save you? Dare I save you? In that way?" And all the rest of the way home her white lips kept muttering, "Can I? Can I? until finally some mocking sprite seemed to catch the words up and reversing them shouted in her ears, "I can! I can!" She had barely strength enough left when she at last reached Ashton Manor to fasten her horse in his stall, sweep out of sight the straw she had strewn over the floor for him to walk on, and then steal noiselessly back to her own room. The house was not yet closed for the night. The guests were still below having a merry time, and her absence had not been discovered. Wearied out with her long ride, weak and faint with suffering and excitement, she crept into her bed, where all night long those words like jingling bells seemed sounding in her brain. "Can I? Can I? I can! I can!" End of chapters 9 and 10. Chapter 11 of Lost to Pearle by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The Wedding Day. Pearle Radcliffe's wedding day broke as perfect and cloudless as the previous morning had been. The birds sang as gaily, the air was as fresh and sweet, the whole earth bloomed and glowed with as rich a beauty, and God smiled everywhere. But for the pale, hollow-eyed bride lying in her darkened chamber, all the beauty in the world was dead. She never hoped to take pleasure in aught that was fair or lovely again. Who can describe what the night had been to her? Step by step she had gone over every event that had occurred during the past 4 weeks. She remembered how, at the very first, she had felt a secret aversion towards Addison Cheetham, how ominous his name had sounded in her ears, how repulsive his face with its reddish-brown eyes and sinister smile had been to her. She recalled how his glance had appeared to follow her wherever she went, from the first moment of his introduction to her, and how, little by little, he had grown more familiar with her, until that day of the excursion he had dared to insult her by proclaiming his love for her. She believed him to be a selfish, vindictive man with neither principle nor honor. She knew that he meant to ruin Richard, and she knew that he meant to accomplish that end by compelling her to become his wife. How cunningly he had contrived it all, by placing Richard's fate in her hands. If she did not accede to his terms, Richard would be ruined and disgraced irrevocably. His fair fame and name would be tarnished in the sight of the world, and nothing could ever restore it to honor and respect. On the other hand, she could save him from this if she would. She could preserve his name and honor before the world. No one need ever know but he and his foe, Ariel and herself, of what he was guilty. But how fearful the sacrifice! What a cursed future there would be for her, not to mention the scandal that would be created by an act for which she alone would be blamed. Could she bear it? Could she do it? It mattered little what became of her now, she thought. Her heart was broken, and the sooner her life's drama was played out and ended, the better it would be. But the idea of yielding to such a villain, to acknowledge his power over her, and humble herself beneath it, this was the hardest part of the battle to her, and the most humiliating to her pride. She read Addison Cheetham like an open book. She knew that he was desirous of marrying. He wanted both a rich and beautiful wife to preside in his home, accompany him upon excursions of pleasure, and to present to his friends. Pearle was both rich and beautiful. She was all that the most exacting could desire in a wife, and he had determined that he would win her, if not by fair means, then by foul. It mattered little whether she loved him or not, so that his ambition and selfish desires were satisfied. She realized how cunningly he must have set himself to work to ferret out the secrets of Richard Burnholm, how he must have abused his confidence and pried into his private affairs to get possession of those checks and the memorandum book by which he had proved to her his infamy and wickedness. Yes, proved, for since her visit to the Dovecote, she was indeed satisfied that she had loved not wisely, but too well. It would not have been so hard to have had him die with some fell disease and buried from her sight forever, as it was to thus sit down and deliberately try to slay the love and honor that she had always had for him, and that had become, as it were, a part of her own life. But it must be done. At least she must cast him from her as one utterly unworthy, and it did not matter much what became of her afterward. She could never be his wife now. The vision of that beautiful sleeping child, The sound of that woman's low, sweet tones would forever haunt her if she did, and become a grim spectre from which she could never escape. But it was a fearful alternative, but she strove to consider it with calmness and fortitude. She could at least save him from a felon's doom, from disgrace, and a name forever blighted. She could, like some heathen wife, build the funeral pyre for her dead love, and then sacrifice herself upon it. And perhaps sometime Richard might repent, and right the wrong he had done Ariel and her child. Yes, ere the morning broke she had decided to accede to Addison Cheatham's fiendish proposal. But, she had added to herself, let him beware for having driven me to any such desperate measure. When Elizabeth, her maid, came to awake her in the morning, she started back with an exclamation of terror at the change that had taken place during the night in her fair young mistress. "What is it, Miss Pearle? What has happened?" she asked, anxiously scanning the sunken, lustreless eyes, the hueless cheek, and marble lips. "I have not slept," Pearle said briefly, yet shuddering at the memory of all she had suffered. "I should think not, indeed. You are ill, wretchedly ill. There can be no wedding today," the girl cried nervously. "Oh yes, you need not fear for a disappointment like that. I will not cheat the world of their wedding," Pearle said with a harsh, bitter laugh that frightened the girl still more. "I shall go and call my lady. You need a physician," she returned, moving toward the door, and beginning to think that Pearle was delirious. "Stop, Elizabeth. You will do no such thing," Miss Radcliffe answered authoritatively, and realizing the necessity of controlling herself. "You will say nothing to anyone regarding my appearance this morning. You will simply give orders that I am not to be disturbed until the hour arrives for us to go to the church. Do you understand?" "Yes'm, but say no more about the matter then, if you please. Go, and bring me the strongest cup of coffee you can get the cook to make." Pearle waved her hand with an air of stern command, and her voice was sharp and peremptory. The girl retired at her bidding, astonished and deeply hurt by her mistress's words and manner. Pearle had never spoken to her in such a way before, in all the years during which she had so faithfully served her. Poor Pearle, too, lost all self-control as soon as she was left alone again. The sight of Elizabeth's affectionate, pitying face unnerved her, and she fell to nervous sobbing and moaning. But it was only for a moment or two, for when the girl returned she was outwardly calm again, and drank the coffee she brought without a word. She turned away with loathing, however, from the tray of dainty food which the faithful girl had prepared for her. "I cannot eat," she said. "What shall I do for you?" the maid asked, almost weeping. "You don't look like a happy bride, Miss Pearle. You should be blithe as a lark, and you look more fit for your coffin." "I am more fit to be laid in my coffin. My heart is broken," Pearle cried, wildly wringing her hands until their joints snapped. "Kind heaven, hear her! And on her wedding day, too!" gasped the girl, amazed. Knock after knock came upon the chamber door, and the sweet voices of the bridesmaids begged to come in and wish the fair bride-elect joy, that the day was so propitious. But to all she turned a deaf ear. She would not permit one to enter, not even the gentle Alice Arnauld, who went away grieved and troubled on account of it. To her brother's wife she excused herself by saying she wished no one around her save Elizabeth, who could do everything, and she wished to be quiet as long as possible. Thus she secured solitude for herself and sat like a block of marble while Elizabeth, almost as white as her mistress, arrayed her for the altar. The wedding party were to assemble in the library at 10:30. The carriages were to leave for the church 15 minutes later, and Captain Bernholm was to meet them there. At 20 minutes of 11 the bridesmaids with their attendants had all gathered in the library, and a fairer group had never graced a wedding than those fair girls who were to accompany lovely Pearle Radcliffe to the altar. There were 12 in all, and each was dressed most tastefully and becomingly. Fair Alice Arnauld, Pearle's most valued friend and first bridesmaid, was dressed in silk and gauze over heavy white silk, and which was looped with clusters of rich velvety golden-lipped pansies, while in one white-gloved hand she carried a lovely basket filled with the same flowers. Pansies that a little sunbeam bold kissed on their lips their tints of gold. She was the sweetest of them all, fair though they were, and fittest to stand beside the lovely bride. The hour hand on the golden clock pointed to 15 minutes of 11, and all began to be anxious for the appearance of Pearle. She came at last, leaning upon the arm of her brother the Earl of Derwentwater, who had gone to her chamber to bring her down. But every smile vanished, every lip was mute as she entered the room, for something terribly ominous in that waxen face forbade even the form of congratulation, or a murmur of admiration. The stony eyes were fixed on vacancy, appearing to see no one. She greeted no one, but stood like some figure carved in marble, while the Earl, himself apparently much disconcerted, hurried their guests to their several carriages. She looked like a bride of snow, for there was not an atom of colour about her to relieve the dead white of her attire. The long, heavy Lyons satin was a marvel of richness and elegance. The veil, wrought by hand, and made to order in Brussels, was the rarest thing of the kind that had ever been seen in all the county of Leicestershire. Her beautiful arms were like polished ivory, and just shaded by the rare Spanish lace sleeves that hung loose and flowing from the shoulder. Not a single flower graced her person, although Captain Burnholm for the last month had been forcing his orange trees for this very purpose, and only that morning had sent over a large basketful of choice fragrant blossoms. When Elizabeth would have twined them amid the masses of her chestnut hair, shudder after shudder shook her, and she cried aloud with pain, beating them away with her hands. "Take them from my sight. I cannot wear them," she had said, with a look that frightened the girl. Then, with her own hands, she had bound a coronet of gleaming pearls about her head. Everyone in the library had noticed this change, and wondered what had become of the bridegroom's beautiful donation. But with that stony face and those hopeless eyes before them, no one dared to breathe a word of inquiry. What had happened? Could the lovers have quarrelled at the last moment? Was that the reason why Pearle had excused herself from the company and kept her room last night? Was that why she would not wear his flowers? Something like this the bridesmaids asked each other on their way to church, their bright faces clouded, and an ominous chill settling down upon their hearts, and robbing the fair morning of its glory. "I told them not to be too sure," muttered Charlotte Breton with a wise shake of her head. "They invoked the witches, and a spell has been cast upon this wedding, or I'll lose my guess." Arrived at the church, the party alighted and entered the vestibule, where Richard Burnholm and Addison Cheetham awaited them, the latter with a face nearly as white as Pearle's own. Richard started forward, and uttered a cry of dismay as Pearle entered, leaning on the arm of her brother. He met her just as she crossed the threshold. He held out both hands to her, a look of keenest anxiety on his handsome face. Was this the fair, fond bride he had expected to meet, this creature of stone, this vision of ice and snow? She shrank from him with a gesture of loathing that seemed to cut his very heartstrings asunder, and which made her brother and every one present stare at her in undisguised wonder. All save Addison Cheetham, whose face lighted as if by magic as he noticed it, and with a swift, light step he advanced and stood by her side. Richard frowned at this presumptuous act, but more intent upon his betrothed's appearance than anything else, he bent near her and whispered, "Pearle, Margaret, are you ill? Why do you look at me thus?" She dropped the Earl's arm and moved farther away from him, an icy shiver shaking her from head to foot. "What is it? What troubles her?" Richard asked, turning to her brother. "I do not know. She will not answer a single question. I found her like this when I went to bring her to the carriage. Not a word can I draw from her lips," he answered gloomily. Addison Cheetham reached down and took one of Pearle's gloved hands in his. Then turning to Richard he said in a cold, hard tone, "Captain Burnholm, Miss Ratcliffe desires to be released here and now from her engagement to you." Richard Burnholm's face paled to the hue of death at these startling words. Then turning upon him haughtily he said, "What idle jesting is this? It ill befits anyone upon such an occasion." "It is not idle jesting, as you will find. Ask for yourself," was the calm reply. The whole party was stricken dumb for the moment. The Earl looked as if he could strike the man senseless at his feet, if he had had the power to move. Richard gazed in speechless astonishment from one to another, as if demanding some explanation of the strange, the horrible words he had heard. He knew that something was wrong with Pearle, or she would never have met him thus. What could it all mean? Those stony, vacant eyes, the colorless face, the drawn and compressed lips, that erect, repelling attitude. This was not the sweet, bright face he had kissed but yesterday. Surely those were not the same lips that had so passionately told him that she loved him. But great heaven! All at once he recalled her nervousness and pallor, her eager desire to tell him something. He remembered the horror in her eyes and her white face when he had found her in the rustic arbor, and how she had evaded his question when he had asked if anything had disturbed her faith in him. Had that foreshadowed this? Why, oh, why had he not waited and heard her confession then? Why had he not sent Addison Cheetham away and listened to her, as she had begged him to do? What did he mean now by asking him to release Pearle? Had he won her away from him? It looked like it, with him standing so confidently by her side, holding her white-gloved hand, while there was a strange gleam in his eyes and a smile about his lips that he had never seen there before. It was so evil, so triumphantly sinister, that it made him shiver. But it could not be true. It must be all a farce, although rather an untimely one. For had not Pearle only yesterday called Addison that hateful man? But he scanned her face again eagerly. She might have been deceiving him. She might have been acting a part. The Earl of Derwentwater strode forward and seized the fair girl by the arm, his brow black with wrath, his eyes flashing angrily. He was about to address her, when Richard interrupted him. "Pearle, what fearful thing is this?" he demanded in shaking tones of the motionless bride. But he might as well have spoken to a block of stone. Her eyes were still looking vacantly before her, and she did not even appear to hear him. "Margaret, speak!" commanded the Earl in low repressed tones. "Tell me, Pearle, is it true, as he says, that you wish to be released from your troth to me, here and now?" She shuddered at his words, but bowed her head in prompt assent. "My God!" And Richard Burnholm staggered back as if he had been struck a heavy blow. "Are you mad, Margaret Radcliffe?" cried her brother, terribly excited, while dire confusion prevailed among the bridal party. "What does this mean?" the Earl haughtily demanded, turning to Addison Cheetham. "It means, my lord, that Miss Radcliffe has changed her mind, and intends to marry me instead of Captain Burnholm," he returned with insolent assurance. "'Tis false. I will not believe it," hoarsely whispered Richard, great drops of agony breaking out upon his forehead. Then again he appealed to the stony-eyed bride. "Pearle, tell me, as you value your future, have I been deceived, duped? Did you come hither this morning to wed him instead of me?" Again she bowed, but no words issued from her drawn lips. "Do you wish it? Do you love him? Have you ceased to love me? Was it this you wished to tell me yesterday?" he demanded breathlessly. The white lids quivered above those vacant eyes, a spasm of pain contracted her whole face, and he could hear her white teeth grate one upon another, as she once more inclined her proud head in token of assent. The Earl was in despair, the bridesmaids grew weak and faint, while Richard Burnholm could not have looked worse had he been dead. "There is some mystery here. Are you a traitor? Explain the meaning of this strange scene," he demanded, turning upon his whilom friend with a glance that made him cower in spite of his assumed assurance. "I can only explain it by telling you again that Miss Radcliffe will become my wife immediately upon your releasing her from her promise to you." "Do you mean to say that you are going on with this wedding in that way, Pearle?" demanded her brother in a towering passion. "Yes." Her lips framed the word, but no sound came from them. "I forbid it," the Earl said sternly. "You cannot forbid it. Miss Radcliffe has a right to choose for herself. And I pray you will not detain us longer, since the rector is doubtless awaiting us now," returned Addison Cheetham defiantly. "I can only release her from her engagement to me at her own request," Richard said, pressing his hand hard against his throbbing temples. He could not believe it even now. "She does so request," returned his enemy. "Do you, Pearle? Have I lost you? Do you mean to marry him?" "Yes," she answered this time in a tone that all could hear. He groaned aloud. It seemed as if some sudden shock had rent his soul from his body. Then all his outraged manhood rising within him, he cried out, "You are released! Go! Go, both of you, vile cheats that you are!" Turning away with a gesture of despair, he staggered toward the door, but his strength failing him, he dropped into a chair that stood near. The Earl of Derwentwater turned again to Pearle, and demanded, "Margaret Radcliffe, do you mean to be guilty of such a dastardly act? Will you desert a good and faithful man at the very altar rail for one who has proved himself a scoundrel and a villain, or this would never have occurred? Tell me, are you bent upon marrying this man?" "Yes," she again replied, without moving a muscle of her face. "I will not allow it. I will forbid the banns," he said. "It can do no good. It is too late to talk of anything like that. She has given me her word, the special license is in my pocket at this moment, and no one has any right to interfere when of her own will she goes with me to the altar," returned Addison Cheetham, speaking with a great deal more calmness than he felt, while not for a moment had he released his hold upon Pearle's hand, to which every now and then he gave a warning pressure. "I cannot understand it. What shall I do with her?" cried the Earl, turning in despair toward the others of the amazed party. "Don't do it, Pearle, I beg, I plead with you," he cried again to her. "I must," she answered. Then with a low moan she pointed toward Richard, crying, "Go to him! Save him!" Every eye was turned in that direction, and the Earl sprang forward just in season to save the stricken man from falling to the floor. The blow had been too heavy, and he was borne senseless from the place. Pearle wrenched her hand from Addison Cheetham, and would also have flown to him, but he seized it again, placed it firmly within his arm, where he held it as if in a vice. Then motioning to the ushers, the church doors were swung open, and he half dragged his unwilling bride within, and with a look of stern resolve upon his face led her directly to the altar. We have already described that startling scene. The dismay of the many witnesses at the change of bridegrooms, the hesitation and anxiety of the good old rector, the ghastly appearance of the bride, and her stony silence throughout the ceremony. It was soon over, however, and Addison Cheetham led the party to the vestry, where the church register lay open for the recording of their names. He wrote his name boldly, with a triumphant smile on his evil lips, and then turning held out the pen to Pearle. "Give me those papers," she commanded with glittering eyes, and without noticing the pen. He took them from his pocket, a strange expression on his face, and gave them to her. She seized them as a miser would grip his recovered treasure. Her hand closed over them with a grip that rent her glove in every finger. "Now write your name, if you please, Mrs. Cheetham," said her husband, again offering her the pen. She shivered at the sound of the hated name. "I cannot," she said through her tightly shut teeth. He lifted her right hand. It was clenched as if in a convulsion. He tried to relax it, but could not. "You must sign the church register," he said sternly. Her eyes met his with glittering defiance. She tossed her head, and laughed a little mad, blood-curdling laugh. Then turning quickly, she walked from the place before anyone could prevent her. By no word or look had she assented to the sacrilege that had just been perpetrated, and she would have been torn to atoms before she would have written her name as his wife upon that record. She had the papers. She had saved her lover from the doom which threatened him, and now let the man who had wrought all this ruin and misery beware how he tempted her further. With swift steps and haughty bearing she swept to the carriage, which she entered unassisted, and followed by the not too happy groom, was driven back to Ashton Manor. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. Villainy Unveiled. Not one word did Pearle speak during that homeward drive. She sat erect in the carriage, looking straight before her, her eyes void of expression but painfully bright, and save for the dilating of her delicate nostrils, seeming utterly destitute of life. When the carriage drew up beneath the porch at Ashton Manor, Addison Cheetham sprang to the ground and turned to assist her to alight. She repulsed him with both hands, and stepping to the earth without help, walked directly to the drawing-room, where she found her brother and his wife sitting with Richard Burnholm, and all looking as if they had just returned from the grave of some dear lost one. No one save her husband presumed to follow her. The bridesmaids and their attendants, gathering in little knots and groups in the halls, talked the matter over in whispers and with white, wondering faces. Without looking to the right or left, Pearle went directly to the sofa where Richard Burnholm lay, having just recovered from the fit in which he had fallen. She did not falter in a single step. She seemed like some moving iceberg, so coldly white and stately she moved. She still held the checks in her tightly shut hand, and before Addison Cheetham dreamed of her purpose, she had given them to Richard Burnholm. He was dumbfounded at the act. He did not suppose in her wounded pride and love she would stoop to confess the reasons for the step she had taken. He had reckoned upon that pride and wounded love refusing all explanation of her act. He sprang forward to intercept her as soon as he comprehended her intention, a half-suppressed exclamation of anger escaping him, for too well he knew what would follow. But Pearle turned and faced him with a look that made him shrink involuntarily before her. "Back!" she cried. "You have had your hour. Mine has come now." Then addressing Richard again, in tones that smote him like a dying wail, so hopeless, so sad were they, she said, "Richard, what I have done today was done to purchase your safety from a bad man's power. I could never have been your wife after what I have recently learned regarding you, and I would rather have died than been obliged to go to the altar with yonder wretch today. But there was no alternative. Disgrace and ruin for you was worse for me to contemplate than any amount of suffering and sacrifice on my own account, and so I resolved to save you." Richard Burnholm lifted his ashen face and gazed at her as if he thought she had lost her reason, and a groan escaped him, while those forged checks remained unheeded in his grasp. He could not comprehend one word she had spoken. "What do you mean, Margaret?" demanded the Earl sternly. "No one understands the meaning of the mad act of which you have been guilty today, and all this talk about ruin, disgrace, and sacrifice is inexplicable." Pearle put her hand wearily to her head. She took off the gleaming tiara of pearls as if their weight oppressed her. She impatiently tore the misty veil from her brow and threw it upon the floor. Then, still speaking to Richard, in a mournful voice, she continued, "I do not know why you should have sought to wrong me in the way you had. Why you should have won my love when you had none to give me in return. But, aside from all that, I cannot understand why you should have been guilty of such a crime, or run such a fearful risk, when you might have known that whatever I had of this world's wealth would gladly have been shared with you, to have saved you from any embarrassment. If you needed money, why did you not ask your best friends for it?" "I do not know what you mean, Pearle. I do not know what you are talking about," Richard cried, sitting erect, and regarding her with a face that was a perfect blank. She returned his look with one of flashing scorn and contempt. She believed he was acting a part. "Read," she commanded, pointing to the unheeded checks he still held in his hand. With an anxious, puzzled expression he unfolded them, and his face grew still more surprised. "How came you by these? What can they have to do with the terrible events of today?" he asked. "If I had not redeemed them for you, you would now have been on your way to a felon's cell," she said. "Her brain is turned," Richard said in a frightened tone to the Earl. Then his eyes fell again upon the checks in his hand. "These checks, one for 8, the other for— Hold!" he cried, starting back. "They read for 80 and 200 pounds. I have received none for any such amounts. Ah, they have been tampered with. They are forged checks. Pearle, solve this enigma if you can." And he advanced to the fair girl's side, glancing first at her, and then again upon those papers. Governed by some impulse, he suddenly turned them over, and read his own name endorsed on the back, and his face instantly grew awful in its sternness. "Who gave you these?" he demanded of Pearle. She pointed toward Addison Cheetham. Richard strode across the room and stood before him. "Explain this terrible thing. How have you accomplished this deed which from this day forth must make us bitterest enemies instead of friends?" he asked through his shut teeth. He was beginning to comprehend the sickening mystery. A smile so evil and baleful overspread the man's face that Richard involuntarily recoiled from him. "I told you once, you remember, that some time I would be even with you. You triumphed over me in the past. Now the tables are turned. We are even," he hissed revengefully. "Even? Heavens!" Richard Burnholm cried in horror, and then stood spellbound, gazing upon the friend who had so suddenly changed into a fiend. In an instant he saw it all, how his trust had been betrayed, how he had been duped, and his life and Pearl's ruined, how the revenge of years had been gathering force to strike the blow which should crush him to the earth. Even? For a petty disappointment of his youth, for an imaginary wrong, he had dared to plot and carry out this fearful thing and then call it even? The insolence, the maliciousness of this speech maddened him. He lifted his powerful arm as if to strike a fearful blow, and everyone in the room believed he meant to fell the man dead at his feet. But only for a moment did he stand thus. Slowly his arm dropped again at his side, while the expression of almost frantic fury on his face gave place to one of scorn and loathing, mingled with something of pity. "I cannot strike in anger the man who for years I have believed to be my truest friend," he said sadly. "I cannot avenge myself upon one who has eaten at my table as an honored guest, even though he turns now and stings the hand that has fed him." He went again and stood before Pearle. He staggered as he drew near her, and groaned aloud as he looked into her colorless face. "Pearle, did he make you believe that I had committed this gross forgery?" he asked. She bowed assent. She would have shrieked aloud had she opened her lips. She began to fear that she had sacrificed herself unnecessarily. Surely every look, every act of Richard's bespoke him an innocent man. But, there was Ariel and her child. He might be innocent of the forgery, but she had seen him with her own eyes at the tiny cottage. She had seen him kiss the bright boy. She had heard him breathe fond words into the lovely woman's ears. "Pearle," he said again, "your sacrifice has been in vain. You have saved me from nothing, as I will prove to you. That revengeful wretch yonder has never forgiven me for an unintentional injury I once did him, though I never dreamed of the fact until this moment. He has been plotting direst vengeance upon me, even though he did not hesitate to live upon my purse when his own means failed him, and he knew not which way to turn for aid. Yes, I never would have lisped it under any other circumstances. I have paid many a bill for him. I nursed him through a long sickness at school, and then cancelled his debt to his physician. I bought him luxuries when he had no money to purchase them for himself. I watched and tended, trusted and loved him as I would have done an only brother, believing him to be all that he professed, my faithful friend. Our only trouble, a trivial misunderstanding I believed it to be, was regarding that race for the prize of which I have told you before. He was fearfully angry at the time I won it, and I know it must have been a disappointment, especially as he also lost his degree. But I never dreamed that those words of his, telling me he would yet be even with me, were anything more than jest. But it seems he has been nursing his wrath during all these years. He has abused my hospitality and betrayed my trust by doing me the foulest wrong the human heart was ever capable of. Oh, Pearle, Pearle, how could you let him deceive you so? Why did you not come to me, and tell me all before he had ruined our lives?" he cried, reaching out his clasped hands imploringly to her. "I was ready to tell you yesterday, but you would not listen," she said coldly. She was still thinking of Ariel and her boy. "I know, I remember," he groaned. "Oh, forgive me, for I might have saved you. Oh, how could you believe I would be guilty of such a crime? And yet you must have believed it, and how you must have suffered, poor child," he went on pityingly. "The struggle must have been terrible, for you thought I needed to be saved, and the alternative was fearful. But Pearle, my own love, my lost darling, instead of saving me, you have doomed us both to a life of misery. These checks are forgeries, but not of my making. They are his." "Richard!" shrieked the wretched girl in a voice of despair. No, they are not mine. Even this writing on the back is not mine, although almost anyone would swear it was. At least anyone who was familiar with my hand. I received a few weeks ago these 2 checks, one for £10, the other for 8, little bills that had been owing me for some time by parties who live at a distance. Not having occasion to use them, I laid them aside in a private drawer of my desk, and without endorsing them, as I never do that until I am ready to cash a check. Addison Cheetham, my trusted friend and confidant, must have taken them from that drawer. He alone has tampered with them, changing the amount and writing my name upon the back. He is the forger, not I, Richard concluded in a voice of thunder, and pointing toward the moody wretch. Prove it, Cheetham cried with a sneer, and stung to the quick by the scorn in his tone. Any judge, any jury would pronounce you guilty and condemn you on the evidence of those checks alone. Let those bits of paper be brought before a court of justice, and see whether you would go scot-free or not. I do not intend they shall ever be seen by any other eye, Richard calmly replied, and deliberately tearing them in pieces. But I can prove my position nevertheless. I can prove, Pearle, this man's ability to forge any person's name and handwriting. I have in my possession now an old writing book with which I used to amuse myself while at school, by drawing the faces of my classmates and sometimes caricaturing them. I one day showed these drawings to Addison, and he declared that if I could catch expressions so cleverly, he could at least imitate the writing of every student in the class. To test his ability, I got the boys to write their names underneath the faces I had drawn, and then carrying the book back to Addison, he copied them so exactly that they were almost ready to swear that they had written them twice over themselves. This was done, too, in the presence of several of the class, who were as eager as I to see if he could do as he claimed. You have only your own word to prove all this, Addison Cheetham retorted hotly. He had grown very much flushed during Richard's statement, and a nervous twitching was visible at the corners of his mouth. He began to fear that he had overreached himself after all his trouble, for he had entirely forgotten that little episode of his school life until it was recalled by Richard's recital. Our class numbered 15, Pearle, Richard continued, still addressing her. 5 of them live in London now, and the oath of these 5 would be sufficient to establish the truth of what I have said. I think we have listened long enough to this kind of talk, Mrs. Cheetham. If you will prepare for your journey, we will take our departure, Addison Cheetham said, coming near to where Pearle stood. She shuddered as he uttered the hateful name. But without paying the slightest heed to his words, she bent toward Richard, her eyes fairly burning him with their intensity. And that little book that you missed and found yesterday when we were at Linden Grange? Tell me about that. Is that a forgery too? And Ariel and Richie, tell me quickly, she breathed, trembling with nervous excitement. Richard Bernholm started violently, and a deep flush instantly suffused his handsome face at these wild words. What do you know about that little book, Pearle? What do you know about those of whom you speak? He asked, speaking with an evident constraint which seemed to her like guilt. I know all about them, she exclaimed passionately. I know that in some way they belong to you. I know that you care for them, that the expenses of their support is borne by you. That is in your own handwriting, in that little book which you owned yesterday in my presence. I had seen it before. I had read its contents. For he brought that also to me to prove your duplicity. Again Richard flushed, this time angrily. I was not aware until this hour that I had been entertaining a veritable Paul Fry for the last few weeks, he said with biting sarcasm. Then he added sadly, I can begin to realize now what you have suffered, if, believing I was guilty of forgery, you also saw the contents of that little book. Those at least are bona fide. They are indeed all in my own handwriting, and the money was paid out for the purposes there designated. But— And you own it to me, Pearle cried with flashing eyes. You dared to deceive me thus. You thought to make me your wife, and continue to love and care for that black-eyed boy and his blue-eyed mother, and I would never know it. And I trusted you so, she went on with a sob. I thought there was no one more worthy of confidence than you. Ah me! Who is there in this wide, wide world in whom one can have absolute faith?" "Hush, Pearle," Richard said in a sharp, pained voice. Her evident suffering unmanned him aside from his own despair. "Wait, and hear me. But how came you to know anything about the personal appearance of Ariel and Richard?" "I have seen them." "You?" he cried, astonished. "Oh, my love, my love! How long have you gone on suspecting this horrible thing of me, torturing yourself and learning to hate and despise me?" he concluded with inexpressible sadness. "No matter how long," she answered in a shaking voice. "You do not deny it. Nay, you cannot deny it, for I have seen you there. I have seen you press your lips upon the face of that child so like you in form and feature. I have seen your lips touch her forehead also." "Pearle, when?" he interrupted, startled beyond measure at her wild words. "When, do you ask me? Is your memory so treacherous?" she demanded bitterly. Then, whispering hoarsely, and with dry, burning lips, she went on. "Last night. I followed you to the Dovecot, and but for the scene which I witnessed there then, but for the words I heard you speak to her, I should never have had strength to do what I have done today. It aroused a slumbering demon in my bosom. It made me mad and wild. It told me that you had deceived me in the most cruel way a woman can be deceived. It told me that you had only given me a paltry corner of your heart, if any at all, and I resolved then that I would save you from the consequences of your crimes, but I would make you suffer also, even as I suffered in having all this sin and wrong revealed to me." "Richard, what is this half-crazed child talking about?" asked the Earl of Derwentwater, coming forward and passing his strong arm around his sister's waist. She was quivering and shaking almost as if she had been in a convulsion, and he feared she would fall to the floor. "I cannot explain this here, Allstone. It is a secret, and the secret is not mine. But I can see just how it has been used against me, and just how this dear girl has been deceived and bullied into the error she has committed today. It has ruined us both. But I must not think of that now. I must at least vindicate myself to her. Pearle, come with me into yonder reception-room. Give me 5 minutes to speak to you alone in, and I will eradicate every foul suspicion from your mind." Pearle moaned aloud at this. His words had the ring of truth in them. "I am lost," she cried, wringing her white-gloved hands in despair. Addison Cheetham now advanced. "I object to my wife's having any private conferences with Captain Bernholm," he said authoritatively. Pearle grew calmer at this, and lifting her head defiantly, she said icily, "Do not presume to dictate in the slightest degree regarding my actions either now or hereafter." "The less conspicuous you make yourself in this house, the better for you," thundered the Earl with lowering brow. Then turning again to his sister, he asked, "Will you hear what Richard has to say, Pearle?" She nodded assent, and without a word he led her to a reception-room at the end of the drawing-room, put her into a chair, and withdrew just outside the door as Richard entered. The lovers, so cruelly and effectually separated, dare not look in each other's face. They had all they could do to keep their rebellious, aching hearts under control. Pearle sat with her head bowed upon her trembling hands, feeling as if all the world was slipping from her grasp, and wishing that she could sink into oblivion. Richard advanced with staggering, uneven tread, and stood before her, his eyes bent upon the carpet, his arms tightly folded across his broad, heaving chest. For full 5 minutes he talked to her in low, earnest, rapid tones, going over all his life since his acquaintance with her, reviewing his true and unalterable love for her, and referring in a despairing way to his hopes for the future. He talked until not a doubt of his integrity existed, until she hated herself for having allowed her faith in him to waver, and until she worshipped him anew as the noblest man that walked the earth. "And now, regarding Ariel and her child," he said in conclusion, "since you know what you do about them, I must, in justice to myself, refer to their seeming connection with me, though her sad story is a secret which, under the circumstances, must still remain such, as it is not mine to reveal. I had resolved to tell you all regarding them when you were my wife, for we should be one in heart and interest then, and I should not feel right to have any secrets from you. I cannot tell you now, but Pearle, by all my love for you, and it is no light oath that I take, I swear that Ariel is nothing to me beyond the friendly interest and sympathy I have for her present helpless condition, and the brotherly regard which her gentleness, goodness, patience in her trials, and her dependence upon me could not fail to excite. True, I held her hand in mine for a moment last night. I touched my lips to her forehead. But it was a farewell that I might have taken of any friend. And Ritchie, though he is my namesake, as you have surmised, and I love him dearly, as we learn to love anyone who depends upon our care, not one drop of my blood flows in his veins. Pearle, I have never deceived you in a single instance. You have become a part of myself, and my heart has ever been to you, so to speak, as open and frank as a printed page. I have been as true as truth itself to you. But more than this I cannot tell you now, for I have given my solemn pledge that I will keep this secret until the one whose it is can consistently recall it. Every word I have spoken is truth. I believe you, and I am lost, she moaned again when he finished. Oh, Richard, Richard! And the bitterness, the anguish of her tones pierced his heart like a poisoned arrow. Oh, why could you not have had faith in me? He cried passionately. Why could you not have come to me and demanded an explanation? Why did you not at least give me a chance to vindicate myself? Because he threatened to bring sure and sudden disgrace upon you if I attempted to do so before binding myself to him. His proofs appeared so incontestable that I could not doubt. I recognized the writing on the checks, and I knew the amounts they represented had been tampered with, and I could not live and see you a felon. Had you no suspicion of his base treachery? Did no such thought come to plead for me? He asked reproachfully. Yes, and I even accused him of it. But he appeared so confident. And then that little book, those items for Ariel and Ritchie, those household expenses, those debts of honor. How could I help suspecting and fearing the worst? Then he had told me he had seen her and the little one. He had followed you there several times. What happened yesterday, too, at the Grange, when you appeared so troubled at the loss of the book, and so relieved when you found it, that all went to prove it also. I found a note, too, in the book you brought me to read. A note from Ariel, begging you to come to her. Pearle, my poor child, did you find that? Was that why you were so strange when I came back to you in the library? Yes. Everything seemed to point to your treachery. And then when I went to the Dovecote myself and saw what I saw, I was crazed, and I did not care what became of me. Still, in the midst of all my misery, I loved you well enough to wish to save you from the disgrace I knew must come upon you if all this was true. And so, oh, Richard, you know the rest. He groaned in bitterness of spirit. Then all his strong nature rebelled against the author of their woe. I will kill him, he said fiercely. Pearle, I shall kill that wretch who has thus ruined your life and robbed me of my dearest earthly treasure. There was a minute of dreadful silence. Then Richard broke it again, saying eagerly, and as if a sudden idea had come to him. Pearle, such a marriage is worse than a mockery. It could not be considered legal. We can petition to have it annulled. Dear love, a forced marriage is no marriage. Your brother has influence. He will wish it, and you can but desire it. Pearle, you by right belong to me. Oh, Richard, she answered with ashen lips, it cannot be. You know it cannot be. Of my own free will, apparently, I went to the church, and in the presence of that throng virtually took upon myself the vows of a wife. No, I must bear the consequences of my sin, my doubt and suspicion, as best I can. Oh, why did I not brave all and tell you? Why was I so blind, so wilful, so idiotic? She cried wildly. Pearle, you love me just as well. Your heart is just as much mine now as it ever was. he asked, bending eagerly toward her, his agonized eyes searching her face. She lifted her white face with its hopeless eyes for an instant to his. She threw out her hands toward him with a despairing gesture. "Richard, oh, Richard, you know I have no right to tell you that now," she moaned, and dropped her beautiful head upon her knees. Captain Bernholm stood a moment in thought. Then, with a stern set face, went to the door and drew the Earl of Derwentwater within. End of chapter 12. Chapters 13 and 14 of Lost, a Pearl by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. Goodbye forever. Richard then gave him an outline of what he had just related to Pearle, explaining all that he consistently could regarding the mystery of the dovecote, concerning which Pearle's wild words had puzzled him greatly and troubled him exceedingly. "I do not wonder that she has been driven to such a desperate measure," he said with a pitying glance at his sister. "Things certainly looked very badly for you as they were represented to her, and after seeing what she did at the dovecote—" "I know it, I realize it. Oh, if she had but charged me with it before it was too late!" he cried despairingly. "You do not consider the pride of our race, my friend. She believed she had been fooled and duped in the worst way imaginable, and all her pride arose in rebellion against you. I see. I was wrong to keep this matter about Ariel from her. I could at least have told her as much as I have today, but I had the same as pledged myself to keep even her existence a secret. However, that is past now, and hopeless as everything seems, yet I cannot relinquish all hope. Alstone, this marriage, a forced one, is no marriage. It can be annulled," Richard said eagerly. The Earl shook his head doubtfully. "I fear, Richard, it could hardly be called a forced marriage. Instead, only the mad act of a rash, almost insane girl. Oh, my dear sister, why did you not confide in me?" he asked with sorrowful reproach. "Because I dared not. He said he would not spare Richard a single moment if I told anyone," Pearle answered, her head still bowed upon her knees. "The wretch! I could crush his heart out with my heel," the Earl said bitterly. Richard Bernholm flushed a deep crimson, and the veins swelled out full and hard upon his forehead. "There is murder in my heart, but my hands are tied," he whispered, with a convulsive shudder and a despairing look at Pearle. Addison Cheetham was now the husband of the woman whom he idolized, and Pearle, if she were made free that moment, would never marry his murderer. "Alstone," he cried, turning almost fiercely to the Earl, "give me a ray of hope. Is there no possible way out of this trouble?" "None save death, I fear," was the sad reply. "You know our English laws are very strict regarding the marriage contract. That Pearle has really been driven into this union there can be no doubt, but it would be very difficult to prove it in the face of the opposing testimony which would be brought to bear against us, should we carry the matter into court. There are plenty of witnesses who would be obliged to swear that she asked and obtained your consent to release her from her engagement to you before she entered the church. And besides, her voluntary appearance at the altar with that villain would hardly look as if she had been forced into the marriage." I see, Richard replied with a groan. Too well he knew the rigid code regarding marriage and divorce that prevailed in England. But every feeling of his nature rebelled against the cruel fate that had separated him from the woman he so fondly loved. "Oh, Pearle, if you had but trusted me!" the Earl said gloomily, as he paced excitedly back and forth before her. "Don't, Alstone, don't. I told you I dare not, and every proof seemed so incontestable," the stricken girl moaned helplessly. "I know, but if such had been really the fact, you ought to have allowed the punishment to fall where it was merited. You had no right to sacrifice yourself, even to shield the man you loved from the consequences of his crime." "I know it, but there was where I was weak. I loved Richard. Ah, you can never know how well," she cried, raising her clasped hands above her head with a gesture of misery. "And I thought that no torture could be so great as that of seeing him disgraced, his name ruined, and all his sin made public. Don't reproach me, Allstone. All the future will do that, without the additional weight of your displeasure." The Earl went to her and took her tenderly in his arms, conscience-smitten that he should have added a pang to what she already suffered. "My poor girl," he said tenderly, "I would do anything to save you from this trouble. Let us look this matter squarely in the face now, and see what can be done." He put her gently back in her chair, and turned his perplexed face to Richard, as if he thought he would suggest something. For the moment Richard lost all control of himself. Hatred, anger, bitterness raged hotly within him. "Pearle," he said, going to her and kneeling by her side, "this dreadful thing is too hard to bear. Say but the word, and I will go out and fight that wretch, and if I do, you may be sure I shall kill him." She shivered as if with the cold. "Hush, Richard. That must not be. I must not allow you to stain your hands with human blood," she whispered. "No, for that would separate us just as effectually," he answered brokenly. "But, oh, my lost Pearle, what am I going to do? How can I bear the long years that must follow this fatal day?" And his head dropped heavily upon the arm of the chair. "How can either of us bear them?" she moaned, and lifting one hand she laid it gently on his bowed head, toying unconsciously with the masses of hair as she had been wont to do. The fond, familiar act broke him down completely, and great sobs shook his manly form with a force that was frightful to witness. The Earl could not bear it, and walked to the window to hide his own emotion. But the fair bride sat apparently unmoved, except for the hopeless, agonized look upon her face. No tears dimmed her eyes, which, however, were startlingly bright, and no sobs shook her form. It was as if all feeling had, for the time, been paralyzed. "You love me, Pearle? Do not, oh, do not refuse me the comfort of that knowledge," Richard pleaded, lifting his head and searching her face with a hungry look. "How I have loved you, you can never know. I do love you now too well, and for my idolatry I am thus punished," she returned in a hollow voice. "Darling, do not say that this misery has been sent upon you for love of me, and yet your words have comforted me greatly. My own love," he continued, bending toward her and touching her burning forehead with his lips, "it is for the last time. I have no right any longer to speak to you as I have been speaking, but at heart I know you still belong to me. I shall wait, Pearle, always hoping that sometime I shall have my own again, if not here, hereafter. I will try to bear it all patiently for your sake, and you must do the same for me. If ever you should be in any trouble, if ever you should need any protection that I can give you, send to me, and nothing shall keep me from you." She could not bear it. He was torturing her with every word he uttered. And putting him from her, she rose from her chair, that terrible stare that he had seen in the vestibule of the church in her eyes, while her lips moved in indistinct mutterings. "What are you going to do, Pearle?" the Earl asked, coming forward and taking her hands in his. He, too, was frightened by her appearance. "God knows, I do not," she cried passionately, and breaking from his hold. At this moment a peremptory knock sounded at the door. The Earl went to open it. Addison Cheetham stood without, his face livid with anger. He entered the room and walked directly to Pearle. "Well," she said, facing him with a look that made him cringe, "what will you have?" "My wife," he answered, with a leer at Richard Burnholm. The young man clenched his hands and ground his teeth. It was no ordinary self-control that kept him from striking the villain dead at his feet. "It is not according to my ideas of propriety for the wife of one man to be holding private interviews with another," the angry husband sneered, with a sullen look at his haughty bride. "You will please observe the propriety of keeping a civil tongue in your head while you remain in this house," said the Earl sternly, and advancing towards him. He bowed with mock humility at this remark. Then, addressing Pearle again, he asked, "Mrs. Cheetham, how soon will you be ready to depart? Our carriage is at the door." He could almost see her flesh creep with horror at his words. She opened her lips to speak, closed them, thought a moment, and then, to the infinite surprise of all, replied quite calmly, "I cannot be ready in less than an hour." "Margaret!" exclaimed her brother aghast. "Surely you do not mean to spend even 1 hour of your life with this traitor?" She gave him a quick, searching glance, then, drawing herself more proudly erect, she returned quietly, "I believe I spoke distinctly. I can be ready to leave Ashton Manor within an hour." "Pearle, you shall not sacrifice yourself thus. This wretch who has tricked you into this marriage shall never take you from this house. Neither shall he go unpunished for his treachery. I swear it," the Earl of Derwentwater said excitedly. "No, I do not think he will go unpunished. His retribution begins from this moment," the pale bride answered with a strange smile on her snow-like face. Addison Cheetham did not like either the smile or the tone in which she spoke, and a feeling of uneasiness and dread began to creep over him. Pearle moved toward the door, but her brother intercepted her. "Pearle, you will not, you must not go with him," he pleaded. "This can be your home, just the same as it has always been, and no one shall dare to trouble you. I will care for you tenderly, my precious sister, and your future shall be as peaceful as fondest love can make it." She shook her head sadly, but a great trembling seized her. He took both her hands, and drew her to him. "Do not break my heart, Margaret. Stay with me," he whispered. Then, as there was no sign of relenting in her white face, he added sternly, "I shall not allow you to depart with this man. I forbid it." "Are you not rather overstepping the bounds of your authority, my lord?" asked Addison Cheetham sneeringly. "A woman properly belongs to her husband after her marriage, and owes him obedience." "Silence!" commanded his lordship. Then to Pearle, "My dearest, will you still let me take care of you?" "No, Allstone. I must pay the price of my own folly. I cannot bring any more trouble upon you than I have already done. Kiss me, dear brother. I will take leave of you here. Forgive me for the sorrow I have caused you today. Give Annie my kindest love, and kiss the darlings for me. Farewell, dear. I shall not be able to say it again. You have ever been the kindest, the best of brothers to me. I am going to my room now, but do not allow anyone to disturb me, for I need a little time to myself." She had spoken quietly, collected, and as if all feeling was dead. She was so unnaturally calm that a sudden fear startled her brother. He put his lips to her ear and whispered something there. "No," she answered with a scornful wreathing of her lips. "Do not fear that I shall add to your misery in that way." "What is this? What are you two plotting?" Addison Cheetham demanded, coming close to them and searching her face with his evil eyes. Pearle shivered as she met them. Then the old pride returned to her. She lifted her hand and pointed to the door. "Go," she said. 1 hour is all I ask of you." He hesitated. He feared something, though he knew not what. "Go," she repeated, and he dared not disobey that tone and look. Casting a look of defiance at his lordship, and another of mingled hate and triumph upon Richard, he reluctantly quitted the apartment. The moment the door closed after him, Pearle threw herself into her brother's arms. "Allstone," she moaned, lifting her still, tearless eyes in a pitying way to him, "I have been blind, mad, wicked. Forgive me for the mortification and disgrace which this day's doings will bring upon you. Say that you forgive me before I go." "I do forgive you, my darling. My poor child, your own sufferings will be tenfold more than mine. But do not persist in your folly by going with that wretch," he answered kindly, yet earnestly. "Hush," she whispered, with a glance at Richard. "I could not stay here now. I alone have brought all this trouble upon those I love best, and I must take the consequences as they come. Say no more, Allstone, for you only plead in vain. I have decided upon the course I am to pursue, and nothing can move me." She wound her fair arms about his neck and kissed him 3 times upon his mouth. "Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, if I could but die here!" she cried. Then, tearing herself away from his encircling arms, she sprang toward the door. A sharp cry of pain arrested her. "Pearle, can you leave me without a word?" Richard said almost fiercely, and tottering toward her. She turned and put out her fair hands to stop him, while with her burning eyes fixed with a longing, hungry gaze on his face, she said, more mournfully than it is possible to describe, "Richard, I dare not take the farewell of you that my heart craves. I must fly from your presence, for I am not strong. I must not touch your hand. I ought not even look on your face. You and I must walk separate paths henceforth. Forget, if you can, the bitterness of this hour, and the desolateness I have brought upon you. My love, for such you will be till I die. Goodbye forever." Before he could utter one word in reply to this wild, passionate farewell, she was gone from the room. And weak and trembling, more miserable than he had ever believed it possible for mortal to be, he crept to a sofa and threw himself prostrate upon it. Pearle sped with the fleetness of the wind, after leaving them, up a back stairway to her own room, where she found her faithful Elizabeth, awaiting her to assist in preparing her for her journey. 14. Baffled. The guests who had gathered at Ashton Manor to celebrate the marriage of the beautiful girl whom almost everyone loved, were filled with consternation at the strange events that had occurred that morning. Many who had been at the church and had cards for the wedding breakfast, perceiving that something dreadful had happened, had the good taste to return to their homes instead of following the bridal party back to the manor house. But there were many guests visiting there, many had come from a great distance and could not return at once, and they were all congregated in the library and great hall, no one presuming to interrupt that stormy interview in the drawing-room. After Pearle retired to her own room, the Earl sought these guests, and they all knew from his face that one of the bitterest disappointments of his life had come upon him that day. "My friends," he said with a wan smile, "our gaieties will necessarily have to be interrupted today, since the bride and groom feel obliged to hasten their departure." He then led the way to the great hall, where the splendid banquet awaited them, and desired that everyone would partake freely and excuse him, as he had much to attend to just then. The guests all felt that this was the wisest disposition to make of them, and although no one felt any appetite for the dainties provided for them, yet they made a pretence of eating, for the very good reason that they did not know what else to do with themselves. A half-hour passed, during which Addison Cheetham, in no enviable frame of mind, paced back and forth in the grand salon, himself its only occupant, everyone seeming to shun the man who had proved himself so base a traitor. He was a man whom one almost intuitively shunned, and his whole life, with one or two exceptions, had been devoid of friendship, and one of loneliness and isolation. His father had been an impoverished land proprietor, owning acres upon acres of worn-out upland and meadow, with no money and too little energy to try to retrieve it. He belonged, however, to a good old family, but having had the misfortune to marry beneath himself, and being of a gloomy and misanthropic disposition, he had become discouraged early in life, settled down to a shiftless way of living, and died in poverty when his son was 13 years of age. His wife survived him only a year or two, and then Addison, disgusted with his home and all its surroundings, ran away, leaving only his impoverished estates to the care of his guardian. He was, strange to say, just the reverse of his father in disposition, and possessed of an indomitable will and energy, and early vowed that he would die a rich man, that no such miserable existence as had been his parents' should be dragged out by him. His first desire was to obtain a thorough education, and with that end in view he hired himself out as a common laborer, and for 3 years worked with might and main to accumulate money, saving every penny of his earnings, and allowing himself only the bare necessaries of life. His nights were spent in hard study, and at the age of 18 he was prepared to pass examination and enter an excellent school where gentlemen's sons were educated, paying half the tuition demanded, and being permitted to work out the other half by acting as usher to the preceptor. It was here that he met Richard Burnholm, who entered a year after he became a pupil. He saw at once what a free, generous-hearted boy he was, and inwardly resolved to make him a stepping-stone to an easier life for himself. In 100 ways he fleeced his rich young friend. He pretended to be in debt, and deeply troubled on account of it, hinting at the same time that his high spirit would never allow him to borrow the sums necessary to pay his liabilities. But at last, through much urging, he consented, to oblige his friend, to accept his aid, Richard good-naturedly saying he had more money than he knew what to do with, and he need never trouble himself on account of it. These debts, it is needless to say, were all imaginary, and the moneys thus obtained were put out at a good round interest for future use. Whenever the two were off on a frolic, Richard always insisted upon paying the bills, and frequently handing his purse to Addison, would commission him to settle. Sometimes these bills were larger than he deemed exactly just, but with his confidence in his friend, he never dreamed that many a pound in this way was slyly pocketed by the cunning schemer, who chuckled to himself over the greenness of his victim. After the loss of his degree, and the prize for which he had toiled so hard, he did not get on quite so well; and at length, seeing that Richard would far outstrip him in a short time, he resolved he would leave the school for a year, or at least until Richard should be out of the way, for his anger was so bitter toward him that he feared he should commit some violent act which would disgrace him if he was continually goaded by his presence. In this way he lost the whole year of his life, of which he told Pearle. The two young men had only met once since their school days, and that was upon the occasion of Addison's securing the commission for Richard, which he hoped would result in obliterating from the earth the enemy so hated. He had not been idle during these years, and he was fast accomplishing his vow to be rich. He had invented a little attachment to a certain kind of machinery that was paying him a large royalty. His really fine estate was fast being redeemed, and altogether he was getting to be quite a prosperous gentleman. When Richard had written him concerning his engagement, he had rallied upon him still being a bachelor, although several years older than himself. When he at length came to Linden Grange to spend a month and be present at his wedding, Richard resumed his bantering, and Addison told him he had never yet met the woman whom he was willing to make the mistress of Pelham Pines, that being the name of his estate. Richard laughingly replied that he would introduce him to all the fine young ladies in the vicinity, and he could take his choice among them, little thinking whom he would select from among all those fair ones. The reader knows all that followed, and with this bird's-eye view of his past, we will return to the restless groom as he paces so impatiently up and down the great drawing-room at Ashton Manor. The hour that Pearle had demanded has almost expired. Only 5 minutes remain, and he glances continually at the clock, growing strangely nervous with every vanishing minute. No one has come near him during all this time. Everyone had, as it were, fled from his presence as from some thing of evil. Though the Earl of Derwentwater, gentle Alice Alnot with 1 or 2 others, had gathered at the foot of the grand stairway, and were waiting in silent suspense for the appearance of the unhappy bride, waiting for one last embrace and farewell, before she should go forth to her unloved and unloving life. Richard Burnholm still lay prostrate upon the sofa in the reception-room, great heart-rending sighs bursting from him every now and then, while he too was listening for the last sound of those light footsteps which had ever until now thrilled his heart with joy and hope. A strange oppression, a weird stillness had crept over the whole house. The hour was out. She had not come. 10 minutes more went by, and the hush, the suspense was becoming intolerable. The impatient horses without stamped and pawed the ground, champing their bits restlessly at being kept waiting so long. The servants moved about with noiseless tread, every now and then peeping into the great hall at that silent waiting group, and wondering what would be the next act in this strange drama. 15 minutes passed, and Addison Cheetham could bear it no longer. Every sound made him shiver, every movement almost made his hair stand on end. With heavy tread and gloomy brow, he strode to the bell-rope and gave it a violent pull. Almost instantly a servant appeared in the doorway. "Go to Mrs. Cheetham's door and say that the train leaves in half an hour, and I do not wish to miss it," he commanded in no gentle tones. The servant bowed and retired, muttering, with a ghastly grin, something about a desire that they might cheat him after all. He passed solemnly up the great stairway, turned to the left in the upper corridor, and rapped upon Pearle's door. There was no answer. An ominous silence prevailed there as well as below. He knocked again, with the same result. He turned the handle, The door yielded, and he entered. There was no one within. He passed through the charming boudoir to the bedroom and rapped upon that. Still no answer. He pushed it open. He could see Pearle's bridal dress lying all in a heap upon the bed, where it had been hastily and carelessly thrown. One glove lay upon the floor, the other on a chair. The small white satin boots with their embroidery of seed pearls were tossed into one corner. But there was no other sign nor sound of the fair young bride in the room. The man's face began to grow white with a sudden fear, and he turned to retrace his steps when he encountered Elizabeth in the hall. Her eyes were red and swollen with weeping, and her whole manner betrayed great sorrow and agitation. "Where is Miss Pearle?" the man asked of her. "Is she not within her room?" she questioned evasively, and without meeting his eye. "No, and I'll wager that the very old nick's to pay," he answered, as he stole softly down the stairway with a crestfallen air, but withal a gleam of triumph in his eye. For there was not a servant at Ashton Manor who could endure Master Richard's cheat, as he was slyly called among them. He passed straight by that group at the foot of the stairs, and presenting himself before the impatient husband, said as he bowed with mock reverence, "Madam is not in her room, sir." "What? Where is she, then?" he demanded in a startled tone and with a muttered oath. "I could not say, sir," replied the unruffled servant. "Go and find her, and don't return until you can bring me some message from her," he roared, and then recommenced his pacing up and down the room. "What is it, John?" the Earl asked anxiously as the man came out of the salon. "Miss Pearle not in her rooms?" "No, my lord." "Are you sure?" the Earl asked in a startled way. "Yes, my lord. There was no one in Miss Ratcliffe's rooms." How they all avoided speaking of Pearle by her new name. "Where is Elizabeth?" "Upstairs, my lord. I met her going into Miss Pearle's room as I was coming out. And your lordship," the man continued, speaking in a whisper, "the apartments were in great disorder." "Go and send Elizabeth to me," the Earl of Derwentwater commanded with a very white face. John departed, and Elizabeth soon made her appearance, her swollen eyes testifying to the fact that some deep grief lay heavy on her heart. "Where is your mistress, Elizabeth?" the Earl asked, trying to speak calmly. "I don't know, my lord." "You don't know? Where have you been during the last hour and a half?" "Part of the time with Miss Pearle, and part of the time in my own room." "How was that, when you should have been assisting her to prepare for her journey?" he demanded sternly. "I did assist her, my lord, to change her dress. Then she told me that she was not going to take me with her, that she should not need me, and it nearly broke my heart, sir." The girl began to sob again, but kept looking at her master, as if she wanted to say more but dare not in the presence of others. "Well, that is very strange," he answered with clouded brow. "Of course she cannot go without you. She must have been wild to have thought of such a thing." The girl now leaned forward and whispered something in his ear. The Earl uttered a low exclamation of dismay, grew white as the tie about his neck, and then, turning, bounded up the stairs 2 steps at a time. He hurried to Pearle's rooms, and going to her writing desk, found there a note directed to him. Elizabeth had whispered that Pearle was gone, but had left a letter for him. He seized it and read, "Addison Cheetham can take his departure from Ashton Manor with all possible dispatch, since no one will accompany him. Did he think that because he succeeded in compelling me to sacrifice all my future hopes, that I would humiliate myself sufficiently to carry out that fraud, that miserable mockery perpetrated in the church today? Never. I may be his wife in name. Let him gather what comfort he can from that fact, since the bare fact alone remains to him, for when this is read I shall be beyond his reach. And now let him beware that he does not cross my path in the future, for I will not spare him if he attempts to hunt me down. I will never consent to abide in his presence for a single hour." A little space was left, and then underneath was written, "My dear brother, forgive me for going without your consent or knowledge. I cannot remain where everything so forcibly reminds me of all I have lost. I will not go with that man, and I shall be more content in obscurity. Do not search for me, for nothing would tempt me to return here, at least at present. But if, in the future, my sore heart will ever let me come back to the shelter of your care and love, be sure that I shall do so. Again forgive me for the sorrow I have so rashly brought upon you all, and comfort my Richard, if you can. Pearle. In spite of his horror and dismay at this unexpected act, the Earl heaved a sigh of relief that she had escaped from the power of that villain below. He simply could not endure the thought of her going with him. He would rather have laid her in the grave. And it was with a somewhat lighter heart that he went below, taking her note with him. He went directly to Addison Cheetham and gave it to him. "Read that, then go," he said sternly. With a face of marble, Addison Cheetham grasped the paper and read the scathing words she had written. "You have done this to cheat me of my wife," he cried, trembling with mortification and passion when he had read it through. "Go, and never set your foot upon my premises again," was all the reply that his lordship deigned. "I will not leave this place until the house has been thoroughly searched. You have hidden her from me, and now bring me this miserable subterfuge. I was a fool to trust her one moment from my sight," the thwarted husband exclaimed angrily. The Earl's eyes flashed dangerously. "You know all that I do of this wretched business," he said, pointing to the words Pearle had written. "She is gone. Where, I do not know. I never suspected her intention. You cannot search this house, and you will leave it immediately, or I shall take measures to have you forcibly ejected." There was no mistaking the tone of this command. The edict had gone forth, and it was final. Addison Cheetham knew he would only bring additional disgrace upon himself if he refused to obey; and with a look of indescribable hate and malice at the haughty Earl, he turned and left the place without a word. Another moment, and the sound of horses' hoofs upon the gravelled driveway proclaimed that he was gone, and a sigh of relief escaped from the breast of every one of the group in the hall who had witnessed his departure, as if with his presence some spirit of evil had flown. End of chapters 13 and 14. Chapters 15 and 16 of Lost a Pearl by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. Goodbye to the old life. The Earl then sought his guests, and explained in as few words as possible what had happened, and nearly every one expressed intense satisfaction that the girl whom they had all admired had thus escaped her treacherous husband's power. To Richard Burnholm the intelligence was most welcome. He could better bear to think of her in almost any condition in life than as the wife and constant companion of such a wretch as Addison Cheetham had proved himself to be. But how had all this been accomplished? How had Pearle managed to escape from Ashton Manor, and no one cognizant of the fact? Something of the circumstances the Earl and his guests learned from Elizabeth, who had reluctantly assisted her. When the luckless bride sped from the reception-room to her own, one thought alone filled her mind: to fly from the place and put miles and miles between her and the hated being who had doomed her to a lifelong misery. From the moment in which she had decided to yield to his demands, she had also planned to do this thing. She had cunningly resolved to tacitly submit to the dreadful ceremony that should bind her with the most galling chains by which mortal was ever bound, get possession of the evidence that would ruin Richard if made public, and then hide herself forever from Addison Cheetham's sight. Render him the duties and obedience of a wife she never would. She might be obliged to yield to the letter of the law, but the spirit of it she never could, she never would keep. Once within her room, she turned to her maid. "Elizabeth, get this finery off me with all possible dispatch," she said, at the same time tearing off the costly gloves and casting them from her. And in 5 minutes the faithful girl had removed the elegant wedding dress, the dainty boots and silken hose, replacing them with others more suitable for traveling. "Now bring me the dress you were intending to travel in yourself," Pearle commanded. "Miss Pearle," began the astonished girl. "Bring it," the pale bride repeated impatiently. "What are you going to do, Miss Pearle?" the girl ventured to ask. "I am going to run away," she answered fiercely. "I am going to run away from the vilest brute in the shape of a man that ever trod the earth." "Great heaven!" gasped the maid, starting back in affright at her manner. "Now, Elizabeth, make haste if you love me," Pearle went on more gently. "Bring me the dress you were to have worn yourself. No matter if it does not fit me, it is about the right length. Get your own traveling bag and put me up a few necessary articles. Get a roll of bills which you will find in my desk, and put part into my purse and the rest in the bag. There," she went on, as Elizabeth brought the neat dark dress that she had made with so much pride to wear on the wedding journey, "that will disguise me nicely. Now work nimbly while I put it on, and I will tell you something of my plans. But you must breathe them to no one but my brother, and not to him until I am well out of the way. I cannot tell you much, for there is not time. But you must know that only dire necessity, the most abject fear, would have compelled me to the course I have pursued today. And ah me, all for naught. Of course I hate the man who now claims me as his wife." She shuddered at the word. "Of course I can never exist in his presence one moment. I am going away where no one can find me, for a while at least, perhaps forever," she added, with an expression of agony on her white face, while with trembling fingers she fastened the dress and then put on the mantle belonging to it. "Have you got everything I need in the bag?" she asked hurriedly. "Yes, Miss Pearle. But oh, my dear young lady, let me go with you. You are not fit to go away by yourself," pleaded the faithful girl with a burst of tears. "No, Elizabeth, that would never do. I must go by myself and bear my punishment alone." "But what will you do? You have never even dressed yourself alone in all your life. Miss Pearle, you will die if you go out into the cold world alone." "It would be better, perhaps, if it should prove so," the fair bride said bitterly. "No, no, don't talk so wildly, so hopelessly, my lady. Let me go with you. I will serve you gladly. I will go to the ends of the earth with you," Elizabeth begged, burying her face in the folds of her mistress's dress and sobbing wildly. "Get up, Elizabeth," Pearle commanded sternly, to keep herself from breaking down at this evidence of the girl's faithfulness. "Get up," she repeated. "I have no time to spend in useless repining. I must be far from here before another half hour has elapsed. Bring me your hat and veil, and your traveling shawl." Elizabeth brought them, her honest face almost convulsed with grief, and the tears pouring over her cheeks. "Now get me the darkest pair of gloves you can find. Those will do," as the maid took up a pair lying on the dressing-case. "Ah!" Pearle cried with an expression of horror, as she was about drawing one of them on. She had caught the gleam of her wedding ring. She had not realized until that moment that she wore one, not having been conscious when it had been put upon her finger. She wrenched it off with angry vehemence, and threw it with a motion of disgust into the grate, where a slow fire was burning. "So perish every hope that he may have in this life," she said bitterly, and never dreamed that the impulsive words were to prove a solemn prophecy. "There, I believe I am ready," she continued, when the last glove was buttoned. "Now, Elizabeth, I want you to go and tell William to saddle Prince. If he asks you why or wherefore, tell him you have an errand to do for me in great haste. When the horse is ready, bring him around to the group of poplars by the south tower door. Hasten, for I have not a moment to lose." With a nearly breaking heart, Elizabeth went to do her mistress's bidding, while Pearle sat down and hurriedly penciled those lines to her brother which had caused such consternation to Addison Cheetham. Scarce 5 minutes elapsed ere Elizabeth was back again. With all her sorrow at losing her dear lady, she could not help rejoicing to know that she was determined to be free. "Prince is ready, Miss Pearle. He is under the shade of the poplars. The servants are all employed in the basement and dining room, and not a soul is to be seen on the south side of the house," she said, trembling with excitement. "Thank you. That is just as I wish it. Now good-bye, Elizabeth. You have been very kind and faithful to me, and I shall never forget it. If I should never return—" "Oh, Miss Pearle, don't!" interrupted the girl, throwing her arms around her with a gesture of despair. "Hush! Do not grieve so. It is better for me to go, for my life here is ruined. Now, do not let any one know that I have gone until inquiry is made. Give me all the time you can. Unpack those trunks," she added, as her eye fell upon her traveling trunks, which were strapped and ready for the journey, and help yourself to as many of their contents as you like. I give you anything you may choose for your faithfulness to me. Goodbye, my long-tried Elizabeth." She bent forward and kissed the weeping girl on the forehead, and then, without a backward glance, walked quickly from the room, drawing a thick veil over her face as she went. She stole down the same unfrequented stairway that she had traversed the night previous, cautiously opened the south tower door, and peered out. Not a person was in sight, as Elizabeth had told her, and her trusty horse was quietly standing under the thick shadow of the poplars. She glided out, stepped lightly to his side, sprang into the saddle, and turning her back, as she believed, forever on her home, she took a footpath that led into a thick growth of wood that stretched away to the south of the manor house. This path led at length to an unfrequented cart road, which finally came out into a small manufacturing town about 5 miles away. When Pearle reached the outskirts of this town, she dismounted and turned her horse's head back in the direction of Ashton Manor, then tied his bridle to the pommel of her saddle, with the intention of sending him home alone. He was a horse that she had owned for years. He had been broken when a colt for her special use, and she had grown to love him as a dear friend. A great choking lump came into her throat as he turned his kind, questioning eyes upon her while she tied the bridle, seeming to know that something was wrong with her. She put both arms around his neck and leaned her head against him, while a sob burst from her as she murmured, "Goodbye, my faithful prince. The last familiar object my eyes may rest upon, perhaps forever. Dear old horse, you and I have spent many a happy hour together, and I know you'll miss the loving hand that has guided you for so many years. Dear prince, good fellow," she continued, patting him fondly and laying her cheek against his shining neck, as if she could not bear to let him go, while the tears, for the first time on that dreadful day, gathered in her eyes and ran over her pale face. The intelligent animal appeared to know that she was in trouble, for he rubbed his head softly against her shoulder and whinnied wistfully. But it would not do to give way to her feelings now. There was no time for repining or vain regrets. Giving him one last hug, and leaving a kiss on his sleek neck, she said in a firm, authoritative tone, "Prince, go home now." She gave him a smart blow with her whip. The horse picked up his ears in surprise, gave a bound, and was gone from her sight in less time than it takes to relate it. "And so goodbye to all the old life," Pearle said bitterly, and with quivering lips as he disappeared from view. Tossing her whip among the bushes, she picked up her bag and shawl from the ground and turned her steps toward the railway station in the village. "Does the London Express stop here?" she asked, walking up to the station master as she entered the waiting room. "It do not, miss, leastwise not regular. When His Honor Mr. Ruggles wants to go into the city, then we signal it to stop," he answered good-naturedly. Pearle knew that His Honor Mr. Ruggles was the great manufacturer of the place, and her heart beat fast with a nervous fear as she put her next question. "Will it stop today?" "Yes, miss, it will. I got word half an hour back to signal the train." A sigh of relief escaped her at this intelligence. Only 3/4 of the hour that she had claimed for herself was yet gone. She knew the express train was due at this place somewhere about this time, and she had fled hither hoping to be able to catch it. "Want to go up to London, miss?" asked the station master, having noted the sigh. "Yes," and with eager trembling fingers she drew forth her purse and paid for her ticket. "How long before the train will pass?" she asked anxiously. "You're just about on time, miss. There's the whistle now," the man returned as the quick sharp blast of a locomotive sounded about a mile away. Pearle went out upon the platform, feeling deeply thankful that everything was so favorable for her escape, and glad that she had no longer to wait, since every moment of delay and suspense were torture to her. A few moments more, and then the train thundered to the station, stopped for one brief instant, and then Pearle was whirled away toward the great metropolis where, among the seething, surging multitude, she hoped to hide and be lost forever to all who had witnessed the fatal act which she had so rashly committed that day. But who can tell what she suffered mentally as she was thus speeding away from home and all she loved? Who can describe the bitterness of her sensitive heart, or the rebellion which rent her proud nature to its very depths? With Byron she could have said, Every feeling hath been shaken. Pride, which not a world could bow, bows to this. And by hope forsaken, even my soul forsakes me now. But 'tis done, all words are idle. Words from me are vainer still. But the thoughts we cannot bridle force their way without the will. 16. How came she here? When Addison Cheetham left Ashton Manor, he was nearly beside himself with rage, chagrin, and bitter disappointment. It had never occurred to him that Pearle would fly from him. He had fondly hoped in his mad passion for her, that if he could by any means frighten or force her into a marriage with him, he would be able by persistent kindness and devotion to win her by and by to regard him with something like favour if not affection. He knew well enough now that she hated him with all the force of her proud nature. He knew also that she loved his enemy with a devotion of which few women were capable, and he had feared that it would be a long time before she would forgive him for the part he had played to accomplish his purpose. But he had great confidence in his own powers. He was prospering in life now, and with Pearle's fortune he would be rich. He had resolved to spare nothing to win her if he could. He would devote all his time and energies to her happiness and pleasure, and he was confident that he should succeed eventually. But if he did not, he had at least accomplished one object. He had avenged himself upon his enemy. He had stolen the bride and fortune that were to have been his, and Richard Burnholm was at that moment a heart-broken, desolate man. This had been the way he had reasoned while waiting in the grand salon at Ashton Manor for the reappearance of his bride. But even while he was planning all this, she was flying from him as fast as steam and rapidly revolving wheels could take her. And then he had been turned in disgrace from the doors of his lordship the Earl of Derwentwater. He ground his teeth with rage, he muttered curses fierce and deadly upon the whole family, and more than all upon his own stupidity for not having foreseen such an event. I might have known by her manner and by her cursed pride and hatred of me that she would never consent to go with me, he said as he sped toward Linden Grange to get his baggage, for of course his visit there was at an end now. And yet, he added thoughtfully, she pretended that she was going to accompany me. She appeared to consent. Oh, she was even then planning to fly. She knew that her lordly brother would never consent to let her leave him, and she knew that if she stayed I would never cease to haunt her. But, he cried, striking his fist fiercely against the side of the carriage, I'll find her. I swear she shall not escape me. I will upset the whole kingdom rather than be baffled thus. That fortune, too. Does she think to cheat me of that also? No. I am her husband, and she shall submit to me as such. How much I could have done with her income and mine united! I could have made the old place shine as I would like to see it. I would have run for the county membership, and I could have risen rapidly in the world. With such gloomy reflections as these he traversed the distance between Ashton Manor and Linden Grange. He did not alight when the carriage stopped, but putting his head out of the window called to his valet. "Bring the luggage, Andrew, as quickly as possible," he said. Andrew hastened to obey. The baggage was brought and strapped upon the back of the carriage. The valet then jumped upon the seat with the driver, not caring to share the coach with his master in his present mood, and they were driven away forever from Linden Grange. The disappointed bridegroom gave orders to be taken to the Leicester Arms, where he had decided to remain for a few days at least. He would have been glad to have departed at once and forever from the hated place that had been the scene of his recent mortification and disappointment. But he did not fully believe in Pearle's flight. He had a suspicion that she might be hidden safely away in some of the many apartments at Ashton Manor, and he determined to assure himself regarding this before he too should go. He spent several days skulking around at the manor house, questioning everyone whom he met concerning the inmates, until at last in his ramblings he stumbled upon Pearle's riding-whip, which she had tossed among the bushes by the roadside after sending her horse back to her home. He recognized it at once by its beautiful inlaid handle, which he had always admired, and which had also her initials engraven on it. This seemed to enlighten him somewhat as to her movements, and he hastened at once to the village station, where by adroit inquiries he learned that on the day of the great wedding at Ashton Manor, A young woman, very neatly clad in a dark travelling suit, had bought a ticket for London and taken the through express which passed there at 1 o'clock. Ah, she was being whirled toward London while I was fretting and fuming and waiting for her in the salon at the Manor over yonder, Addison Cheetham growled upon learning the above items. But this doubtful certainty was better than no knowledge of her movements. It at least gave him a clue, and he proceeded to act upon it at once. That afternoon found him also en route for London, swearing that he would find her if it took him his lifetime and every penny of which he was possessed. The anxiety and excitement of the last 2 weeks had worn upon him sadly, strong man though he was. He had passed many a sleepless night, while the passion to which he had given vent on the morning of the wedding had exhausted his strength not a little, and when he found himself comfortably settled in a compartment of a railway carriage which he had secured to himself, he lay back in his seat, and gave himself up to the first real rest he had had for a fortnight. He had nearly 100 miles to travel. It would be almost evening when he reached his destination, and fearing no interruption, he soon dropped into a deep and dreamless sleep. The hours went by. The train thundered on its way, bearing its precious human freight, who were all unconscious of the mournful tragedy that was to rudely shock them before the day was done. 75 miles of the way were safely traversed. All was well, save that the train was a few minutes behind time. This, however, could easily be made up by judicious crowding, and the engineer gave himself no uneasiness on that account. Away, away they flew over the intervening miles, fields, fences, and villages seeming literally to fly past them. Only a short distance further, and then the heaving, panting monster, that mighty, tireless giant, would become silent and motionless, while the now passive crowd would pour forth from the long train, and depart upon their several ways. Already the smoke, which always hangs over that great city, could be distinguished in the distance. Nearer and nearer it seemed to come. 15 minutes more, and God willing, all would be well. A black, gaping, wide-mouthed tunnel suddenly receives the human-freighted train. It is lost to view, then emerging, passes safely through. A curve, somewhat bold and abrupt, is rounded when, ah, what is that object just ahead? The faithful engineer utters a sharp cry of dismay. His heart bounds wildly in his bosom. Then, as if suddenly paralyzed, drops back like a lump of lead, the shock leaving him almost without strength, his face blanching to the hue of death, while every hair upon his head seemed to rise on end. He had seen only a few rods away, standing between the rails and directly in the path of his rushing engine, a dark-robed figure, like some statue carved in dusky marble, panic-stricken and motionless. He gave shrill, sharp signals for "down brakes," instantly reversing the engine and opening the escape valves, using his utmost endeavor to slacken the speed of the train. Still that figure stood without motion, apparently without life. He could now distinguish the white set face, the upraised, clasped hands. Oh, if it would but move! Why did it not spring aside from the horrible danger menacing it? The engine labored, jumped, creaked and groaned, like some wild beast hungry for its prey, and resolutely determined to overleap every barrier. The engineer shut his eyes to the sight he knew must greet them, while a sickening, horrible thrill ran through every vein and nerve. A moment of awful suspense, a wild, unearthly shriek, a hardly perceptible jar, and then the engine, panting like some mighty leviathan in its death throes, its strength exhausted, its dreadful work of destruction accomplished, subsided into silence and repose. The engineer thrust his white, horror-stricken face forth and looked back along the track. A shudder shook him from head to foot as he saw, not far distant, a heap of something lying between the tracks. "Great heavens, it is a woman!" he cried to the fireman, and jumping to the ground he sped back toward the silent object. By this time every passenger was on the qui vive. They had heard those startling whistles, proclaiming danger ahead. They had marked the efforts to slacken the speed of the train, and many a heart had grown faint with fear lest some dreadful calamity was about to overtake and destroy them, just as their journey was done. Great was their consternation upon learning that a woman had been killed, and hundreds left the carriages to look upon the poor unfortunate victim. The engineer had been the first to reach her. He had lifted her tenderly in his arms, borne her to a grassy spot not far distant, and laid her gently down, straightening out her limbs and smoothing her clothing decently over them. "Are you sure she is dead?" someone asked. "Yes, she is dead," he answered with a face of anguish. "And the first one I have killed in 27 years of service. Poor thing, and she is so fair and sweet to look upon, too." The tears streamed down his face as he bent over her, smoothing the heavy hair from her fair brow, where a great bruise suggested how the cruel work had been done. She was a young woman of apparently 21 or 2 years, and her face was very beautiful, save that unsightly mark. Her eyes were closed, and their dark fringes lying against the white cheek made it seem still fairer. Her nose was small and straight, the mouth full and sweet in expression, and the chin beautifully rounded. Her rich, abundant hair had become disarranged in her fall, and fell around her neck and shoulders in a profusion of rippling waves. Her form was slender and graceful, and looked very trim in the neatly fitting dress she wore. The small white hands, which the tender-hearted engineer had reverently folded over her still breast, were as fair and delicate as any high-born lady's in the land, and on the third finger of her left hand there gleamed a wedding ring. "Who can she be? She is married. How came she to be walking on the track?" were the queries and comments which were heard on every side, as one after another of the anxious passengers came to look, and then turned heartsick away from the sad sight. "How did it happen?" the conductor asked of the almost heartbroken engineer. "I do not know, sir. It seems as if she might have saved herself if she had had her wits about her. We came upon her just as we rounded yonder curve. I saw her turn and look back as I whistled, and then stand still as if panic-stricken. Just before we reached her I saw her fall. I think she must have fainted from fright. I did my best to stop the train, and the force was nearly spent when the engine hit her. If she had been a rod further on she would have been saved." "Are there any bones broken?" the conductor asked. "None that I can discover," said a physician who had been examining the woman. "Neither of her arms or legs are broken, but there may be some internal injury which caused her death." "Ah, yes, and that cruel bruise on her forehead. Poor child, poor child, and the first one I ever killed in all my 27 years of service," moaned the remorseful engineer with quivering lips. "The bruise could not have been the cause of her death. I think it is not in the right place. There must be some internal injury," replied the physician. "Are you sure, sir, that she is clean gone? Can nothing be done?" the engineer asked eagerly, seeming to gather something of hope from the medical man's words. "No, nothing can be done. There is no pulse, no heartbeat, no breath. She is past all help," was the sad reply. Still the passengers kept coming and going. There was quite a crowd gathered about the unfortunate woman, when all at once there came from the midst of it a startled, horrified cry. "My God! How came she here?" That was all, but everyone standing there heard it, and turned involuntarily to see whence the words came. There were white, scared faces all about, but among them all there was not one that appeared to be more so than another, and a solemn silence dropped over the spot as they waited, expecting to see some heart-broken father, brother, or husband rush forward and claim the lifeless body. But no one moved. No other word was spoken. "Who said that? Does anyone know who the unfortunate creature is?" demanded the conductor, glancing sharply around. There was no reply, and he repeated his question in a louder tone, but with the same result; and a wondering expression came into every face, while whispers and surmises flowed from lip to lip. Whoever had uttered that cry, whoever had spoken those words, seemed to have some powerful motive for keeping silent upon second thought. Only 2 men among the crowd knew who had been so startled upon beholding that white, still face upon the grass, or who had given utterance to that frightened cry and those terrible words. The woman's pockets were examined to see if they could discover any clue to her identity, but nothing was found save a small purse which contained a £1 note and a few pieces of silver. The conductor, after consulting a while with some of the passengers, ordered that she be lifted into the baggage carriage, and laid upon a pile of shawls and cloaks that had been volunteered for that purpose, everyone seeming to feel a sort of tender pity for the beautiful stranger who had come to such a sad and untimely end. The train then moved slowly on, reaching its destination nearly an hour behind time. The body was given into the care of the proper officials upon reaching the city, to be carried away to the morgue, there to await identification, and the busy throng went its way. As Addison Cheetham stepped upon the platform from the carriage in which he had been riding, he met his valet who was awaiting him, and who on beholding him started back with an exclamation of dismay. "Are you ill, sir?" he asked, and well he might ask, for the man's face was perfectly colourless, and wore an expression of horror beyond description. He was shivering as if chilled through with the cold, and his teeth chattered audibly. "No," he replied gruffly, "but after such a cursed fright a man might be expected to look ill. It is enough to give any one the horrors to be startled from a sound sleep by such unearthly noises, and then told that we were all going straight to—" The place of which he spoke is universally conceded to be a very warm one. "Did you get out to look at her?" inquired his servant, with an expressive shrug and emphasis. His master swore angrily. "What should I want to get out and look at a mangled corpse for? I had enough to do to quiet my own nerves after such a shock. I would give £100 if we had come on some other train. What have they done with it?" he asked with a shudder, and glancing fearfully around, as if he feared that the ghost of that unfortunate woman was about to rise up and confront him. "They are just taking her to the morgue, sir." "There they go now," his valet answered, pointing to two men who were carrying a rude litter, upon which something strangely and fearfully suggestive lay, covered with a black cloth. Addison Cheetham started violently as his eyes fell upon it, and muttering another oath, he turned quickly from the sight. "I'll go to the cafe and get a glass of brandy to steady my nerves, while you attend to the traps," he said, and then walked abruptly away. Andrew procured a carriage, had the baggage transferred to it, and then went to call his master, for the driver was anxious to be off in order to return in season for another train. Darkness had settled down upon the great city. A fine drizzling rain was falling, and the air was keen and chill. It seemed likely to be a dismal, uncomfortable night, one to make the traveller long for his own snug home, with its cheerful lights, its blazing fires, and kindly faces. The street lights flickered and flared, shedding ghostly rays around, making the gloom seem even more gloomy than it really was by contrast, and casting weird shadows among the many vehicles which were waiting to receive their passengers at one end of the station. But as Addison Cheetham came forth and entered his cab and gave his orders to be driven to the Langham, something more substantial than a shadow might have been seen to move away from the side of the carriage which he had entered, and glide quietly away into the darkness. End of chapters 15 and 16. Chapters 17 and 18 of Lost to Pearle, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. Visitors at the morgue. Addison Cheetham did not rest at all well that first night in London. He lay tossing and groaning upon his bed, and muttering strange things until broad daylight, when he sank into a fitful slumber which lasted until nearly noon. Then, feeling unrefreshed and wretched, he arose, bathed, dressed himself, and then ordered his breakfast to be served in his room, where he ate it silently and with thoughtful, moody brow. His meal dispatched, he threw himself upon a couch and fell to musing. A long, long time he lay there, perfectly motionless, his lips sternly compressed, his eyes troubled and almost fierce in their expression. "Confound my luck!" he exclaimed with an ugly scowl. "I don't know why I should be balked like this. I never gave up anything yet that I undertook. But now that I'm here I don't know which way to turn, and I've not much strength or courage left for anything after the fright of last night. I feel as if I never want to ride in a railway carriage again. And then—" He stopped suddenly, closing his eyes with a shudder, as if thus to shut out the remembrance of an event which had thrilled so many hearts with terror. After a few minutes he sat erect and drew out a wallet from one of his pockets. Searching in this among a promiscuous assortment of papers, he at last found what he wanted. That same little slip of printed paper which he had before examined on that day of the picnic, when he had first hinted of his love to Pearle. He read it over carefully, and his gloomy brow cleared a trifle. "There can be no mistake. I am all right," he muttered with a sigh of relief. "I will not worry, and I will not be turned from my purpose. I will find that girl. She need not think to escape me. I have not gone thus far on a difficult road, to be daunted and foiled when a little perseverance and a bold front may help me to win. If she is in London, if she is in England, if she is in the world, I'll find and conquer her. Still, if—" The anxious look returned to his brow as his eye fell again upon the slip he held. "I wish I was quite sure about this. I wish— Pooh! Of course it is all right," he continued with a shrug of impatience, as he returned it to his wallet and arose to his feet. "I will not give it another thought. I will not be frightened by a shadow, a suspicion. And yet—" His soliloquy was concluded with a shudder. It was nearly 3:00 when he finally emerged from his sumptuous apartment and repaired to the public smoking-room, where he procured a newspaper and a cigar and proceeded to inform himself regarding current events. Almost the first thing his eyes encountered was an account of the railway accident which had occurred the previous evening. With a muttered oath and a gesture of disgust, he instantly threw the paper from him, started to his feet, and went to overlook a game of billiards that was being played in another part of the room. He was evidently very nervous and ill at ease, for when, after he had watched it a few moments, the players began discussing the very subject which annoyed him so, he cast a look of angry impatience at them, walked to a window, and began drumming nervously upon the pane. The day was not at all propitious for weak or irritated nerves. There was nothing cheerful or comfortable about it, for a dismal rain continued to fall, the air was damp and chill, and everything without and within wore a gloomy aspect. From the window where he stood motionless and apparently absorbed in thought for nearly an hour, Addison Cheetham went to the public entrance hall, where for the space of another half-hour he paced back and forth in moody silence. At the end of that time he sent his valet for his hat and overcoat, and putting them on, he went forth into the rain and wind and mud. Anything evidently was preferable to the companionship of his own thoughts. The dark day was fast deepening into a darker night. The heavy clouds and rain, combined with the smoky atmosphere of the city, made it seem much later than the hour indicated. In a remote street, and one not much frequented even on a pleasant evening, there might have been seen a solitary figure wending its way with nervous and uneven tread. Every now and then it glanced back, as if fearful of being observed, then sped on more quickly than before. His fears, if fears he had, were not wholly without reason. For on the opposite pavement, muffled to the ears in a heavy cloak, another figure followed him at a little distance and with almost noiseless tread. At length the first pedestrian turned a corner into a narrow street, even more gloomy than the other had been. Quickening his steps, that other figure followed more closely now, and all at once stopping short he muttered with a chuckle of triumph, "Aha! I thought so." The occasion of this was that the first figure had also stopped before a grim-looking building, and after glancing cautiously and anxiously around, entered the place. It was the morgue. He walked up to the official, who was pacing in the waiting-room, and said abruptly and nervously, "I wish to see the body that was brought here last night." "Which one, sir? There were 4 brought here last night," returned the man in a surly tone, while he ceased his perambulations and eyed the newcomer keenly. "The body of the woman who was killed by the railway train," was the reply, accompanied by a shiver. It was a dismal place, and the dampness and gloom, and the mouldy smell pervading the atmosphere, were terribly suggestive of the business transacted there. "Can't, sir. Body's been taken," said the official with rude brevity. "Taken?" was the breathless exclamation. The man nodded. "When?" "Early this morning." "Who identified it? Who claimed it?" the stranger asked, tugging at his necktie as if it was uncomfortably tight, while his speech was thick with emotion of some kind. "Can't say. Friends, of course. None of my business as I knows on, since the papers are all right and I does my duty," was the gruff response, from which the man before him was led to infer that as he was evidently not a friend, it was none of his business either. "Who was she? Did you learn her name?" he persisted, lifting his hat and wiping the sweat from his forehead with a hand that trembled visibly. The official shook his head with a contemptuous look, as if he did not trouble himself about the names of the countless unfortunate who were brought there. He then turned abruptly and resumed his pacings, thus signifying his unwillingness to answer further idle questions. To do him justice, he believed the man had only come there out of curiosity, as hundreds did, to view a body that had been crushed and mangled by the cars. The body had been taken away in the morning as he had said. That business had been settled, and he had no desire to rehearse it. The night was cold, the place was ghostly and disagreeable, it was nearly time to shut it up and go home, and he was impatient of anything to detain him there. And altogether, he was not in a very comfortable frame of mind, while there was a superciliousness in both the tone and manner of his visitor, spite of his nervousness, that angered and annoyed him. The stranger, seeing that he could gain nothing more from him, also turned, and he staggered dizzily as he did so. His face was as ghastly as any face of those strange dead lying within that dreadful place, and he drew a long breath that was very like a groan as he groped his way out of the wretched place and disappeared in the darkness. He was wholly oblivious of the fact that another person was standing in the shadow of the open door as he departed, or that a pair of keen dark eyes were intently watching his every movement, and a pair of as keen ears had caught every eager, agitated question he had asked. As soon as the last sound of his footsteps died away outside, he also walked quietly up to the official, and, adroitly dropping a golden coin into his hand, began plying him with queries in a low tone. He was answered much more respectfully than the other had been, but although the two men remained in earnest conversation for some time, it was evident from the perplexed and disappointed look upon the newcomer's face, that he was not enlightened much regarding the subject under discussion. What possible interest could those two men have had in the woman who had met with such a luckless fate the day before? If she had been anything to them, why had they delayed so long in coming to identify her? And if either of them was the proper one to take her away, who was the person who had claimed and removed the body so early that morning? That the first stranger had been deeply interested in the fate of the dead woman was very evident, or he would not have appeared so agitated and disturbed over the fact that someone else had come and taken her away. The other apparently was more concerned in his interest in her than in the woman herself, since he had followed him so cautiously and dogged his footsteps like an ominous shadow. But what his motive was in seeking to bribe the official to give him information which the other one had failed to obtain does not now appear. Whatever his object may have been, he was evidently satisfied with his espionage for the present, for on leaving the morgue, instead of following in the other's track as before, he turned in a different direction, walking briskly away, and did not slacken his steps until he reached the Army and Navy Clubhouse in St. James Square. More than a week elapsed after the strange wedding at Ashton Manor, and no tidings of Pearle had been received. The guests had all departed, and the Earl, with his saddened family, were left alone to mourn over the sad fate of the bright and beautiful girl who all her life long had been the light and joy of their home. The Earl could not be reconciled to the rash act which seemed likely to ruin her whole life, nor to the scandal which it had created in the social world, thus making his family and proud name most disagreeably conspicuous. He extorted all the particulars of Pearle's flight from Elizabeth, and though he knew she could not suffer from want while she had plenty of money, which, the girl assured him, she had, yet the suspense and uncertainty regarding her fate drove him nearly wild. Where would she go? Where hide her shame and misery? Who would give her sympathy or care if her health or reason should fail beneath this terrible blow to all her hopes? These were some of the questions that haunted him continually, making his days miserable and depriving him of rest at night. Pearle had begged him not to search for her, but he could not rest, and finally went to London, where he remained several days making inquiries and searching for her. He inserted a personal in all the papers, which he thought she could not fail to recognize as coming from him if she should see it, but without avail, and he was at last obliged to return to Ashton Manor, where he could only strive for patience and wait. Meanwhile, poor, stricken Pearle was beset with various adventures and dangers. When she entered the express train on the day of her flight, she sank into the nearest seat, feeling as if it mattered little what became of her. Her mind was bewildered, her heart torn and lacerated with her misery, and had some terrible disaster overtaken her, she would have gone out of existence without a regret. She drew her veil still closer about her face, and folding her shawl around her shoulders, laid back in her chair, oblivious to all save her desperate desire to fly and hide herself forever from all whom she had ever known, and particularly from the man whom she hated and who had so fatally deceived and wronged her. She took no notice of her fellow passengers. She had barely sense enough to produce her ticket when the conductor came around to gather the fares from the passengers. Time was nothing to her. She appeared like one stupefied by some powerful opiate, and yet every sense was keenly alive to her sufferings. She longed for sleep and quiet and rest, but none came to her, and her pulses beat like hammers, every stroke making her cringe with pain. And thus the hours sped on. The day that had broken so fair and beautiful began to wane. Thick clouds gathered and settled down over the bright earth, as if in mourning for the young life which had been so cruelly wrecked. Pearle did not even know when the train reached its destination, although she was dimly conscious of some confusion, and that people were moving about her, and she would have remained there all night had not the guard come to arouse her. "London, miss," he shouted in her ear. She started in a frightened way, and put her hands to her head as if the harsh tones had hurt her. Her veil fell aside in the act, revealing her beautiful, wearied and suffering face, and the rough though kind-hearted guard was touched with pity for her. "Are you ill? Shall I call a cab for you, miss?" he asked in softened tones. But she shook her head wearily, tied her veil over her face again, and taking her satchel, she tottered from the carriage. She would not take a cab, for she feared if she did so it might afford some clue by which she would be traced, and she wanted to hide from every familiar face, to be lost and forgotten if that were possible. She resolved to go to some quiet and respectable street and search for lodgings, where she would remain until she could decide upon some plan for the long dreary future. She was not long in finding what she sought, and consenting to the landlady's terms, she was shown to a quiet and not unpleasant apartment where, feeling for the time secure, and removing her hat and outer garments, she threw herself exhausted upon the bed, and gave herself up to the rest she so much needed. Her weary body and overtaxed brain succumbed at last, and she fell into a heavy and dreamless slumber. 18. Service hunting. When Pearle awoke again it was midnight, and she was astonished to find that she had slept so long. When she first threw herself upon the bed she had only thought to rest a little while from her journey, and then she would break her long fast and retire for the night. She was very faint, but she could get nothing to eat at that hour, so she arose and removed her clothing and crept into bed again, where she slept until late the next morning, when upon waking she found the sun streaming in warm and bright upon the carpet. Just outside her window there grew a large maple tree, whose leaves were beginning to turn into rich bright hues, and now glowed in the sunlight with rare beauty and loveliness. Some little birds were twittering and singing among the gorgeous foliage their careless happy songs, and the air was resonant with their melody. These sights and sounds of beauty, life, and joy turned Pearle heartsick anew, and she buried her face in the pillow with a wild sob of pain. Alone, alone, my life marred and broken almost in the beginning. I cannot bear it, she moaned. My life was beautiful. It was like a poem or a song until he crossed my path. Now it is ruined. I shall never know a peaceful moment again as long as I live. What shall I do? How can I bear it? I will not bear it. I am bound with chains worse than those of a galley slave. I was a bright, happy, and innocent girl only 1 short month ago. And now, oh, heaven! It was cruel, cruel to wreck my life thus. Why should it have been permitted? She went on wildly. Why must it have been sent upon me? Why not upon some other, who knows better how to bear it? What have I done to merit it? I have never committed any crime or great sin. I have always lived as well as I knew how. Then why am I punished like this? If there is a God, can he be just and send such misery as this upon me? Hush, Something seemed to say in reply, and the word came to her so distinct and solemn that a feeling of awe stole over her. Hush! Who are you that you should judge the Almighty? You have never committed sin. You have lived as well as you know how. What has your life been but one ceaseless round of selfish pleasure? You have never done anything that was in the least degree disagreeable. You have never denied yourself for others, have never borne a cross. No one has ever been benefited by your life. Not even the cup of cold water has been given by you to one of earth's weary ones. But I did not know that I ought. I did not know that that meant me, Pearle said in a startled tone, as if in reply to some audible statement. I have lived beyond and above all that. I don't know much about sorrow or crosses or earth's weary ones. Again softly as a breath, but startlingly clear and authoritative came the answer. Go out into the highways and hedges, saith one. Go visit the poor and needy, the sick and dying. Go wipe the falling tear. Go comfort the mourning. Out of your abundance no tithe has been given. Out of your ample time no fruitful hours for him who hath a right to the whole. You have no right to live above and beyond it all. You are guilty of no crime, and yet withhold the Master's due. The Master's due? What is that? Pearle murmured, the guilty color flushing quickly to her pale face as she thus argued with her own soul. Yourself, your life, your reverent love. You have given to a poor frail mortal the love that was due your Maker. There is no greater crime against heaven and heaven's God than idolatry. The beautiful head of the sorrowing girl was bowed in confusion. She was speechless. Never in all the past had such a view of her life come up before her. It was as though an angel had spoken to her, reading a record of selfishness, pride, and idolatry, of which she had never dreamed until now. And she bowed, abased, before the truth he uttered, and which, brought thus face to face with, she could but own and recognize. Though deprived of her parents' guardianship at an early age, she had yet never known a care. She had been tenderly sheltered by an elder brother's love, and no sorrow or trial had ever been allowed to come near her. Thus she had grown to feel that her own happiness, her own ease and pleasure, were the paramount considerations in her life. She had never been led to think that out of her own happiness she ought to contribute to others who were less fortunate, that she indeed had no right to live beyond and above the sorrows of earth. She was gentle and amiable, and nearly everyone loved her. But what honor was that, when life was like a smooth, clear lake on a perfect summer's day, over which she sailed, leaving scarce a ripple behind, when every wish was gratified, and every care and trial smoothed from her path. Then there had come this beautiful, absorbing love. How it startled her to think of it now. Yes, she had been guilty of a blind idolatry. She had given all her heart, all the best hopes of her life to Richard Burnholm, never remembering there were higher, nobler duties that she owed to a greater than he, that out of the fullness and joy of the life which God had given her, he had a right to and would demand something in return. Never in her life had she felt so solemn, so humbled, so conscience-stricken as she did at this moment, lying there so lonely in that strange room and thus reviewing her bright past. She had cried out in bitterest rebellion upon awakening to a sense of her misery. Now she began to wonder if she did not deserve to lose her bright hopes, for having so long neglected and forgotten the giver of all her former joy. Can it be that this thing has been sent upon me to arouse me from a fatal lethargy? She asked herself, a solemn light in her large grey eyes. Was it needful that I should be thus warned that this life is not all there is, that there is a future to be prepared for? Perhaps. If I had continued to have everything my own way, seeking my own selfish pleasure, loving more and more, would I ever have thought of all this? And if not, what would have been the result? What will be the result now? She shivered, moaning with pain for the lost past, with regret for neglected duties, and dread for what she feared the lonely future would be. Then her mind involuntarily went back to that sad day when Lady Radcliffe, her gentle mother, lay dying, and she seemed to hear again the words she had said to her then. "My Pearle, I called you so, darling, because you seemed so fair and pure as a baby, because to me you were like some spotless pearl plucked from one of heaven's gates. Let your life be like that jewel, pure, spotless. Do not neglect the pearl of great price. Do not forget that you are not your own, that you have been bought with a great price, and let me find you in heaven at last, as pure and stainless as when God gave you to me." She was only a child then, scarce 7 years old, but she remembered the yearning, anxious look in her dying mother's eyes, the tender pathos of her failing voice, and the clinging clasp of her hand as well as if it had been but yesterday. And today those words came to her with peculiar significance and solemnity. But her rebellious heart would not be conquered in a moment, and again she cried out, "I cannot bear it. It is not right. I will not bear it." Hour after hour she fought this mighty battle with herself. She arose and dressed, and walked the floor with quick impatient tread, trying to still the voice of conscience, groping blindly for some relief for her misery, until she grew faint and exhausted, and began to realize that she must satisfy the demands of nature, or her strength would utterly fail her. She had eaten nothing since early the day before, and though the very thought of food was loathsome to her, yet she knew she must have it. She rang her bell, and ordered the servant who answered it to obtain her a good wholesome meal at the nearest coffee-house, and bring it to her room. It was brought, and she forced herself to eat, then threw herself again upon the bed, hoping that sleep would once more wrap her newly awakened conscience and senses in forgetfulness. But the drowsy god would not come at her call. She tossed restlessly from side to side, her head aching, her heart breaking, and life seeming too wretched to live. "There is no peace for me any more. I have dreamed a bright, beautiful dream. I have been cruelly awakened, and now only darkness and misery remain for me. I cannot bear it." That was continually her cry. She would battle with her feelings for hours, arguing with her conscience and striving to defend herself against its accusings. But she always came back to that one assertion, "I cannot bear it." Thus the days went by, and nearly 2 weeks passed. She had scarce been out of her room, having ordered all her meals served there. But this state of things could not continue long. She grew poor and weak. Her hands seemed almost transparent, her eyes sunken and lustreless. "Oh, if I could but die and be at peace," she moaned one morning, after awaking from a troubled and unrefreshing sleep. Then again, as once before, she was startled by that inward voice. "You are not fit to die. There is no peace for the rebellious." "Not fit to die, no peace for the rebellious," she repeated despairingly. "Where is peace to be found but in the grave? How then can I find it?" "By submission to the will of one who does not willingly afflict his children," came the voiceless reply. "Submission? Can I submit? Can I bow humbly beneath the stroke that has cut me off from every living being whom I love? I have lost hope, happiness, friends, and home. Only loneliness and obscurity remain to me for the rest of my life. Can I own my sentence just? Can I kiss the hand that smites me? Can I, Pearle Radcliffe, who have never been crossed in all my life until now, bend my proud will, and humbly declare it is well?" All her haughty spirit arose in arms against anything so foreign to her nature. "Those that walk in pride he is able to abase." How strange that all these words of Holy Writ should come to her! She could not have told where a single passage was to be found, yet they were as distinct and accusing and forcible as if they had been uttered by an audible voice. It drove her desperate. She could not bear this. She must have some relief. "Where can I go? What shall I do? What is there on earth that can ease my pain and give me peace?" Like the whisper of some angelic messenger she seemed to hear, "Go, work in my vineyard. Deny thyself. Take up thy cross. Use the talents God has given to your keeping for the good of others. And whatsoever you shall do in his name for the least of his little ones, it shall be the same as done to him, and peace shall be unto you." That means that I must forget self, putting aside all my wilfulness, all my repinings, and minister unto others. It means that I must forget my own comfort and pleasure, I must forget my pain, I must forget that such a person as Pearle Ratcliffe exists, except in so far as that she must be submissive, obedient, and do her duty. Can I? The time had come when this vital question between Pearle Ratcliffe's soul and God must be decided for all time and for eternity. It was no light thing to do, no trivial matter for the haughty, proud-spirited girl to yield everything, and submit to be led like a little child whithersoever he would, even though it might be into still deeper waters. For a long time she sat silent, almost motionless, thinking, arguing, struggling with the mighty inward force that was moving her as she had never been moved before. Her beautiful face was sad, wan, and haggard, for the last week with its mental conflict had told hard upon her. Gradually, a resolute look stole into her expressive grey eyes, her lovely mouth settled into lines of decision and firmness. "I will do it," she murmured at last. "I have lived all my life for myself and my own selfish pleasure. Henceforth I will live for others and the good I can do, whether it bringeth peace or not. Henceforth I will live for thee and thine." She lifted her face heavenward as she spoke, then her full heart found relief in a burst of healthful weeping. While sinking upon her knees, she sobbed out her penitence for a useless past, and her desires for a nobler and better future. When she arose she was calm and self-possessed once more. A peaceful light gleamed from her eyes, the rigid lines about her mouth were relaxed, and her whole face shone with a new purpose and a new hope. Hitherto Pearle had been one of the clinging kind, one to be cared for, loved, and petted, although she could be independent enough regarding her own rights and privileges. Still she had never relied upon herself. She had depended upon others for her amusement and pleasure, without considering that she also had duties, that she too owed something to those around her. Now her latent character, her reserve force, was beginning to develop beneath this fearful blow which had laid her prostrate in the dust as it were, and which had ground to atoms the crust of pride and selfishness that had hitherto enveloped her like an impenetrable shell. She now saw herself as she was, and realized for the first time the responsibility that rests upon every living soul. She had been created an immortal being with unlimited capabilities and powers, not to work out her own greatness or distinction, but to fill some sphere of usefulness, and to improve her talents for the glory of her Creator. She realized that she had no right to live within the narrow, limited, though charmed circle which her fastidious tastes had craved and delighted in, with no thought beyond the present moment's enjoyment, or of the great future which all must sooner or later enter upon. But for this trial, this blighting of her fondest hopes, she might have lived all her life, and never have known of what stuff she was made, never known what depths there were to her nature, nor the sublime heights to which she was capable of rising. She would instead have gone on in the same useless, pleasure-loving, frivolous way, and ruined all the sweetness and blessedness which she afterward attained by ministering, out of the abundance of her rich nature, to some of Christ's little ones, who otherwise would have gone hungering and starving to the end. Adversity and sorrow often bring out the strong points of one's character, as the rough and laborious exercise of the blacksmith develops the muscles and sinews, which, under other conditions, would have been comparatively strengthless. Pearle's first business after fighting this battle and winning the victory, was to care for her failing and neglected body. This she did so resolutely that only a few days elapsed before she began to recuperate rapidly. She then procured a copy of all the daily papers, which she perused with eager interest in search of work to do. She knew that she must fill every hour with something to drive her own sorrow from her mind, if she would follow up the conquest she had begun. Almost the first thing that met her eyes in the papers was this somewhat peculiar advertisement. "Lost, a pearl, of great value. Return at once to A.R. The possessor will understand." She knew that she was the Pearle referred to, for it was spelled as she had always written her name, and not like the jewel. She knew, too, that those initials, A.R., stood for Alstone Ratcliffe. A wave of bright color rushed into her face for a moment, and then receded, leaving it distorted with anguish, while tears of sorrowful yearning filled her sad grey eyes, as she realized how anxious her fond brother must be on her account, and how he longed for her to come back to the shelter of his love and care. But she had determined upon her future course, and nothing could make her swerve from it now. She must hide, at least for a while, from the world before which she had disgraced herself and her family. She would not do violence to every feeling of her nature by living a lie as the wife of the man whom she despised, and she could not mingle again with the world where she had once reigned a queen as a divorced wife. No, since she could not have the happiness she once hoped for, since she had rashly ruined her own life, she would strive to derive something of comfort by ministering to others, who perhaps might suffer as she had suffered. She turned resolutely away from that advertisement and began reading The Wants, making a note of several as she went along, when a difficulty suddenly presented itself to her mind. "I can never obtain a situation in a respectable family without a recommendation or reference of some kind," she said thoughtfully, and with a troubled face. All at once her eyes brightened. "I wonder if it would be right for me to do it," she continued, as if considering some doubtful question. "I think I am competent to teach what I thoroughly know. I have had the very best education that good masters and a love of study could give me. My accent is very pure both in French and German, and I excel in music. Yes, I believe I have a right to my own recommendation. I will do it." She sat down to her table and wrote a good sensible recommendation for a young woman named Margaret Melford. Melford had been her mother's name before her marriage, and signed it Mrs. Agnes Radcliffe of Ashton Manor. She was 100 miles from Ashton Manor. She had but a few acquaintances in London, and these she determined to avoid most persistently. Armed with this reference, which, secure in her own ability to perform what she undertook, she considered it no wrong to use, she set forth upon the wearisome task of service hunting. The first place of which she had made a note was at the West End, in the most fashionable locality of the city. The house was imposing and aristocratic in appearance, and its interior, as Pearle entered, gave her some idea of the wealth of its inmates and their luxurious manner of living. The lady and mistress of all this elegance who came to see her in the library was very pleasant and kind in her manner, and the young girl thought she would like to succeed in her mission here. But Madame's mind was made up for a refusal of her services the instant she saw Pearle. She was too pretty, too cultivated, too polished in her manner, for Madame had sons of an age to appreciate such things more than their own proud position in the world, and she knew that it would be dangerous in the extreme to admit this fascinating young person into her house as a governess, notwithstanding Pearle's unassuming ways and the sad story of some sorrow which she could not fail to read in her eyes. She listened courteously while Pearle made her application, and read her reference with evident satisfaction, then graciously told her that she was exceedingly sorry to disappoint her, but she had already decided in favor of someone else. She had made a mental reservation while talking with Pearle, in favor of the first ill-favored but competent person who should apply for the situation. Pearle was disappointed but not disheartened, and courageously plodded on her weary errand for hours. Some places no amount of money could have induced her to accept, and upon applying for others, as in the first instance, her face and grace were her doom. Women with susceptible sons or with homely daughters were jealous of her beauty, and would not employ her. Indeed, they appeared as if they considered it a personal insult for a beautiful girl to presume to seek an entrance into their family. At last, nearly wearied out with her fruitless search, Pearle, as a final resort that day, turned to an advertisement which had not been at all attractive to her, but which she had made a note of in case every other should fail her, as they had done. Wanted: a young person of winning appearance to interest and amuse an invalid child. I do not like it, the constant slavery of the care of a fretful, peevish child, but it may be the only thing there is for me to do, she said as she stood hesitating, after leaving the house where she had made her last application. She walked slowly on in the direction of the street indicated, a troubled, undecided expression on her weary face. I do not want it, she said at last, and stopping short. I will go back to my lodging and rest, and perhaps something more attractive may appear in the morning papers. With this resolve she turned to retrace her steps. As she did so she saw a face and figure on the opposite side of the street that made her heart sink like lead in her bosom. The face was turned toward her, the eyes were fastened upon her with an eager questioning look that seemed to penetrate even the thick folds of her veil. Although terribly frightened and dismayed by this sudden apparition, yet Pearle did not lose her self-possession. "I'm afraid he knows me," she thought, her nerves tingling as with electricity, "but it will not do for me to appear to notice it." She even stopped a moment before a stationer's window, as if to examine something displayed there, although she knew that that figure was then in the act of crossing the street. The store was a large one, and ran clear back and opened upon another street at the further end. After considering what it was best for her to do, Pearle, apparently having seen something she wanted, deliberately entered the shop. That figure following came and stood at the same window where she had been but a moment before, and she could actually feel the keen glance of those fierce eyes, even though her back was turned in that direction. She made some trifling purchase, giving the exact amount named so as not to be obliged to wait for change. She could not stand there long beneath that espionage. Then with a light, quick tread, she passed out of the other door of the store into the opposite street. Once in the street, fear lent speed to her steps, and she almost flew over the ground. She turned several corners, glancing furtively back as she did so, but seeing no one following, she took courage, and at last gained the street where she had taken lodgings, a feeling of security beginning to take the place of her fright. The house was reached. The door opened almost immediately to her ring, the last flutter of her garments was upon the point of disappearing within, when a man, panting and almost breathless, turned a corner just above. On and on he came with rapid strides, paused an instant before the door through which Pearle had disappeared, then, with a sardonic grin on his face, passed on, muttering in low, fierce tones, "I'm not quite sure, but I shall satisfy myself ere long." That man was Addison Cheetham, and he was reasonably sure that he had at last tracked his prey to her hiding-place. End of chapters 17 and 18. Chapters 19 and 20 of Lost a Pearl by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. Pearle's Charge. Pearle, upon gaining her own room, felt secure once more. She was confident that she had outwitted her pursuer, for on looking from the window she could see nothing of him. She was weary, and for the first time since leaving home felt really hungry. After eating a hearty supper she retired, and slept soundly and healthfully all night long. She did not awake very early the next morning, and upon peeping through the curtains to see what the day promised to be, she was dismayed beyond measure to see a well-known figure pacing back and forth before the house on the opposite side of the street, and furtively glancing every now and then up at her window. She realized at once that Addison Cheetham had tracked her to her hiding-place, and was only awaiting some signs of life about the house to pounce down upon her. She dressed herself with all possible haste, deciding upon her plan of action in the meantime. She packed all her small possessions into her traveling bag, counted out the price of her lodgings, and laid it upon the table, leaving an extra crown, for the landlady had been kind to her in many little ways. She then put on her hat, and tied her thick veil closely over her face, when glancing again in the street, she saw Addison Cheetham in the act of crossing, and she knew she had not a moment to lose. She turned her back upon the cozy little room that had really grown quite homelike to her, and glided down the stairs into the front hall, just as a loud peal of the bell echoed through it. She trembled with nervousness as she realized that only a single door separated her from her enemy, but her resolution to outwit him never for a moment wavered. Mrs. Mullins, the landlady, had not yet risen, and there was no one but Biddy the cook to answer the bell. Pearle had taken this fact into consideration, and as there was a front and a back staircase leading down to the basement, she stood at the head of the front stairs until she heard Biddy ascending the back ones, when she passed swiftly and noiselessly down into the kitchen, out into the little back yard through a small gate that had been cut in the fence which separated it from another yard, and so came out upon another street, before Biddy had succeeded in unfastening the hall door, or Addison Cheetham had made his first inquiry regarding his fugitive wife. "Is your mistress within?" was his first query to the girl. "Sure, sir, and she'd not be after being anywhere else at this time of the morning," she answered in her rich brogue. "Can I see her?" I suppose yes can, if yes is willing to wait for her to get up. But," with a knowing quirk of her small twinkling eyes, "yes'll not be pleased with her if ye calls before her temper nap is out." Biddy had learned to designate her mistress's last morning sleep as her temper nap, since she had learned to her sorrow that by disturbing her before she was ready to rise, the natural sweetness of her disposition was destroyed for the day. "Ah," Mr. Cheetham returned thoughtfully. Then slipping a piece of silver into the girl's hand, he continued, "Perhaps that will not be necessary. Maybe you can tell me what I wish to know. You have a young lady lodging here, I believe?" "Yes, your honour. 6 of them," Biddy returned, viewing the silver with a loving yet half-suspicious glance. "The one I refer to occupies the front room, 2nd floor. She wears, when on the street, a dark brown suit, a dark straw hat, and a thick veil to match her dress tied over her face." "Sure, sir. Is it Miss Melfort yas manes? And a shwate young leddy she be too, wid her sad eyes and winning ways." "Yes, your honour. She lodges here."
"Ahem. Yes, Miss Melfort," Addison Cheetham began, a cunning gleam in his eyes at having discovered the assumed name that Pearle had given. "Well, I am a particular friend to that young lady. Will you tell her that a gentleman would like to see her?"
"What name, sir, if you please?"
"Never mind the name, my good girl. She will know me when she sees me," he returned.
"Yes, be a friend to the young lady. Ah. But be she a friend to yoursel?" Biddy demanded dryly.
The sight of his money had, for a moment, won her heart, but Pearle, with her gentle ways, kind words, and little gifts, had made a true friend of the rough Irish girl during the little while she had been in the house. She knew Pearle had lately known some deep sorrow. She did not like the looks of this strange man, notwithstanding his gift of money. She did not like his refusing to give his name. And remembering how close the young girl had kept herself, she instinctively feared that this stranger might not be such a particular friend after all. Addison Cheetham smiled at the girl's cunning. "You can judge as to that matter when I tell you that I expect to spend my life with the young lady," he said confidently, and dropping another piece of money into her hand, a yellow one this time. Biddy was not proof against such blandishments as these. "Look! Her beau, is it?" she cried, her red face all aglow with appreciation of the romance of the thing.
"Of course yous wants to see her then. Come intil the parlour while I speak to her, though I'm in doubt will she be awake."
"I think she is. I saw her at the window before I rang," the wretch said as he followed Biddy into the parlour. He had, indeed, caught a glimpse of Pearle as she peeped between the curtains.
"Arrah, then, maybe she's expectin' yez,"
the girl answered with another appreciative grin. "I think she is," he muttered more to himself than in reply to her, and feeling quite sure that Pearle suspected his vicinity. He had tracked her at last. He had not ceased to search for her since leaving Ashton Manor, and he was now determined that he would not leave the place without she accompanied him. His chagrin can better be imagined than described when Biddy returned to the parlour with a very perplexed countenance, and made the startling announcement that Pearle had gone bag and baggage. The landlady now made her appearance, looking very sleepy, and not exceedingly pleased at having so early a caller. She uttered an enraged shriek upon being informed of Miss Melfort's departure, and immediately rushed from the room to ascertain for herself the truth of the report. She soon returned, however, in a calmer frame of mind, having found the money which the young girl had left, and which, having counted it and discovered the extra crown, had considerably mollified her ire. Addison Cheetham plied the woman with numberless questions, but since Pearle had kept her room nearly all the time, holding very little communication with anyone beyond the ordering of her meals, there was not much to tell, and the baffled villain finally took his departure, cursing his ill luck, but vowing that he would find her yet. Pearle, meanwhile, hardly knew what to do with herself. She dare not traverse the streets, lest in doing so she should encounter the foe she had but just escaped. It was too early to apply for the situation she had been so loath to seek yesterday, but which now seemed like a haven of refuge in her loneliness and friendlessness and danger. She finally entered a coffee-house where there were little stalls partitioned off and curtained, and which had at once attracted her as being a safe resort until she could decide upon some plan for further action.
Seeking one of these, she ordered a breakfast which she knew it would take a good while to prepare, and hoped by the time it was ready and eaten, it would do for her to apply for that unattractive situation which she had in her emergency decided to take if she could get it. Every step she heard without her hiding-place sent a nervous thrill through her whole frame, and she was constantly glancing out to ascertain who the newcomers might be. But no one entered whom she knew, and by the time her breakfast was ready she had grown comparatively calm, and ate it with relish. Looking at her watch when she had completed her meal, she found it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Hyde Park is a long way from here. I cannot walk the distance and carry my bag," she said to herself. "I will call a cab, and then I shall be sure not to encounter anyone I do not wish to see." She rang the bell, paid her bill, and ordered the waiter to send for a cab. He said he would do so, but there was some delay, and it was nearly 10:30 before it arrived. She glanced nervously around her as she left the coffee-house to enter it, but no one she knew was visible, and with a sigh of relief she sank into the seat and drew the curtains close. When at length the cab stopped before a quietly elegant house at Hyde Park Corner, she alighted, bidding the cabman to wait for her. Hastening up the marble steps, she rang the bell, and stood with trembling heart while awaiting the appearance of a servant. He came at length, a footman in livery. She stated her errand, and was shown through the magnificent hall into a small reception-room, and left alone while the man went to summon his master. 10 minutes elapsed. An age they seemed to anxious Pearle. And then the door opened again, admitting a tall, handsome man of perhaps 33 years. "Miss Melfort, I presume?" he said, bowing gravely, while his eyes sought the card upon which Pearle had delicately traced the name which she had determined should henceforth be hers. Margaret Melfort. Pearle bowed assent. "I understand that you have come to apply for the situation advertised in yesterday's papers," he continued, studying her fair face, and wondering what cruel necessity had driven this beautiful creature to seek such a position. "I have come to inquire what the duties of the situation are, and to ascertain if I am fitted for them," she replied in her sweet, ladylike tones. He did not immediately answer her. He was studying her elegant figure, elegant in carriage, if not so much so in form in Elizabeth's loose-fitting dress, the sad high-bred face crowned with its silken glossy hair, and the small hand so neatly encased in its expensive glove. Sir Harold Cheswick's verdict in his own mind regarding the applicant for the vacant situation in his family was easy to read by his respectful tone as he answered, "I fear the duties you referred to may not be of the most congenial character. I have a little daughter, 14 years of age, who is a confirmed invalid. She was always well until about 4 years ago, when she was attacked with a disease of the spine, which has crippled her for life. She is comparatively comfortable just now as to her general health, although not able to endure much excitement or fatigue. She is very capricious and exacting. She will not be governed, will not study, is very miserable and unhappy on account of her deformity, and makes everyone unhappy around her. I have not known what to do with her during the last 3 months, and as a last resort, I advertised as you have seen, hoping that someone might be found who would be willing to devote herself to the child's amusement for a handsome remuneration. Money will be no object if the right person can be obtained," the gentleman concluded with a heavy sigh, as if he doubted that anyone competent would be willing to assume such a responsibility. Pearle's eyes had grown tender with pity as she listened to the sad story of this crippled child. "Has your little girl's education ever been attended to?" she asked thoughtfully. "Oh, yes. She was very forward and bright for her age before her sickness. She reads readily and writes nicely." "Is she fond of music?" "Passionately. It is the only thing that she really seems to enjoy. Are you musical in your tastes?" "Yes, sir, and I love children. I think I would like to undertake the charge of your little daughter for a while, if you are favorably disposed toward my application, and see if I cannot make the time pass agreeably and perhaps profitably to her," Pearle said, feeling strangely interested in the forlorn little one. Sir Harold's face involuntarily lighted at the sound of her gentle, sympathetic tone. "I cannot fail to be otherwise than favorably disposed," he said quickly with a genial smile, and Pearle was surprised that he did not demand the ever necessary references. Would you like to see Miss Grace?" he asked after a moment of thought. "I suppose it will have to be as she decides about your remaining." Pearle felt her heart sink again at these words. If her future was to be governed by a capricious child, she feared the worst, yet she signified her desire to see this very peculiar young lady. And rising, Sir Harold led the way from the room up the broad, richly carpeted stairs, to a large south room looking out upon the busy street. It was a pleasant, sunny apartment, and furnished most luxuriously with everything the most exacting nature could desire. In a reclining chair of crimson velvet there lay an elfish-looking child. Her skin was of chalk-like whiteness, her eyes as black as a raven's wing, her tangled hair of the same hue, while she did not look nearly as old as she really was. She was small and much emaciated, while the anxious expression upon her young face told of much suffering. She looked up eagerly as the door opened, but frowned angrily when she saw her father. "I thought you had gone to get me some grapes, Papa," she said in a whining, fretful tone. "I hope I have brought you something far better, though you shall have the grapes also very soon," Sir Harold said pleasantly, then added, "I have invited a young lady to come up and see you. Miss Melford, this is my little daughter." Pearle went to the child's side and greeted her kindly, an expression of such genuine sympathy on her lovely face that the frown upon her brow instantly disappeared. "You are very good to come and see me," she said shyly. "Are you one of Papa's friends?" Pearle smiled, and a dash of color shot into her cheeks. "No, Miss Grace. I am only here to inquire about an advertisement regarding a companion for you." "Oh, are you good-natured?" Grace demanded, with a keen glance into the expressive gray eyes looking so kindly down upon her. Pearle laughed a low, musical laugh at this personal question. "Because if you aren't," the child went on before she could reply, "I don't want you. Everybody is cross to me." Sir Harold sighed. He feared this gentle, beautiful young lady, in whose favor he had been at once prepossessed, would be repulsed by this ungracious reception. Too well he knew the trials to which she would be subjected if she remained with this spoiled child, spoiled by over-indulgence during her sickness, a mistaken kindness which he realized when it was too late to remedy his error. "I do not think it would be wise for me to say very much about my good points, Miss Grace, but I do not think I could be very ill-natured to a little girl who was suffering," she returned sweetly. The black eyes went sharply up to Pearle's face again, to see if she was speaking with sincerity. She was evidently satisfied with her scrutiny, for her little pinched face took on a gentler expression than it had yet worn. "Can you play and sing?" she asked, with a glance at the open piano, which was a marvel of beauty and richness. "Yes. Would you like to hear me?" Pearle asked, drawing off her gloves preparatory to gratifying the child. She nodded, an eager, expectant look creeping into her eyes. Miss Melford arose and went to the piano, struck a few rich chords, and then played something that had a cheerful, airy sound, filling the room with melody. It was a pleasure just to sit and watch her movements, she was so graceful, while her white hands flying over the keyboard were perfectly bewitching. At least, so thought Sir Harold as he sat and watched her. "Sing," commanded the invalid, with a deep-drawn breath as she ceased playing, and Pearle sang 2 or 3 simple ballads in her rich, clear voice. There was no other sound in that room until the last note died away. Then a passionate sob smote her ear, and turning, she saw that little tangled head bowed upon the wasted hand, and knew that the child's soul had been touched. There must be some gentleness in the little heart, she thought, as she arose and went again to her side, her sympathies more and more awakened for the peculiar being. "I have tired you," she said gently, while her white hand wandered caressingly over the tangled elfin locks. "No, no, no. But it was so beautiful I could not help it," she sobbed. Then, with an impulse as sudden as it was strange, she lifted her head, caught Pearle's hand, and kissed it. "Stay, will you?" she asked, clinging to it. "Do you think you could bear to stay with me?" "Yes, dear, if you think you will be happy with me," Pearle said softly. "I will try. Indeed I will, Miss Melford," she said earnestly. "I will try to be good. but my back aches so that I am dreadful naughty sometimes. But if you'll stay, I will try not to fret you." Sir Harold looked on and listened in astonishment. This was a new phase of his daughter's character. Hitherto she had been perfectly unmanageable. Nothing had pleased her, and the whole household were often at their wits' end to know how to get along with her. But the mere presence of this young girl seemed to have a softening influence upon her, and during all her sickness she had never spoken so gently or clung to anyone as she did now to Pearle. Miss Melford raised her eyes inquiringly to Sir Harold after Miss Grace's last words. "Could you be persuaded to undertake the charge?" he asked, understanding her. "Yes, if you can trust her with me," she said simply, whereupon the sick girl looked up with a happier face than she had worn for years. "When would it be convenient for you to come?" the baronet then asked. "I could remain now if it would be agreeable," she replied with a slight flush, and thinking he little knew how she dreaded going forth into the street again. "How delightful that would be!" cried Grace eagerly. "It would be exceedingly agreeable," Sir Harold replied with a look of intense relief and satisfaction upon his handsome face. "But your baggage, you will need that. However, I can send for it at any time," he added after a moment of thought. "I was about changing my lodging as I came hither, and I have my travelling satchel with me, which is all the baggage I have at present in the city," Pearle explained. "And you will stay now?" exclaimed the delighted child. "Yes, dear, now if you wish." I do. Oh, papa, I will be good. I will not tease her," she said, turning her bright face to him. "That is my dear child. Now give me a kiss, my pet, as I have a few more arrangements to make with Miss Melford, and you must excuse her for a little while." He took her tenderly in his arms and kissed her, for he loved her fondly, notwithstanding her faults. Then rising, he opened the door and held it for Pearle to pass out, as courteously as if she had been a duchess. 20. Winning a victory. Sir Harold went out and paid and dismissed the cabman upon descending from his daughter's room, and then led Pearle once more into the reception-room to settle the question of salary, etc. "I cannot tell you how gratified I am with the manner in which you have been received by Grace," he said heartily. "She is a very nervous, peculiar child, and if you succeed in winning her to something like cheerfulness and content, I cannot feel too grateful to you. I know that you will be often severely tried, but whatever remuneration you may consider adequate, I shall feel that it is well earned." Pearle looked up at him with some surprise. This was not the way she supposed terms were usually made with governesses or companions. "I shall leave that matter entirely with you for the present," she said. "I supposed—" She hesitated, flushing a trifle, and he waited courteously for her to go on. "I supposed that Madame would be consulted before anything was permanently settled." She had wondered that Sir Harold's wife had not been called in to help decide so vital a question, and she had wondered, too, not to hear Grace refer in any way to her mamma. Sir Harold's face grew crimson, then pale, as she thus referred to his wife. "My little daughter's mother died more than 3 years ago," he returned in low, suppressed tones, and with a pained look in his eyes. "Pardon me," Pearle murmured, regretting that she should have thus reminded him of so great a sorrow, and feeling even more tenderly toward the motherless girl upstairs. Then a startled blush mounted to her forehead. Madame dead? Who, then, was at the head of this luxurious establishment? Who presided over this luxurious home? Surely there ought to be someone competent and responsible, or it would not be proper for her to remain an inmate of the house. It would be very awkward, very questionable for her to do so. And yet, in her momentary confusion, she could not force herself to question him regarding the matter. He must have read something of this in her troubled glance at him, for he said quietly, though reassuringly, "My family consists simply of myself, my daughter, and a maiden aunt, who, with the assistance of the housekeeper, directs all household matters. I fear it will be very dull for you here, Miss Melford, but we will try and make it as pleasant as possible, if you will consent to remain for a while." His tone was wistful. He wished this lovely woman to stay. He felt that her influence must be beneficial to his invalid child, and he was drawn toward her irresistibly himself. "I will remain for the present," Pearle answered, greatly relieved. "I shall be quite content, I hope, as I prefer to be quiet, and I trust that Miss Grace and I shall get on very peaceably together." "I feel sure of it," Sir Harold responded with a gratified smile. "But," he added in a somewhat dubious tone, "I shall not presume to engage you for any length of time, knowing something of the trials to which you may be subjected. But if £30 a quarter will be sufficient for your needs, I shall deem myself fortunate to secure your services for that amount and for that period, hoping, when it shall have expired, to prevail upon you to remain longer. However, you are to feel perfectly free to sever the connection at any time. I would not bind you 1 hour longer than it would be pleasant for you to stay." "The compensation will be ample, thank you," Pearle said, much surprised at the liberal sum he had named. And then she signified her desire to go at once to her charge. Sir Harold rang the bell, and commanded the servant who appeared to show Miss Melford to the southwest suite, which were for the present to be exclusively her rooms. He held the door open for her to pass out, saying cordially as he did so, "Pray make yourself perfectly at home, Miss Melford. Call upon the servants for anything you wish, and command me at any time." Pearle bowed her thanks, and wondered to find herself a poor, friendless, exiled girl, and in the eyes of Sir Harold, naught but a simple governess, so courteously and considerately treated. The southwest suite proved to be luxurious apartments just in the rear of Miss Grace's rooms, and furnished with every elegance to which she had all her life been accustomed at Ashton Manor. And now a strange new life opened to her. She, who had always been served, petted, and caressed, was now to serve and be subject to the caprices of a spoiled and arrogant child. It was to be a life that demanded unlimited patience and self-denial upon her part, and it proved in many respects a wearisome life. But it brought into action powers which Pearle never dreamed she possessed, making her grow strong and self-reliant, and fitting her for the strange and varied future which lay before her. She did not repine that her lot had been cast in with this fretful, selfish, peevish child. She assumed her duties with a cheerful countenance, a brave, resolute heart, and an unwavering trust in the strong hand on which she was beginning to lean with such loving confidence. Her battles with self had all been fought during those 2 despairing weeks that she had spent in her lodgings, when death seemed preferable to life. She had put behind her all vain repinings, and resolved to conquer her selfish, absorbing grief. The keen bitterness, the despairing anguish were past, and she was growing strong with a strength which surprised while it helped her, and a peace that was as wonderful as it was grateful took possession of her bruised heart and sustained her in every duty. The proud, beautiful Pearle Ratcliffe had grown tenfold more lovely, with a new, tender dignity, which this surrender of her haughty self had engendered. The light which shone from her wonderful grey eyes was steady and calm, with a peace which seemed to draw everyone toward her, and to cause involuntary reverence for the sweet expanding spirit beneath. The gaiety and careless impulse that had previously characterized her had now given place to a charming gentleness and grace that was irresistible, and one look into her grave, thoughtful, but wondrously winning face told of a true and tender woman into full stature rapidly developing. I do not say that she knew no sad moments, that the bright past did not often rise like some evil phantom, to taunt her with what she had lost, and point with mocking scorn to the fetters she believed must always bind her. It was often thus, and for the moment the deep waters would roll over her, threatening to envelop and drag her again into the regions of despair. But the bruised heart had learned whither to turn for peace, and her anguished cry for help never failed to bring the Comforter to her aid. Grace Cheswick had never been thwarted in a single whim or wish since she was first attacked with the terrible illness which made her a cripple for life. She had been a merry, happy, though quick-tempered child previous, but suffering and the mistaken kindness which had ministered to and fostered every sickly fancy had completely changed her nature. She was passionate, sullen, fretful, and ill-natured in the extreme. Even the slightest hesitation on the part of her father, the nurse, or a servant to gratify her demands, would throw her into a frenzy that was frightful to witness. Pearle was a grieved and shocked observer to a paroxysm of this kind the morning following her installation as companion to the wilful little lady. The nurse had assisted her to rise and dress, and having arranged her comfortably in her luxurious chair, brought her medicine to take before she should eat the tempting breakfast which a servant had just spread upon the table at her side. A dish of fruit was also upon the table: oranges, grapes, bananas, lemons, dates, and figs. Miss Grace obstinately refused to take her medicine, and demanded a lemon and a fig instead. The nurse coaxed and reasoned against this. The lemon and fig were not suitable to be eaten upon an empty stomach, and the medicine had been ordered to be taken before breakfast. Miss Grace declared she would not take it. She would have the fruit, and throwing up her hands and feet, kicked and screamed furiously, and ended by striking the brimming spoon from the nurse's hand. Pearle came into the room in the midst of this scene, and a feeling of disgust and repulsion for the moment took possession of her. "I can never endure this," she said to herself. "I shall never humble myself to that child, allowing her to tyrannize over me like that, or to conquer my better judgment regarding her health. I will begin as I intend to go on." With a look of firmness and decision on her face, she glided to the side of the enraged child, and quietly rolled the table with its tempting breakfast and fruit far beyond her reach, saying as she did so, "Nurse, I think Miss Grace must be suffering severe pain to make her scream so. It must be colic or something of the kind, and she must recover from it before she will be able to eat anything." Her face was calm and unruffled, her manner gentle, and her eyes pityingly reproachful as they rested on the infuriated girl. But there was an air of decision about her which plainly said Miss Grace could not touch a morsel of anything until she showed symptoms of recovering from the paroxysm of whatever nature it might be. Both nurse and patient regarded her in wonder, and the latter became instantly silent from astonishment. But the little fury was not to be tamed all at once. For a moment her black eyes studied Pearle's fair face with a curious look, as if measuring the strength of this new combatant. Then she set up another unearthly howl, crying out, "I haven't the colic either. Give me that lemon instantly. I will have it, I tell you." And the kicks and screams were renewed more violently than before. "Certainly, Miss Grace, it must be the colic," Pearle persisted, "and it must be very painful, for I once saw a little boy 3 years old who had it, and his symptoms were exactly the same. Surely no young lady of your age could be thrown into such unseemly contortions from any other cause." And the calm, steady gray eyes met the furious black ones unflinchingly, while the slightest possible curl of scorn was visible about Pearle's lovely lips. The child was quick to see it, and realized, as she had never done before, how ridiculous she was making herself appear. She had never been dealt with in any such way before. Everyone had hitherto sprung to do her bidding upon the least display of temper. No one presumed to cross her, and she had grown into the habit of tyrannizing over the whole household until everyone dreaded to come into her presence. But here stood this delicate, beautiful stranger, looking down upon her without a ruffle upon her brow, and showing no disposition to yield to her in the least degree, yet with soft, pitying eyes that seemed to grieve for what? Her pain or her passion? She could not tell which. She found herself involuntarily wondering if Miss Melford really believed that she was suffering from a stomachache, and behaving like a child 3 years old, she, who had suffered torture from that dreadful pain in the back which had crippled her for life, and often by the exercise of her strong will had refused to yield to it, until exhausted nature could bear no more. A feeling of shame began to creep over her, but this same strong will would not allow itself to be thus easily conquered. "I am going to have the lemon," she asserted sullenly and defiantly, while her eyes half guiltily sought the coveted fruit. Those clear, beautiful orbs, looking so steadily down upon her, made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Pearle made no reply, and the nurse stood silently by, waiting to see how the contest would end. "Miss Melford, I really have no pain. Do you believe that lemon will hurt me?" Miss Grace asked in a more quiet tone, after a moment or two of awkward silence. "My dear, how old did your papa tell me you are?" Pearle asked, without appearing to heed her question. 14. the young girl replied hesitatingly and with a conscious blush. Yes, 14, I think he said. One is almost a young lady when one reaches that age. And I believe, dear, that you are a sensible young lady, and if you will reason calmly a moment, you will see the wisdom of following the directions which the nurse has received from your physician. Do you know what they are? Pearle asked kindly. Yes. Take a spoonful of that filthy medicine before eating my breakfast, and then not eat anything after for 2 hours, Miss Grace returned with evident reluctance. You believe your physician is a wise man, do you not? You do not think he would give you disagreeable things to take if you did not need them, or that he would refuse you anything pleasant to eat if it was good for you? Pearle asked again. No, but I want the lemon, Grace answered with heightened color and downcast eyes. Pearle smiled as she noticed how her will was gradually yielding. Yes, I know you do, she said gently, and I wanted something very, very much a few moments ago. And what was that? The child demanded, with quickly lifted eyes. To run and stay away from the whirlwind I found here, Pearle said very gravely. Oh, Miss Melford, you have but just come. You won't go and leave me, Miss Grace said in a startled voice. That would be neither wise nor kind in me, dear, any more than it is wise and kind in you to do what you must know would surely make you very ill, causing your papa great anxiety, and making a great deal of extra care and labor for nurse, who looks very weary as it is this morning, Pearle returned with a sympathetic glance at the tired and perplexed woman. And so we must not forget, she went on, that in this world we have to put up with some disagreeable things that good may come. Grace looked up with a flash of her black eyes. Such disagreeable things as what, me or the medicine? She asked abruptly and unconscious of all grammatical errors. Pearle smiled good-naturedly. A little of both, I am afraid I must say, she said. No one ever dared talk so to me before, began the child passionately and with a scarlet face. My dear, Pearle said, touching the head caressingly, there was no malice in my reply, and I must warn you that if you ask me such plain questions, I shall be obliged to dare to give you truthful answers at all times. Now let us begin our first day auspiciously. I will dip a clean spoon in this wine for you to take the medicine from. I do not believe you really care very much about the bad taste. That will soon pass, you know. Suiting the action to the words, she passed the spoon to the nurse, who poured a portion from the bottle she still held in her hand, and which Miss Grace swallowed without a word, but with a very curious glance at her new companion. This is a very tempting little breakfast, Pearle continued, rolling the table close to the sick girl's chair. This breast of a partridge looks exceedingly inviting, the cream toast is still steaming, and this dainty mould of calf's foot jelly is fit for a queen. Shall I pour your chocolate? It has been over the brazier all the time and is hot. And while you are eating, we will plan what we will do to make the day pass pleasantly. If you please, Miss Grace replied with another furtive glance into her companion's face, as if to ascertain whether she was being coaxed out of her own wilfulness to do the bidding of another. But Miss Melford was serving her in a gracious yet matter-of-fact way that served to allay her suspicions, and she applied herself with zest to her breakfast, and listened delightedly while Pearle chatted amusingly of many little incidents that had occurred during her own early life. The nurse stole away at a significant glance from Pearle, and for an hour rested her weary bones undisturbed, after which she descended to the servants' quarters to relate the wonderful conquest that had been achieved over the fury of the house, and to sound the praises of the new companion. Miss Grace was easily entertained during the remainder of the morning, and Pearle found her a really bright and intelligent girl, although sadly deficient in education which, under the circumstances, could not be otherwise. There seemed to be some irresistible charm about our fair heroine, for the young invalid did not give rein to her temper again during the day, and in the evening, when her gentle companion bade her good night, she impulsively wound her arms about her neck and whispered, "Thank you, Miss Melford, for being so patient with me. I hope I have not quite tired you out." "No, dear. It will be my pleasure to make the time pass agreeably to you. And if I can see this brow placid, these eyes gentle, and these lips smiling, I shall feel amply repaid for every effort. and Pearle enforced her words with a soft kiss upon the brow, eyes, and the small lips that trembled the least bit in the world, and then went away to her own rooms. It had been a hard day, and she was very weary, for it had taken all her tact and patience to keep the capricious child employed and entertained. But she was not quite tired out, as Grace had expressed it, for she considered that she had won no mean victory, and she believed that, with continued patience and judicious management, her fractious charge might become a loving and lovable girl, a comfort to her sorrowing father, and a blessing rather than a burden in the household. Thus, already out of her sorrow, her life was drawing toward and reaching forth to another, enriching it with something of the hidden beauty that was within her, and that was to make her a ministering angel to one of the little ones. End of chapters 19 and 20. Chapters 21 and 22 of Lost, a Pearle, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. Pearle dismayed. Pearle found that she had not overestimated the amount of patience and self-control that would be needed to sustain her in the position she had accepted. For as the days went by and Miss Grace became more accustomed to her presence, she repeatedly gave way to her apparently ungovernable temper, until the young governess was often heartsick and disgusted, and yet tenderly sorrowful for the unhappy girl. "This is but a reproduction of what I myself was in God's sight during my bitter selfish grief," she said to herself one day, when every effort had failed to pacify her charge. "To be sure, I never gave way to such outward acts of violence, but my rebellious and unreasonable heart was just as obnoxious before Heaven as this passionate child is to me. If I can but help the poor little motherless waif as I have been helped, my sorrow will not have been all in vain." And filled with a tender sympathy for her, she patiently labored and waited. She received every outburst with the same immovable calmness and gentleness. She never betrayed the slightest anxiety or fear of the passion before which all others yielded, and flew to do her lightest bidding with abject submission. Pearle, on the contrary, always laid aside her book or work or whatever she was employed with, and sat silently regarding her with mild, pitying eyes until the storm had spent itself, when with some gentle remark, or perhaps an apt quotation, she would show her unseemly behavior to her in such a light that the angry girl would be covered with shame for the time. Still this was very wearying to Pearle, and she began to fear that she could not long endure such stern self-control as she was obliged to exercise. It was affecting her nerves, causing her to pass sleepless, restless nights, and her sad eyes grew even more sad and hollow than they were when she came to Cheswick House. Thus 3 weeks passed, every day seeming more unbearable than the last, when there came a crisis. Miss Grace awoke one morning more at war with the world and herself than she had apparently ever been before. Nothing would please her, nothing was too bad for her to do or say. Her language was coarse and abusive, her face the face of a little fury, and every motion bespoke passion and ill nature. Pearle bore it all with her usual sweetness until, during one fearfully violent outburst, she arose, and, quietly crossing the room, turned a swinging mirror which was exactly opposite Grace's chair in such a position that she saw the picture in all its repulsiveness. The effect was marvelous and instantaneous. The child sat suddenly erect, making a gesture of disgust, and uttered a low cry as she looked upon her distorted, passion-lined face. "Do I look like that, Miss Melfort?" she asked after a moment, catching her breath and pointing toward the unlovely picture. "I am sorry to say that you do," Pearle replied very gravely and sadly. "But I am angry now. I don't look so all the time, do I?" she asked, trying to smooth the wrinkles from her brow with her thin, trembling hand. Pearle gave her a grieved glance. "When you are angry, dear, that is the face I have to look upon," she said gently, but with significant emphasis upon the first word. The child stared and colored vividly. "I know what you mean. I am angry most of the time, so of course I always look that way. Ah, I hate myself!" she cried passionately. The glass faithfully reproduced every look and gesture, and with a moan of pain the girl buried her face in her handkerchief to shut out the sight. Pearle changed the position of the mirror, sorry for the pain she had caused, but hoping it might be beneficial. And then going to her side, she said kindly, but earnestly, "We do not like to be told unpleasant truths, but it does us good sometimes. And Grace, every time you give way to your passionate temper, you add one more unlovely line to your face, one more blemish to your character." "Oh, Miss Melfort!" "I grieve to pain you, dear, but evil passions uncontrolled will mar the loveliest countenance, while a beautiful soul shining through even a plain face will make it attractive and lovable." "I never want to look at my face again as long as I live." "Miss Melfort, did you mean to make me hate myself when you turned that glass?" the child asked almost angrily. "Certainly not, Miss Grace. And yet, if we could all see ourselves as we really are more frequently, I think it might help us to grow better." "See ourselves as we are?" was the bitter retort. "I don't see how you dare say such a thing to me." And the ungovernable child was in a fair way to fly in a passion again. "You would surely not believe me sincere if I should tell you that you were lovely and amiable. Flattery is always low and mean. Neither would you like me to talk with you as if I considered you incapable of understanding rational conversation, would you?" Pearle asked quietly. "No, of course not. But one does not like to be told that she is ugly," was the spirited reply. "If there should come a diseased spot on your hand, which would prove fatal unless removed, would you think your physician either wise or honest to keep the fact from you, and take no measures to save you?" "No." Miss Grace evidently saw the point of this question, as her reluctant tone indicated. "Every nature has spots of evil in it, so to speak," Pearle went on, gratified to see that the young girl was taking this severe lesson to heart. "And if they are allowed to grow and spread, with no effort to restrain them, our life is ruined. It is a failure, and there can be no beauty in it. I have noticed how very fond you are of anything that is beautiful. Pictures, flowers, and particularly of people who have lovely faces. Now, my little friend, why not try to make yourself beautiful, and thus have a source of constant enjoyment?" "Make myself beautiful? With this ugly misshapen body, this chalk-like face, hollow cheeks and sunken eyes?" the girl burst forth with bitter passion. "Yes, dear, so beautiful that everyone will love you." "Miss Melfort, you are cruel. You are mocking me. I know how ugly I look, and it has made me hate myself and everybody except my father, and it seems as if everybody must hate and shrink from me. I wish I could die." The poor child threw herself back in her chair in a paroxysm of genuine grief. Pearle, looking back a few weeks, remembered her own bitter sorrow over her blighted life, remembered her agonized moan that she might die, and all her tenderest sympathies were aroused for the stricken little one, whose burden was as real and heavy to bear as her own had been. Kneeling down beside her, she drew the dusky head upon her bosom, and folded her arms around the crippled form with all the tenderness of a mother. "Hush," she said softly, and almost involuntarily the little weeper checked her sobs. Those clinging arms, that tender tone, the gently heaving bosom that pillowed her head, were so comforting to the suffering child that from that moment she loved Pearle as she had never loved anyone before, save her father. "Hush," she repeated. "You overestimate your misfortune. Time will do much, very much for you. Use all the means at your command to regain your health, and these hollow cheeks will fill out, these emaciated hands and limbs will grow round and plump. You have lovely hair, your eyes are bright and intelligent. Make the most of what you have, dear. Cultivate your mind. Store it with useful knowledge. Seek to acquire a gentle, affable manner. Train your lips to smile, and to frame pleasant, agreeable words. Thus you will make your inner self beautiful, and if that is lovely, it cannot help shining through and attracting others." "Oh, Miss Melfort, do you believe it?" the child said, looking up with eager, grateful eyes. "Nobody ever told me anything half so comforting before. I wish I could do all that you say, but—" "Did you ever read Miss Muloch's story of a noble life?" Pearle asked, drawing the slight form closer to her, a thrill of hope and love making her heart beat more quickly. No. I will get it and read it to you. It may help you over that formidable but. There are many things that seem impossible to us, which we can do if we try in the right way," Pearle answered with a fond smile upon the little earnest face upturned to hers. "I wish you would read the story to me. And how good you are to me, Miss Melford. I don't believe there are any spots on your soul. You are lovely through and through," the child said, as she impulsively threw her arms around Pearl's neck and kissed her soft cheek. She sighed involuntarily, and a mist gathered in her eyes. Too well she remembered the shadow of evil that had chased the brightness from her life. And yet, kneeling there with that impulsive and repentant child in her arms, a sense of content stole over her such as she had never experienced before. "My cloud is even now gathering a silvery fringe," she thought. "Perhaps behind it there may be light and peace if I wait on him, with patience and submission." The next 3 days were spent in reading that charming and wholesome tale, A Noble Life, and Pearle could see that it made a deep impression upon her charge. She grew grave and thoughtful and more gentle. She sobbed in sympathy over the sad life of the grand hero, and held her breath while she listened to his heart struggles, and followed him through the victories he won over self and the world. When the story was finished, she looked up at Pearle with shining eyes and quivering lips. "Oh, Miss Melford, he was grand, beautiful. I love him. Will you help me to grow like him?" she said, all her better impulses aroused to action. For answer, Pearle bent and kissed the trembling lips tenderly. From that time there was a radical change in her charge. She begged that she might have regular lessons assigned to her, and these she learned with a readiness and eagerness that was surprising. She strove to be gentle and patient. She was kinder to the nurse and servants, and the days passed more quickly than ever before. But the conquest was not an easy one. There were many struggles, many days when the old habits threatened to regain the ascendancy. But the strong will had been bent in the right direction. She strove hard to win, and Pearle, full of tenderest sympathy, was always gentle and patient, giving such efficient help and advice that the young girl clung to her with fondest affection, and her influence over her was almost measureless. Thus 6 months went by, and at the end of that time one would scarcely have recognized the peevish, fretful, ill-natured child that Pearle had found when she first came to Cheswick House. She was led to see the wisdom of forming regular habits. She ate at stated hours. She took moderate exercise, and no longer murmured at the distasteful remedies prescribed by her physician, and the result was an almost immediate change for the better in her health. A more healthful tint brightened her face, her cheeks began to fill out, and something of strength and vigor returned to her body. Instead of mourning and fretting away the day, her time was now nearly all occupied. When her lessons were over, her little fingers were busy with drawing materials, or some bewitching fancy work which Pearle's own hands had begun to fashion, hoping thus to beguile the time which otherwise would have lagged heavily. To Sir Harold this change seemed almost marvellous. Often upon entering his stately mansion his heart would bound as he caught the sound of a merry laugh, or the clear sweet tones of a young voice singing some simple song to Miss Melford's accompaniment, and involuntarily he would turn and mount the grand staircase and seek his daughter's room, which once he could not enter without a feeling of dread and aversion. "What have you been doing to my pet, Miss Melford, to make her so bright and cheery?" he asked one day, as he opened the door upon them in the midst of a merry jest. Grace looked up with sparkling eyes and a happy face. "She is a dear, delightful fairy, papa, and has transformed me so that I have almost forgotten who I am," she said, laughing. "I believe you," he returned, giving the delightful fairy an admiring glance that brought a richer tint to her cheeks. "My darling is a very different being from what she was a few months ago." "Please bestow your praise where it is most deserved. Miss Grace has had some hard battles to fight," Pearle answered with a fond glance at the bright face opposite her. "Well, I have fought some of my worst enemies pretty steadily, I own," Grace said soberly, then added affectionately to Pearle, "but I should never have dreamed of victory if you had not come to help me." "And who were your worst enemies, Gracie?" asked Sir Harold curiously. "Queen Self-Love, General Obstinacy, Colonel Ill-Nature, and Captain Laziness," she replied with a glance half quizzical, half sorrowful at him. Sir Harold bent down and kissed her tenderly. "How very industrious you are, dear. Did Miss Melfort teach you to do this pretty work?" he asked, to change the subject, and watching the slender fingers as they fluttered among the bright flosses in her lap. "Yes, papa. Everything that Miss Melfort teaches me is pretty and nice, and I assure you she does not allow indolence to thrive where she is, so please make yourself useful by holding this skein of silk for me." And she laughingly twined it around his hands as she spoke. Again his eyes sought Pearl's fair, pure face, and there was a shade of wistfulness in their glance. It was getting to be a common thing for him to stray into this charming room, and chat an hour or so with its fair occupants, or listen to Pearl's rich tones as she read or sang, while his eyes, as if drawn by some powerful influence, would linger upon her beautiful countenance with a wistfulness that was almost pathetic. Often on glancing up she would meet this look, and the rich blood would fly into her cheeks, and the white lids would quickly droop again beneath it. Many times he would join in the conversation between the two girls, and gradually led Pearl to talk upon other topics which Grace could only share as a listener, and he grew more and more surprised at the culture and refinement she manifested. A strange thoughtfulness seemed to come over him when in the presence of others, a tenderness and courtesy when in hers that began to be noticed in the household. If she spoke of any favorite music or book, it was procured before the day was over. Lovely flowers, the choicest in his large conservatory, found their way to the little table where she always sat, while whenever she accompanied Grace upon her drives, he made it a point to attend them, to point out the places of note and interest. Pearl never dreamed of the danger of all this, until one day, upon returning from a delightful drive in the country, Grace remarked with a sigh of ineffable content, "Papa, how happy we all are! Don't you hope it will always last?" "I do indeed," he answered earnestly, but with a look into Pearl's eyes that shocked her to her being's very center. She fled to her own room in dismay, and sank trembling into her chair, covering her face with her hands to hide the hot blushes which surged over it to the very roots of her hair. "This has been like a city of refuge to me," she moaned, "and now I must go away. It will not do for me to stay." She had felt so safe, so secure there. She had neither seen nor heard anything of the one marplot of her life. The days and weeks had flowed along so smoothly and placidly, bringing with them the consciousness that she was accomplishing some real good in the world, that she was beginning to feel that her future would not be all blank, notwithstanding that she was cut off from all the joys she had once hoped for. But that look to-day from Sir Harold Cheswick had told her that there was danger if she continued to remain a member of his household. He must not speak words that would compromise both himself and her, and which could only result in disappointment to him and pain to her. But Grace, the poor motherless child who had grown to love her and depend upon her so, and who had only that hour expressed the deep content and happiness she was enjoying, would it not be cruel, wrong, to desert her thus? She could not decide the matter then. She could not decide the next day, when the child seemed ill and feverish from a slight cold she had taken, and clung to her with unusual fondness. And a week slipped by, and Pearl was still an inmate of Cheswick House. 22. The Picture. What she feared and dreaded came at last. For several days after her discovery that Sir Harold was entertaining feelings that could only bring unhappiness to both of them, she confined herself exclusively to Grace's room. The child did not seem to recover from her cold, and was troubled with a hacking cough that made her exceedingly anxious, and this of itself was excuse enough for her avoidance of the baronet. But one evening, as she was passing through the lower hall on some trifling service for Grace, she met Sir Harold coming from the dining-room. His face lighted with a strangely luminous smile as he saw her, and stopping directly in her path, he said, "Ah, Miss Melfort, I am glad to find you disengaged for a moment. I received a new picture a day or two since, and I have been wishing to show it to you, and to ask you to pass judgment upon it. Will you come and look at it now?" Pearle flushed slightly, but she knew she could offer no reasonable excuse to gratify so simple a request, and she assented. She followed him to the library with a sinking heart, fearing that the interview would doom her to become a homeless, lonely wanderer once more. Sir Harold led her to an elegantly carved easel, upon which there rested a superb engraving in which there was embodied a beautiful and thrilling romance. It represented a luxurious room in an ancient castle in which there were 5 persons. The sun streamed through the high diamond-paned, ivy-mantled window, making rich shadows upon the tessellated marble floor, lighting up the antique furniture, the pictures, and works of art which adorned the richly furnished apartment, and casting a sort of halo around the striking tableau within. Near the window, and just where the light shed its softest radiance, sat an elderly dame of perhaps 60 years, a delicate, high-bred woman, with the mark of the aristocrat stamped upon every finely chiseled feature. Her bearing was proud, though her attitude betrayed a little of anxiety as she leaned forward a trifle, an intent expression upon her handsome face. And her attire, from the tip of her costly spotless cap to the toe of her black high-heeled satin slipper with its buckle of silver and pearls, plainly indicated that the richest treasures of this mundane sphere were none too good for her ladyship's use and pleasure. Standing a trifle aside, and leaning upon the back of her luxurious chair, her eyes fixed with intense interest upon the face of the aged dame, was a beautiful queenly girl, who closely resembled her in both form and feature, and who was apparently about 20 years of age. Behind these two, and a little in the background, stood the butler, who, with his powdered wig, voluminously ruffled shirt-front, his dignified bearing, and the consequential look upon his grave face, seemed to partake largely of the pride which gleamed so unmistakably in the eye of his mistress. Approaching from the opposite side of the room, an expression of mingled anxiety and respect upon each face, was a young couple upon whom the interest of the others just described seemed concentrated. One was evidently the son and heir of the proud old house, and a noble-looking man withal. The other a fair girl of such exquisite loveliness and grace, that Pearle involuntarily caught her breath with delight as she looked upon her. Of medium height and slender, willowy form, with large, expressive eyes, soft, waving hair lying above a white symmetrical brow, with delicate nostrils, which almost seemed to expand with the quick pulsations of her fluttering heart. Lips sweet and tremulous, that were parted just enough to show the pearly teeth within. Her slender neck arched and head inclined with a strange mixture of pride and humility, she seemed a creature too fair, too lovely to belong to earth. Her lover's right arm clasped her slender waist, his left hand in that one of hers upon which gleamed his betrothal ring, as he led her toward what, judging from the expression in her lovely eyes, evidently seemed to her like a judgment seat, where she was to receive the approbation or disapproval, as the case might be, of the autocrat of the house, as to her fitness to be received within its sacred precincts as the wife of the high-born son. "What a lovely picture, and what a story there is in it!" Pearle exclaimed, when her eye had roved from face to face and she began to comprehend it, while she forgot for the moment everything but the delight she experienced at beholding anything so beautiful. "Who is the artist?" she asked after a moment. "The name is not given, I believe," Sir Harold replied, as he watched her animated face, and thought that the engraving was not the loveliest picture he had ever looked upon. "I think whoever he is, he must be an aristocrat. And it seems to me that he must have had just such an experience as is here portrayed, to have made the picture so thrilling," Pearle said, her eyes still reading those high-bred faces. "I am glad you like it, Miss Melford," Sir Harold said, much pleased with the enthusiasm she manifested. "Like it? Does not half express it. It is bewitching. And the beauty of that young girl is something wonderful," she answered, trying not to mind the glance which she felt was upon her. "I shall hang it in Gracie's room tomorrow, and I trust she will participate in your enjoyment of it," the baronet replied. Pearle's heart gave a quick, startled throb, for something told her that her admiration for the engraving had caused him to make this disposition of it. But she quietly returned, "Miss Grace certainly has a very indulgent and devoted father." Her father is very grateful for the kindness and tact that have helped to make her so winning and attractive of late. Miss Melford, I have no words to express my appreciation of what you have accomplished since you came to Cheswick House," he said in earnest tones. "Thank you, but you must not give more credit than is my due. Miss Grace herself deserves very much for her perseverance, and for the battles which she has so nobly fought and won. She is a very bright and promising girl, and if her health continues to improve in the future, as it has done in the past, I trust she will be a source of great comfort to you. But," Pearle continued, with a glance at the ormolu clock upon the mantel, "the dear child will begin to wonder what has become of me, I fear, that I should be absent so long. I will ask you to excuse me, and I will go and tell her about this beautiful picture that is to be hers." And with a graceful bow she turned as if to leave the room. "One moment more, if you please, Miss Melford," Sir Harold said, putting out his hand to detain her, and Pearl's heart bounded into her throat at the words, for she knew instinctively from the slight tremor in his voice what was coming. "I had another motive aside from the picture in asking you here," he continued, speaking quickly and with a look of great anxiety on his fine face. "Forgive me if I startled you, but I can keep silence no longer. While you have been winning my daughter's heart, you have also won mine. I have learned to love you with a strong, abiding love. I know you are a lady in every sense of the word, though some adverse fate has sent you out alone into the world. But I care not for your past. My judgment tells me there could be no fault to find with it. It is the future that concerns me. Miss Melford, will you become my wife, and the mother of my motherless child? Will you give me the right to love and cherish you as the dearest object on earth, and thus give my child an affection that shall be permanent, and guide her on the new life she is beginning to live? Margaret, how often have I said the name over to myself of late! How well I have learned to love it! Grant, I pray, the boon I crave." And leaning toward her, he took in his the beautiful hand that hung trembling by her side. Pearle had grown very pale, and her face was full of the cruel pain which surged through her soul at his words. "Lost again!" her heart cried out bitterly. "My peaceful, beautiful home, that I was beginning to love so much, and which can be mine no longer. I must go away, away, and whither shall I turn for refuge?" She lifted her large grey eyes to his face, and there was a look of anguish in them that smote him to the heart. "I think you cannot realize what you have been saying, sir," she said sadly. "By my soul, I can. I do fully realize it," he cried, flushing and bending nearer to her. "Nay," he continued, as she put up her hand with a gesture of pain to stop him, "I must lay my heart bare before you now. It is impossible that I could live in the same house with you, seeing you every day, and knowing your goodness and gentleness, and not learn to love you with an affection that can only deepen with time. Do not tell me, Margaret, that I cannot win you. I will wait. I will not importune you. I will give you time to think calmly of what I have said. Only do not crush every hope now by telling me I have loved you in vain." "Time to think of it could do your cause no good, Sir Harold," Pearle replied gently yet firmly. "It is impossible for me ever to become your wife." "No," he interrupted appealingly. "It is impossible," she went on, as if she had not heard him. And oh, how her sweet lips trembled and paled over the next words, "that I should ever become any good man's wife." "Margaret! Ah, those are cruel words. Tell me what they mean. Surely not as they sound," he cried passionately, and staggering back as if from a blow. She flushed crimson at his words. Then drawing herself up, she lifted her head with an air of proud dignity. "Do not misunderstand me," she said. "I am guilty of no wilful wrong. I am simply the victim of cruel circumstances. My fair name is untarnished, my name as pure and free from stain as your own. But events of the most painful nature have combined to drive me from home and friends, compelling me to hide from the sight of all whom I once loved. "I knew it," the baronet cried, his face kindling again with love and hope. "I knew well enough that you were no ordinary governess. And now, if the world has been hard and cruel toward you, come to me and let me shelter you from its storms and frowns in the future. Let me make you my honored, beloved wife. Let me give my child a gentle, tender mother. I know Grace would love you as such and be dutiful to you. And, oh, Margaret, you can never know how my heart yearns for you. I am older than you in years, but my heart is still warm and young, and I will surround you with the tenderest care that ever man gave to woman." "Don't, please say no more," interrupted the unhappy girl in a voice full of unshed tears. "Believe me, it is utterly impossible." "Nothing is impossible when we are determined to conquer," he pleaded eagerly. "I could break down any barrier. I could move mountains to win you, Margaret." And he opened his arms as if he would enfold her, and thus protect her from every evil thing. "Sir Harold," she said, with a tone and look that sent the blood surging back into his heart, and made him instantly drop his arms to his side. Instinctively he knew that all his hopes must die, and though his whole soul yearned for her mightily, yet through no act of his should she ever have cause to reproach him. If she could not be his willingly, he had no right to touch even so much as the hem of her garment. "I told you," she continued with a shudder of aversion for what she had resolved to say, "that it was impossible, and I hoped I need not have to explain why. But perhaps it was better that I should do so. I am already a wife." A low groan burst from him at this startling intelligence. Then with a gesture of despair he cried, "A wife? Then may Heaven help me!" She stood before him, her white hands clasped almost convulsively, her proud head bent like a broken lily, her lovely face full of misery and humiliation for the confession which she had felt compelled to make. "Surely you can be no good man's wife, else you would not be here, you would not be hiding," he said after a moment, and striving to recover from the shock he had received. Her tense lips relaxed into something like a smile at his words, a trifle of comfort stole into her heart. This good noble man believed her true and pure, and imputed the wrong where it rightly belonged. Then, as the waves of her trouble rolled over her afresh, and she remembered all she had suffered and lost, she lifted her bowed head and cried out passionately, "No, of the vilest wretch that walks the earth!" The trouble began to fade from the baronet's eyes. She did not love this man who was her husband then. Her words, her tone, all told him that she loathed and despised him. Perhaps, after all— "Margaret, would you be freed from him if you could?" he asked, a strange eager light in his eyes. She nearly shrieked with pain as she remembered who, once before, had asked that same question. "No," she said proudly and controlling herself. "My own pride and wilfulness were the cause of my misery, and I can never be free from him, only as I can hide from him, unless death should release me." Then breaking down beneath the pitying look that swept over his face, she almost sobbed. "I thought I was so safe here. I had begun to feel content. And now I must go. Go, perhaps to be caught again in the same toils that caused my ruin." "Go away from here? No, you must not do that," Sir Harold said with a start, and passing his hand across his brow in a dazed kind of way. "Yes, it would not be right for me to remain longer after what you have said to me tonight," Pearle answered wearily. The baronet stood silent for a moment, with sternly compressed lips and a white troubled face. "Miss Melford," he then said with sudden decision, though even his lips were colourless with the pain he was suffering, "such a proceeding is not to be thought of for a moment. Think no more of what I have said. Let it be as if it had never been said. I give you my word as a gentleman that I will never refer to the subject again by either word, look, or act, although I have received a blow from which it may take some time to recover. I cannot consent to part with you on Grace's account. I believe the child would grieve herself to death to lose you now. If anyone must go, I will go." You say you feel safe, content here. Do not make me feel that I have driven you from your only refuge. Pray tell me, Miss Melford, that you will remain, both for your own sake and my child's," he pleaded. How good and noble he seemed, standing there and pleading for her, when she could see that he was suffering as no common man could suffer. How considerate for her, how courteous and chivalrous. "Forgive me," he continued, with a slight break in his voice, "for the pain I have caused you. And believe me, I never would have breathed aught to offend you had I dreamed of arousing any unpleasant memories." He extended his hand with the frankness of an ordinary friend, though Pearle could see that it shook in spite of the stern self-control he was striving to exercise. She laid her own within it, and with tears she could not restrain brimming her eyes, she said with a sob, "Forgive me for unwittingly adding to the sorrow you have already had to bear. It would have been better had I never come here." "Do not say that, please, after all that you have accomplished in that room upstairs," he returned, trying for her sake to speak cheerfully, as he dropped her hand, adding more earnestly as he did so, "You will stay with Grace, will you not, Miss Melford?" "I will consider the matter," she said hesitatingly, and then turning, she quickly left the room. All night long she lay awake, trying to decide what her duty was. Her heart yearned over Grace, but her inclination prompted her to go away where she would never be reminded of the sorrow she had unconsciously occasioned. She knew she could trust Sir Harold. He was a gentleman in every sense of the word. And she knew she would be treated with all due courtesy if she remained, and she would never be annoyed by any allusion to his affection for her. But the fact remained, nevertheless. He did love her deeply, truly. And neither he nor she would be able to forget it, try as they would. But Grace, poor child, would indeed be inconsolable without her, and doubtless would soon drift back into her old wilful ways again if her restraining influence was removed. Besides, she was not well, she really needed her more than ever just now, and it was doubtful if anyone could be found to take her place. Yes, duty plainly said stay. And striving to put self out of sight, she took up her accustomed work once more, and with all her regret for what had occurred, feeling not a little relieved that she was not yet to become a wanderer again. Sir Harold strictly kept his pledge. By neither word, look, nor act did he ever betray his love for Pearle again, and the most loyal subject could not have rendered his queen deeper respect than he accorded to his daughter's companion. Her every want was as kindly supplied as before, her tastes gratified in the most delicate manner and without ostentation, and her life made as pleasant and peaceful as it was possible to make it. He came frequently to his daughter's room, though not as often as before, and while there, strove to be as cheerful as formerly. But the effort that all this cost the high-minded man was almost more than he could bear. He grew thin and pale and depressed. Pearle could not fail to perceive it, and it caused her many restless nights, many bitter tears, and she longed to fly from his sight. But Grace did not seem to rally, her strength appeared to be waning, and there were some days when she could only lay back in her chair and listen to her companion while she read or sang, too weary and languid to either study or work. And all this, with his other disappointment, wore upon the baronet fearfully. Many times Pearle was tempted to cry out that her life was fated. "Am I doomed to bring misery upon all with whom I come in contact? This good man, must his life also be ruined because of me?" she sobbed, when thinking thus in the silence of her own room. "Nay," whispered the comforter to these remorseful plaints. "Your mission here was to that poor motherless child. She is the better for your coming. If she lives, she will beautify and bless the lives of others from your teachings and example. If she should die, she will be the better fitted for eternity." So she gathered such solace as she could from this view of her trials, and waited patiently for what the future should bring her. End of chapters 21 and 22. Chapters 23 and 24 of Lost, a Pearle, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 23. Homeless. The near future brought to Pearle a change which she had not anticipated. Grace was one night violently attacked with the old trouble that had made her a cripple, this time in an aggravated form, and her physician gave Sir Harold no encouragement to hope that she would recover. Her sufferings were intense, but from the first she manifested a patience and a gentleness that were as beautiful as wonderful. Her love for Pearle showed itself now more strongly than ever before. She was comparatively content while she was by her side, but restless and nervous whenever she was absent. "You will stay with me as much as you can for a little while longer, Miss Melfort," she pleaded wistfully one night as her wasted hand sought Pearle's with a clinging clasp. "For a little while," she repeated with a sudden heart pang. She had not ceased to hope that the sick girl would recover. "Yes, I shall not need you but a little while, and you are so beautiful, I love to look at you. Ah, you can never know how I have wished to be beautiful all my life, how I have pitied and despised my poor misshapen body and repulsive face," she said with a long-drawn sigh. "But," with a pathetic smile, "since you have been here, I have tried to reflect a little of your loveliness." "Dear child, do not say that," Pearle answered, almost sobbing at the child's implied doubt of her recovery. "You have a beauty that is all your own. It has been shining through, as I once told you it would, this long time." "Do you really mean that, dear Miss Melfort? Shining through?" the sick girl asked with glowing eyes. "I do indeed, Grace. And there is nothing more lovely than soul beauty. You have grown very attractive of late, dear." "You do not know how happy you have made me by saying that, Miss Melfort," the young girl said, kissing the hand she held. "To think that even a little of my life has been lovable is a great comfort. I have tried to be patient and kind like you, and to learn to trust the great Good Shepherd of whom you have told me. I think I do now, and I do not believe I shall be afraid to go when the time comes," she concluded softly, and with a far-away look in her dusky eyes. Pearle caught her breath at the words, and a thrill of pain quivered to her very fingertips. Grace noticed it, and drew her soft hand caressingly up to her hot cheek. "Dear Miss Margaret," she whispered, "I know that I have got to go pretty soon. But I am not afraid now, and you will be glad to know that it is because you have taught me why I need not fear. But," and the glowing eyes clouded a trifle with pain, "but when the time comes, you must try and comfort Papa, for he will need it. Oh, so much." Pearle could only reply by kissing the feverish cheek with her trembling lips. She dare not trust her voice to speak. "I do not know why," the sick girl continued, and her innocent unsuspicious words pierced her listener's heart afresh, "but I do not think Papa has been very happy during the last few weeks. Something has seemed to trouble him, though he has tried not to show it. I cannot understand what should disturb him, but perhaps you can find out. You are wiser than I, and you have a way with you, too, that wins one before one knows it. Miss Melfort, will you try and comfort Papa for me?" "Darling, you must not talk like this. You must not be low-spirited, for I hope you are going to be well again by and by," Pearle said, struggling hard for composure. Grace drew a long deep breath, then said naively yet very calmly, "I am not low-spirited, and if it were not for adding to Papa's sorrow, I think I had rather stop right here. It tires me so to fight that naughty, wicked spirit, which I never could quite conquer. I wonder if Mamma loved our friend, Miss Margaret. Do you suppose she did?" she concluded wistfully. "I hope so, dear," Pearle replied unsteadily, and trying to swallow the great lump in her throat which threatened to choke her. "I wish you would take me up and let me lie in your arms, just for once more," Grace continued longingly, then added as Pearle raised her and drew her to her bosom, "Thank you. I love to be here. Do you remember that day when I was so very wicked, how you gathered me close to you? It seemed then as if something was driven out of me that never really came back again. How beautiful you have made my life since you have been here. I should never have known anything about happiness or peace but for you. Will you think of it sometimes, and try not to forget me?" "I could never forget you, my dear child," Pearle replied, clasping her lovingly to her bosom, while she dropped her cheek against the curly head lying so trustfully there. She had grown to love the young girl with a deep and strong affection, and it nearly broke her heart to hear her talk thus of dying. "I feel almost as if I belonged to you," Grace continued, nestling contentedly in her arms. "The good part of me, I mean, if there is any good, for you began to make me so, and helped me so kindly and patiently over the hard places. Dear, dear Miss Margaret, I believe when the time comes for you to come home to heaven, I shall be the first one to come and meet you." Pearle thought she could not sit there and bear to hear her talk thus much longer. The choking sensation in her throat was terrible. Her heart sank lower and lower with every word, and told her that the child knew by intuition what she had failed to discover during all her watching by her bedside. But she could not bear to disturb her, she was so content lying in her arms and resting upon her bosom. So she could only sit still and hold her breath to prevent her from sobbing outright. "If you could only know how much I love you, Miss Margaret," she murmured fondly, "and how truly sorry I am for ever causing you a moment of pain, I should be glad." "Do not speak of it, Grace dear. You have been a great comfort to me, and I believe I love you as fondly as if you were my own little sister." And Pearle bent to enforce her words with a tender kiss. "Do you really?" the sick girl exclaimed, a glad light for a moment illuminating her wan face. "That almost makes me want to live longer. Oh, if you could only have come to me before, I need not have been such a naughty child, and caused Papa so many unhappy hours." "Poor Papa," she said in a sad, weary tone. "Please tell him by and by how sorry I am. I do not like to speak of it to him now. I do not wish him to remember or think of anything unpleasant when he is near me now. He will be very lonely when I go away. Miss Margaret, I wish you would stay here always." And the child looked up wistfully into the fair face bending over her. Pearle sealed her lips with another kiss, a flush rising to her brow at these words, and she wondered if the child had suspected her father's own wishes in the matter. But her only reply was, "I shall stay with you, my dear, just as long as you need and want me." Grace seemed to be studying her face for a moment. Then with a little sigh she closed her eyes wearily, saying, "Sing something, please." Sing, when her heart was nearly bursting with grief. It seemed as if she could not, but summoning all her will to her aid, she made the effort, and sang a hymn in sweet, low tones, until she saw that her frail charge was sleeping, when, laying her gently back upon the pillow, she sought the nurse to take her place, and then went below to seek an interview with Sir Harold. The library door was ajar, and she saw him sitting in a desponding attitude by the table. She rapped lightly, and the sigh which preceded his "Come in" smote her heavily, but his face instantly lighted with pleased surprise as she entered. He courteously arose and placed a chair for her, inquiring concerning his child as he did so. With brimming eyes and unsteady voice, Pearle related something of the conversation which had just passed between herself and Grace, and asked him if he or the physician considered her in a really critical condition. A spasm of anguish contracted his brow as he listened, and his own tones were hollow and trembling as he replied, "Miss Melfort, I have known that she could not live from the first, and I have been trying ever since to school myself to bear it. I think," he added with exceeding bitterness, "that the fates must have singled me out as their especial football, since I seem to be smitten on every side." Chancing to glance up at that moment, he caught the look of keen pain that swept over her face. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I am selfish in my sorrow, and forget that others can suffer as well as I. I ought not to weary you with my troubles." His tone was so hopeless, and her heart was already so sore from what she had learned, that she could control herself no longer, and burying her face in her handkerchief, she sobbed bitterly. The child she had learned to love so dearly must die. The last remaining household treasure was to be taken from this lonely, sorrowing man. It did seem almost too hard to be borne. "I hoped," she said at last, wiping the tears from her flushed cheeks, "that Grace's rambling talk about dying was only a sickly fancy that would pass away as she gained strength." "No. Dr. Hummel told me only today that she could live but a very little while. But how she should come to know it is more than I can account for. The conviction must have been intuitive. I have heard that people were sometimes warned of approaching death in that way," he said, sighing heavily. "You should hear her talk, Sir Harold. She is as peaceful and trustful as if she were planning for some long-anticipated journey." The man groaned. "I suppose when she is gone my house will be left unto me desolate. Oh, Margaret!" He gave her one agonized look, rose abruptly from his chair, and left the room without another word, while Pearle went weeping back to her post by the dying girl's bedside. The day wore wearily away, and the frail sufferer grew weaker every hour. But as her bodily strength waned, her mind seemed to gather vigor and brilliancy, and the words that fell from her lips were like apples of gold and pictures of silver, something to be remembered and treasured by those who heard them as long as life should last. Sir Harold spent much of his time by her couch, and strove manfully for self-control and cheerfulness while in his child's presence. But when he went out from that room, he seemed crushed and bowed to the earth with the grief and rebellion that filled his soul. The fatal day came at length, when for the last time they all gathered around the dying girl to watch her breathe her life away, and then, with nearly breaking hearts, folded the small fair hands over the pulseless breast, and closed the white lids over the sightless eyes. Pearle would allow no one to robe her for her last long rest. With her own hands she arrayed her in the soft, spotless garments in which she was to be laid away. Her fingers alone arranged with loving touch for the last time the dusky curling hair, and plucked from the conservatory the flowers she had loved best to lay over the still heart. Grace Cheswick was far more beautiful in death than she had ever been in life, for the suffering face was calm and peaceful now. The lines of pain were all smoothed from her brow, and a faint sweet smile just parted her thin lips, as if, when she was about to pass through the gate of pearl, something of the glory which had burst upon her flitting spirit had left its impress upon the garment of clay that she was leaving behind. Pearle had never met death face to face like this before. But it brought no terror to her. There was nothing repulsive about the fair form of the girl she had so dearly loved, and whose soul she had helped to educate for heaven. Neither could she grieve for the life so early brought to an end and freed from pain. She sorrowed for the lonely stricken man who refused to be comforted, and who would now be so desolate and forlorn. When the last sad rites were performed, Pearle knew that Cheswick House could no longer be her home. Her mission there was ended, her work done, and she must seek some other employment for her idle hands and aching heart. She shrank from the change. But, knowing that it must come, she sought the baronet the day following the funeral, and acquainted him with her decision. Whatever Sir Harold's feelings were when he received this intelligence, he managed to conceal them from her. He thanked her with deep emotion for the unvaried kindness to his child, begged that she would consider him her lifelong friend, and that she would feel free to call upon him at any time and in any emergency. He wrote a most hearty recommendation for her future use, and offered to assist her in procuring another situation. This Pearle declined, preferring not to be dependent upon anyone. But on the morning of her departure, he sent up to her room 2 advertisements which seemed attractive, and which she determined to apply for at once. Bidding a mournful good-bye to the pleasant home where for nearly 9 months she had been so safe and content, she turned her back upon it, and went out once more into the world. 24. The Strange Mystery. One of the advertisements that Pearle determined to answer was for a governess for a little girl 5 years of age. She preferred to go to a child of this age because she believed it would be much easier than to go among young ladies who, she knew, were often wilful and exacting. Besides, she was extremely fond of children, and they were always attracted to her. On leaving Cheswick House, she was driven directly to the address indicated, which was a few miles out of London in a quiet, pleasant little village on the banks of the Thames River. She readily found the street and number, and alighting from the cab, was admitted into a cosy, home-like little house, furnished with every comfort, and even with something of elegance. The servant who waited upon her said her mistress was ill. Accordingly Pearle sent her card up by the girl, and stating her errand thereon. The servant soon returned, saying the invalid would receive her in her own room, and upon repairing thither, she found an old woman of about 60 years lying in bed, with a beautiful fair-haired child playing by her side. Evidently the former had had a severe illness, for her cheeks were pale and hollow, her eyes sunken and lustreless, while the hand that rested fondly on the little girl's head trembled from weakness. Pearle repeated her errand there, and the faded eyes of the invalid searched her face keenly while she was speaking. "Do you love children?" was the first question the old woman asked her when she had concluded. "Yes, madam," Pearle replied, while her lovely grey eyes were turned smilingly upon the bright blue ones peering so curiously at her from the bed. "Pretty lady, Grandma," lisped the little one, who was very slight and small for her age, and taking possession of the trembling hand, she patted it softly with her chubby dimpled one. "I am glad to hear you say that, for whoever I engage will have to take the entire charge of this little one. She is motherless." Here the pale, aged lips trembled painfully. "And I want someone who will be very kind and gentle toward her, and who will at the same time begin to teach her something." The little one had climbed down from the bed during this speech, and now came and stood beside Pearle. "Where's my mamma? Do you know?" she questioned, her large blue eyes fixed seriously and wistfully on the stranger's face. "Has mamma gone away?" Pearle asked evasively, not wishing to remind her of her motherless condition. And lifting her upon her lap, she toyed with the golden locks that swept over the little chubby shoulders, while something in her childish face struck her as being strangely familiar. "Yes, mamma went away a long time ago, and never came back. Amy is tired waiting for her," the child replied with a long-drawn sigh and a grieved quiver of her red lips. The old lady groaned aloud at this, and covered her eyes with her hand. "Amy," she said after a moment, "run and ask Eliza to get your lunch, and then to bring Grandma some gruel." "Kiss, pretty lady," the little one pleaded, lifting her face to Pearle for the desired caress. She bent and softly kissed her, more and more struck with her resemblance to someone she had seen before, yet just who she could not recall to mind. "You stay and take care of Grandma while I go," she said confidingly, as she got down from Pearle's lap and trotted away to do the old lady's bidding. When the door closed after her, the invalid turned again to Pearle, after glancing once more at the card she still held. "Miss Melfort," she said, and her tones quivered painfully, "if you come here, you will come to a household in deep trouble, and I am aware that it will be very dull and lonely for you. For, as you have doubtless perceived, we live somewhat retired, and we never see any company. My daughter, the little one's mother, and my sole dependence in my old age, is dead. At least, I suppose she is." "Suppose? Do you not know?" came involuntarily and with an accent of surprise from Pearle's lips. "There cannot be much doubt about the matter, and yet a mystery of the most painful nature hangs over the event. But about your remaining, Miss Melfort, do you think you could be content here?" "Yes, madam, if you think it will be agreeable to yourself." "I like your face. I like your manner. It will be such a relief if you would," the old lady said, heaving a deep sigh, as if some burden that had lain heavy on her heart was rolling away at the prospect of having someone to lean upon. "Then we will call the matter settled," Pearle said in a very unbusinesslike way, for no thought of salary had entered her sympathetic heart. She had been irresistibly drawn to the beautiful motherless Amy. This poor old lady was sick and in trouble, she needed someone to depend upon. And here was the very work which she knew would best suit her idle hands and her own aching heart, and from the first she had determined to stay if Madame desired. "Thank you," she said. "You look as if you have a very kind heart, and I believe you are trustworthy. Now, I would like to tell you more about my daughter, that you may better understand what your position will be here. Alice, Amy's mother, went out one afternoon to visit a sick child about a mile distant, and never returned. As the night came on, I sent a servant to inquire for her, but the woman asserted that she had only remained about an hour, and to shorten the distance home, had taken the railway instead of the road. The servant came back that way, but found no trace of her, and no one had seen anything of her. All night long I walked the house in agony, waiting for her, and hoping she would come. But instead, when morning broke, word was brought me that a young woman answering to Alice's appearance had been killed by the cars, and the body had been carried to the morgue in London. The fatal intelligence bereft me of all reason, and swoon after swoon kept me senseless for 2 days. We were strangers here then, having but recently moved to the place. We had no acquaintances or friends, and our household consisted of only ourselves and our 2 servants. These were so frightened by my condition that it never occurred to them to take measures to ascertain whether that woman who was killed was their mistress or not, and when at last I was able to go to see for myself, the body had been claimed and taken away from the morgue. I knew, from the description the officials gave me, that it must have been Alice who was killed, but who could have claimed her? There was but one person in all the world who would have the right to do that, and that one was the last we should have dreamed would go to the morgue to seek her, or who would have thought of finding her in London. But could you not ascertain who took her away? Are not people obliged to obtain an order and give their names upon such occasions? Pearle asked, feeling deeply moved by this sad tale. Yes, but the name given was one I never heard before. It is very easy to give a false one, you know, and the description of the person I did not recognize. It has been a terrible trial for me to bear, for we 3 were alone in the world. The shock has nearly killed me, for I have been very ill most of the time since. And if I should be taken away, there is no one to care for Amy. At times I have been tempted to believe that something else might have happened to Alice, that she was not killed, but I know that nothing but death could keep her from the child whom she idolized. I have told you this, Miss Melford, so that you may better understand what will be required of you here. I shall be obliged to depend upon you a great deal to give orders, settle bills, and take the management of the servants, besides the care of little Amy. It is a great deal, I know, to expect, but I am so feeble I cannot do it myself, and I have never been able to find anyone until now whom I felt willing to trust. All this had been told with great difficulty, for the woman was very weak and much broken, and was often obliged to stop to regain control of her feelings and to recover her breath. Pearle remembered having seen an account of this sad accident to which she referred in the daily papers during the first of her stay in London, but she had never supposed she would learn who the poor unfortunate was. And now she felt a deep, almost thrilling interest in and pity for the almost helpless old lady and her beautiful grandchild. One thing struck her as being very strange, and that was that no allusion had been made to the little one's father, unless that very blind reference to there being only one person in all the world who would have a right to take the mother's body from the morgue meant him, and this implied something so unpleasant that she did not like to be inquisitive regarding the matter. "I fear the place will have few attractions for you. You are so young," the woman resumed in a weary tone, after a few moments' silence. "But something makes me wish very much to keep you." "Madam, I desire quiet. I prefer retirement. I will do the best I can for you, although I am not skilled in the management of a household. Perhaps I can help to make you more comfortable than you have been. And as for your little one, I do not fear but that she will be happy with me. Would you like to see my references before you decide the matter fully?" And Pearle passed her the recommendation Sir Harold Cheswick had given her. Madame was too miserable and weak and ill to care very much for references. Pearle's kind, lovely face was recommendation enough for her, and a great weight of care had rolled from her heart when she had said she would stay. She merely glanced at the paper and then passed it back. "It is all right," she said. "When can you come?" "I will stay now. I was about seeking lodgings until I could secure a situation. My luggage is with me, and there is no reason why I should not remain if you desire," Pearle answered, reading the wish that was in the longing eyes. "Ah, that is very kind of you. I do desire it more than I can tell you. Miss, your name is— I forget so quickly," she added feebly, and feeling about for the card she had dropped. "Margaret Melfort," Pearle answered promptly. "Thank you. Mine is Renaud. The little one is called Amy Renaud, and the servants' names are Eliza and Jane." "Ah," thought Pearle to herself as she learned the child's name. The poor young mother who disappeared so mysteriously must have been a son's wife, then. "I wonder if he is living or dead. There is something a little strange about this friendless family, I think." "Please ring the bell, Miss Melfort," Madame whispered, apparently much exhausted, and forgetting entirely that she had not arranged with her regarding what she was to receive for her services in the household. But this did not trouble Pearle at all. She saw that the woman's mind was as broken and weak as her body, and she thought it was a matter which would come right of itself by and by. She rang the bell as directed, and a servant answered it almost immediately. Madame motioned for her to approach, and still speaking in a whisper, said, "This Lady Eliza is Miss Melfort. I have engaged her to come here and take charge of the house and care for Miss Amy until I am able to be about again." This last with a doubtful sigh. "I desire," she added, "that you make everything as comfortable and easy as possible for her. Show her to the west chamber, and then bring me my gruel and beef tea." Pearle followed the girl from the room to the one designated for her use, feeling more and more interested in this forlorn family, with which there seemed to be connected so strange a mystery. That night as she lay down to sleep, she was haunted by the face of the young and beautiful mother of Amy. She had seen her picture, taken when a girl of 18, apparently, hanging in the pretty parlor below. It was a sweet and attractive countenance, and she could have wept as she looked upon it for the sad fate that had been hers. "My pretty mamma," little Amy had said, pointing to the portrait, and the maid Eliza had sighed and shuddered as she heard her. "Are they still trying to ascertain who claimed her?" she asked the girl as soon as she could gain an opportunity to do so unobserved by the child. "No, miss, there be no one to do anything but madam, and she have been too ill and her mind too weak, even if she knew what to do about it." "It is very sad," Pearle replied. "It be, marm, sure enough. I went with her the day she went to the morgue, and when they told her that there had been a body like what she described there, and that someone had come and taken it away, she burst out a-wailin' and a-cryin', and then fell down in a dead faint again, and have never been able to hold up her head since," answered Eliza, nothing loath to rehearse the mysterious circumstances to a willing listener. "They seem to be strangers here, too," said Miss Melfort thoughtfully. "Yes, miss, and no kith nor kin in the world, as I can find out," assented the girl. "Strange. Is there no lawyer, no business man to attend to their affairs?" Pearle asked, feeling justified in putting these questions if she was to have charge of the household, and convinced that Madame was too weak to be troubled with them at present. "No, marm. The young mistress always tended to all the business. Once a month she went up to London to some bank to get money for the expenses, and to pay Jane and me our wages. But no man ever comes here but the doctor, and the ladies never went out except to visit the sick and the poor, or to take Miss Amy for a walk." "Strange," Pearle repeated, more and more impressed with the feeling that some deep mystery was connected with the family, aside from the death of the young mother. "Aye, it have been strange from the first, miss," said the girl, catching the word. "The young mistress were that sad and downcast sometimes that it made my heart ache to look at her, and I have seen her many a time at night bendin' over Miss Amy's little bed, cryin' and sobbin' as if her heart were fit to burst." "Who has charge of ordering the family supplies?" Pearle asked, thinking the girl was trespassing upon ground where she had no business, and desirous of changing the subject. "The cook, miss, since the old lady have been sick. But between you and me," the girl added confidentially, "I think that matter could be in better hands." Pearle came to that conclusion also after being there a few days, and quietly assumed the responsibility of making such changes and giving such orders as she thought best. Indeed, the whole care of that household gradually fell upon her, and she found that she had both hands and heart full. There was no time for brooding over her own troubles, nor for grieving over the dear child whom she had lately loved and lost. She did not forget Grace by any means, nor her sorrowing father whom she highly honored and respected; but with the care of that aged sufferer who she saw grew constantly weaker and failed day by day, and of Amy too, who although a sweet and lovable child yet required a great deal of attention, she found the days skipping by so rapidly that she could scarce tell how they went. It was a strange discipline for the delicately nurtured girl. She who had never known a care, nor considered that she had a duty beyond securing her own pleasure, now had scarce an hour out of 24 that she could call her own. But this did not wear upon her. On the contrary, she grew stronger and better than she had ever been before, and was more cheerful and content than she had ever thought to be again. In thus ministering to those weaker and more unhappy than herself, there came to her a blessedness and peace such as she had never experienced in her brightest days. "I am doing good. I am of real use and comfort to others. If I never know any other joy in life, I shall always thank God for this experience, this consciousness that I am His obedient child and doing as He wills." A beautiful, almost holy light would shine in her eyes when such thoughts as these came to her, a sweet tremulous smile hover about her lips. She grew lovelier than she had ever been in her happiest days. There was a gentle dignity and gravity about her that was peculiarly charming, winning everyone with whom she came in contact. Amy clung to her with a fondness only a degree less than what she had felt for her own mother. Madame, with her failing strength and waning intellect, trusted her as if she had indeed been her daughter, and the servants obeyed with cheerful alacrity her slightest bidding. She loved her pretty little charge dearly. She could not fail to do so when she was so winning and bright, but there was something in her face at times that would make her heart beat and thrill with a feeling that she could not define. Where had she seen such a brow? Where that peculiar expression about the large deep blue eyes? She could not remember. She could not tell. End of chapters 23 and 24. Chapters 25 and 26 of Lost, a Pearle, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. A Child's Instinct. "Madam," Pearle said one day, "the butcher and grocer have presented their bills. Shall I settle them?" A number of other bills had also been sent in, and the aggregate amount began to look quite formidable to the young and inexperienced housekeeper, and she was beginning to feel some anxiety regarding the question of settlement. Madame, since she had found someone to lean upon, had appeared to sink into a kind of apathy from which it was often quite difficult to arouse her, and Pearle really feared that she would fall into a state of utter imbecility. The physician called occasionally, and though he was very kind, and seemed to sympathize with Pearle in her many cares, yet he was quite reticent regarding the condition of his patient, and a feeling of uneasiness for the future took possession of Pearle. "Ah, yes," muttered Madame, when after several repetitions she was made to understand the question. "I forgot to tell you where the money is, Miss— I forget. I can't remember your name. It is in that box," indicating one that stood on the table beside the bed, "and the key is there," pointing to a drawer on the left of the dressing-case. Pearle found the key, and opening the box, found it to contain numberless receipted bills and accounts, all neatly labeled and filed according to their dates, and in one corner there was a well-worn wallet. Opening this, she discovered a quantity of bank bills and some silver, amounting in all to nearly £100. The sum was ample to meet all expenses for the past and the ensuing month, and she was satisfied from their manner of living that there must be plenty of money somewhere for their future needs. She settled all accounts, paid the servants their wages, and then, seeing that Amy needed clothing for the coming winter, she took the responsibility of providing it without troubling the invalid. And yet all the while there was a vague feeling of unrest in her heart regarding what she should do when her present supply of funds was gone. Where was she to look for more? She kept hoping that Madame would confide in her concerning her income without being questioned upon the subject, for she shrank with exceeding sensitiveness from asking how their future was to be provided for. Several times she was upon the point of putting the important question, but a feeling of aversion stayed the words upon her lips, and so the time slipped by, until at length the day came when she bitterly repented her procrastination. In the meantime something occurred which turned her thoughts in another channel, and led her to fear for her own safety even in this quiet, retired spot. One afternoon, Madame seeming more comfortable than usual, Pearle took Amy and went out for a walk. The day was very fine and mild, and taking a road that followed the river, they came at length to a rustic spot where there was a beautiful fall of water. Amy was delighted with the sight, and clapped her hands and laughed aloud at the music it made as it foamed and tumbled over the rocks, and went splashing into the ravine below. She begged Pearle to turn aside from the road and climb upon some high boulders which looked warm and attractive in the sunlight, and watch it. She complied, and the little one appeared amused for a while, but like all children soon tiring of inaction and one thing, she finally clambered down from Pearle's side, and busied herself by running about, picking up pebbles and casting them into the stream, watching the eddies and circles they made upon its surface. Left thus to herself, Pearle fell to musing upon the past, upon this last year of her life, so fraught with change and incident, and wondered toward what it all tended and how it would all end. Presently she was conscious of the sound of horses' hoofs clattering over the road, and approaching the spot where she sat. Amy heard them also, and sprang to the wayside to look. 2 horsemen came galloping along the road, and something in the appearance of one of them instantly attracted Pearle's attention, and made her heart leap into her throat with a dreadful fear. Involuntarily she drew her veil closer over her face, but the hand that performed the act trembled visibly. She looked wildly around to see if there was any way she could flee, or any place to hide herself and the child from their sight. No, the stream was between her and the woods beyond. If she should take Amy and speed along the road, they would overtake her before she could traverse a dozen rods, and it would be of no use to seek to hide among the rocks, for she knew they must already have seen her sitting there, and to try to conceal herself would only serve to arouse suspicion. "It is he! It is he! Heaven help me to escape him!" she breathed, her strength all forsaking her, as the horsemen on coming nearer drew rein and abated their pace to a walk, their faces turned toward the falls, their glance resting upon the figure sitting so apparently quiet on the sunlit rocks, and upon Amy standing by the roadside. Pearle did not seem to notice them, but they were evidently attracted by the beauty of Amy, who was standing shyly by a small shrub, her large blue eyes fixed wonderingly upon the spirited steeds, her little hands toying with the bare twigs. "What a pretty child!" said one of the gentlemen, calling the attention of the other to her. "Yes," he returned in tones that made Pearle's flesh creep. "I am not remarkably fond of children, but this is an uncommonly pretty one. Little one, what is your name?" And Addison Cheetham, stopping his horse, bent from his saddle to look into the face of the sunny-haired Amy. Pearle sat upon the boulder listening with averted face from which every trace of colour had fled. Would they pass on without noticing her, or would they presume upon her unprotected condition and address her also? With a suspense that was almost intolerable, and every nerve tingling with pain, she awaited Amy's answer. "Tell me your name, pretty one," repeated the man with a smile that he strove to make pleasant and winning, but which was sinister and repulsive nevertheless. He glanced at the same time at the motionless figure upon the rock, but discovered no familiar outlines there, for Pearle was enveloped in a thick grey shawl to protect her from the keen air. "You're a naughty man, and I shan't tell you," the child gravely replied, and with a dignity becoming a much older person, while she stepped back a pace or two, as if to increase the distance between them. Addison Cheetham coloured, but laughed as if amused at the answer, while his companion exclaimed in a railing tone, "Well, well, Cheetham, you know the old proverb regarding children and fools." He flushed more deeply than before. He could not have explained why, but the words of that innocent child nettled him more than he liked to confess even to himself. "Oh, no, pretty one. You don't mean that, I'm sure. I like little girls," he said insinuatingly, then added as he pointed to an exquisite little bouquet pinned upon his coat, "Do you like flowers, dear?" She nodded her head slightly, but her little face did not relax its gravity in the least. "Well, little golden hair, tell me your name, and I will give you this." And he proceeded to remove it from its place, determined to gain his point in this as in all other things. "No," returned Amy, and her small red lips were puckered up in the smallest possible compass, resolute and defiant, while she tossed her head with an independent air that was both amusing and vexatious. Again Addison Cheetham laughed, but there was a ring of anger and impatience in the sound. "I think you should be called Miss Wilful," he said, with a slight frown, then added lightly, "but never mind, you shall have the flowers whether or no, to prove that I am not a naughty man." And he playfully tossed them toward her. They fell at her feet, but without changing her attitude, without even a look or expression of pleasure for the gift, she put forth one dainty little foot and set it exactly upon the flowers, ruthlessly crushing out all their beauty and fragrance. Pearle, beholding her, was transfixed with surprise by the act, and forgot for the moment all her own fear and dread. Amy was usually a most trustful and affectionate child, and passionately fond of flowers. What, therefore, could be the meaning of this scornful rejection of the stranger's gift and its malicious destruction? Did she, simple child though she was, instinctively divine this man's treacherous character and baseness, and involuntarily shrink from both him and his offering? The act cut him to the quick, and he bit his lips with vexation, and to keep back the fierce oath that sprang to them. "How is this, Ryerson?" he said, turning to his companion with a sneer on his face. "Am I so repulsive that a child will not even receive a pure offering like that from me?" Somehow Amy's act made him vividly recall Pearle's aversion to him. "Clearly, Cheetham," was the laughing reply, "whatever may have been your success with the gentler sex of a more advanced age, you do not seem to be regarded in a favourable light by this fair lady. Come, I think you had best reserve your attractions for some more appreciative beauty. Goodbye, little Miss Independence. Tell your mamma up yonder that we think your education is progressing finely." And with a bow and a glance of amusement at the still motionless child, Ryerson rode on. With an ugly frown on his brow, Addison Cheetham gathered up his reins and followed him, without even a backward look, much to Pearle's relief. Amy stood watching them until they were out of sight, then walked gravely and thoughtfully back to where Pearle sat, without deigning even a glance at the scorned and crushed bouquet. Pearle came down from the boulder and gathered the child into her arms with an almost convulsive embrace. And Amy, feeling her tremble, looked inquiringly into her pale face and asked, "What is the matter, Auntie?" She had taken a notion to call her Auntie because Pearle had told her that she had a dear little girl at home who called her that. "Were you afraid of him, too?" "Afraid of whom?" asked Pearle. "Of the bad, naughty man." "What makes you think he is bad?" she asked inquisitively. "I feel it in here," said the child, laying her hand upon her breast. And he looked at me so. You didn't like him either, did you, Auntie?" "Why wouldn't you take the pretty flowers?" Pearle asked, evading the question and wishing to turn her attention from herself. "He wanted to make me tell, and I wouldn't," she replied with the same defiant pucker about her lips that she had assumed when refusing to tell Addison Cheetham her name. "But he said never mind, you could have the flowers anyway." "Amy didn't want the ugly man's flowers," the child returned, making a gesture of disgust with her little hands, and Pearle marveled at the keen perceptive faculties of her charge. They would have done credit to a much older person. As soon as she could control her trembling nerves and gather strength to walk, for the shock she had received rendered her almost powerless to move, she hastened homeward, anxious to hide herself within the walls of the retired little house that was at present her home, lest those two horsemen should return and discover her identity. But she only hurried into fresh trouble, for upon arriving at Madame Renaud's, she found Eliza and the cook nearly distracted with fear, because they could not arouse the invalid from a stupor into which she had fallen soon after Pearle went out. The maid had gone up to her room to give her drops at the regular hour, but finding her insensible she had called the cook, and both had put forth every effort to arouse her, though without avail. With a sinking heart Pearle sought the invalid's chamber, and one glance was sufficient to convince her that Madame Renaud was dead. She lay upon the bed looking very peaceful, and but for the cold grey pallor which had settled upon her face, almost as if she were sleeping. But life had evidently been extinct for some time. "Poor little Amy! What will become of her?" was Pearle's first thought, for aside from the interest which she herself had in the child, she was now apparently without a friend or a relative in the world. 26. You are not married? Strange, sad experiences were these for one so sensitive and delicate as Pearle. To find herself the sole dependence of that frightened household, with the care of the dead devolving upon her, and not a friend to whom to turn in her extremity, were trials which at first she scarce knew how to meet. Her first act, of course, was to send for the physician who had attended Madame during all her illness. He said that her death had without doubt been painless, and it was far better that her life should terminate thus, for her mind had been rapidly failing of late, and she would ere long have sunk into a state of idiocy caused by the shock she had experienced at her daughter's mysterious disappearance, and the serious illness that had followed. To Pearle's plea for advice as to what she ought to do in this emergency, he did not seem to know at first what to say. "Have they no friends anywhere?" he asked thoughtfully. "None that I know of. Madame never mentioned any relative. Amy never speaks of anyone, and the servants say no one ever came to visit them." "They seem to be people of means," the doctor said, glancing around the richly furnished room. "Have they no lawyer or man of business?" "The servants say not, and Madame always appeared so sad and ill I had not the heart to question her regarding the matter. There is not even a bank book, nor any name or paper by which I can find where their property is invested. I understand that Madame's daughter went every month to London and transacted all the business of the family, and I'm sure I do not know what to do about anything," Pearle said wearily, and thinking with a shudder of that dead body upstairs. "It makes it very hard for you, Miss Melford," the doctor said kindly and pitying her distress. "But you and I will care for the dead according to the best of our judgment, and then consider what will be advisable regarding the living," he concluded with a sorrowful glance at Amy, who was playing with her doll at Pearle's feet. And from that moment he assumed all the care regarding the last ceremonies for poor Madame Renaud. They buried her in a quiet spot which Pearle selected in the little village cemetery, and she, with the kind-hearted physician, the friendless Amy, and the two servants, were all that followed the aged dead to her lonely grave. When all was over, the next puzzling question was, what to do with the household furniture, pictures, clothing, and many precious mementos which Pearle knew Amy would dearly prize, when she should become old enough to realize their worth as having once belonged to her mother. She knew there was no one to do anything but herself. They could not continue to live as they had been living, for there were no means to support them. The house must be given up, the servants discharged, the furniture disposed of in some way, and she must attend to it all. Night after night since Madame's death, she had lain awake trying to think her way out of all the perplexities which surrounded her, while little Amy slept serenely and unconsciously in her arms, she having taken the child into her own bed from a feeling of loneliness. "Poor little friendless waif," she said, on retiring one night and clasping her fondly to her. "I suppose you are a young heiress in a small way, and yet you appear to be almost as destitute as the worthless beggar who roams the streets. What shall be done with all these things, Dr. Ashley?" she asked him the day after the funeral, and not yet having arrived at any definite conclusion. "My first thought would be what shall be done with the child," he returned gravely, with a pitying look at the little one, who had crept into Pearl's arms and whose golden head was resting trustfully upon her shoulder. "That is already decided," she returned with the gentle dignity which became her so well, while she drew the child a little more closely to her. "How so?" questioned the doctor in surprise, and with a keen glance at her. "I shall take care of her until heaven sends some friend to claim her," she answered quietly. "You?" he ejaculated, more surprised than ever. "Yes, I have grown to love the child very dearly. She is, as you see, peculiarly winning and bright, and clings to me almost as if I were her mother. If I do not care for her, she will doubtless have to be taken to some charitable institution, and under such circumstances her future would be a very uncertain one. But, my dear young lady, I fear you have not thoroughly considered such a project. Think what the responsibility will be. And, pardon me, but I supposed you were dependent upon your exertions alone for your own support," Dr. Ashley said with some embarrassment. He thought it would be too much for a person so delicate as Pearle appeared to be to have the additional care of this child, yet he admired the spirit which prompted so noble a purpose. "And so I am," she replied. "But my wants are few, and I would willingly deprive myself of a great deal in order that a child of so much promise might be properly reared and educated. But I fear your own health will break down beneath such a responsibility, added to the other duties which in your position must necessarily devolve upon you." "As thy day is, so shall thy strength be," quoted Pearle reverently and with a trustful smile. "I believe it is intended that I should have the care of this little girl, and I can only rely upon the promises provided for those who strive to do their duty. Amy has called me Auntie," she continued with a fond look into the little upturned wondering face, "almost ever since I came here. I have decided to adopt her as my little niece, and while God gives me strength, I will care for her as faithfully as if she was really my own." "May he bless you for a noble woman, Miss Melfort," the physician returned admiringly and with shining eyes. "I had longed," he added, speaking somewhat huskily, "to give her a place in my own home. But I already have 6 little ones, and conscience would not allow me to burden my faithful wife with any additional care." "Thank you, doctor. But I should be very unwilling to part with my little charge, unless those who had the right to do so should claim her. I have only been with her a short time, it is true, but I feel very tenderly toward her, and whatever of good or ill there may be in store for us henceforth, we shall share it together," Pearle said, hugging the sweet child to her, and imprinting a soft kiss upon the golden head. "God grant then that it may be good and mixed with ill, for I am sure you richly deserve it," Dr. Ashley said with evident emotion. "Now, about the furniture," he went on after a moment, "had you thought best to dispose of it?" "My inclination prompts me to keep everything, since I know that this little one when she is older will prize what belonged to her mother more than we can realize at this moment. However, I desire to do whatever is best. It is possible that there may be friends somewhere, and I hesitate, being an entire stranger, to take the liberty of disposing of what I have no right to. The only difficulty in keeping the goods will be in the storing of them where they would be well cared for. Surely Pearle Radcliffe was developing great foresight and care, where once she would not have expended a thought even." "That need occasion you no anxiety," said the good doctor, his face lighting genially. "I have a large unfinished room over my stable, which is at this little girl's disposal, if you think best, and I will have a care over her belongings, and promise you they shall come to no harm if I can help it. But pardon me again. I was thinking that you might be in need of friends with so much on your hands, and the proceeds of a sale would alone give them to you." And he flushed as if he feared she would think he was meddling with what he had no business. But Pearle knew he was kindness itself, and though she had received nothing for her services beyond her living since coming to Madame Renaud, yet there was something remaining of the money she had found in that box above, and she still had the handsome sum that Sir Harold Cheswick had insisted was her due on leaving him, so that if she obtained no situation for several months, she and Amy could live very comfortably. "There is no need of anything of the kind, as I have sufficient for our needs for the present," she said simply, adding thoughtfully, "I think, on the whole, it is advisable for me to accept your kind offer, and preserve Amy's possessions, at least for the present."
"I believe you are right. It would be a pity to sacrifice all these nice things to the hammer," Dr. Ashley said, glancing around the pretty parlor. "And," he continued, "if there is anything else I can do for you, I hope you will not hesitate to call upon me."
"Thank you. I shall avail myself of your considerate offer, since I shall not feel quite so alone and helpless if I know there is someone behind on whom I can lean in case of an emergency," Pearle said, trying to smile cheerfully. But the good doctor knew that the burden she had assumed was no light one, notwithstanding her courage. A week later the cozy home was broken up, the goods all packed and stored over the doctor's stable, and Pearle with her lovely charge settled once more in lodgings in London. Her heart almost failed her at the thought of returning to the city, for she feared that Addison Cheetham was still there seeking for her. Indeed, she had felt almost sure of it, ever since that day when he had passed her as she sat on the rocks by the waterfall. But she knew there was no other place where she would be so likely to find a situation, and so she was forced to run the risk. She had not long to wait, however, for Dr. Ashley had interested himself for her, and one day sent her word that an acquaintance in whose family he was employed wished to obtain a governess for her 2 younger children, a lad and miss, aged respectively 10 and 12. He had mentioned her, he wrote, and the lady had said she might call. He gave the name and address, adding that the family would only remain in London about a week longer, when they would return to their country home at Dunbarton Priory, Lady Fennelcy's country seat. This fact of itself recommended the situation to Pearle. She longed to get into the country, to go miles and miles away from the city, where she feared every day she might meet her deadliest foe. She cared not how solitary the place, how quiet or uneventful her life should be, so that she could securely hide from the tyrant who was her husband. The day following her reception of the doctor's note, she called a cab, and proceeded to interview Lady Fennelcy at her palatial residence in the region of Piccadilly. She was somewhat stiffly received by her ladyship, who evidently believed in keeping all dependents at a respectful distance, and who at once proceeded to inspect her from top to toe, with a glance as keen as it was comprehensive. "Altogether too handsome," was her mental comment, as with compressed lips and lowering brow she noted her high-bred, delicate face, her sweet, deep, intelligent eyes, and the willowy figure whose every movement was one of dignity and grace. But Pearle's manner was modest and unassuming, and devoid of any consciousness of her own beauty, and this seemed to please my lady, who questioned her carefully, inspecting with no little interest the references which both Sir Harold and Dr. Ashley had given her. She saw at once that she was a person of no ordinary talent. She listened with delight while she played and sang. She was secretly delighted when informed that she could speak French and German fluently, for her ladyship had 2 older daughters who had hitherto been under masters to perfect their accent, and this circumstance might save great expense. She saw that her manner and bearing were perfect and ladylike in every particular, and she finally came to the conclusion that the opportunity to secure such a governess was not one to be lost, despite her objectionable beauty. "Should you object to going into the country?" she asked, after reviewing again and again the catalogue of Pearle's accomplishments, and fearing she might not like the retirement of Dunbarton Priory. "No, your ladyship. On the contrary, I prefer the country, as the little one in my care would doubtless thrive better there," Pearle answered, supposing, of course, that Dr. Ashley had conversed with Lady Fennelcy regarding both herself and her charge. "Little one? Have you a child? You are not married?" exclaimed my lady aghast, and looking again at the card Pearle had presented on her entrance. "No, madam, the child is not mine. At least, not by birth," and she smiled in spite of herself, for the woman could not have manifested more consternation had she confessed to have been smitten with some terrible plague. "I supposed," she continued, "that my friend Dr. Ashley had conversed with you concerning me, but since it seems he has not, I will explain that I have the care of a little orphan, a niece from whom I cannot be separated." "And did you expect that I could receive an extra child into my family?" demanded Lady Fennelcy severely.
No, your ladyship, I did not expect that of you, nor of anyone into whose family I might go, but I did hope that I might be able to find a home or board for her near by, so that I could see her every day," Pearle answered very quietly, but as if she had no intention of being turned from her purpose, even if it displeased 100 Lady Fennelseys. "It is exceedingly unfortunate. You say the child is your niece?" questioned her ladyship suspiciously. "My niece. Or I might more properly call her my child by adoption, since I have taken her to rear as my own," said Pearle, not losing an atom of self-possession, although she did not fail to read the cruel thought that for an instant gleamed in the woman's eyes. "Who ever heard of a person with a child applying for a situation as governess?" grumbled Madame discontentedly. "Pardon me, I will not trespass longer upon your time," Pearle said in perfectly ladylike tones, and rising as if to go. But the sparkle in her grey eyes and the colour in her cheek said plainly enough that if her services were not required, there was no reason why she should sit there and be grumbled at. "Stay," commanded Lady Fennelsey, waving her back. "Did Dr. Ashley know of this encumbrance, when he recommended you to me?" "Certainly, madam. He is acquainted with all the circumstances regarding my adoption of this child," was the quiet reply. "It is very inconvenient," again murmured the woman, with a frowning brow. She coveted the services of this talented woman. She must be talented, and above all reproach, or such men as Sir Harold Cheswick and Dr. Ashley would never have given her the glowing recommendations that they had. But she could not endure the thought of anyone coming into her family, and having a single care upon her mind outside its sacred precincts. "Why could you not put this child into some charitable institution here in the city? She would be well cared for and educated," she said after a thoughtful silence. "Such a proceeding I could not entertain for a moment. Wherever I go, my little charge must go also. If not into the family where I am, she must at least be near me, where I can give her some care daily," Pearle replied very decidedly. "And did you think it would be an easy matter to secure a desirable situation thus hampered?" "If you will excuse me for the remark, I do not see how it can interfere with my duties wherever I go. Of course, every governess is expected to have some time to herself, and if I choose to give the hours that are my own to my charge, I do not understand how I shall be hampered in my duties to my employer," Pearle answered coldly, and beginning to feel an aversion to becoming a governess at Dunbarton Priory. "Pray, what do you consider the duties of a governess are, Miss Melfort?" Lady Fennelsey asked with a tinge of sarcasm in her tones. "The attendance upon the children during their meals, in order to teach them to behave properly at table, and also during their walks, besides the duties of teaching them in the hours allotted to their studies," was the prompt reply. "Very good. I see you have the right idea of your position, Miss Melfort," returned my lady, somewhat mollified by her answer. "But," she added, "I forgot to mention that besides your instruction of Fred and Clara, I shall expect you to spend an hour each day in reading French and German with my eldest daughters, Camilla and Franchita." "That I should not object to doing, provided the exercise occurred during school hours," Miss Melfort answered composedly. Lady Fennelsey's heavy eyebrows arched themselves considerably more than was natural at this. She had fully intended that the young ladies should have an extra hour by themselves. But it was very evident that Miss Melfort understood her position, and intended to assert and protect her rights, and that if she employed her she could not hope to either browbeat or impose upon her, as she had done with the former governess, who was a meek, dove-eyed woman with little character or will of her own. She liked her none the less for it, though. She reasoned that she would make all the better teacher for her energy and decided ways, and that her influence would be far better over the children on account of it. The child, however, was a great objection. But after thinking the matter over in all its bearings, she decided to secure Pearle if she could do so at any reasonable price. "I think I shall give you a trial, Miss Melfort," she said at last, as if she were conferring a peculiar favour. "But I wish it distinctly understood that your charge must not interfere in the slightest degree with your duties in my family. I think, as you refuse to be separated from her, that we can make arrangements for her to reside at the Porter's Lodge, as they have no children there, and that will give you an opportunity to see her often without taking too much time in going to and from the Priory." The hours between 9 and 4 you will devote exclusively to my children, and aside from accompanying them upon their walks, and being present at their meals, the remainder of the day will be at your own disposal, unless now and then we should have company, and desire you to entertain them for a while with music. Your salary will be £50 a year, payable quarterly, and no charge for the little girl's board at the lodge. If these terms suit you, we will call the matter settled." A feeling of bitterness arose in Pearl's heart at these very meagre terms, and more than all at the overbearing manner of Lady Fennelsey. How different from Sir Harold's courtesy and generosity! Her proud spirit prompted her to flatly refuse to become a member of her family under any circumstances, but her better judgment told her that it would indeed be a more difficult thing than she had imagined to find any desirable position where she could take Amy with her. So, curbing her indignation, she signified her willingness to accede to the terms offered. Lady Fennelsey chuckled inwardly at this, for the salary she offered her was £25 less than she had paid her last governess, to say nothing of the expense she would save by dispensing with masters for the young ladies. To be sure, the child's board would be something, but even counting that, there would be a great saving. "We leave London on Monday morning," her ladyship said, and rising to signify that she wished the interview closed. "Can you be ready to accompany us?" "Yes, your ladyship." "Then perhaps it will be better for you to come here on Saturday evening, and that will save confusion about starting Monday. Besides, it will give you a little opportunity to become acquainted with your future pupils, Master Fred and Miss Clara. One thing more. When we have no guests, we would be glad to have you dine with the family occasionally. At all other times your meals will be served with the children's in the nursery." Lady Fennelsey doubtless thought she was conferring marked distinction upon the proud governess by this concession, but Pearle merely bowed to signify that she understood, mentally resolving that such occasions should be very few and far between, and then took her departure, being gracefully dismissed by a wave of my lady's fat white hand. End of chapters 25 and 26. Chapters 27 and 28 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. Pearle maintains her dignity. Madam little mistrusts to whom she is speaking, nor to whom she assumes that lofty and overbearing manner, Pearle said to herself with a scornful curl of her lip, as she passed out of the aristocratic mansion and was driven back to her humble, quiet lodgings. "If the young ladies and children copy their mother's example," she continued musingly, "I fear my life will be none of the pleasantest at Dunbarton Priory. But however, the die is cast, and I will make the best of it, at least until something better presents itself." Saturday evening she with Amy repaired to Lady Fennelsey's, and not few were the curious glances bestowed both upon herself and her little charge by the several members of the family. Amy's exceeding beauty was much commented upon. She was slight and almost fairy-like in her proportions, and the long curling hair that hung like a golden mist over her graceful shoulders showed that great care had always been expended upon it, and Pearle dearly loved to arrange it in the most becoming manner. Her features were delicate and attractive, her skin faultlessly fair, while all her little garments were fashioned with a daintiness and taste that added much to her general appearance. "What a lovely little fairy!" exclaimed Franchita, the second daughter, who was impulsive but really kind-hearted girl of 16, and who had appeared perfectly delighted with the child. Miss Camilla, a showy young lady of nearly 19, sneered at her evident admiration of the strangers. "It seems to me that Miss Muffet, or whatever her name may be, puts on a good many airs for a poor governess with a brat on her hands. The idea of dressing the little thing up in that style! Why, there was real Valenciennes lace on her apron." "Camilla, I am astonished that you should use such language in speaking of anyone," reproved Lady Fennelsey severely. "I suppose Miss Melford, that is the governess's name, not Muffet, has a right to dress the child as she chooses, although I must confess I think myself she might make a wiser use of her money," and her ladyship looked exceedingly grave over such evident extravagance. "Perhaps Miss Melford did not have anything to do with the little one's clothing after all," interposed Franchita, who had been instantly prepossessed in Pearle's favour. It may have been the mother who liked to see her as prettily dressed as other children." "But her mother is dead, and Miss Melford has adopted her, you know," returned her sister with another sneer. "You do not know how long she has been dead, and I'm sure it is very kind in Miss Melford to keep her looking so nicely," persisted Franchita, determined to defend the absent. "I think you have discussed the point sufficiently," said their mother. "It can't be nothing to us if Miss Melford chooses to spend her own money in that way. At all events, she dresses plainly enough herself." "I think you did not show your usual good judgment when you engaged her," Miss Camilla asserted, pouting. "She is too handsome for a governess. And as for that child, you need not think that I am going to believe she is either her niece or an adopted child." And the young lady concluded with an exceedingly suggestive shrug of her shapely shoulders. "Camilla!" exclaimed Lady Fennelsey, aghast. "Surely you do not suppose that such men as Sir Harold Cheswick and Dr. Ashley would recommend her if she was not worthy?" "They may have known nothing whatever of the child," said Miss Fennelsey expressively. "But Miss Melford assured me that Dr. Ashley was acquainted with all the circumstances of her adopting her." "Perhaps he may be. But my way would have been to interview him regarding the matter before engaging her. But leaving the young one entirely out of the question, I warn you that this handsome governess will make mischief for you before you have done with her," concluded the young lady, looking very wise. "How so?" demanded her ladyship, while Franchita asserted that Miss Melford was not to blame for her good looks, and as for her part, she liked someone pleasant to look at when she was reciting her lessons. For Miss Roscoe, their former governess, was so painfully ugly it made her nervous. "You forget that Ambrose will be coming home by and by," pursued Camilla, "and that he may bring friends with him. You know what a penchant all men have for pretty faces, and I, for one, do not wish to be outshone by a governess." "I think you are unnecessarily disturbed," replied her mother. "Miss Melford is very good looking, I admit, but she is very quiet and modest and appears to know her place. However, when we have company, it will be a very easy matter to keep her in the background." Her ladyship strove to speak unconcernedly, but in reality she did experience considerable uneasiness upon this point. Miss Melford looked so much prettier and younger with her bonnet off. Her manners were so polished, and she was so self-possessed and graceful, that Miss Fennelsey was thrown decidedly into the shade beside her. But she could not help it now, and must make the best of a bad bargain, at least for the present. The next week found the family all settled at Dunbarton Priory, a lovely estate that had once belonged to an order of monks, but the buildings having been partially destroyed by fire, the property had been sold to an ancestor of Lord Fennelsey, and had finally descended to him. His lordship had died some 5 years before our story opens, but during his lifetime he had aimed to make his estate one to be proud of. The neglected land had been brought up to a high state of cultivation, the priory and farmhouses were put in thorough order, and at his death her ladyship found herself the mistress of a handsome town-house and this beautiful country home, besides a goodly bank account. It really was quite satisfactory. According to her husband's will, the priory was to become the property of his eldest son when he became of age. But the young man, the Ambrose referred to by his sister, although now 22 years of age, showed no disposition to settle down to a quiet life, and so matters still went on pretty much as they always had done. The second week after the arrival of the family at the priory, the real business of Pearl's life began, and she found it no easy one. The 2 young children were more easily managed than the more wilful young ladies, for they were not long in learning that their governess demanded implicit obedience while in the schoolroom, and always rewarded them for it during their hours of relaxation. She was so patient and gentle too with them, notwithstanding her firmness, that it was not long before she had completely won their hearts. She had not been a member of the family a month before Lady Fennelsey remarked upon their altered behaviour. "I must say that Fred and Clara are vastly improved," she remarked one day, after having visited the nursery at mealtime. "Miss Melford has taught them to be very quiet and civil at table. They are much more respectful to me, and more amicable to each other." "There was chance enough for improvement, and they take to her wonderfully. But one would think that she had once belonged to the Queen's household from the dignity she puts on," returned Miss Fennelsey, who lost no opportunity to say something unpleasant of Pearle. She cherished a petty spite against her, both on account of her beauty, and because she would not allow herself to be browbeaten or snubbed by the haughty damsel during the hour that she had spent each day reading French and German with the young ladies. Her dignity is not put on, it is natural to her, and I am glad it is so. If you would try to copy Miss Melfort in that respect, Camilla, I should be better pleased," Lady Fennelsey said gravely. "Indeed? I think things have come to a pretty pass, that you should set your governess above your own daughter," was the angry and disrespectful retort. "Miss Melfort's deportment is perfect. I have no fault to find with it, which I am grieved to say is not the case with your own, my daughter," replied her mother severely. "Don't forget the old adage regarding a new broom, if you please, mamma. I'll wager my diamond necklace that this paragon of yours can let her temper fly upon occasion, and I'll prove it to you in less than a week," snapped the angry maiden, with an ominous savage glitter in her black eyes. "I shall be exceedingly displeased if you do anything to offend Miss Melfort, Camilla," returned Lady Fennelsey uneasily. Miss Camilla deigned no reply, but flounced angrily from the room, resolved that she would be revenged upon the innocent governess, but for what particular offence she could not have told had she been questioned. She had maintained a haughty and defiant manner toward Pearle ever since her advent among them, and made supercilious and unkind remarks upon every occasion, until the much-tired girl began to fear that her stock of patience would not hold out long against such assaults. But thus far Miss Camilla had not been able to ruffle even the smooth surface of her brow, although inwardly she rebelled at such malice and ill-nature. A few days after the above conversation between Lady Fennelsey and her daughter, a scene occurred in the schoolroom which none of Pearle's pupils ever forgot, and which served to establish her position in the family upon a surer foundation than it had hitherto rested. Bitter as her experience had been, and much as she desired to hide herself from the world where she had suffered such shame and mortification, there was still a sense of independence about her, a feeling that there was really no need of her bearing abuse or insolence from anyone. She had but to stretch forth her hand, and a full purse was at her command. She had but to apply to her brother, and all her trials in this respect would end. But if she did this, the Earl would insist upon her return to Ashton Manor, and she could not bring her mind to that at present, for Addison Cheetham would surely find her there, and Richard's home was too near for her peace of mind. One morning, she always devoted the first school hour to the young ladies that they might be free for the remainder of the day, Miss Camilla came to her French exercise in an unusually sulky and perverse state of mind. They were that day to begin reading the life of Victor Hugo in the original. But Miss Fennelsey, who was not extremely well versed in French, recited the rules from her grammar so badly that Pearle felt obliged to reprove her for not having devoted more time to them. An angry red glowed upon the young lady's cheek, and she tossed her head with haughty defiance. "Miss Melfort forgets that she is here to serve, not to dictate," she said imprudently. The color deepened in Pearle's cheek also at this, but without betraying her feelings in any other way she calmly replied, "My duty to Lady Fennelsey demands that I shall be thorough in whatever I undertake. You can never learn to read the languages fluently, unless your rules are first correctly committed to memory. You will please commit those I have assigned for today, and I will give you an extra half-hour after school this afternoon in which to recite them." Miss Camilla scowled unpleasantly, overlooking entirely the fact that Pearle had kindly offered to devote her own time to her. "I shall do no such thing," she said insolently. "I have an engagement for this afternoon, and once for all, Miss Melfort, I wish you to understand that I am not to be dictated to by you, as to when I shall either learn or recite my lessons." "Very well. Then I will excuse you from further readings in both French and German until these rules are committed at your leisure," returned Pearle, with imperturbable gravity and politeness, but with unmistakable firmness. Camilla regarded her in undisguised astonishment. "Do you mean that I am not to participate in the readings at all, until I comply with your demand?" she asked. This was putting it rather stronger than Pearle liked, but it was what she meant nevertheless, and so she bowed her head in assent. The girl laughed mockingly and opened her book with a glance of defiance at the young teacher. "For shame, Camilla," whispered Franchita, with a face crimson with mortification for her sister. "Attend to your own affairs, Miss Impertinence. I shall do exactly as I see fit," was the spirited retort, and she settled back in her chair, raising her book as if to begin her reading. Pearle saw that a tussle was imminent, and she braced herself for the encounter, determined not to yield an inch of her ground. "Miss Franchita, will you read the first 10 lines? Be careful of your pronunciation, your pauses and inflection," she said, ignoring Miss Camilla entirely. There was an ominous glitter in that young lady's eyes. "By the way," she interrupted before her sister could comply with Pearle's request, and looking at the title of the book in her hand, "what made you choose the Life of Victor Hugo for us to read? Do you like his works? Did you ever read his Les Miserables?" Pearle did not dream toward what all these questions tended, and not wishing to seem ill-natured, she overlooked the interruption and answered, "I chose the work because I thought it would be both instructive and interesting. I like some of Victor Hugo's works, some I do not, and I have read Les Miserables." "Then, of course, you remember all about Fantine?" "Yes," Pearle said unsuspiciously, as she remembered the poor girl so wronged and deserted. "Well," continued the girl, boldly, "she was the mother of Corsette, you remember? And do you know, you remind me of her. There is something wonderfully mysterious about you, and I'd be willing to wager considerable that you have a history equal to hers. Fantine's, I mean." The words had scarcely passed her lips before she regretted having given utterance to them. But they could not be recalled, and she awaited with some curiosity the result. Franchita regarded her sister in horrified astonishment, and feeling as if she would be glad to have the roof fall and hide her from the startled, almost terrified gaze that she saw creeping into Miss Melford's eyes as Camilla's meaning dawned upon her. A vivid scarlet mounted to Pearle's brow as she comprehended this unparalleled insult, then as quickly receded, leaving her as white as a piece of wax. For a full minute she was utterly speechless, her strength almost forsook her, and the conflict within her heart was terrible. But she had long since learned where to look in the midst of trial, and by the time 60 seconds, though to the startled occupants of the schoolroom they seemed like 60 minutes, had ticked themselves off her watch, she had, to all outward appearance at least, regained her self-possession. "Miss Fennelsey, I will excuse you from the schoolroom until you see fit to apologize for the insult you have just offered me," she said, laying her book face down upon her desk, and speaking as calmly as if she had merely asked some simple favor. That young lady looked the surprise she could not speak. She had measured Pearle's nature by her own, and had expected to see her fly into a towering passion at the affront, and say things that would cause her mother to dismiss her on the spot, and she began to feel exceedingly uncomfortable at the turn affairs were taking. But Pearle's request that she would leave the room angered her, and folding her arms defiantly she retorted, "I believe I am in my own home." The 2 children had been looking on and listening in open-eyed wonder, and Master Fred now burst forth indignantly, "I say, Cam, Miss Melford is a lady, and you are—" "Silence, you sauce-box," she interrupted imperatively. "Miss Fennelsey, I must insist upon your withdrawing from the schoolroom, and at once," Pearle now said, in tones there was no mistaking, while her beautiful eyes were fixed gravely and steadily upon that young lady's face. She laughed again mockingly, but it was evidently an effort, and her gaze drooped guiltily, although she did not offer to move from her position. Pearle waited a moment, then rising, continued with a decision that showed she would not retreat from her position. "I shall feel obliged to seek Lady Fennelsey myself, and explain the cause of this disturbance, unless you comply at once with my request." Camilla started. She had not intended carrying matters quite so far as this, and she had not imagined that the governess would have spirit enough to acquaint her mother with the insult she had offered her. But if the story must be told, she preferred to do the telling herself. "Ah, yes, thank you for reminding me," she said superciliously, and rising. Mamma certainly ought to be informed of your impertinence to me. I will go directly to her." Pearle did not take any notice of the remark, but remained quietly standing, while the discomfited girl beat an ignominious retreat, painfully conscious of the fact that she was leaving the despised governess mistress of the field. 28. No signs of the enemy. Pearle had an unusually quiet time in the schoolroom after the departure of Miss Fennelsey. Her pupils were docile and subdued, but she was nearly ill from the effects of the exciting scene of the morning, and when the last lesson was recited, she retired to her own room with a raging headache and a heart that was heavy and sore. She had scarce settled herself comfortably with a wet bandage around her head, her smelling salts and aromatic vinegar within easy reach, when she received a peremptory summons to attend Lady Fennelsey in her boudoir. With a feeling that the interview would undoubtedly terminate her labours as governess in the family, yet with her dignity not disturbed one whit, and a consciousness that she was justified in the course she had pursued, she went calmly and confidently forth to do battle for herself. She found her ladyship sitting in solemn state, like a judge waiting to pass sentence upon some criminal. There was a grave and troubled expression in her eye, however, as she furtively scanned the governess's beautiful face, and marked her graceful and apparently undisturbed manner. "Miss Melfort," she began somewhat haughtily, and without showing her the civility of asking her to be seated, "I have sent for you to learn your version of the disgraceful scene which occurred in the schoolroom this morning. On account of which I am as much grieved as you can possibly be, madam, since my aim has been, during my stay here, to be faithful in the performance of my duties," Pearle answered with gentle gravity. Lady Fennelsey made a gesture of impatience. "Please relate just what occurred without further comment," she said loftily. Pearle's form was a trifle more erect. Her head was lifted just a little with an air of conscious pride at this curt command. But she repeated accurately what Lady Fennelsey had already learned from each of the three younger children, Camilla's version of the affair having been entirely different, and to favour her own cause. "I am exceedingly sorry that anything so unpleasant should have transpired, Miss Melfort, and I acquit you of all blame in the matter," my lady said in gracious tones, but at the same time searching the flushed face before her with something of curiosity, not unmixed with anxiety. "But," she added, "I trust your native good sense will prompt you to overlook the matter, and to go on with the lessons as before. I promise you you shall never be annoyed in the same way again." Pearle's eyes glowed. Her native good sense did not prompt her to overlook so malicious an insult, at least without some reparation or expression of regret on the part of the offender. Lady Fennelsey thought she had never seen anyone half so beautiful as Pearle was at that moment, when, taking a step forward, her slender form drawn to its utmost height, and her head lifted with an air that would have become an empress, she said respectfully, but very decidedly, as she calmly and steadily met the gaze of the proud woman before her, "Your ladyship will pardon me, but I cannot consent to go on with the lessons as before. I cannot receive Miss Fennelsey in the schoolroom again without a suitable apology for the affront of this morning." "Do you not think that you are making too serious a matter out of an impulsive girl's thoughtless speech?" her ladyship asked mildly, willing to be conciliatory, yet taken somewhat aback by Pearle's decided assertion. "Madam, it was not the thoughtless speech of an impulsive girl. It was a bold and premeditated insult, an insinuation so vile that no one with a particle of self-respect would tamely submit to it," the governess replied dauntlessly. Madame flushed. She wondered at herself for allowing anyone in her service to speak so independently in her presence. But something in Miss Melfort's manner and bearing had impressed her from the first with the feeling that she was in some way far superior to the common class of governesses, and she had involuntarily yielded her more respect and consideration than she was aware of. Still, Pearle's last remark had aroused her ire. "Do I understand that you will not allow the affair to drop where it is?" she asked stiffly. "Your ladyship, if I cannot have the respectful attention and obedience of my pupils in the schoolroom, it will be useless for me to attempt to teach them." "That is very true," assented her ladyship. "My treatment of your daughter," Pearle continued without heeding the interruption, "has, without exception, been kind and considerate, and I may add, forbearing, for I have overlooked much that was abusive from her. The insult of today was entirely unprovoked, and I would on no account subject myself to a repetition of it." Lady Fennelsey was a woman possessing more than ordinary intelligence and good sense, although it was somewhat warped by a false sense of pride. She knew that Pearle had the best of the argument, and she was very angry with Camilla for her unpardonable behavior that morning. At the same time, there was an element of pride and arrogance in her nature that led her to treat her dependents as if they were beings of a lower order, and for a moment this feeling now got the better of her judgment, and she was tempted, as her daughter had desired, to dismiss the proud girl on the spot. But prudence whispered that such a proceeding would be very unwise. The children were progressing finely in their studies, were better behaved and more gentle than they had ever been before. Franchita was deeply interested in the languages and improving in her music. There would be no end of trouble in finding anyone to fill Miss Melford's place. City governesses did not like to go into the country in the dead of winter, while the interruption would be of great injury to the children. But she would not yield without a struggle. "Do you not think you assume a good deal for a person in your position, Miss Melford?" she asked sarcastically. Pearl's delicate lip curled a trifle at this question, but she quietly answered, "Madam, notwithstanding my position, I am a gentlewoman, and whatever I do, wherever I go, I intend to command not only my own self-respect, but the respect of others. That, at least, I will not forfeit under any circumstances." "Really, Miss Melford, one would infer from your manner that you were some high-born lady of the land, and had been accustomed all your life to the homage of every one with whom you came in contact," Lady Fennelsey remarked with some asperity. Again the girl's fair face flushed, the rich color mounted to the soft waves of hair that lay upon her forehead, while a spasm of pain convulsed her beautiful lips, all of which the keen eyes of her ladyship did not fail to observe. But Pearle made no reply, and the other continued. "I regret that you should take such a stand, as I know it will be useless to try to persuade Camilla to apologize to you. She is very high-spirited, and though she may be conscious that she has wronged you, she will never humble herself sufficiently to say so." She hesitated a moment as if waiting for Pearle to speak, but she still remained silent, and her beautiful face did not relax a muscle. This did not appear very promising for Madame's cause, but she went on with considerable assurance. "Therefore, I do not see but that you will be obliged to strain a point for once. I am exceedingly anxious that she should go on with her lessons, for she is quite backward in the languages, and as next year we expect to travel upon the continent, I wish her to be well versed in French and German. There are no masters within easy reach of the Priory. And really, Miss Melford, I desire that you should be amicably disposed toward every member of my family." "I assure you that I am so disposed, and nothing would give me greater pleasure than to be friendly with Miss Fennelsey, but allow me to say that it rests wholly with her to decide whether it shall be so or not. I bear her no ill will, and should she feel inclined to manifest regret for what happened this morning, with a promise to give me her respectful attention in the future, the readings can go on uninterrupted as before." The tone in which this was uttered plainly indicated that Pearle meant every word. Lady Fennelsey bit her lips with vexation. She had never had a governess before whom a word from her would not subdue into abject submission. But she was also conscious that she had never had one so accomplished, for was she not saving hundreds of pounds that she had hitherto been obliged to pay out to masters for both music and languages? It was exceedingly mortifying, however, that she could not make Miss Melford yield to her, and to realize that if she wished to retain her services, she would have to be the one to strain a point. For a moment there was a struggle between pride and policy. But the latter triumphed, as it always does when the pocket is under consideration. "Very well," she said with great dignity. "I think you are quite obstinate, but I will consider the matter a while, and I hope it may be amicably adjusted. I will add in my own behalf, however, that I am deeply displeased with Camilla for her rudeness to you." And Pearle was dismissed with the usual wave of my lady's fat hand. Miss Camilla could not be induced to offer any apology to the despised governess. "The idea that you should suggest such a thing, mamma," she said disdainfully, and with an angry toss of her head when Lady Fennelsey had urged upon her the propriety of doing so. "But you did shameful outrage to her feelings, and I desire you should make proper atonement," replied her mother. "Proper atonement? You mistake me vastly if you imagine I would stoop to apologize to your governess, that proud, haughty upstart." "Camilla, I will not allow you to use such language in my presence," said Lady Fennelsey severely. "You can blame yourself for my dislike for her," retorted her dutiful daughter. "I have not liked her from the first, and I do not believe she is what she pretends to be at all." "Whom do you think she is?" "I don't know, but she is altogether too high and mighty to belong to the poor governess class. I should not be surprised if she belonged to some good family, and having fallen into disgrace had taken this way to hide herself," returned Camilla, coming nearer the truth than she dreamed. "I wish you would not be so suspicious of people," said her mother with a sigh. "Time often proves a great deal. Wait and see, if you are bound to keep her, only don't let her come in my way. I shall take no more lessons of her." "Do you intend to give up your French and German?" cried Lady Fennelsey in dismay. "No, I will have a master." "Ah, but that will be such an expense." "It will cost no more than it used to," retorted Camilla disrespectfully. "And if you do not want your handsome governess abused, keep her out of my way, that is all." And the proud heiress swept from the room, slamming the door in no gentle manner after her. Pearle did not regret Miss Fennelsey's decision. She had been a source of annoyance to her from the first, and it was a matter of great relief when she was informed that Miss Camilla would pursue her French and German under masters at the county town, about 3 miles distant. Franchita continued her lessons with Miss Melfort, striving by sedulous attention and respectful demeanor to atone as far as she was able for the cruel outrage Pearle had received from her sister, and all was peace and harmony in the school from that time. Little Amy, who lived with the porter and his kind-hearted wife, proved a source of great comfort to Pearle. Every day she went to her, or had her come to her own room at the Priory, where it was a delight to teach her the simple lessons she could learn. The child grew more beautiful and winning every day, and our sad-hearted heroine often found herself hoping that no friend would ever come to light to claim her, that if she must live out a long and lonely life, she might at least be spared this one little ray of sunshine to cheer her on her way. She never suspected how intimately the friendless waif was connected with her past life, nor how closely their future would be interwoven. She began to feel quite safe as the winter passed and spring began to open, for her life, though quiet and monotonous, was not unpleasant, and no signs of her enemy had come to startle or trouble her, and she began to look upon Dunbarton Priory as a permanent home for herself and little Amy. End of chapters 27 and 28. Chapter 29 of Lost, a Pearle, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. The Two Friends. Leaving Pearle plodding along in her wearisome duties, we must turn our attention elsewhere for a little while. On that fatal wedding day, when it seemed to Richard Burnholm as if the brightness had all departed from the heavens, and the earth was but a dreary blank, he remained at Ashton Manor only long enough to see his enemy depart, and to become convinced that Pearle had indeed flown from him. Then he too left the place and returned to his desolate home. Desolate in spite of its beauty and luxury, for the bright presence which he had expected to bring to it he believed could never dwell there now. And there was a solemn stillness in every hall and room, as if death had been there and robbed them of all life. He sought his room and shut himself in from the sight of every human eye save that of his valet, and for nearly a week yielded to the misery and pain that almost crushed him. His trust in humanity was well nigh destroyed, for he had had unlimited confidence in the friend of his school days, and now to discover such cold-blooded treachery, such malice and vindictiveness, in one whom he had so trusted, was like removing some strong foundation from his life, while the loss of the fair girl whom he had literally worshipped well nigh dethroned his reason. The whole country was ringing with the scandal of the strange marriage and the flight of the newly made wife, And Richard, when at length he tried to face his desolate condition, felt that it would be impossible for him to remain longer at Linden Grange, where every article in the house had been arranged with some tender thought of his promised bride, and was now a continual reminder of his misery. I must go away somewhere and hide from it all. My Pearle has flown, she is lost to me forever, and I do not care what becomes of me now. Only let me go where I am not known. Where no sound of this dreadful thing can reach me, nor curious eyes gaze upon me with their pitiful stare," he cried one morning with a sort of despairing energy, when it seemed as if his aching heart must break beneath its weight of misery. Acting upon the impulse of the moment, he packed a few articles of wearing apparel in his portmanteau, and, without telling even his valet of his intention, took the first train for London that he could catch. Here for weeks he wandered hither and thither, fluctuating between his club and the hotel, growing more and more restless and unhappy, and more rebellious against the ruthless fate that had blasted all his hopes. At length he decided to go still farther away, and strive to lose himself in the excitement of visiting new scenes. Accordingly he returned to Linden Grange, shut up the house, dismissing all the servants save one to remain with the housekeeper and the gardener, then, turning his back on his beautiful home once more, became a wanderer for many months. But this did not ease his pain. Wherever he went, whatever he did, one fair, beautiful face haunted him continually. One sweet, loved voice forever rang in his ears, torturing him with that last mournful farewell which had nearly broken his heart. My love, for such you will be till I die. Goodbye forever." When he lay down to sleep at night he seemed to hear Pearle's despairing tones repeating it. It haunted his dreams, torturing all his sleeping hours. When he arose in the morning, it greeted him like a knell for the dead, until his brain was nearly turned, and he was driven almost to the verge of insanity. He crossed the broad Atlantic and traversed America's strange shores. He wandered through the forests and enchanting regions of Maine, skimmed the Great Lakes and sailed the length of our great Father of Waters. He crossed the wide-stretching prairies, climbed the Rocky Mountains, lost himself among the wonders of the far-famed Yosemite, and lounged among the orange groves of Florida and the far Southwest. But all to no purpose. He could not forget. His aching heart constantly cried out with bitter longing, "Pearle, my fair lost Pearle, where are you? I must go back and find you. Let me break the hated bonds that bind you, and then I shall know something of peace once more." Thus a year passed, and wearied and worn with his restless wanderings and with the ceaseless pain and struggle within, he at last returned to England, the faint hope animating him that Pearle might ere this have returned to her brother at Ashton Manor, and would perhaps now consent to a divorce if one could be obtained. It was a dismal rainy night when he reached London, but notwithstanding something of a comfortable home-like feeling pervaded his heart as he traversed the familiar streets, and realized that he was upon his native soil once more. He turned his face towards St. James' Square, longing to get once more within the friendly shelter of his club-room, and walking with a more elastic tread than had been his since leaving England. On suddenly turning a corner, someone ran against him with great force, which sent him spinning against the wall of a building and hurled the stranger to the ground. A deep groan escaped the latter as he struck the pavement, after which he lay silent and motionless as if stunned by the force of the fall. Richard Burnholm almost immediately recovered himself, went to the stranger's assistance, and with much difficulty raised him to his feet. "Are you badly hurt?" he asked, as the man leaned heavily against him and groaned again. "My head feels strangely, and I fear my right ankle is either broken or badly sprained," was the reply in tones which sounded wonderfully familiar to Richard. But the fog was so dense and the street lamp at such a distance that he could not distinguish the man's features. "I will help you to that flight of steps, and then I will call a cab for you," he said, and supporting him to some steps in front of a house, he seated him there, and then went for a carriage with all possible speed. In less than 10 minutes he returned with a cab, and with the assistance of the driver, succeeded in getting the injured man into it, although every movement seemed to cause him excruciating pain. "If you will allow me, I will see you safely home, "Since I have been instrumental in causing the accident," Richard said, when he was seated and his leg propped upon the cushions. "Thanks, but I do not like to trouble you, oh," replied the stranger, suppressing a cry of pain. "It will be no trouble. Where shall I tell the man to drive?" Richard said, entering the cab, and determined to help the sufferer home. "Number Hyde Park Corner," was the reply, and Richard knew that this new acquaintance must belong to the higher class or the nobility to live in that quarter of the city. The ride was short, though a very painful one to the injured man, and when they reached their destination, a couple of servants were called to assist in conveying him to his room. Richard was impressed with the evidences of wealth and luxury on every hand, as they entered the grand house, and when at last the stranger was laid upon his bed, the gas turned on full and strong, and he saw his face for the first time, a startling revelation was made to him. "By Jove, Sir Harold Cheswick, do I find you here, in the very heart of London, after so many years?" he exclaimed in tones of astonishment and pleasure. Sir Harold smiled in spite of his pain, and opening his eyes, searched the eager surprised face bending over him. "Richard Burnholm!" he said, himself astonished, and holding out his hand cordially. "Surely," he added, "my accident has proved a blessing in disguise, since it has sent you to me. How are you, my boy?" "Not feeling as well as I should if I had not brought such misfortune to you," Richard answered ruefully. "Never mind, you are not to blame. Let me get this troublesome ankle attended to, and then I can take some comfort in looking at you. If you have nothing special on hand, stay with me tonight." Richard was only too glad to do as he was requested. Sir Harold was a dozen years older than himself, but he was nevertheless one of his truest friends. When a young man, and while Richard was in his teens, the baronet had rendered some valuable service to the boy's father, and thus an intimacy was established between the two families. Sir Harold visited at Burnholm Lodge a great deal after that, and notwithstanding the difference in their ages, a strong affection grew up between the two, for Richard was a manly little fellow, and very devoted to the handsome young baronet. It was many years since they had met, and it seemed a singular fate that had thus at last thrown them together again. A physician was called to examine the injured foot, who said that the ankle was dislocated, a matter which he hoped a fortnight or 3 weeks would mend, if nothing happened and he was careful. During this time Richard spent a portion of every day with his newly discovered friend, and their intimacy was thus renewed and strengthened. "What are you doing with yourself nowadays?" Sir Harold asked one day, after they had been talking over old times together. He had noticed the settled sadness about his friend, and wondered at it in one so young and with such bright prospects as he knew were his. "Nothing, save trying to kill time as rapidly as possible," Richard answered moodily. "How is this, Richard?" Sir Harold asked, searching his face. "Young men like you do not naturally become weary of life at your age. What is amiss with you, my friend?" "Everything. Life is a blank to me, and the sooner I live out my days and drop into oblivion, the better I shall be satisfied," was the reckless response. "Oblivion? Do you mean just that, Richard? Do you believe that oblivion comes with the end of life?" the baronet asked very gravely. "Do not you?" Richard returned evasively, and fearing that he had inadvertently touched upon a disagreeable subject. "No," Sir Harold replied, his face assuming an unwonted earnestness, and his eye lighting with some deep inward feeling as he added, "I used to be as skeptical as anyone regarding the future of man. I was willing to believe anything rather than the truth." "What do you mean by the truth?" Richard questioned, feeling some curiosity regarding his friend's religious views. "That God made us all responsible beings. He exacts a loving obedience and loyalty to His every law, for which He will reward every dutiful soul; and will, on the other hand, just as surely chastise disobedience and treason. There is no such thing as oblivion." "And do you believe that punishment will be eternal?" "Why not? If happiness is to be eternal for all who comply with God's requirements, why should not the reverse be true of those who scorn and neglect them? Everyone contends that the holy cannot sin after death. How then can we expect the unholy to repent, when they disdained through life the same opportunities which others accepted, If the end of life fixes the state of one class for eternity, what right have we to believe that it will not also fix that of the other, since both have an equal chance to begin with?" "What did you formerly believe?" Richard asked as his friend paused. He had not been in the habit of arguing such close questions as these. He did not feel at all easy at the turn the conversation had taken, and so asked others to save committing himself by a direct reply. "I used to say to myself," Sir Harold continued, "I am not responsible for my birth. God created me arbitrarily. I am not therefore responsible for my future. I did not ask to exist. I would prefer not to have existed, to suffer all the trouble and sorrow that has come upon me during my life, but more than all, to be made answerable for the everlasting safety of my soul after it shall leave the body. I rebelled continually at such a tyrannical state of things. I tried to believe in annihilation, but reason revolted against the idea. I then tried to believe the universal doctrine. It is such a comfortable theory that no matter how anyone may live here, he may enjoy every pleasure, lawful or unlawful, commit any sin, take no thought regarding his manner of living, go to any extreme. He will come out all right in the end. He will eventually be saved and allowed to enter heaven and share in all the pleasures of the blessed. Again my reason told me that this would not be just. That those who had led a correct, self-denying, godly life on earth were entitled to a reward. If they had tried to comply with every divine requirement, they alone were fitted to share the bliss of heaven, which is the condition of obedience, while those who were undutiful and skeptical regarding all that is good and holy ought to pay the penalty of their folly. Good and evil are antagonistic principles even in this world, and they must of a necessity be so in the next. The good here have an inward consciousness that they stand acquitted before their Maker. The wicked are always in doubt and in a state of unrest and fear. They know that they are wrong, but they keep hoping that God, whom they should realize cannot change, will make an exception in their favor, and all will somehow be well with them at last. The good shun the wicked shun the good in this world, and so it is natural to expect it will be hereafter. There is a familiar saying that oil and water will not mix, nothing can assimilate them, and so it is with good and evil." "And what has tended to change all your views upon this subject?" asked Richard. "The life, precepts, and example of one of the sweetest and gentlest women on the earth. Shall I tell you how it came about, and something of my history during the past 14 or 16 years?" "If you please. That is, if it will not pain you to speak of it," Richard returned with a doubtful look, as he noted the shadow that had fallen on his friend's face as he mentioned the past. "It is a painful subject in some respects, but I would like you to know something of what my life has been," Sir Harold began reflectively. "You know," he continued, "that after my marriage I lived abroad most of the time. For years we resided in Paris. My wife being of French descent and her family living there, she preferred to remain there also. She was exceedingly fond of society, and imagined that it had many claims upon her. I would not cast any reflection upon the dead," the baronet said with a heavy sigh, "for I believed my wife loved me and was faithful to her family, perhaps as it was possible for her to be under the circumstances. But, Richard, if you ever marry, do not choose a fashionable woman, for there can be no true domestic happiness where a wife is absorbed in pleasure and interest outside her own home. A little daughter was given me during the first year of my married life, and I grew to idolize her, and strove in so far as I was able to bring her up according to my ideas of what a woman should be. She was a bright and lovely child until she was 9 years of age, when a dreadful disease fastened upon her. She lay terribly ill for many months, and when she began to recover, she was a hopeless cripple, while her disposition had become so warped and perverted it was perfect torture to live with her. This trial so wore upon my wife that her own health failed, and although every effort was made to save her, consumption did its deadly work, and she died. Thinking that a change might be beneficial to my child, I then returned to London, where I have remained ever since. I longed for my native country, though my many trials and every added year of my life were fast making a misanthrope of me, and tending to make me more and more skeptical regarding an all-wise ruler and the chief end of man. This state of mind continued until about a year ago, when I advertised, for the 40th time, I should think, for a companion for Grace. We could keep no one long, for the child had the temper of a fury, and few were willing to be subject to it, even for the liberal salary that I offered. My advertisement was answered almost immediately by a young lady with the saddest though sweetest face I ever saw in my life. She was a lady, too, in every sense of the word. I saw it at a glance, but with some heart-breaking trial to bear. Her name, what was her name? Richard Burnholm demanded suddenly, and interrupting his friend. A young and lovely lady, one who had some great sorrow to bear, had come there about a year ago. That was about the time of the fatal marriage and Pearle's flight. She was young and lovely and nearly heartbroken. Perhaps he had at last found a clue to her hiding-place. Miss Melfort was the name upon the card which she gave me. Margaret Melfort. "But why are you so eager to know?" Sir Harold queried, giving the young man a searching glance. "Never mind. I am deeply interested in your story. Go on," Richard returned, leaning back in his chair with a disappointed sigh, for there was no familiar sound in the name of Melfort, and there were hundreds of Margarets in the world. "Well, this girl came into my household like some angel of mercy. From the first there appeared to be an almost magnetic power about her that subdued the evil spirit in my child, and before she had been in her presence 24 hours she had completely won her heart and secured her respectful attention to her wishes. It was something marvelous. Day by day I watched her with anxiety, fearing that such a blessed state of things could not last. But she was ever the same, sweet, gentle, patient, but ruling with a firm, wise hand. Of course I grew deeply interested in her. She won first my gratitude, and then my love, until my heart bowed before her, as it never yet had bowed to a woman. And 6 months after she entered my family, I asked her to become my wife, and a mother to the child she had so transformed. Imagine my astonishment and bitter disappointment when she told me my case was hopeless, that she was already a wife and her husband living. "Already a wife," repeated Richard, with white lips, his very blood seeming to stagnate the words. Something began to impress him that Margaret Melfort might after all be Margaret somebody else. "Yes," pursued Sir Harold, "and the wife of the vilest wretch on earth from whom she had fled and was hiding." Richard half suppressed a groan at this. "What did you say, Richard?" his friend asked, turning to get a better view of his face, but it was turned toward the window and he could not see its expression. "Nothing. Go on," he said, trying to speak naturally. "There is but little more to tell," the other resumed. "Of course I knew at once that I must relinquish every thought of what I had hoped and desired, though it was one of the greatest trials I had ever had to bear. She wished to go away at once, but that I could not consent to under any circumstances, and I finally persuaded her to remain. Very soon after this Grace sickened again, and the physician told me at once that I must entertain no hope of her recovery. I need not tell you that the world looked very dark before me again, that I was ready to curse God and die also. Much of my time was necessarily spent in the sick room, and there I began to realize for the first time what life meant, and the responsibility resting upon every soul which God has created. The teachings that there fell from the lips of that wonderful woman as she led my child, step by step, from earth to heaven, will never fade from my memory. Her faith, her love, her gentleness and goodness, together with her invariable patience, are like green spots in the desert of my life. Through her I began to believe in a hereafter, and one that must be either all purity and blessedness, or dark and full of remorse. And when at length my Grace fell asleep, knowing that it was the last of earth for her, and believing that she would awake in a world where there would be no more pain or suffering, the veil of skepticism was torn from my eyes forever. I there learned what I owed to the one who had created me, and as I stood over my dead one, I vowed that the future should not be like the sinful, aimless past. I grieved for myself, not for the suffering, crippled child whom God had taken, for I knew it was better for her. And Miss Melfort, with a sympathy and gentleness that I can never forget, pointed out a future to me that could not be all darkness, no matter what befell me. Every bright and beautiful thing has been taken from my life, and I have only a broken and almost worthless future to give to a better service," I said, as we stood looking our last upon my little daughter, and she had been urging me to accept the faith in which she had died. "My friend," she said, holding out her fair hand with sisterly frankness, "I know there has been much to apparently blight your life, but did you ever take flowers that were faded and place them in scalding water, first clipping their stems? It would seem," she went on without waiting for me to reply, "a very harsh, almost fatal way to treat them, but the result is wonderful. They will almost immediately revive, and brighten into nearly their former beauty. So I have come to feel that out of trials that seem as if they must crush us to the earth, we can rise through God's love and help into a purer and better life than we have ever known. Sir Harold," she continued with crimson cheeks and drooping eyes, "my own life was blighted, my heart broken less than a year ago, but I was led to kiss the rod that smote me. And now, even though the future promises to be but an existence of loneliness and toil and isolation from kindred and friends, yet I feel that my life will be better, purer, and more acceptable in the end than it would have been if I had never known a sorrow." She went away almost immediately, but this was the way, Richard, that I was led from rankest skepticism and rebellion against my Creator to accept the truth and become, I hope, an obedient child. "Pearle! Oh, my lost Pearle!" groaned Richard Burnholm with a sob that shook his manly frame to its center. He knew well enough from those last words of his friend, regarding her life of toil and loneliness and isolation from kindred and friends, that he had been speaking of his lost bride, that she had been the angel of mercy who had brought peace to that stricken house. End of chapter 29. Chapters 30 and 31 of Lost, a Pearl by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 30. A fruitless quest. "Of whom are you speaking, Richard? What deep sorrow is preying upon your heart?" Sir Harold asked, much surprised at his companion's despairing cry. Richard did not reply. The recital to which he had just listened, the thought that Pearle, his lost darling, had been there in that very house, perhaps in that very room, brought back all his wretchedness so forcibly that he was nearly unmanned. "Trust an old friend, my boy, and unburden yourself to me," Sir Harold continued kindly. "I have noticed from the first that you were unhappy from some cause or other. Tell me what troubles you." "Where is she now, my Pearle? This sweet woman of whom you have been telling me?" Richard asked brokenly, and turning his haggard face toward his companion. "Your Pearle? I do not understand you," Sir Harold said with some surprise. "Yes, she was mine. She is mine now, at heart. I know well enough that this woman of whom you have been telling me is the same one who was to have been my wife, but was snatched from me at the very moment that I was to crown my happiness. Where is she now? Tell me. I must find her," Richard cried wildly. "Richard, man, you are surely crazy. Whatever your trouble may have been, you must be mistaken in this. Miss Melfort could have been nothing to you, for she told me with her own lips that she was already a wife, and had fled from an unworthy husband," Sir Harold said, beginning to think the young man's sorrow had affected his brain. "I know it is all true. But listen, and I will relate to you a tale of such treachery as you have never dreamed of," he replied, sitting suddenly erect and bracing himself for the task. He then told him all the story of his school days, of the friendship he had formed there, of his return to his home, his meeting with Pearle, their engagement, their anticipated marriage, and the treason that had at the last moment robbed him of his bride. He told him all, withholding nothing save the name of the man who had betrayed him, and the face of his friend grew grave and sad with sympathy as he listened. "Do you wonder," he said bitterly in conclusion, "that I am miserable and restless? Do you wonder that life seems a burden, or that I should desire something, anything, to steep my senses in forgetfulness and ease my pain?" "You have indeed been most severely tried," Sir Harold said sympathetically, "and I am amazed at what you have told me. Can it be possible that Margaret Melfort, as she called herself, and your Pearle are one and the same? It must be so, for your description of her is exact, except that the brilliant beauty of which you speak has been toned down by sorrow into a pale loveliness that is indescribable." "Do you know where she is now?" Richard asked again. "No. She went to reside with a family a few miles out of town when she left me, and I have neither seen nor heard anything of her since. More than a month ago I sent her some fruit and flowers from my own hothouse, but the man returned with them, saying the house where they had lived was empty, so I suppose the family must have moved to some other place," returned the baronet. "I must find her, I must see her, if only for once more, or I shall go mad with this suspense," Richard cried excitedly. "My dear friend," said his companion pityingly, "I fear you are very unwise in this matter. If you should succeed in finding her, what possible good would it do either of you? Would not such an event be disastrous to her peace of mind, and cause you more suffering than you experience now? Let us look at the facts just as they are. She was legally wedded to that villain, and while he lives she can never be anything to you; for unless I mistake her character very much, she could never be persuaded to consent to have that contract nullified, even if a petition for such a thing were successful. No, she went to the altar apparently of her own free will, and tacitly assented to those vows, and I do not believe that she would seek her own happiness at the expense of what she feels to be morally right." "There was nothing morally right about it from beginning to end," Richard cried, much excited. "No, not as you look at it, knowing all the circumstances. But the fact exists, notwithstanding. She is his wife, and must remain such while he lives. For I do not believe a divorce would ever be granted upon the conflicting evidence that would be brought to bear upon the case. Take my advice, Richard. Do not seek her. She evidently desires to remain in obscurity, or she would have returned to her brother before this. And believe me, the best balm for her own sore heart will be found in the good that she will surely accomplish wherever she may go. But what can I do? My life is utterly wrecked. If I could but find her, look once more in her face, hear her speak, and then die at her feet, it would be bliss compared to what I endure every day of my life now," groaned the unhappy lover. "You must go to work, Richard. You must have some object in life. You have spent a whole year in aimless wandering and brooding over your troubles, and it has brought you nothing but misery. Emulate the example of the fair girl whom you profess to love. If she, a frail woman, could rise above her grief, which surely must have been as hard for her to bear as for you, ought you not also strive to conquer a passion so hopeless?" Richard made a gesture of pain and impatience at these words. "Nay, bear with me, my boy," returned his friend gently. Then he added with a shadow on his handsome face, "I know something of what you suffer, for remember that we both have loved the same woman. But I have put that feeling entirely aside. It was one of the 'thou shalt not haves' for me, and so I surrendered that when I surrendered my will to a higher authority. But, Richard, I cannot bear to see you wasting your life in useless repinings. I could not be more sorry for you if you were my own brother, and could I give you happiness even to the restoring of your lost bride, I would gladly do it. You have said that you have nothing to do but to kill time as rapidly as possible. Now I have a proposal to make to you." Richard sat up and looked at his friend with some interest at this. Sir Harold's calm, common-sense reasoning had done much toward restoring his self-control, while his allusion to his own hopeless attachment for Pearle and his manly surrender of it made Richard ashamed of his own weakness. "I have a mission to perform," the baronet continued, encouraged to see that he had gained his attention. "It is quite a disagreeable one, too, since it is involved in something of mystery, and I am going to ask your assistance in the matter. I shall be very glad to give it. To help you in any way will give me pleasure, if anything will. Richard returned with a sigh, but his tone was not quite as hopeless as when he had last spoken. "Well, then, I shall take you at your word," the baronet replied, smiling. "I have a long journey before me, and I expect a trying search also. I am going to ask you to accompany me, to help while away the time and to give me the benefit of your advice. But that you may understand what I have before me, I shall be obliged to relate a little family history to you. As I told you before, my wife was French. She was the only child of one of 3 brothers of the name of Renaud. One of these brothers married and settled upon the homestead near Chalon. Another went to seek his fortune in Australia, while the third, my wife's father, located in Paris, where he was very successful in business, and becoming interested in politics, at length grew to be quite a prominent statesman. When I married his daughter he settled a handsome dowry upon her, which would of course have fallen to Grace had she lived. The last dozen years of his life Monsieur Renaud spent with us, and died only a few months after my wife, for whom he mourned continually. He left a will dividing his property equally between his 2 brothers if they should be living, or among their heirs if they should be dead. He had heard nothing from either of them for a long time, and owing to the state of his health, he was not able to visit the homestead as he longed to do, to ascertain how they were getting on in the world. He made me the executor of his will, and in case no heirs can be found, the property is to revert to me. I do not need it. I do not want it. In fact, I have plenty of my own to look after as it is, and I sincerely hope I may be able to find someone to inherit it. I have been to France once to search for the heirs. I visited the old homestead near Chalon, but it was closed and deserted, and I could find no one who could tell me whither the family had gone. I learned that the master had died a year or so previous, and soon after the long-absent brother had returned from Australia, independently rich, and he also soon afterward died of smallpox. 2 months later the family had disappeared, leaving no clue to their intended destination. I should have pursued my search further, but business of my own and a reluctance to leave Grace long at a time called me home. Since then I have had trouble and anxieties enough to keep me here. I have written several times making inquiries, and advertised in a number of papers for information regarding the missing ones, but all to no purpose. Now, however, having no domestic cares to keep me, I feel it my duty to institute a prolonged search, which I shall not abandon until I discover something definite. I need not tell you that I dread the unpromising task. It will doubtless be a long and weary one. Will you go with me to break the monotony? Sir Harold asked somewhat eagerly in conclusion. Gladly. It will be something to do, something to think about beside myself, Richard returned, considerably animated, while neither gentleman had a suspicion of the strange things which their journey was to reveal to them. At the end of 4 weeks from the time of his accident, Sir Harold's physician said it would be safe for him to travel, and accordingly, accompanied by his friend, he at once proceeded to Chalon, which he had resolved to make his starting point in the search. A week was occupied in reaching the city, where after resting a day or 2 they procured a carriage and drove out to what had once been a fine estate, but which evidently for the want of funds had long been neglected and unimproved. The old manor house was still closed, and it was only after repeated attempts and a prolonged search that the travellers found anyone who knew aught of the family. In a little cottage on the edge of the forest belonging to the estate, they finally stumbled upon an old man living alone, and Sir Harold began to have some hope that at last he might be able to learn something of the family. The man said he had once been a servant in the family, and he appeared to take their fallen fortunes greatly to heart. "Ah, monsieur," he said sadly, "the fates were all against us. A curse is on the race. The land, so beautiful once, has all run out. The last of the Renauds is gone. Ah me, that I should live to see it." "Do you know what has become of Monsieur Renaud's widow, and were there any children?" Sir Harold at last succeeded in asking, after a third attempt to gain the garrulous old man's attention. "No, monsieur. After Master and Monsieur Alec died, no one was left but the mistress and Mademoiselle Alice, and they seemed like to die with grief and the other trouble that had come to them, and one night they went away, and no one ever knew where they went." "And who was Mademoiselle Alice?" "A daughter?" demanded Sir Harold. "Aye, monsieur." "And what was the other trouble that you referred to?" "Alack, it was such as no man of pride could well bear. She ran away with a strange gallant, and came back after a year with la petite in her arms," the old man said, shaking his head and wiping away a tear. "Ah," said Sir Harold, with a grave and troubled face. "Aye, monsieur, and the trouble killed the proud master. He never looked up after it. The neighbors jeered and held aloof, because mademoiselle had been proud too, and high-headed, and it seemed a good bone for them to suck, that grief should come to her. The master died before she came back. She did not even get to the funeral, but she stayed with the mistress after that, and the two clung together in their troubles. In a little while, Monsieur Alec came back from Australia. He was rich. He said he would restore the farm. The mistress and mademoiselle began to look cheerful and take heart once more. But the uncle sickened and died with smallpox. He made a will, and Mademoiselle Alice was an heiress in spite of her shame, and people began to fawn and take notice once more of her. But she scorned them all. She grieved ever, and grew so restless and unhappy living here, that the mistress at last gave up to her, and they went away. They gave me money, but did not tell me they were going. I woke one day and found them gone. I live here alone. I can tell no more." And the old man sighed heavily. "But did they not leave the place in care of someone?" asked his interlocutor. "I cannot tell. Nobody comes here. I see no one. Perhaps the curé may know." This was not much more aside from the revelation of Alice's shame than Sir Harold had learned upon his previous visit, and he began to fear he would never discover anything more satisfactory. He was considerably mortified upon learning the story of wrong and shame connected with the only living heir of the Renauds, and it was with less enthusiasm than he had ever experienced that he sought the curé of the parish to see if any further information could be gained. Sir Harold had not thought of the curé when he was there before, and as he was an old resident he might have considerable to tell, he reasoned. The good man received his visitors courteously, and listened with great apparent interest while Sir Harold made known his errand. "There has been deep trouble in that family, and there seems to be something of a mystery connected with it also," he said in reply to the baronet. "It is even as the servant has already told you, and nearly everyone in the parish believes in the story of shame. Some 5 or 6 years ago, yes, fully 6 it must be, there came a stranger into this neighborhood. He was out of health, he said, and had come here to spend his vacation and recruit. He was not long in making the acquaintance of the beautiful Alice Renaud, who was accounted the loveliest girl in all the parish, though somewhat haughty and proud. She was often seen walking with this stranger, and people began to fear that all was not right, and warned her against him, for try as they would, they could not discover who he was. Soon after, they both disappeared, and nothing was heard from them for more than a year. Her father took the sad event greatly to heart. He drooped and died in less than 12 months from the time of his daughter's flight. A few months afterward, Alice as suddenly reappeared, bringing a beautiful, fair-haired, blue-eyed babe in her arms. I visited her and tried to comfort her, for she was nearly heartbroken upon learning of her father's death, and that it was her conduct that had killed him. There seemed some deeper sorrow on her mind, too, but she was very reticent regarding her life during her absence, though when I questioned her, she declared that she was a lawful wife, and showed me her wedding ring, although she could produce no certificate of her marriage. She shunned all society, and never appeared to notice the slights and jeers of her former associates. But one day I called at their home. It was deserted, They had gone, and no one knew anything about their departure. This is all that anyone knows of them, and the event seems to be surrounded with mystery. I am told that their circumstances pecuniarily were much improved during the last of their residence here," Sir Harold remarked when the Curé had concluded his story. "Yes, monsieur. The long-absent brother of Monsieur Renaud returned just after Miss Alice came back. He had acquired a handsome property, and proposed to do great things for the old place. But he also shortly died, and left all his fortune to the poor girl who had suffered so much, and of whom he appeared to be very fond." "That knowledge is a great relief to my mind," answered Sir Harold, "for wherever the family may be, they doubtless have plenty of means, but I am deeply grieved to learn of the shadow that has fallen upon that young girl." "It is a great misfortune, monsieur, for they were always very much respected before, and their daughter considered one of the brightest ornaments society had, notwithstanding that their means were limited," replied the Curé sadly. Sir Harold and Richard took their departure, feeling as if their errand had been almost fruitless, and deeply disappointed that they could learn no more. "My search is cut short sooner than I expected, for I know not which way to turn now," the baronet said to Richard after leaving the Curé. "I see nothing for you to do but to give up for the present, and advertise largely, trusting to circumstances to reveal the hiding place of those you seek. It is evident that wherever they are, they do not wish their place of residence to be known," Richard returned. "Do you feel in the mood for travel?" his friend asked after a thoughtful silence. "Yes, anything to pass the time," was the indifferent response. "Then what say you to a trip to Strasbourg? We are on the direct route, and we might spend a few days there both profitably and pleasantly." "Very well. Then to Strasbourg we will go." They repaired to the station, purchased their tickets, and were soon flying along the railway toward that ancient and noted city, and the surprising developments awaiting them. Thus helpless man, in ignorance sedate, rolls unconscious down the torrent of his fate. 31. The Marriage Record. They had taken an express train and hoped to reach Strasbourg sometime during the night. All went well until they reached Bar-le-Duc, where they learned that a freight train had run off the track a few miles beyond, and this event would occasion several hours' delay. "This is exceedingly uncomfortable, for if there is one thing I dislike more than any other it is waiting at a railway station," Sir Harold said as he paced impatiently up and down the platform. Not long after, the inward-bound express came thundering up to the station, bringing the not very encouraging intelligence that the work on the wreck was progressing but slowly. A few passengers alighted, and then the train moved on again. One of the few who left the cars was a young and fine-looking man, the sight of whom caused Richard Burnholm to start forward with an exclamation of surprise and pleasure. The stranger was of medium height, of a rich dark complexion, and resembled him in both face and figure, and appeared to be near the same age. "Eugene, old fellow, how under the sun did you ever get here?" he demanded, clapping the newcomer upon his shoulder. The young man started and turned quickly. "Richard!" he cried, as greatly astonished as the other, while his white face lighted with pleasure as he shook him heartily by the hand. "How did I get here?" he went on, laughing. "By the Paris express, as you must have seen. But what are you doing in Bar-le-Duc?" "Waiting for the train to go on to Strasbourg. The accident beyond is detaining us. But I thought you were in Rome." "And so I was a fortnight ago. But I have good news for you, Richie boy. I have received an appointment at home, which will set me up wonderfully, and I shall no longer need to trespass upon your kindness." "Don't mention it, Eugene," Richard interrupted, with an uneasy glance at Sir Harold, who was standing near, and turning he immediately introduced him. After explaining a little more fully the cause of their detention, Eugene Burnholm, for the stranger proved to be a cousin of Richard's, claimed their companionship. "I have a little matter of business to attend to here," he said, "after which we will look about the place. Bar-le-Duc has a number of attractions for pleasure seekers." "When were you over here before?" Richard asked in surprise. "About 4 years ago," the young man returned, his face growing instantly grave, almost sad. "Come," he added, linking his arm familiarly within that of his cousin, "I am now going to a pretty little church that I know you will like to see." Thus those 3 men turned and walked down the street, never suspecting what great events were hinged upon that apparently accidental meeting of the 2 cousins. Eugene Burnholm led them toward the town, which is situated upon a hill at some distance from the station. At the foot of this hill there stands an ancient little church, densely overgrown with moss, ivy, and lichens, and seeming like some venerable patriarch beside the more modern dwellings which cluster around it. This church is very old, and was built long before the newer portion of the town on the hill was thought of, Eugene explained, as they entered its wide open door. He then sought the sexton and asked permission to look at the church records. It was, of course, granted. The books were brought, and appearing to know just where to look for what he wanted, Eugene turned to a page and copied into a little book that he had with him the record of a marriage in which his own name figured. "Ah, I see," Richard said, smiling as he comprehended what he was about. "Was it in Bar-le-Duc that event occurred?" "Yes, and I promised a certain little woman that when I returned I would bring a copy of the transaction with me. The original, the one that should have been hers, was lost or forgotten or something," Eugene replied, the shadow again on his face. Then drawing his cousin a little one side, he began to ply him with eager questions, while Sir Harold stood by the table listlessly turning the pages of the book he had just left. Strange that he should have turned backward instead of forward. And as he thought of it afterward, all the events of that day were passing strange. That he should have proposed going to Strasbourg, that they should have been detained at Bar-le-Duc, that Eugene Burnholm should have been returning to his native land just at this time, after 3 years of exile, and meeting them there should have led them to that little church at the foot of the hill, it was almost marvelous. But the finger of fate, the hand of Providence rather, led them there, and so he found that strange record as he stood by the table in the vestry, and carelessly turned the leaves of the church books, while the cousins conversed of personal matters a few steps away. Someone coming in at the door arrested his hand, or he would have turned that last leaf also, and never seen those names written there. He glanced up, the leaf slipped from his fingers, his hand dropped upon the page just below the 4th line from the top. It was the curé who came in, and who, with a courteous bow to the strangers, passed on into the church to speak to the sexton. Involuntarily Sir Harold's eyes fell again upon the page, and a shock like that caused by an electric battery shot through every fibre of his being, for there, right before him, written in clear but delicate characters, was the name of Alice Marie Renaud, while just above it, in a bold hand, was the name of another person, a man of whom he had heard, but never seen. A startled cry escaped him, and he bent closer to read the record of a marriage that had occurred 6 years previous. His cry attracted the attention of Richard Burnholm, and he at once approached him. "Have you also found something interesting there?" he asked. For reply the baronet pointed to the record he had just read. Richard's quick eye dropped upon the page. One glance was sufficient. He dropped into a chair standing near, his strength all gone, every vestige of color forsaking his face and even his lips. "Merciful heaven!" he cried. "Can it be true? Do you know what it means?" And he shook like a reed. Sir Harold thought his emotion greater than the occasion demanded, but he replied thoughtfully and very gravely, "Yes. Instead of shame and dishonor for the girl whom I have been seeking, it means a name and a place in the world worthy of her father's daughter, and I swear she shall have it, if I can find the man who wrote his name there above hers," he concluded sternly. "Give me the book. Let me look again. I may not have read those names aright. And oh, it would be too cruel to be deceived in this thing," Richard said almost wildly as he seized the church record and drew it toward him again. Again he read the names that he had seen before, and then dropped his head upon the book, feeling weak as a little child, and nearer a state of unconsciousness than he had ever been in his life before. "What ails you, Richard? Why should that record affect you thus?" demanded Sir Harold, regarding him wonderingly. He put his hand out as if the words had jarred upon him. "Leave me alone for a few minutes, please. I am too completely upset to tell you anything now," he murmured, and respecting his request, but greatly surprised, Sir Harold went to seek the Curé to question him about that marriage that had occurred 6 years before. Yes, the good old man remembered the event perfectly. He never forgot a face that he had once seen, and he always noticed particularly those whom he married. "Alice Marie Renaud," he said, "was a delicate-looking girl, with hazel eyes and soft chestnut hair, while the man she had married was light, with cold, glittering eyes of a peculiar color, and a sinister smile about his thin lips. He was deeply grieved to hear such a sad tale of them, for the young girl had appeared devotedly attached to her lover," the Curé resumed, after Sir Harold had related something of the circumstances that had transpired since. "But," he went on, "they had been legally married, and he would give him a writing to certify the fact." This he did, and Sir Harold felt well repaid for the disappointment and annoyance that he had experienced at being detained at Bar-le-Duc by accident. Even should he never find Alice, he would yet have the satisfaction of being instrumental in removing the stigma from her name, and it should be his first duty to write to the Curé of the little parish near Chalons, informing him of his discovery, and asking him to right the wrong that had been done the girl in the eyes of the public. He went back to Richard after learning this, and found him also copying the record, but with a hand that trembled so that one would scarcely recognize his handwriting. A fierce lurid light was gleaming in his eyes, and his lips were so set as with some iron resolution, though his face was still deathly white. "Are you ill, my boy?" his friend asked, startled by his haggard look. "I believe so. I don't know. Let us go home," he said, passing his hand wearily across his brow and staggering to his feet. "What has happened to disturb you so? Why should you talk of going home? I thought we were to go to Strasbourg," Sir Harold said, beginning to feel alarmed at both his looks and words. Eugene came up at this moment, and Richard made a sign to the baronet to say nothing more, but his cousin also exclaimed at seeing him. "Are you ill, Richard?" "Yes, I believe I am, nearly. I feel as if I had been stunned. Let us get out of this place. I cannot breathe here," he returned impatiently, and turning he walked quickly from the place, followed by his two companions. Instead of proceeding up the hill to take a glance at the town as they had proposed doing, he strode briskly back toward the station, outstripping the others considerably, and when they reached the place they found him purchasing a ticket back to Paris. "What does this mean, Richard? Are you not going to Strasbourg?" Eugene Bernholm asked in surprise. "No, I have changed my mind. I must go back to England once more," he said excitedly, and turning to the agent he asked how soon the train was due. "In 10 minutes," was the welcome response. Sir Harold regarded his young friend in perplexity. Something evidently terrible had upset him, and doubtless he would confide in him when the proper time arrived, so he conducted himself accordingly. "If that is the case," he said, "I think we shall all go together, for of course I care nothing for the trip to Strasbourg alone." And he too purchased a ticket for Paris. 10 minutes later they were speeding back over the way they had but just come. End of chapters 30 and 31. Chapters 32 and 33 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 32. A sudden shock. The 3 months following the disturbance in the schoolroom at Dunbarton Priory passed quietly and even pleasantly. The lines of care and anxiety that had been occasioned by Miss Camilla's insolence and ill-treatment faded out of Pearl's face after that young lady's withdrawal. She had no more headaches or heartaches from that cause, and not unfrequently her sweet clear laugh was heard ringing out at some comical prank of her pupils. The children continued to improve rapidly, and grew to love their beautiful governess more and more. Franchita also was very kind to her, and made such progress in her French and German that she became an object of envy to her sister, who was not nearly as successful under her masters, and this of itself increased her dislike of Pearle. "I hate her," she often said after coming in contact with her, and so allowed no opportunity to pass to show her scorn and ill will. Meantime, Ambrose, the young heir, had returned to his home, and his cautious mother, warned by her suspicious daughter, banished the governess entirely from her drawing-room, and exerted all her powers to prevent her darling son from coming in contact with the strangely beautiful girl. And strangely beautiful she was growing, too. It might have been the result of the quiet, peaceful life she was leading. It might have been the pure country air and living, but a great change was visible in Pearle. She was gaining in flesh, and her form grew plump and beautifully developed. Her cheeks, which at first had been hollow and very pale, became round and full, and tinted with a lovely color. Her eyes were gradually losing their anxious, hunted expression, and beginning to light up with some of their former brilliancy and sparkle. The sad, drooping lines about her mouth were fading out. Her lips were a deep rich scarlet, while smiles were no longer strangers to them. There were sad hours and dark days for her, but despair and rebellion had been driven forever from their throne in her heart, and they were not so frequent as they had been. Her trust in an infinite wisdom was strong and steady. She knew there was some purpose in all this discipline, even though she might be obliged to walk in the dark for years without discovering what it was. Whenever she grew sad and disheartened, she always sought Amy, and the little fairy with her innocent, gleeful prattle would always drive her gloom away. Her love for the child strengthened every day, for she was a winsome, affectionate elf, and clung to her kind protectress with a fondness almost amounting to reverence that was remarkable in one so young. It almost seemed as if she realized that Pearle had saved her from being thrown upon the cold charity of the world, and something of the obligation she owed her. "Dear Auntie, the best auntie that ever was. Amy loves you 1,000 hearts full," she would say in her loving moments, while she caressed Pearle's soft cheek with her fairy fingers, and nestled her bright head against her shoulder. She dearly loved to build air castles and plan the great things she would do when she was grown. "When Amy is a lady," she would preface her stories, spreading out her skirts to their utmost extent, and raising herself upon the tips of her toes as if to hasten the much-wished-for day, "she will have such a fine, fine house, and Auntie shall have the very biggest and prettiest room in it. She shall always wear a velvet dress, too, like Lady Fennelcy's, and beautiful shining things in her ears, and on her fingers, and nobody shall ever make her cry or look sorry then." "How are you going to manage all this?" Pearle would ask, much amused with her plans. "Oh, it will come, somehow," she answered, wrinkling up her forehead and assuming a reflective look, and Pearle, though she knew it was only childish prattle and nonsense, was nevertheless infinitely comforted and soothed by it. "If I have lost all that once made life so beautiful, I can never be very miserable when I have such a darling to love me," she would say, and grateful for this morsel, she fulfilled her duties faithfully and patiently, striving to mark each day with some good deed done. The spring melted into summer. The hot days came on, and Lady Fennelsey began to talk of a trip to the cool, breezy hills of Scotland. She owned a small villa among the Pentland Hills, not far from Edinburgh, where the family were in the habit of spending a few weeks of every year. Accordingly, the 1st of July found them settled in the midst of such a scene of enchantment as Pearle had never seen before. Lord Ambrose accompanied them at his mother's request, though previous to this it had not been easy to persuade him, his excuse being that those quarrelsome children annoyed him so. But in spite of his mother's precautions he had met Pearle several times, and he had secretly resolved to meet her many times more. Lady Fennelsey had been unusually gracious to her governess of late. She could well afford to be gracious to anyone who had succeeded in making such models of her heretofore unmanageable children, and she had kindly told her that Amy might make one of their party to the mountains, if she would allow her to share her room. This the devoted girl was only too glad to do, and she grew positively radiant as she watched the child's delight during their journey to the Pentland Hills. While here the children were only required to learn half lessons, and this merely to prevent their being idle and keep them in order. Amy was now admitted to the schoolroom, and she did not show herself the least intelligent of the trio by any means. Miss Franchita, being older and more demure, was excused from duty entirely during this vacation. One morning Lady Fennelsey informed the children that they were to have a holiday and a picnic in a grassy knoll on one of the hills near by, from which there was a beautiful view of Edinburgh and the surrounding country. Miss Melfort and a servant were to accompany them, the former to keep them in order, the latter to convey camp chairs, a hamper of good things, and to protect and wait upon them, while her ladyship partly promised that if she felt equal to the effort, she and the Misses Fennelsey would join them during the afternoon and return with them. Could her ladyship have known that her idolized son contemplated making one of their number also, she would not have settled herself for a quiet day with a new novel with quite so much satisfaction as she did. Lord Ambrose had taken his gun and, accompanied by his dogs, had set out early in the morning, ostensibly to hunt, but in reality he had a sly project in his head, and was determined to be upon the ground before the picnickers should arrive. The little company were in high spirits, and Pearle, under the influence of the bracing air and the freedom from care and restraint, found herself feeling very light-hearted, and every now and then breaking forth into some sweet carol as she climbed the woodland path. On reaching their destination, the children cried out with delight, for it almost seemed as if some good fairy, aware of their anticipated pleasure, had been there before them, and especially prepared for their coming. In the centre of the knoll there had risen, as if by magic, a spacious booth or arbour made of young saplings cut down, their trunks sharpened and driven into the earth, while their tops were brought together and twined in the centre. Quantities of trailing vines and woodland flowers decorated this picturesque arrangement, while it was literally thatched with the loveliest full-blown Scotch heather. "What a charming arbour!" exclaimed Pearle, participating in the children's delight. "I wonder what good fairy has done this." The good fairy suddenly made his appearance in the form of a broad-shouldered, stalwart young man, with a very red face, and clothing considerably the worse for its rough contact with bushes and briars. "Ambrose! Brother Ambrose!" shouted Fred and Clara simultaneously. Doffing his hat and revealing a brow covered with perspiration, the young man made a bow to Pearle, while he said with a mixture of amusement and humility, "The fairy was too clumsy to vanish into thin air upon hearing your voices, even if he had not been caught in the thicket, and for the moment unable to release himself. However, I hope my humble efforts will be appreciated." "It is very lovely, really quite artistic, my lord," Pearle said demurely, while he watched the colour which his unexpected appearance had occasioned come and go on her cheek. "It is perfectly beautiful, and it will be so delightful to eat our luncheon," said Clara with a very bright face. "My reward is ample," said her brother, patting her cheek. "And now," with an appealing glance at Pearle, "my agency in this matter having been discovered, and being also one of the children, I do not see but that I may be permitted to claim my share of the holiday sport." "Oh, do, do!" the children cried, dancing about him for joy, and delighted to find that their stately brother could descend from his dignity and feel an interest in their pleasures. But the fair governess looked grave. She knew that Lady Fennelsey would not approve of this arrangement, nay, that she would undoubtedly be very angry if she knew that the heir of Dunbarton Priory was spending the day and making merry with a poor governess. But what could she do under the circumstances? The young man evidently intended to remain, and it would be entirely out of her province to interfere in any way. "I will not fret," she said to herself after a moment of thought. "I could in no way have either foreseen or prevented such an event. If his lordship desires to give his brother and sister pleasure, there is no reason that I know of why he should not do so. I will cast care to the winds to-day, and take the good the gods provide, as if I too were a child once more." With this conclusion arrived at, she resolutely put aside every unpleasant thought, and entered heartily into the children's enjoyment of the day. Lord Ambrose, with the assistance of the servant, arranged the camp chairs within the arbour, and then invited the weary company to be seated, which after their long walk they were glad to do. "Do you approve of my morning's work, Miss Melfort?" the young man asked, with a mischievous sparkle in his eye, as he placed her chair opposite the entrance to the arbour, where she could command a delightful view. He had noticed her grave look when he had spoken of remaining with them, and surmised its cause. "I think you are a very successful architect," she returned evasively, and glancing around the tasteful arbor. "This surely is a fitting bower for even Titania herself." "Thanks. Now, pray, imagine yourself the queen of the fairies, and rest here while I bring you a cooling draught from yonder limpid spring." He gave her a laughing glance, and bowing low before her, darted away. He was back again in less than 5 minutes, bearing a silver cup filled to the brim with cool, sparkling water which, bending upon one knee, in mock reverence before her, he presented to her, saying, "It is fitting thus to serve the queen." Pearle made a gesture of disapproval at his position; but after quaffing the cooling drink, she smilingly, though with heightened color, commanded him to serve her retinue in the same manner, which he, obedient to the letter, proceeded to do. A half-hour was spent in resting, after which they had games and stories for another hour, and then it was time to begin to think about the good things in the hamper. A spotless damask cloth was spread down in the center of the arbor, and Pearle proceeded to arrange with dainty care the many delicacies which Lady Fennelsey had ordered to be prepared for them. Lord Ambrose watched her for a few moments, then, declaring that such a feast should be decked with Flora's richest offering, he set forth with the children to see what treasures they could find. Before Pearle had quite completed her arrangements they all returned with hands full, and his lordship with his deft fingers fashioned a dainty bouquet to lay before each plate. Never had there been a more delicious lunch, or one partaken of with keener relish. Never had the children's faces been brighter, nor their voices merrier, their hearts happier; while Ambrose Fennelsey thought that no fairy queen could be more lovely than Pearle was as she sat opposite him, her face flushed and radiant, her eyes sparkling as they had not done before since the happy days at Ashton Manor, and looking like a floral queen with a wreath of bluebells, which Clara had fondly twined for her, resting upon her rich brown hair and contrasting beautifully with the pure white of her brow. They lingered long over the tempting viands, making the clear air ring with their merriment, for the air of Dunbarton Priory made himself very entertaining, and Fred and Clara found themselves wondering why they had not discovered before that their brother was so delightful. After lunch had been disposed of, they begged that they might be allowed to fish for a while on the margin of a small lake at the foot of the hill, and the young man, desirous that the day should be satisfactory in every respect, assented. Pearle said she would remain in the arbor, as Amy was tired, and she preferred to rest for a while. Besides, the fragments of the feast and dishes must be gathered up, and she would stay to superintend it. So they departed without her, and after assisting the servant to repack the hamper, and bidding him join the fishing party if he liked, she spread a shawl upon a heap of boughs and vines at one side of the arbor, and tempted Amy to lie down for a while. The child, nothing loath, dropped upon the fragrant bed with a sigh of content, and was soon fast asleep. Pearle, glad to be quiet for a little while, sat down upon the ground beside her, and drawing a little volume of poems from her pocket, she made a table of a camp-chair, and was soon absorbed in the contents of her book. The solitude of the place, the soft, balmy air, the sweet trilling of the birds in the tops of the trees, the drowsy hum of the bees that had been attracted by the accumulated flowers and the crumbs from the feast, the effort to read after the unusual relaxation and enjoyment of the day gradually overcame Pearle. Her eyelids grew heavy, a delicious sense of peace and rest stole over her, her head drooped slowly, until it rested upon her arm on the camp-chair, her eyes closed, and she, too, slept. She made a picture passing fair. No painter upon his canvas ever caught such sweet repose. Quote, "And ne'er did Grecian chisel trace a nymph, a naiad, or a grace of finer form or lovelier face." Sleeping thus, she dreamed a strange, suggestive dream. She thought she was climbing what appeared to be an interminable ladder, and every round that she ascended some evil was overcome, some trouble and sorrow was left behind. Onward and upward she went, without the power to turn back, until she had accomplished what seemed to be miles and miles of the toilsome way. She glanced below into the depths from which she had climbed, and shuddered. What a weary way! How much of ill I have passed through! How dark and dreary and toilsome the ascent, she seemed to say. Then turning her eyes above, she saw that at every step the way grew brighter, until the top of the ladder was lost in a halo of golden glory, while just beyond the misty veil she thought she saw a brilliant crown suspended. "Shall I ever reach it?" she asked. "Can it be for me? Shall I ever rest in such brightness and glory as that?" In her longing and eagerness she seemed to forget where she was. She let go her hold upon the sides of the ladder, reaching up her hands as if to seize upon what she saw. A sudden dizziness overcame her, she lost her footing, and fell down into the depths and darkness below. A sudden shock, a thrill of keenest pain, and she was broad awake, to find a strangely familiar face bending over her. A sinister smile curved the cruel lips, a fierce lurid light gleamed in the cold steel-like eyes that were eagerly searching her countenance. A light mocking laugh ran out on the still air as her lids flew open, and the sound made her shiver with a deadly dread. "Aha, my bonny bride! I have found you at last!" were the triumphant words that greeted her ringing ears, in tones of almost diabolical glee, as she lifted her head and stared at him in horrified silence. The face was the face of Addison Cheetham, the voice that of her loathed and hated husband. 33. A cry for help. Astonishment and dismay rendered her utterly speechless. She could only look the loathing and terror that she could not utter. "A pretty chase you have given your devoted husband, madam," Addison Cheetham continued, growing stern, his eyes fastened with a cruel glance upon her blanched but faultlessly beautiful face. "But," he added with a hiss, "I have cornered you at last." At the word husband, Pearle had sprung as if electrified to her feet, and now stood haughtily though silently confronting him. "Have you no welcome for the partner of your joys?" he sneered, chafing beneath her scornful glance, yet wildly longing to clasp her in his arms and rain passionate kisses upon the face that never had looked more lovely to him than now. "Have you no greeting for me, I say?" he went on, flushing angrily. "Is this the way you fulfilled the obligations that you voluntarily took upon yourself more than a year ago? Is this your idea of the duty of a wife toward a husband? By heaven, you try my patience beyond endurance. Will you speak?" "Yes, once for all," Pearle answered in tones so cold and passionless that they made him shiver. "I am no wife to you, save in name. I never took the vows of a wife upon me. I acknowledge no duties toward you. No obligations bind me, no vow of mine requires fulfillment. I am to you as if I were dead. I would I had died before I ever saw you, for by you my life was accursed. I have no bright thing to hope for in the world, no joy this side of the grave. Your vile treachery crushed me, deprived me of all I had, love, home, kindred, and friends. And I fled from you as I would flee from an evil spirit, hoping that I might hide from you until death should kindly release me from my misery." Her words tortured him almost to madness. "Did you think you could evade me long? I vowed I would find you," he said fiercely. Then, suddenly changing his tone, he cried wistfully, "Pearle, my beautiful one, your words are like two-edged daggers to me. I would sell my soul for one word of kindness and love from you." "Do not be profane," she answered with a gesture of displeasure. "Your soul belongs to your Maker, and will one day be required of you. See to it that you do not lose it eternally." Her reproof awed him for the moment, and he stood looking into her grave, sad eyes, and wishing that he was a better man, wishing that he was worthy of this proud, pure woman's love. But the thought uppermost in his mind reasserted itself. "Pearle," he began, trying to speak calmly, even gently, "do you not see that you are reasoning falsely? You say that you are no wife of mine, that you owe me no duty, no obligation. You cannot truthfully say that, when you stood up in the face and eyes of hundreds, and was legally wedded to me." "Yes," she returned with a curl of her delicate lips. "I suppose, according to the strict letter of the law, in the eyes of the world you would be justified in claiming me as your wife. But you know, and I know, all the base treachery which you employed to bring such an event about. You know that you forced me to the measure you desired. You drove me to sacrifice myself to save the honor of one who was dearer than either my own happiness or life. But in the sight of heaven, I am no more your wife than Queen Victoria is, and I would not perjure my soul by assuming relations so false and revolting, so hateful to every element of my nature. I would sooner forfeit my life than be obliged to dwell in the same house or eat at the same table with you." A bitter oath burst from the man's lips, which were perfectly livid with pain and passion, as she concluded. Every word that she had uttered had been like a blow from a hot iron upon his heart. For however hardened and degraded the character of Addison Cheetham might be, in this thing he was sincere. He loved this beautiful woman with a passion amounting to idolatry. He checked the oath ere it was fully uttered, and said in low, intense tones, "Pearle, you drive me to desperation. But you can never dream of one half the love, the wild worship there is in my heart for you." "True love seldom works the destruction of its object," she answered coldly. "I know. I can see now that I was wrong. I was selfish to make you suffer so. But I did not stop to consider that then," he cried, his voice quivering with the intensity of his emotion. "But," he added pleadingly, "the die is cast, the evil has been done, and shall not we make the best of it? Come with me, my darling, and let me, by my devotion to you in the future, prove the love I bear you. I will give up my whole life to your service. I will spare nothing. No effort shall be too great or wearisome that will bring you happiness. I will be your abject slave, only give me the light and encouragement of your presence. Pearle, will you go home with me to Pelham Pines?" "Never," she answered with flashing eyes and head uplifted with haughty disdain. "It is true," she continued with intense sarcasm, "as you say, that the die is cast, the evil has been done, and I have been trying to make the best of it ever since that fatal day. The best consisted only in my flying from your presence, and hiding myself from every familiar eye, and in filling my life so full of work and care that I would have no time to brood over my miserable folly. But it is useless to prolong this interview. I never could go with you to Pelham Pines, nor anywhere else, and the only favor I would ask of you is to leave me in peace. Will nothing move you?" he asked with flushed face and quivering tones. "Nothing," she returned firmly but coldly. Her quiet persistence, her calm, proud, and scornful indifference aroused all the demon within him. "You will not," he cried, his eyes glittering like coals of fire. "I swear that you shall go with me. If I cannot win you to go with me peaceably, I shall forcibly claim you. I have been subjected to mortification and vexation enough on your account. You owe me obedience and submission upon this point, and I demand them from you. When I leave this place, you, madam, will go with me." He had grown very white while he was speaking, and there was a look of desperation and settled purpose on his face that made Pearle's heart beat quickly. He reached out his hand as he concluded and took her hat from the bough where she had tied it and approached her with it. With her slender form almost majestically erect, and her fine grey eyes blazing dangerously, she retreated a pace or two as he advanced. "Do you think that I am a timid child to be frightened into yielding you blind obedience?" she asked with stinging emphasis. "It is the greatest mystery in the world to me how I could have been so duped by you in the beginning, to be led on as I was to my own destruction, and to ruin the happiness and life of the man that I loved. Ah, yes, that was it," she went on excitedly and clasping her hands with a gesture of bitter pain. "I loved blindly, so blindly that I lacked the power to reason, or you never could have cheated me as you did." "The man you loved so blindly? Do you brave me thus? Do you, my wife, dare stand there and taunt me with your illicit affection for Richard Burnholm? I warn you not to tempt me too far. I would see you both dead at my feet before he should ever triumph over me," Addison Cheetham hissed with a chalk-like face. In that case you would but outwit yourself, since we should the sooner be reunited, Pearle retorted undauntedly, but with exceeding bitterness. This wretch, with his almost diabolical hatred of her lover, stung her into momentary madness, or she would not have allowed herself to take any notice of his extravagant threat. "Curse you! I swear that I will yet break your proud spirit," he cried, trembling with rage and striding toward her. "Stop!" she cried in clear, decisive tones. She did not move, but stood still within the reach of his arm, her eyes fixed full and steadily upon him as she spoke. He could not bear her pure, honest gaze. He stared at her with impotent fury, but he dared not touch her, weak, slender girl though she was. "You may as well rave at the winds, and thus seek to change their course, as to imagine that you could move me in this purpose," she said in low, inflexible tones. "No power on earth can compel me to go with you, you least of all. I do not wish to make my misery public. I have no desire to give the world cause for further scandal, and though, after my wilful folly, I could not feel that I was morally freed from you under any circumstances save death, yet if you persist in this persecution, I shall seek the protection of the law against your abuse, for, I repeat it, go with you I will not. Live in your hated presence? Never. And now, the sooner you leave me in peace, the better for both of us." He saw that she never would relent, that she loathed and despised him for the wretch that he was, and a feeling of despair began to settle down upon him. Still he was determined he would not yield his point. She was his wife. She was, for the moment, in his power, and he had made up his mind that she should go with him to his home. But some spell seemed to be upon him, as he stood there beneath the firm, steady gleam of her glorious eyes, and for the time he could only stand and gaze silently upon her. "Auntie, auntie, send the bad man away. Amy's afraid." The childish voice, sweet and clear, yet with a note of fear in it, broke the strange silence that had followed Pearle's spirited speech. With a violent start Addison Cheetham turned quickly toward the sound. He had seen that there was a child sleeping within the arbor when he first entered, but all his interest centering in Pearle, he had not bestowed a second thought upon the fact. Amy had been aroused soon after his entrance by the sound of their voices, and raising herself upon her hands from the fragrant bed, she had been silently and wonderingly watching them, until she saw the man angrily approaching Pearle, and heard her eager defiant words, when she cried out to her to send him away. Something in the little flushed face seemed to rivet his attention, and he bent a startled, searching look upon it. "Whose child is that?" he demanded in repressed tones. Amy, shrinking from his gaze, sprang suddenly to her feet, and darted into Pearle's arms, and strange to say, both felt a sense of protection at this change of position. His glance followed her with a puzzled expression. "Where have I seen her before?" he muttered. Then with sudden remembrance he asked, "Ah, was that you sitting upon that rock by the river, that day when I talked with her by the roadside?" "Yes, that was I," Pearle answered, and she could not prevent the little curl of triumph that came to her lip at the recollection. Again he swore. That he should have been so near her, and yet she should have escaped him, was humiliating, to say the least. But his eyes, as if drawn by some magnetic influence, again sought the little one's face. "Amy, Amy, she said her name is," he murmured, musingly, while his brow grew dark and lowering, as if he was troubled by some unpleasant thought. "Whose child is she?" he again demanded. "I am Auntie's child," Amy answered pertly, and with a frown and a pout at the intruder. "Auntie? Why does she call you that?" he asked of Pearle. "Because I have taught her to do so," Pearle answered coldly. "What is she to you?" he asked eagerly. "Does she belong in the family where you are teaching?" "No, she is nothing to them. She belongs to me now." "To you? How so? Where did you find her?" And Addison Cheetham drew nearer still, studying the fair little face of the child. Pearle frowned, but quietly returned. "Her mother is dead. She had no father, no friends. She was alone in the world, and I took her." "You adopted her?" he asked almost breathlessly. "Yes. "But what can it matter to you?" Pearle asked wearily, for the excitement of the last few moments was beginning to tell upon her strength. He looked from her to the child she still held tightly clasped in her arms. There was a strange light in his eyes, a strange quiver about his lips, which had grown white again, as if under some intense inward emotion. Then he bent nearer the fair girl, and said in a hoarse, excited whisper, "Come, you must go with me, and the child can go too, if you wish." "I told you I would never go with you," she answered sternly and impatiently. "But you must, my charming wife, and it will be very pleasant to have a little one. Such a beautiful little fairy, too, prattling around the house," and he laughed nervously as he said it. "Go away," cried Amy, throwing out her little fat white hand at him angrily. Again he laughed, and Pearle wondered at it, it was such a forced, unnatural laugh. "Softly, little one," he said. "Your auntie doesn't teach you very good manners, I'm afraid. You are not very polite when you address gentlemen." He evidently had not forgotten his former interview with her. "But come," he added authoritatively, "I have a carriage at the foot of the hill. I found you out several days ago, and I have been waiting for a favourable moment like this ever since." He laid his hand rudely on Pearle's arm as he spoke. A fierce, defiant light leaped into her eyes, a light that cowed him in spite of his hardihood. "Release me," she commanded, speaking under her breath, while Amy, uttering a smothered cry of terror, clung tremblingly to her neck. "Yes, if you will go quietly with me," he answered, avoiding her blazing eyes. "I will not." "Then I shall be obliged to force you to do as I wish," and his grip tightened. "Take the consequences, then," she said, and throwing back her proud head, she called in tones that went ringing over the hills like the sound of a trumpet, "Lord Fennelsey! Help!" End of chapters 32 and 33. Chapters 34 and 35 of Lost, a Pearl by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 34. A Dream Dispelled. Help was near at hand and came swiftly to the rescue. A spring, a bound, a crashing through the leafy boughs behind them, a bold stroke from the shoulder, and Addison Cheetham measured his length upon the ground at Pearle's feet in less time than it takes to tell it. While the fair girl, losing all her strength now that the danger which had menaced her had passed, sank weakly upon a camp chair, trembling in every limb, and vainly trying to hush poor frightened Amy's sobs. "Miss Melford, what is the meaning of this? What has the wretch been saying to you?" Ambrose Fennelsey asked, searching her pale face anxiously. "How you tremble! He must have frightened you terribly," he added, as she could not at that moment find voice to reply. "I was returning for an extra line and hook that I left in my game basket," he went on, to explain how he happened to be there. "I was halfway up the hill when I saw this person talking with you. Then I saw him lay his hand upon your arm, and appear to threaten you, and I hastened forward as quietly as I could in order not to attract his attention. I had nearly reached the arbor when you called for help." "Who is he, and what does he want? Did you ever see him before?" And he cast a look of withering contempt upon the fallen hero. Ere Pearle could reply, Addison Cheetham gathered himself and his scattered senses together and rose to his feet, somewhat crestfallen to have been so humiliated, but in a towering passion. He drew his card case from an inner pocket, and deliberately producing a card, handed it to his antagonist. "I am at your service, my Lord Fennelsey, and we will settle for this insult in a more satisfactory manner at some future time," he said, with an ugly curl of his lips, while his blazing eyes seemed literally starting from his pallid face. "Addison Cheetham, Pelham Pines, Aylesbury, Bucks County," his lordship read aloud in sarcastic tones, and with a sneer upon his handsome face. "Cheetham," he repeated. "Ugh! A name worthy of the man. I'm afraid I shall settle you rather more satisfactorily to myself, unless you take yourself out of this lady's presence immediately," he concluded sternly. "A little more moderation in your speech, if you please, my lord," Addison Cheetham said, coolly, as he brushed the dust and sticks from his clothing. "Perhaps," he added, with an angry glance at Pearle, You are not aware who this lady is yourself." "I am perfectly, and I would advise you to make yourself scarce instantly, unless you desire another application of this good right arm of mine," the young man returned loftily, and the tender protecting look he cast upon Pearle told plainly that he was prepared to do battle most valiantly for her. "She is my wife," Addison Cheetham said with the suddenness of a thunderclap, and paying no heed to the young lord's threat. "Allow me to introduce your lordship to Mrs. Addison Cheetham of Pelham Pines, Aylesbury, Bucks County." Ambrose Fennelsey looked at him aghast for one instant, then turned a startled, almost despairing look upon the fair woman sitting there with bowed head and pallid face. That one look into her pained, convulsed face convinced him of the truth of what he had heard; but it was altogether too bitter and too sudden to be calmly borne, and before he was aware of what he was saying he cried out, "Good heavens, Margaret! Tell me that the villain lies." He staggered toward her, pale to the lips. A vivid crimson shot over brow, cheek, and neck, and with a low moan of pain Pearle bowed her face upon Amy's golden head, feeling as if wherever she went she was doomed to carry misery with her. "It strikes me that it would be well for you to have a care how you address Mrs. Cheetham in the presence of her husband," the irate man said, a sullen fire in his eye. "Miss Melford, what does he mean by this insolence? I cannot believe, it cannot be true that—" Lord Fennelsey began almost imploringly. "Yes, that is right. Ask her if her name is not Mrs. Addison Cheetham," interrupted the wretch, taking a sullen pleasure in torturing her with the hated sound. "You will have to prove what you say before I shall believe it." "I will not insult her by questioning her upon the subject," the young man answered sternly. "That I shall be most happy to do, my lord," was the mocking retort, and drawing a large wallet from his breast he took a folded paper from it, and handed it to him with a low bow. Almost mechanically he took and unfolded it. It was their marriage certificate, and a dizziness seized him, a mist seemed to cloud his vision as he read the names of Addison Cheetham of Pelham Pines, and Margaret Radcliffe, with the date of their marriage plainly written there. He uttered a cry of astonishment as he comprehended the meaning of it. "Are you Miss Radcliffe?" he asked, turning eagerly to Pearle. She lifted her face, which was white and quivering now. "Yes," she said brokenly, "I am, or was, Margaret Radcliffe. I have heard of you. I have heard something of this wretched marriage and the circumstances connected with it." "And did you really fly from the miscreant who wronged you so deeply?" he asked, his face full of deepest sympathy for her. "Yes, and oh, I thought that I had at last succeeded in eluding him. I thought that I had found a pleasant and permanent hiding place. But it is all over now, and I must go," she answered wearily. "You do not mean that you will go with him?" Lord Ambrose whispered, bending down to her. "Never," she replied firmly, with a proud uplifting of her bright head. "Shall I send him away?" "Yes, yes, do. I cannot bear much more. Save me from him if you can," she breathed eagerly. It was enough. He would save her at any cost after that beseeching dependent appeal. He turned resolutely upon the interloper, and handed back the certificate. "You can go," he said curtly, and the look on his face betrayed his purpose. He never should take Pearle with him. Addison Cheetham bowed in derision. "Thank you for the permission," he said, but he did not move from where he stood. "Very well," Lord Fennelsey said indifferently, as he saw he had no intention of going. "It will not make any material difference, whether we or you leave the place. At this lady's request I shall give her my protection. She refuses to accompany you, and I warn you not to molest her, nor repeat the insolence of today, unless you court severer chastisement than you have received already." Addison Cheetham advanced toward the dauntless man with a dangerous gleam in his eye, while his right hand stealthily sought his left breast pocket. Lord Fennelsey saw the movement, but no shadow of fear was visible on his noble face. "Gustave," he called, as he saw the servant approaching, and Addison Cheetham started guiltily. He had not thought that anyone else was near. "Gustave, go and find Master Fred and Miss Clara, and tell them we are ready to return home. We will walk slowly down the south path, and you can follow with them. Miss Melford, here is your hat and shawl. I will attend to Miss Amy." Ignoring entirely the crestfallen man who stood by watching them in impotent rage, and not knowing what course to pursue, the young lord took the child from Pearl's unresisting arms, pinned the little linen cape over her shoulders, and tied the dainty gypsy hat over her sunny curls. Then, offering his arm to Miss Melford, he led her quietly from the place, without deigning even a glance at his vanquished foe. Addison Cheetham stood still, and watched them pass down the hill out of sight. Then, with bitter imprecations upon both his haughty wife and her valiant protector, he also turned and went away. Pearle allowed her companion to lead her down the rough mountain path until they reached a tiny stream, where at the foot of a tree there was a large boulder. "Please let me rest here until the children come," she said in a weak voice. "You are faint, you are trembling," he said in tones of alarm, as he looked into her colourless face; and he gently seated her upon the rock, then dashed to the brook and filled his mug with water. "Thank you," she said when he came back, and pouring some of it into her hand she bathed her forehead, for she was indeed faint and trembling and fearfully unstrung. "He has frightened you terribly. I ought to have known better than to have left you alone," the young man said in self-reproachful tones. "It must have come sooner or later," Pearle said, beginning to recover herself. "He had found me out. He said he had been waiting his opportunity, and he might have come upon me when there was no one near to come to my help. I thank you very much for your kindness and protection, and since my secret is discovered, there is no longer any use in concealment. I am, as he told you, that man's unfortunate wife. I thought, however, that I had so effectually eluded him that he would give up his search for me, and I had really begun to feel safe and something of content. But it seems he has tracked me even here. You say, my lord, that you knew something of the sad circumstances which forced me into the position I now occupy," she concluded, questioningly, longing to know how he had gained this information and just how much he knew. "Yes, a friend heard an account of the whole affair from a person who was present at the church on the day that it occurred. And my only wonder is why Captain Burnholm did not shoot the treacherous villain on the spot," the young lord said indignantly, then catching sight of her quivering lips he cried remorsefully, "Forgive me. I wound you by recalling that sad time. Let me take you home at once, Miss Melford, where you can rest and recover from the shock you have received. The children will do well enough with Gustave." But Pearle shook her head at this kind offer. "No. Lady Fennelsey trusted them with me, and I must not leave them. But how will all this be explained to her ladyship?" And the poor girl looked deeply distressed again. Her companion also looked grave, and did not reply at once. At last he said gently, "Why need it be explained at all, Miss Melford? No one save you and I know anything of this strange meeting, except Amy, and she of course cannot understand it. Gustave," she faltered, "saw nothing, heard nothing. He appeared in sight just in season to show the villain that it would not be safe for him to adopt any extreme measures, as he was contemplating doing. So, if you like, the matter shall remain a profound secret between you and me, and I give you my word never to refer to it again, unless I can in some way be of service to you." How noble he appeared to her, as he tried thus to comfort and reassure her. So different from his haughty, ill-bred sister, and a glow of gratitude pervaded Pearle's heart at his consideration for her. "You are very kind," she said, "but I am afraid I shall be obliged to resign my position as governess in your family, and some explanation will be necessary." "Resign your position? Margaret! No, you must not do that," he cried excitedly. "What would my mother do without you? And I could not bear to have you go away now." He suddenly stopped, and in dismay. He had not been conscious of what he was saying until the vivid scarlet upon his fair companion's face and the haughty uplifting of her small head brought him to himself. "Forgive me," he pleaded humbly, his own face crimson. "I did not realize how I was speaking. I will never offend you again, only do not think of going away. Unless, indeed, you intend returning to the protection of your own friends." "I do not intend to do that," she answered with drooping eyes. She could not meet his look. Twice he had called her Margaret in such tones that there was no mistaking his feelings toward her, and she felt inexpressibly miserable over the knowledge of his love for her. "Then do not think of leaving my mother, nor the children. They are very fond of you, and would grieve bitterly over the thought of a separation. The good that you have done them cannot be estimated, and if you intend still being a governess, I pray you give them the benefit of your services." "But he will persecute me here. Knowing where I am, he will leave no stone unturned to bend me to his will and accomplish his purpose, that I shall go with him to Pelham Pines," Pearle said with a shudder, and a troubled glance over her shoulder, as if she feared her irate husband might even then be pursuing her. "Do not fear. You shall be protected from everything disagreeable. My mother was speaking only yesterday of hastening her departure for the Continent. I shall advise it, and you shall go with her. Thus you will escape what you so much fear. He will not find you there." "But," she began doubtfully. "I know what you are thinking," he interrupted, "that my mother does not contemplate taking the children with her, and—" He hesitated, and colored deeply. "You fear it may not be best for you to go." Her eyes fell again, and once more the crimson tide rushed over her face. How well he read her thoughts! "But you are mistaken," he continued very rapidly, though his lips trembled slightly. "It will be the very wisest course for you to pursue, and my mother does intend to take the children with her, and you also, that she may avail herself of your knowledge of the languages. I alone of all the family am to remain at home, as there are important matters demanding my attention both in London and at the Priory." Pearle was much surprised at this intelligence. She had supposed until this moment that he was to accompany the family abroad, and she had shrunk, after the developments of to-day and the betrayal of his own sentiments regarding her, from remaining longer in the family where she would be daily in his presence. She knew that Lady Fennelsey and Miss Camilla would scorn her if they dreamed of the confidence that had to-day been established between herself and the idolized heir of Dunbarton Priory, and that they would be the first to turn the cold shoulder upon her if they should learn of her misfortunes, unless she should acknowledge herself as the unfortunate Margaret Radcliffe of Ashton Manor. And that she could not do. She could not bear to be known and pitied. But if Lord Fennelsey was not intending to accompany his mother abroad, if she could be freed from the fear that he would cherish his hopeless attachment for her and betray it to them, she could see no reason why she should not remain as governess to the children and accompany them, if she could be permitted to take Amy also. "But who will attend Lady Fennelsey and the young ladies upon their travels, if you do not accompany them?" she asked with a troubled countenance. It had occurred to her that it would not be proper for them to travel unattended. "That is all arranged," he said, smiling, though he colored again. "Sir William Warner and his wife will join them, and they will make a merry party, I assure you. I shall not be needed, and I have business at home." Pearle did not feel exactly satisfied with this reply. She feared that too much was being yielded in order to make her feel comfortable, but she could not put the thought into words. "I am afraid Lady Fennelsey would be very much displeased with me if she ever discovered that I have kept the occurrence of to-day a secret from her," she said thoughtfully. The young lord had no doubt about the matter, but he was determined that his mother should not know anything about it if he could help it, and he was just as determined that Pearle should be shielded and protected from the villain who was her husband. "What possible harm can there be in keeping it for the future more than there has been in the past?" he asked, smiling. "It really is no more of a secret to my mother now than it has been. And as for myself, if your uneasiness is on my account, pray do not let that trouble you any more. For Miss Melford," with a twinkle in his eye, "there are a good many things that a man of my age does not feel it necessary to tell either his mother or his sisters. Your misfortunes do not in the least affect your character. That I know is pure and unblemished. You have been the victim of wrong and treachery. But that does not make you unfit to teach my little brother and sister. You need protection and friends. You could not be safer than you will be if you go abroad with my family. You say you are content to be with us. Then, Miss Melford, I beg that you will not think of leaving us," he concluded earnestly. "I will consider the matter, and you are very kind to plan for my comfort and safety," she answered gratefully. He opened his lips eagerly as if to speak, then closed them resolutely again, and the next moment the children appeared with Gustave. Fred and Clara were disappointed at being obliged to go home so early, but when their brother told them that Miss Melfort was ill, and they saw her pale face and heavy eyes, they said no more, but appeared to be perfectly willing to return. To Pearle it seemed, as she wearily retraced her steps to the villa, as if all the newly acquired rest and peace of her life had suddenly departed. She knew that she should live in constant fear as long as they remained among the mountains, and even should she go abroad, she thought it would not be such a difficult thing for Addison Cheetham to track her. Upon young Lord Fennelsey there had fallen a sudden and heavy blow that day. He had been quietly watching this fair, beautiful, gentle woman for weeks. At first he had been attracted by her beauty, then her patience and invariable sweetness had gradually won his heart, and of late he had begun to dream of trying to win her for his wife. He knew that his haughty mother and sister would oppose, that they had high aspirations and lofty plans for the eldest son and heir. But this did not trouble or daunt him, and he knew that he should be happier to spend his life with this beautiful, tender girl than with a princess of the royal blood. But all such dreams had today been rudely broken and dispelled. She could never be his. He had no right now to think of winning her. She was the wife of another, and with apparently a life of unhappiness, or at best of only patient endurance, before her. "It is of no use," he sighed, when he left her at the door, and went away by himself to think it all over alone. "I have no right even to look upon her. I must trample all my wishes and desires under my feet. But I swear it is too hard. Curse the wretch! But then, even if she was not his wife, she could not be mine, for there is another she loves. Ah, well, time may soften this wound, but I do not believe I'll ever see another woman whom I can learn to love as easily as I have learned to love Margaret Radcliffe." 35. The Bird Flown. Lady Fennelsey was just about starting to join the picnic party when they returned. Although somewhat surprised that they should come so early, yet she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw them, for it was more of an effort than she liked to make to climb the hill and go struggling about the woods. But she had promised the children that she would join them, and she did not like to disappoint them. She went to the window as she heard their voices, and her brow grew dark when she saw that her son was not only one of the party, but that he was actually walking with Miss Melfort, and to all appearances in confidential conversation with her. Miss Camilla saw them, and observed with a sneer, "Matters are really progressing quite rapidly. I told you, mamma, there would be mischief if you retained your handsome governess. Ambrose admires her exceedingly, and I should not be at all surprised if he has been with her all day." "Don't be foolish, Camilla," returned her mother impatiently. "You do not suppose, I hope, that your brother would lower himself enough to pay any particular attention to a girl in her position?" Miss Camilla smiled skeptically. "You know as well as I, mamma," she said, "that Ambrose would never stop to consider position, if he really liked her, provided at least that the girl was respectable. I would advise you to keep a sharp lookout, for, of course, there is no doubt that Miss Melfort would be glad to secure a rich and handsome husband for herself." The object of their remarks now entered the room, thus putting an end to further conversation regarding him. "How happens it that the children returned so early, and that you are with them?" demanded Lady Fennelsey, striving to speak playfully, yet betraying her disapprobation and anxiety in spite of herself, much to the amusement of her son. "Why, being one of the children myself, I thought I was also entitled to my share of the holiday sports," he answered mischievously, then added more gravely, "The reason we returned so early was on Miss Melfort's account. She was taken suddenly ill." "Ambrose, you do not mean to tell me that you have been in the company of that girl all day long?" cried his mother aghast. "By no means," he answered, laughing heartily at her chagrin, "but I thought I would like to give the children a little surprise, so I went early to the knoll and constructed an arbor for them, and you should have seen their delight. It would have done you good." The young man, notwithstanding his mention of the delight of the children, was thinking more of the pleasure which lighted up Pearle's beautiful face when she beheld the leafy bower which he had made, I played a few games with them," he resumed. "Then we had our lunch, after which I took Fred and Clara down to the lake to fish. I had promised them I would do so sometime, and thought this a good opportunity to redeem my pledge." "What was Miss Melford doing all this time?" her ladyship asked suspiciously. The young man's lip curled slightly, but he replied, "I could not say, not being there to watch her. I left her gathering up the fragments and packing the dishes. She declined accompanying us on our fishing expedition on account of the little one, who, she said, needed rest." "What is the matter with her? You said she was ill." "A sudden faintness, or dizziness, I believe. I went back to get an extra hook and line, and found her sitting pale and trembling in a chair. I advised her to return at once, and so here we are," was all the explanation he thought it necessary to make. "Huh!" sneered Miss Camilla audibly. "Well, what now?" he demanded, turning sharply upon her. "How very considerate in you to wait upon the pretty governess home. You seem to admire her exceedingly," his sister retorted significantly. "I certainly do," he returned heartily and frankly. "My dear Ambrose, I pray you will not allow your fancy, your admiration for a pretty face to get the better of your judgment," Lady Fennelsey exclaimed anxiously. She had been considerably reassured by his account of the way the day had been spent, and much gratified that he should have thought of contributing to the children's gratification. But his outspoken admiration of Miss Melford had startled her out of her composure again. "In what way, mother?" he asked bluntly. By betraying your feelings to the governess. I fear she might build hopes upon it that could never be realized, you know. I should regret exceedingly to have you become entangled in any way with a person in her position." Lady Fennelsey spoke rather confusedly when she began, but gaining courage as she proceeded, she closed her remarks with her usual composure and dignity. His lordship bit his lips with anger and impatience, and for the moment was tempted to make some scathing retort. But his regard for Miss Melford, his desire to keep her secret, and that she should remain with his mother, conquered, and he answered with an apparent frankness and indifference that wholly reassured her. "You need have no fears on that score," he said. "I confess I admire Miss Melford, and consider her one of the most perfect ladies in every respect that I have ever met. And notwithstanding her position, I should be proud to regard her as a friend. But as far as any more intimate relations are concerned, if that is what you fear, it is just as impossible as that the sun should cease to shine." It was well for him that his anxious mother could not read the bitterness there was in his heart as he made this last statement. "I am rejoiced to hear you express yourself so decidedly. I should be sorry to have Miss Melford compromised in any way, and your own prospects in life, my son, must not be marred by a mésalliance," her ladyship replied, heaving a sigh of relief. But Miss Camilla's suspicions were not so easily allayed. She had been furtively searching her brother's face, and had discerned the troubled gleam in his eye, and the lines of pain about his mouth that he had not been able to entirely smooth out. "The artful jade is coquetting with him. I will watch her," she said to herself. "Well, mother, that matter being disposed of to your mind, I may as well state what I came in to say. I am tired of staying in this wild place, and intend to go home to the Priory tomorrow." This unexpected announcement filled Lady Fennelsey with dismay, while at the same time it served to confirm her belief in his indifference to the governess. "Going home tomorrow!" she exclaimed. "That cannot be thought of for a moment. I could never consent to stay here without a protector." Lord Fennelsey very well knew this. He had accordingly laid this innocent little trap for his mother to fall into, and all on Miss Melford's account. He had made up his mind that it would be quite as well for her to leave the place before Addison Cheetham should mature any more plans to kidnap her. "Well, I will leave Gustave if you wish. I can get along without him, but stay here I will not any longer," he replied decidedly. "Gustave, indeed! A mere servant, and with no more courage than a mouse. I did not think of remaining more than a fortnight longer, but it will take a week, at least, to pack up everything and get ready to leave." "Can't you possibly stand it for a week longer?" her ladyship asked in perplexity. No, I shall die of ennui," he answered with a yawn, and feeling Camilla's keen eyes upon him. Lady Fennelsey plumed her feathers contentedly at this. Surely Miss Melfort's attractions were not very powerful, if her son was dying of ennui. How foolish she had been to be troubled about anything so absurd. But it was excessively annoying to be obliged to hurry off so, for stay there without Ambrose she would not for a single night. "Well," she said after a long and thoughtful pause, "if it must be, why, it must be. I suppose I can manage to get off with you, if you will not go until evening, and on the whole I do not know but it will be best. The weather is getting cooler, and we shall get started on our trip in better season." Lady Fennelsey was remarkable for one thing. She had a faculty of adapting herself to circumstances that few women possess, and always tried to make a virtue of necessity. Miss Camilla was greatly pleased with this decision, for she had been terribly dull and homesick ever since leaving the Priory, and her heart bounded with pleasure when her brother spoke of returning. She said they could easily be ready to go with him, and promised to assist in all the necessary preparations. So it was decided they should go. The servants were immediately notified, and the work of packing begun at once. Pearle was intensely relieved at the news, and began to breathe freely again, and lent such effectual service in getting things ready for packing that Lady Fennelsey commended her warmly for her energy and usefulness. Ambrose Fennelsey watched those preparations, chuckling to himself over the success of his scheme, and all the following day he assisted the busy workers, never leaving the villa, for he instinctively feared that Pearle's villainous husband might be prowling around. They left at 6:00, and 2 of the party felt their hearts grow lighter of their burden as they drove from the place which they believed to be fraught with danger and exposure to one of them. Their fears were not groundless, for an hour later Addison Cheetham drove furiously up to the villa with the intention of seeking an interview with Lady Fennelsey, and demanding that his wife be surrendered to him. Gustave and one other servant had been left behind to attend to a few last duties, and were to follow the family on the morrow, and his lordship had instructed the former what he should say regarding the departure of the family in case any inquiries should be made of him. The baffled husband ground his teeth and swore lustily when he discovered that his bird had flown, and it was in no pleasant frame of mind that he took his leave without having discovered whether the family had returned to their home or were traveling for a while. Gustave had left him in a most tantalizing state of uncertainty regarding their movements. After pondering the matter a while, he determined to proceed to Dunbarton Priory and ascertain for himself. But upon returning to the hotel where he was staying he found an imperative summons to return to Pelham Pines awaiting him, and he was forced to obey and leave his pursuit of Pearle until another time. What the need of his presence was in his own home just now was more than he could imagine, as his business was all in the hands of a trusty agent. But the message was worded in a way to forbid his disregarding it, and he reluctantly turned his face toward the home of his childhood, where he had so fondly hoped to bring Pearle as his wife. Pelham Pines, whatever it may have been in the past, and while under his father's inefficient management, was now a fine and thriving estate. The barren ground had been enriched year after year until it had attained to a high state of cultivation. Little by little it had been reclaimed, and now it might be well looked upon with pride by him who had accomplished so much. Everywhere, as far as the eye could reach, there might be seen in their season broad fields of waving grain, luxuriant meadow and upland, where sleek fat cattle browsed, orchards of choicest fruit, gardens of beauty and fragrance, while the ancestral mansion, solid and sensible in point of architecture, had been thoroughly repaired and much improved, and now testified to the thrift and comfortable circumstances of its enterprising proprietor. "What in thunder do you want of me to hurry me home at this rate?" Addison Cheetham testily demanded of his agent upon the night of his arrival at Pelham Pines. "I want nothing, sir. But 2 gentlemen called here a few days since, and desired that you might be sent for, as they had business of great importance with you." "Couldn't they have come to me?" he growled. "I do not know, sir. They said they would wait at the inn until they received word from me of your arrival." "What can they want of me, I wonder? I owe no one," he muttered to himself, Then in a loud tone, "Who are they? What are their names?" "I do not know, sir. They did not give them, but were anxious to be notified as soon as you returned," replied the agent. "Well, it's too late tonight to transact any business of whatever nature, but you can ride over tomorrow morning and notify them that I am here, and ready to receive them whenever they see fit to honor me with their visit." Having disposed of that matter, the master of Pelham Pines proceeded to question his agent regarding the state of the crops, etc. "There never was so heavy a yield before, sir," he said with a smirk of satisfaction. "The north 20-acre lot has just about doubled on last year. The grapery will net you a handsome profit this season, if we have no early frosts. And the orchard, sir, you never saw such handsome fruit before, I'll warrant." Surely this was encouraging to the master of Pelham Pines, and he settled back in his chair with an air of comfort and satisfaction, not unmixed with a feeling of growing importance. Everything was prospering with him. Nothing that he had turned his hand to in a business way had disappointed him. He bade fair to be a very rich man ere many years should pass, and but for the one prize he coveted, there seemed nothing on earth that he need ask for. "And I will win her yet. I will never yield my point until I conquer," he muttered resolutely as he retired to his couch, all unconscious of the retribution that was already fast overtaking him for some of the dark deeds of his past. He slept as serenely and refreshingly as though not a sin nor a burden lay upon his conscience, and arose in the morning to look out upon his broad, smiling possessions with a feeling of pompous pride and exultation, akin to that which a miser feels when he looks upon his hoarded shining gold. His breakfast was served as daintily as the most fastidious could desire, in the pleasant sunny dining room by an attentive rosy-cheeked damsel. And with his appetite satisfied, and in high good humor with himself and all the world, he repaired to his well-furnished library to look over his accounts and write some letters, while awaiting the visit of the strangers who were so anxious for his return. He felt considerable curiosity regarding them and the nature of their business, and every now and then glanced impatiently from the window near which he sat. The clock had just struck 10 when he heard the tread of horses' hoofs and the sound of wheels crunching the gravel outside. Again he glanced from the window, hoping to catch a glance of his visitors before they should enter. But they had already alighted, and he could hear their voices in the hall. A moment later a servant threw open the library door and ushered in 2 gentlemen. Addison Cheetham arose and turned to greet them courteously, when some sudden inward shock seemed to stagnate his blood, stopping the very beating of his heart, and transfixing him to the spot. One of his visitors he had never seen before. The other he knew at a glance, and he knew also that he came as an avenger of the wronged and innocent. End of chapters 34 and 35. Chapters 36 and 37 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 36. Providential. For a week after her return to the Priory, Pearle scarce ventured out of the house, so fearful was she that her restless husband might follow her and continue his persecutions. But as there were no signs of any stranger in the neighborhood, this feeling gradually wore away, and she at length resumed her accustomed daily exercise, although she did not venture far from the Priory, and never went out without a companion. She had a faithful guardian, however, in Lord Ambrose, who, without annoying her with his presence, yet managed to keep himself apprised of her whereabouts whenever she left the house. He also felt somewhat uneasy regarding the plans of the villain whom he had encountered in the arbor on the hill. He feared he would employ some stratagem to accomplish his purpose, consequently he was always on the alert, determined to outwit him if possible. He interested himself in all his mother's plans for her projected tour, arranging everything so nicely and wisely that she flattered herself that there was not another such a son in all the kingdom. But when he at length informed her and Camilla of his intention of remaining at home, there was a stormy scene. "Pray, when did you change your mind regarding this matter?" Camilla demanded angrily and suspiciously. She was not sure but that the despised governess was at the bottom of it after all, while his mother remained silent from consternation. "I have other plans in view," he answered evasively. Such as what, if I may presume to inquire? She asked with a sneer. She had anticipated much pleasure in being accompanied everywhere by her handsome brother, and she was exceedingly angry and annoyed to have her plans upset in this unexpected manner. Spare your sneers, Camilla. They do not offend me in the least, although I regret your disappointment, he replied coldly. I have come to the conclusion that I have sought my own pleasure long enough. I have resolved to settle down to life in good earnest now, and I shall try for a seat in Parliament the coming session. Ambrose, do you really mean it? Lady Fennelsey exclaimed, the cloud lifting instantly from her brow, and her whole face flushing with pleasure. She was willing to forego much for such an event as this. Yes, and I do not need to remind you that there is work to be accomplished before the election, and so you see you will be obliged to dispense with my company abroad. I have, however, arranged so that you will have a pleasant and suitable escort. Whom? Interrupted Camilla impatiently. Sir William and Lady Warner have been spending the summer at a noted resort in France. Vannes is the name of the place. Her ladyship's health is much improved, and they are now contemplating a protracted tour, and will be very happy to have you join them. He had known of their plans for some time, Sir William being an intimate friend of his, but he had arranged for the two families uniting into one party since his return from Scotland. His resolution to try for Parliament had been as sudden as his return had been. He must have some excuse for remaining behind, for he knew that Pearle would not feel comfortable about accompanying his mother if he was one of the party, and her interests and safety were more to him just now than anything else. That will be very pleasant. I admire both Sir William and Lady Helen very much, said Lady Fennelsey. She would not put a straw in the way of her son becoming an MP. I am glad if my plan meets with your approbation, he replied. They will remain 2 or 3 weeks longer by the sea, and I propose that you go directly to Vannes and get a little benefit of the air before starting upon your travels. The idea strikes me very favorably, said his mother reflectively. It will spoil the whole trip if you do not go. I never was more disappointed over anything in my life, pouted his sister, intent on her own selfish pleasure. My dear, interposed her ladyship, we shall do very well. I have not a word to say against your brother's plans, although I too am disappointed to lose his companionship. But if he is really in earnest about settling down to some object in life, I will put no obstacle in his path. If you get your seat, Ambrose, I shall be very proud, she concluded with a fond glance at him. I do not think there is much doubt about it. Lord Waldron will use his influence for me. He proposed the measure to me last year, but I did not give it much thought. The next thing I shall look forward to will be to have you well married, Lady Fennelsey said archly. Lord Ambrose frowned. There was but one woman whom he wanted to marry, and her he could not hope to win. One thing at a time, mother. You will have to wait until the right woman makes her appearance, he answered with a short nervous laugh that made Camilla prick up her ears. That will not be long, her ladyship answered, laughing. She was sure that any woman would be proud to become my Lady Fennelsey of Dunbarton Priory. At the end of a week after their return from Scotland, the family went to London, and another week found them en route for France, while the Priory was closed excepting a few rooms in the east wing, which were occupied by the housekeeper and the servants. A few evenings after the departure of Lady Fennelsey and her family from the Priory, while William, the chore boy as he was called, was closing the outside shutters to the kitchen, he was startled by stumbling upon a strange man who was concealed behind a clump of hollyhocks near a window. An exclamation of fear escaped him. He hastily let go of the shutter he was closing, and being something of a coward, turned to fly, when the stranger seized him by the arm and holding him firmly whispered reassuringly, "Hold on, my good fellow. I mean no one any harm, but I particularly wish to speak to you for a minute." Somewhat calmed by this statement, the boy ceased his struggles for freedom and roughly asked, "Who may ye be, sir?" "That does not matter just now. I am a relative of Miss Melford, and came to make a friendly call, but I found the front part of the house closed, and so came around here to see if I could arouse someone." "Faith, sir, and you've roused meself in a way not at all to me liking," the boy said, with a shrug of his ungainly shoulders, and trying to get a glimpse of the man's face. "I am sorry if I have frightened you," the stranger returned kindly, and dexterously slipping a piece of money into the boy's hand. "Thank you, sir," William returned appreciatively, and he immediately became loquacious. "It's Miss Milford, the governess, you're after, is it? Sure, it's sorry I am that you'll not find her here, bein' she'd have gone abroad with her ladyship and the children." "Gone abroad?" echoed Addison Cheetham, for it was indeed he. And it is impossible to describe the astonished, crestfallen tone in which he spoke. "Where have they gone?" "To France, your honour. Leastwise, that's where they've started for." "What part of France?" "Well now, your honour, I do not just now remember the place where they are to stop for a time before they begin their tour. It's near the Say somewhere, I think, his lordship said," returned the boy reflectively. "Near the sea? And they are going to remain there a while, you say?" "Yes, your honour, a couple of weeks or more." "You are sure the governess went with them?" This was asked with some anxiety. "Lawks, your honour, they couldn't do without her, no way. No one can manage the young ones like her, savin' your presence, and it's no flatterer I am." "Did the little one go with her?" Sure, she sets her eyes by the spalpeen, and would as soon have left one of them behind as her," asserted William. "Do you think you could find out, by tomorrow, the name of the place where they have gone, and let me know if I should come here again in the evening? I am greatly disappointed not to see Miss Melford, as I have come a long distance to visit her," and the crafty villain supplemented his request by pressing another coin into the boy's hand. "Thank'ee, sir. You're a gentleman, sir. I makes no doubt but I'll find out for yez by that time," and the youth jingled his coins merrily. Addison Cheetham told him not to fail, and cautioned him to say nothing of having met him there, as it might perhaps frighten the women. He arranged to meet him at a spot some distance from the house on the following evening, and then quietly departed. William the chore boy had no difficulty in ascertaining Lady Fennelcy's address for the next 3 weeks, which he imparted the following evening with much apparent satisfaction to the "foine gintleman," as he designated Addison Cheetham in his own mind, and from whom he received ample compensation for the service. That same "foine gentleman" lost no time after that in following the party abroad, determined to secure his victim at all hazards. He had resolved upon a bold move. Things had come to such a pass that he must get Pearle into his power at once, or lose her forever. The evening following the one that Addison spent prowling around the Dunbarton Priory, Richard Burnholm and Sir Harold Cheswick were seated in one corner of the public parlour of their clubhouse, engaged in earnest and troubled conversation. "What shall I do? Where shall I go next? I am almost in despair," Richard said to his friend. And surely his anxious eyes and haggard face testified to the truth of his assertion. "It is a hard case, my boy," Sir Harold answered gravely. "But you must trust everything to an even tenderer and wiser protector than yourself. I believe there is one who will see to it that your Pearle comes to no harm, much as you have cause to fear." He had hardly completed his sentence, when the door directly opposite them opened, and a fine-looking young man of about Richard's age entered. "Hola!" Sir Harold cried, starting to his feet and advancing toward the stranger with outstretched hand and a look of pleasure on his fine face. "How are you, Fennelcy?" Lord Ambrose heartily shook the proffered hand, and returned his cordial greeting. The baronet then drew him toward Richard, whom he introduced. The young lord started violently as he uttered the name Captain Richard Burnholm, and keenly searched the handsome face of the man whom Margaret Radcliffe loved so well, while at the same time he thought it a little singular that he should happen to meet him just at this time. Notwithstanding his own disappointment, he found his heart going out with sympathy to the unhappy lover, whose sad eyes and haggard face plainly testified to the suffering he was even now enduring. "You are quite a stranger, my young friend," Sir Harold said, to break the awkward pause that had followed the introduction. "I have not seen you in an age." "No, I have been quite a bohemian of late, but I am going to mend my ways now, and settle down to something definite," he answered, wondering what Richard Burnholm would say if he knew what had caused him to make this resolution. "I trust Lady Fennelsey is well," said Sir Harold. "Yes, thank you, in excellent health and spirits. I saw the whole family off for France the first of the week." "Indeed? Her ladyship is very energetic to assume the responsibility of travelling with so many in charge and without an escort. I wonder you did not accompany her." "She has her governess to assist her. They are going to the seaside for a short time, and then Sir William Warner, a friend of ours, will join them and act as escort," explained the young man. "Ah! Who has Lady Fennelsey for a governess to the children? The last time I saw her she was greatly disturbed at not being able to obtain one to her mind," Sir Harold said. His lordship hesitated a moment before replying. He knew that Pearle was anxious to keep her whereabouts a secret from all her friends, and he hesitated to pronounce the name she had assumed lest they should read the secret in his face. He had never been told that Pearle had formerly been an inmate of Sir Harold's family, and so he was wholly unconscious of the dangerous ground upon which he stood. Still some instinct prompted him to reply evasively. "My mother has succeeded in securing a very efficient young lady, one very highly educated, and to whom the children are deeply attached." "Such governesses are scarce," Sir Harold said, his mind instantly reverting to Pearle. "Where did you find her? What is her name?" The baronet was not usually so inquisitive, but he was an old friend of Lady Fennelsey, and the question came out before he thought. "Our family physician recommended her to us, and her name is Miss Margaret Melfort." "Good heaven!" exclaimed Richard, bounding from his seat, and confronting his new acquaintance with blazing eyes and excited mien, and Ambrose knew at once that the secret was out, the mischief was done. "Margaret Melfort, did you say?" he demanded breathlessly, and as if he feared his ears had deceived him. "Yes, that is the lady's name," returned the young man uneasily, and wishing that the fates had led his steps anywhere rather than there that evening. "Where did you say she had gone? Tell me quickly, if you have any mercy," Richard cried nervously, heedless of how his words might sound to this stranger. Sir Harold also appeared somewhat excited at what he had heard, but he felt that some explanation was due for the young lover's excitement. "It is providential, my young friend, that you should have stumbled upon us here tonight. The lady you have just mentioned, we have every reason to believe is not really Miss Melfort, but Miss Margaret Radcliffe of Ashton Manor, and sister to the Earl of Radcliffe. Her friends are very anxious regarding her, and have been searching diligently for her over a year now. I cannot be too thankful that we have met, and that you have enlightened us upon this very important matter." Lord Ambrose, however, did not participate in that thankfulness. He looked exceedingly grave and troubled, for he feared he had committed an irreparable blunder for which Pearle would censure him. "Had I known that you knew who Miss Melfort is, I should never have mentioned her name in your presence," he said remorsefully, adding, "I know something of the lady's sad history, and also that she is particularly desirous of remaining in obscurity. But I had not a suspicion that anyone would recognize her by the name of Melfort, since she told me that it was an assumed one." Richard started at this. It did not please him to know that the woman whom he loved should have confided her sorrowful secrets to this handsome young lord. "Nor should we have recognized her but from the fact that she was a companion for a time to my own little daughter, and a strange combination of circumstances has led to the discovery of who she really is," Sir Harold said. He would have gone on to relate something of her history to prove his point, but Richard interrupted him. "I pray you will relieve my anxiety and tell me whither she has gone," he pleaded excitedly, "and," he added, "it is absolutely necessary that I find her immediately. She, for the present, is at Vannes, in France, but pardon me, I know she would prefer to remain lost to all who knew her in the past. Her heart is still very sad, and she has recently received a shock which has made her very timid and nervous," Lord Fennelsey replied, and then he proceeded to give them an account of Pearle's encounter with Addison Cheetham, and how he had thus learned so much of her painful history. "Sir Harold, I must go to Vannes at once," Richard said with white trembling lips. "If that wretch has discovered that she is with Lady Fennelsey, he will follow her to the ends of the earth. He will leave no stone unturned to triumph over me." "Richard, be calm," began Sir Harold. "Be calm, when my whole future is at stake. Be calm, when so much depends upon immediate action. You ask an impossibility of me," he said impatiently. "I will go and get a timetable, and see what time a train leaves for Dover, and whether I can catch a steamer across the Channel." "My friend," interposed Lord Ambrose, much troubled, for he believed Pearle would be made utterly wretched to have him seek her now, "pray be advised by me. Do not go to Miss Ratcliffe." How they all avoided calling her by the hated name she bore! It would cause her bitterest pain, and, forgive me, it can do neither of you any possible good. If you fear that man will seek her, bent upon forcing her to render obedience, I will join my mother at Vannes immediately, and defend her with my life. Perhaps," he continued, colouring deeply, "you may think it presuming for me, a stranger, to speak thus, but Miss Ratcliffe assured me that she could on no account return to her own friends." Sir Harold smiled at the young man's evident enthusiasm in the cause of his mother's governess. "We will go immediately to Vannes. Go and get a timetable at once," he said to Richard, who instantly darted away. "My lord, let me speak with you privately a few moments," he added, drawing the young man farther into one corner, for several gentlemen had just entered the room; and there he conversed with him in quiet but earnest tones until Richard returned, his face, which had so lately been anxious and sad, now animated with something of hope. "A train leaves for Dover at midnight, to catch a steamer that leaves early in the morning," he said to Sir Harold. "Then we will go at once," he answered, rising, "for of course I go with you." And shaking hands with the young lord, they quickly left the place. 37. Lady Fennelsey surprised. Lady Fennelsey and her family were most comfortably and pleasantly established in a first-class hotel, which was also partially a medical establishment where many invalids resorted for their health, in the suburbs of Vannes. It was fast becoming a noted place, this little spot of beauty with its health-giving breezes, its charming scenery, and inviting quiet, so near the city and yet upon the very verge of the sea. Lady Fennelsey, Camilla, and Franchita occupied handsome rooms upon the second floor, while Pearle and Amy, with the 2 children and maid, had cheaper, though not less pleasant, apartments directly above. They were all charmed with the place, and found Sir William Warner and his beautiful but delicate wife a very agreeable addition to their party. The hotel was situated upon quite an abrupt eminence, and surrounded by lovely grounds, while at their feet, and not more than 3 or 5 minutes' walk from the door, was the smooth, gleaming beach, where invalids could be wheeled in the smoothly rolling chairs provided for that purpose, and where children and visitors could play and promenade at their pleasure. It had been long since Pearle had had a sight of the sea, and now she seemed actually to revel in the pure bracing air and the beauty which everywhere surrounded her. Every day, accompanied by the children, she strolled upon the beach, spending a couple of hours in the most delightful manner to both herself and her little charges. The place was so quiet, so retired, that her fears that Addison Cheetham would follow her seemed to vanish as if by magic. "He surely will never find me here," she thought, and yet all unconscious that her enemy was following her as fast as the power of steam could convey him. One day they wandered farther than usual from the hotel, and came at length to a charming little grove of pines, where enticing little rows of seats had been scattered in every direction to tempt the weary to rest. It was so shady and inviting here that Pearle sat down to rest, but the children, never weary of playing upon the beach where they gathered pebbles, shells, and seaweed, begged that they might be allowed to remain there. She gave them permission, and then, feeling delightfully indolent and carefree, leaned back in her chair and looked out over the broad, gleaming waters, and listened to the music of the breeze in the feathery pines overhead. She had not been sitting there long before the sound of wheels attracted her attention. Looking up, she saw a young man wheeling a beautiful lady of perhaps 22 or 3 years of age in an invalid chair. They were accompanied by an elderly woman of about 50, and from her resemblance to the gentleman, Pearle concluded must be his mother. The face of the invalid, the young man's wife Pearle supposed her to be, was exceedingly beautiful, save for its marble whiteness, and a strangely vacant expression about the eyes which betrayed at once an intellect impaired. Tears involuntarily sprang to the fair girl's own eyes as she looked upon this trio and realized the nature of their trial. How much of sorrow there is in the world! She cannot be much older than I, and how fearful to lose one's mind and still have to live on indefinitely. I have much to be thankful for, even in my own deep trouble, she thought with a long-drawn sigh of mingled pity and gratitude. The wind took up that sympathetic sigh and wafted it to the ears of the gentleman wheeling the invalid. He turned toward her, and something in her pitying glance and the sweet tremulous expression of her lips must have impressed him, for he lifted his hat and bowed slightly as he passed by. Pearle colored, not realizing, until this act convinced her of it, how patent her sympathy must have been to him. "I wonder who they can be, and what has caused that terrible misfortune," she said to herself, feeling a deep and sudden interest in them. At the request of the children she went to the grove again the next day, where she met the stranger a second time. Evidently the cool shadow of the fragrant pines was a favorite resort of the invalid as well as of herself and her charges. Again the young man lifted his hat and bowed slightly, and his earnest glance today betrayed a feeling of interest on his own part as to who this stately, beautiful girl might be with her sad grey eyes and high-bred bearing. The next day Amy was not very well, and Pearle was obliged to leave her in the care of the maid while she went out with Master Fred and Miss Clara. Thinking she would avoid meeting the strangers again lest they might deem her unduly curious regarding them, she took another path leading from the hotel and turned her steps in a different direction. The children started to run down the hill while she followed more slowly. Halfway down the path there was a beautiful yew tree, and sitting alone in the shade of this was the lovely invalid that Pearle had seen twice before. Instinctively she slackened her steps as she came near, wondering why she should be left alone, when suddenly a gust of wind took the dainty hat from the stranger's head, and sent it flying into a clump of bushes near by. It was but the work of a moment for Pearle to secure it, and going to the invalid's side, she was about to hand it to her, when, with a trusting smile into her face, she bent her head forward to have it replaced. "Shall I tie it on for you?" she asked, returning the smile, as she gently placed it upon the soft clustering hair, and her heart was more deeply stirred than ever by her sad infirmity. "Yes, please," and the sick one lifted her chin to have the strings tied beneath. Such a pretty chin it was, too, so fair and round, and such a witching dimple in it. The lips also, how sweet they were! The nose small and straight, with the exception of a little coquettish inclination to turn upward at the end. And the eyes! A thrill shot through Pearle as she met those large dark eyes, fixed so trustfully on hers. Something in them moved her strangely. Where had she seen such eyes before? "Have you seen Addie?" she asked in sweet flute-like tones, when Pearle had finished tying the hat ribbons into a pretty bow. Supposing she referred to someone who was attending her, Pearle replied in the negative, and the girl, heaving a deep sigh, said sadly, "Well, perhaps he will come tomorrow. I must be patient." The tone, the sigh, and the look of almost heartbroken sadness with which it was said, brought the tears involuntarily to Pearle's eyes. "Are you alone?" she asked gently. The girl seemed not to have heard her, but sat looking absently off upon the water. A step sounded upon the gravel behind her, and turning quickly, Pearle stood face to face with the gentleman whom she had always seen with her before. His hands were full of flowers, which he gently laid in the lap of his charge. Then, lifting his hat, he again bowed to Pearle. "Thank you," he said, glancing from her to the hat she had captured and replaced. "I should not have left her, but she asked for the flowers, and I do not like to refuse her anything." "She does not know where Addie is. Will he come tomorrow?" the sick girl asked, fixing her eyes wistfully upon him. "Perhaps he will come tomorrow," he replied gravely, though he sighed as he noted Pearle's pitying look, and then with another bow he passed on with his charge, and she hastened to join the children. It made her very sad to see one so fair and lovely in such a state, and her heart ached for that unhappy husband, as she believed him to be, who was so devoted and tender to her in her helplessness. Whether she was oppressed by this, or whether her anxiety for Amy, who seemed quite unwell, caused it, she could not have explained, but a sense of dreariness, loneliness, and impending evil settled down upon her, and before the day was half over she had grown so nervous that the slightest noise startled her, and made the tears spring unbidden to her eyes. During the afternoon, while she was sitting in Lady Fennelcy's room, reading aloud to her ladyship and Franchita, a servant entered, bearing a card upon a silver tray. Lady Fennelcy took it, and read the name inscribed upon it, and her brow contracted with a look of perplexity. Turning it over, she read a few words penciled upon the back, when she immediately rose and left the room. Going below to the receiving parlour, she found a stranger, a gentleman, awaiting her. He arose as she entered, and bowed low before her. "I crave your ladyship's pardon," he began in insinuating tones, "for seeking this interview, being an entire stranger to you, and only the sternest necessity would have compelled me to do so." Lady Fennelcy bowed somewhat coldly in reply to this speech, and then invited him to be seated, while she also settled herself comfortably in an easy-chair. "I understand," the stranger continued with a keen glance into her face, "that you have a young lady in your family who calls herself Miss Melfort." "Yes, that is my governess's name," Lady Fennelcy replied, bridling, and wondering what possible interest this man who wrote his address, Addison Cheetham, Pelham Pines, Aylesbury, Bucks County, could have in her governess. She devoutly hoped he was no aspiring follower, for she did not relish the idea of being obliged to give up Pearle's valuable services, even in the indefinite future. She would be glad to keep her as long as Fred and Clara should need instruction at home. "Ah," Addison Cheetham said, with an accent of satisfaction at her reply, "you will excuse me, I trust, but it is my duty to tell you that Miss Melfort is a name that the lady has assumed. It is not her real name." "Not her real name?" repeated the woman, drawing a startled breath, while thoughts of what Camilla had hinted and suspected began to flit through her head. "No, your ladyship," he answered with his sinister smile. "How do you know? What is her name? Who is she?" she demanded, her usual self-possession somewhat shaken by learning anything so suspicious. "I know from a personal acquaintance with her. Her name is Mrs. Addison Cheetham, and she is my wife." For a moment Lady Fennelcy looked the consternation and astonishment that she could not give utterance to. "This must be some miserable practical joke. There can be no truth in what you affirm," she retorted, frowning, and without considering that she was giving the lie direct to this stranger. Addison Cheetham flushed hotly at the imputation cast upon his veracity. "Madam, you will have the goodness to read this," he said with offended dignity, as he passed her the same paper which he had so recently shown her son. She took it, and read it. "Do you mean to tell me that Margaret Melfort and Margaret Ratcliffe are one and the same person?" she asked severely, a fiery gleam in her eyes, which plainly said that if Miss Melfort had thus deceived her, she should surely suffer for it. "Yes, your ladyship, one and the same. Did she voluntarily marry you?" Addison Cheetham coloured at the blunt question, but he answered, "We were married in church, before hundreds of witnesses, and by the clergyman whose name you read there." "Radcliffe. Radcliffe. That is a good name," said Lady Fennelcy musingly. "Yes, madam. My wife is most respectably connected," Addison Cheetham replied with a stately manner. Lady Fennelcy flushed. She knew there were people by the name of Radcliffe who stood very high in the world, although she was not personally acquainted with them, and she did not like to think that her governess, whom she had patronized and tried to put down and browbeat on account of her position, was in any way connected with them. It would not be pleasant to remember if at any time in the future she should happen to meet either her or her relatives in the proud circles of the bon ton. "I think you must be mistaken. I cannot believe that Miss Melfort is the person whom you believe her to be," she said uneasily. "I think I can prove to you what I have asserted," he answered with a slight smile as he read her annoyance. "You doubtless remember the holiday and picnic which your children enjoyed with their governess and their brother a few weeks ago?" "Yes." Lady Fennelsey returned, flushing again at the stress he laid upon those 2 words. It was as if he placed the governess and the young lord of Dunbarton Priory upon equal ground. "I had an interview with my wife upon that occasion," her visitor continued, "during which I begged her to return with me to our home. Did not your son acquaint you with the incidents of that day?" he asked with sarcastic significance. Lady Fennelsey was almost boiling with rage, both at his insolence and at the thought that her son, one of the high and mighty ones of earth, should have been in collusion with the governess, her servant and dependent, deceiving her, and thus assisting the girl in her gross deception, if this tale was true. Now she could understand Miss Melford's sudden illness that had necessitated her return from the picnic. Now she could understand why Ambrose had hurried them away from the mountains with such reckless haste. They had been in sympathy with each other. They had dared to have a secret in common, pulling the wool over her eyes, and making her a tool to serve the purpose of an artful, intriguing girl. She could see it all now, but she could not understand why, if Miss Melford had woven such a spell around her son, he should choose to remain at home instead of accompanying them upon their travels, where he could still have enjoyed her society. Perhaps, however, this was also a secret between them. All this flashed through her brain with the rapidity of lightning, and she was terribly angry, though her indomitable pride gave her power to conceal it in a measure, but she resolved that if it was true, the girl should suffer for her audacity in no light degree. "No," she said with an assumption of indifference, "my son did not mention the fact. He evidently did not consider it of sufficient moment to do so." Addison Cheatham's eyes blazed at her reply, and at the remembrance of the ignominious defeat he had suffered at the hands of this proud woman's son. His lips curled into their customary sinister smile when moved by anger, as he replied, "He did, however, consider the matter of sufficient moment to defend the beautiful governess right valiantly, when she appealed to him for help against my authority over her." If looks could have annihilated her visitor, there would not have been much left of him by the time he was through speaking. But it was vulgar to give vent to passion in words, and her ladyship replied only by asking a searching question. "If this girl is your wife, as you claim, how is it that she is hiding from you and dependent upon her own exertions for maintenance?" "Madam, she is not dependent. I am a gentleman, and I can give her every luxury." "Why then is she hiding from you?" she repeated sternly. "She imagines that she has sustained some wrong at my hands. But she is my wife, her place is in my home, and I cannot and will not longer be subjected to the mortification which I have for over a year endured on her account." "What is the nature of the wrong which she imagines has been done her?" "Pardon me, your ladyship, but I do not think it necessary to enter into particulars which can concern no one but ourselves," he replied coolly, and the proud dame realized that she had found her match for sang-froid and impudence. "You will perceive," he continued, "that having found my wife, I cannot, out of respect for myself, allow her to remain a governess longer in your family, nor indeed in any other." Lady Fennelsey bowed, and smiled scornfully, as much as to say that she could have no desire to retain Miss Melford's services under such very questionable circumstances. "She cannot be a connection of those Ratcliffes," she thought, "or she would never have conducted herself in such a manner." But this man aroused all the antagonism of her nature, and she could not refrain from saying, with something of malice in her tones, "It may all be as you say, but even then I do not see how you can compel this person to go with you if she is unwilling to do so." "This person?" Addison Cheatham showed his teeth at the implied disrespect, but he answered with the utmost politeness and unconcern. "If your ladyship will kindly send for Mrs. Cheatham, I think you will not need to remain in doubt much longer regarding the truth of my assertions. As to my wife accompanying me, that is a matter we will settle between ourselves." Lady Fennelsey bowed stiffly, and with a very red face. This man, with his cool impudence and assumption of equality, upset her dignity as nothing had been able to do for many years. With an expression of vindictiveness in her eyes and of stern decision on her countenance, she rang the bell, and desired the servant to request Miss Melford to come immediately to the parlour. A sudden thought seemed to strike Addison Cheetham as she delivered the message, and with an air of humility and regret he said, "My lady, if I have said anything which may have seemed harsh, I pray you will overlook it, for truly my troubles have embittered me sadly. And may I presume to ask your assistance and cooperation in regaining my wife?" Lady Fennelsey regarded him a moment in surprise. Then, considerably mollified, she replied, "If this girl is your wife, it will be no more than my duty to advise her to return to you." End of chapters 36 and 37. Chapters 38 and 39 of Lost, a Pearl, by Georgie Sheldon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 38. Timely Help. Pearle appeared greatly surprised upon receiving Lady Fennelsey's message, and an instinctive fear oppressed her that something was wrong, although her worst surmises did not approach anything so terrible as the ordeal through which she was about to pass. She looked unspeakably lovely in the crisp, delicate blue gown which she wore, with the tiny bands of blue velvet tied around her shining chestnut hair, and the half-opened blush roses which she had fastened in her belt and at her throat. Her eyes were bright, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement. And when she entered the parlor, Addison Cheetham caught his breath on beholding the vision of loveliness, and inwardly vowed that he would have her, no matter who or what opposed. Pearle did not see him when she first entered the room, but she saw at once that something had happened to disturb her ladyship's serenity exceedingly. With the colour rising in her cheeks, Pearle approached her and asked, "Did you send for me, Lady Fennelsey?" "Yes, I did," she answered with some asperity, for Pearle's loveliness only served to make her more angry and pitiless. "I sent for you that I might ascertain whether you are acquainted with this gentleman or not." And she waved her hand pompously toward the spot where her visitor sat, hungrily devouring with his eyes the beauty of the unconscious girl. With a low exclamation of surprise not unmixed with fear, Pearle turned and confronted him. The next instant her face was blanched to the whiteness of paper, the old hunted look returned to her eyes, and she sank strengthless upon a chair. "Do you know this gentleman?" Lady Fennelsey asked again, while anger and malice glowed in the eyes fixed so sternly and remorselessly upon the fair, sweet, but horror-stricken face. Pearle was too overcome to reply, and merely bowed her head in token of assent. "I desire to be answered when I ask a question," her ladyship said with tightly compressed lips. "Do you know this man?" She longed to say this person, but something in those peculiar eyes opposite prevented her. "Yes, madam," came weakly from Pearle's pale lips. "Oh, you do you? Won't you please repeat his name to me?" "I fear I do not know how it should be pronounced," returned the vindictive woman with a scornful glance at the card she still held in her hand. The poor girl glanced appealingly into her employer's face. She saw that she knew all, but there was no mercy depicted there. "His name," her ladyship repeated peremptorily. "I refuse to utter it," Pearle answered proudly, though she shuddered involuntarily. "That is respectful, surely," was the sarcastic retort. "Allow me to ask what relationship he bears to you?" "Madam, he is nothing to me," and the grey eyes began to glow with a dangerous light, a light something like that which Addison Cheetham had seen in them on the morning of their marriage, after their return from the church. "You may as well own to the truth," Lady Fennelsey said sternly. "Your agitation betrays more than you are aware of, perhaps. This man claims to be your husband, and now I command you to tell me truly whether your name is really Margaret Melford, as you have led me to believe, or Mrs. Addison Cheetham, as he states." Again Pearle shuddered. The name, particularly as her ladyship had hesitatingly and gingerly pronounced it, had the most obnoxious sound to her. She never could, she never would answer to it. No moral obligation bound her to the man, and she then and there resolved to throw off the yoke that was so galling to her. She knew that he would persecute her as long as he had any legal right to call her his wife, and she determined to appeal at once to the courts for a decree of separation. She knew that the English laws were very strict regarding such matters, and she had no hope of ever being really free, so that happiness could come to her again. Her conscience would not, in fact, allow her to entertain any such hope as that. But she could at least seek protection from further persecution, and she would do it and bear the scandal rather than suffer as she was now suffering. Lady Fennelcy's cold glance marked her drooping lids, her pale face and quivering lips as she sat thinking this, and what she considered the guilty shrinking of the girl for having been detected in her deception only hardened her the more. "You are detaining me. I await your reply, Mrs." And she stopped, as if she really did not know how to address her. Her sarcastic tones goaded Pearle to the verge of desperation. She arose and confronted the stern-visaged woman. There was no shadow of fear on the lovely face, no sign of shrinking in her manner, but instead an air of resolution and scorn that made her ladyship wonder at and almost quail before her. "Madam," she began with something of hauteur, "I repeat, this man is nothing to me morally. Legally, I am bound to confess, he has a hold upon me." "You acknowledge it, then? You are his wife? You do bear his name?" "I am obliged to acknowledge it, but I was duped, cheated, and forced into it in the most monstrous manner," Pearle answered with a shudder. "You were married to him, then?" continued her inquisitor. "Yes, madam." "In the presence of witnesses?" "Certainly." "You went to the altar voluntarily with him, and took upon yourself the vows which bind a wife to her husband?" "No, 1,000 times no," burst forth Pearle indignantly and unable to bear with her patiently. She must justify herself. "I told you I was duped, cheated, and entrapped into this hated marriage. I was to have married a good, true man upon the very morning that I was driven into this union. But he," making a slight gesture to indicate Addison Cheetham, "frightened me with threats. He cheated me with forged documents which seemed capable of working the ruin of the man I loved, and, to save him, I sacrificed myself. I appeared to submit to the only alternative. I went to the altar with him. I stood before the vicar at this man's side, and was bound to him irrevocably. But I took no vows upon myself. I uttered no word to perjure my lips or my soul. I would not even sign my name as his wife upon the church register. I did this in order to purchase the proofs, as I believed, of my promised husband's dishonor, that I might save him from the consequences. And within an hour from the time the fatal words were spoken that bound me to him, I found that he had basely forged those proofs in order to carry out his nefarious purposes. In my misery, I vowed I would never remain in his presence one single hour. I would never live out the lie with which I had apparently perjured myself, and I fled from him and from all whom I loved. I determined to hide myself from the world where I had hitherto been known, and live out my miserable life alone." Pearle stopped to regain her breath, for she was nearly exhausted with her excitement. "You had no right to do as you have done. If you were so foolish as to allow yourself to be so deceived, you should have been willing to abide by the consequences. You have ruined your character by leaving your husband and living separate from him, when you might have been honored as the wife of a respectable man," said Lady Fennelcy coldly. Pearle made a gesture of disgust. "Madam, I have at least preserved my self-respect by the course I have pursued, whatever the code of honor may be in the circles which you frequent. Every principle of truth and virtue within me revolts against the sentiments you advance," she said in tones of scorn. "Really, Miss Melfort, or whatever I should call you, your manner is extremely insolent for one occupying the position you do in my family. However, under the circumstances I shall overlook it. But I would advise you, if you value your future reputation, to yield submission and obedience to your husband, who really appears to be very respectably situated, and who says he can give you a good position in the world. Had not Pearle been so utterly wretched, she would have laughed aloud with amusement at this absurdly patronizing speech and the woman's affectation of superiority. Lady Fennelcy's family and pedigree were not more honourable than her own. Her wealth and position were equal to, if indeed they did not exceed, her ladyship's, while her education and accomplishments were far superior. This condescending patronage, this assumed preeminence, not to speak of her hard-hearted, worldly wise advice, was ridiculous to say the least. Pearle's lips curled disdainfully as she replied, "Lady Fennelcy, it is to be regretted that your advice should be unavailing. But I would rather be houseless, homeless, and as destitute as a beggar in the streets, than to humiliate myself to tolerate this man's presence for one single hour." Addison Cheetham gnashed his teeth audibly at this resolute and spirited speech. Lady Fennelcy, hearing it, turned to him with an expression of horror. "I fear you have taken on to yourself rather a refractory wife," she said. Then turning to Pearle she resumed with increasing severity, "It is useless for me now to dwell upon the inexcusable deception that you have presumed to practice upon me and my innocent family. Of course, now that I have discovered it, I can no longer consider you a fit companion for my daughters, a suitable governess for my children. Consequently, I could, under no conditions, allow you to remain longer in my service. I trust, however, that you may be led to see your folly and repent of it before the patience of your husband is exhausted. I shall deem it advisable," she concluded, swelling with importance and indignation, "to warn my friends and acquaintances of the deception you have practiced upon me, that they may also avoid becoming the victims of your duplicity." Upon concluding this annihilating speech, Lady Fennelcy arose majestically, as if to leave the room. But Pearle, feeling desperate at the thought of being left alone with that man, and without a friend to protect her from his power and foul designs, placed herself in her path. "Your ladyship," she began pleadingly, "you are a mother. You have daughters, and you ought to feel for one persecuted and wronged as I am and have been. I appeal to your sympathy and to your protection, until I can communicate with my own friends, and then I will relieve you of my presence immediately." In her eagerness and despair she bent toward the stately matron, her flushed face raised beseechingly, her lovely grey eyes fixed upon her immovable features, her hands clasped and outstretched imploringly. Lady Fennelcy drew back haughtily. The exceeding beauty of her despised governess only seemed to harden her already hard heart still more. Not one of her own daughters gave promise of one half the loveliness of this charming girl, and the thought angered her, and strengthened her prejudice and malice. Unfortunate people had no business to be beautiful. That gift should only be bestowed upon the rich and prosperous. "Miss Melfort, you are extremely presuming to suggest any such thing. It is not to be considered for a moment. My daughters must not be contaminated by pernicious influences. Come to me in half an hour, and I will settle with you, and you will please vacate your room immediately." This was uttered in the haughtiest accents, then with a withering look of contempt into the beautiful despairing face, and a cold bow to Addison Cheetham, she swept from the room. The closing of the door after her sounded like the knell of doom to Pearle. For one moment she buried her face in her trembling hands, while her heart was lifted in silent appeal to the mighty one in whom she trusted, and then she too turned as if to leave the room. But Addison Cheetham, who had been watching her intently, sprang before her and barred the way. "I've been made a fool of about long enough," he said through his shut teeth. "You cannot leave this room until you consent to leave it to go home with me as my wife." Pearle raised her head and turned upon him her scornful, defiant eyes, while she moved a step or two out of his way. She had not spoken to him once, she had scarce looked at him. But now she was prepared to fight him upon equal ground, and defy him to the last. But before she could reply to him, the door was suddenly and somewhat violently thrown open, and a kindly though excited face looked in upon them. It was that of the gentleman whom Pearle had encountered during her walks attending the invalid imbecile girl. An expression of surprise swept over his features as he saw the couple within so defiantly facing each other. Then addressing Pearle, he said, "Pardon me, lady, but it is quite important that I have a moment's speech with you." "The lady is engaged, sir," Addison Cheetham began, insolently, and with an angry scowl at the intruder. But Pearle, her heart bounding with thankfulness for this timely interruption, glided quickly to the young man's side and, deliberately taking his arm, said, "Certainly, monsieur." Her hand tightened over his arm almost convulsively, and he could feel that she was trembling in every limb. He hesitated an instant, and seemed somewhat surprised at her act. "Help me," she whispered appealingly, and comprehending at once that she was in some deep trouble, and that this sinister-looking man was the cause of it, he led her without a word from the room, and closed the door upon the discomfited and baffled husband, who cursed in no moderate manner at being thus balked at the moment when he thought the game was all in his own hands. 39. Unraveling the Mystery. While the incidents related in the last chapter were transpiring, another strange scene was being enacted close by. When Pearle went down to read to the ladies in their own room, she left Amy sleeping. She was better today. Still Pearle did not feel quite free from anxiety on her account, and had persuaded her to lie down and have a nap. She awoke soon after Pearle went below, and finding herself alone ran into the adjoining room, where Fred and Clara were studying. The maid, with whom both Pearle and Amy were great favourites, coaxed the little one to allow her to dress her, promising to take her for a little walk afterward. The child, pleased with the prospect, consented, and was soon arrayed in dainty garments of spotless white, with a broad silken sash of blue tied around her waist, and a little hat trimmed with ribbons of the same hue set jauntily upon her golden head. She was as witching a little fairy as ever drew breath, and the maid was vastly more proud of her, a friendless waif though she seemed, than she had ever been of Fred or Clara, as she strolled with her through the grounds and noted the glance of admiration that everywhere followed her. They walked about for half an hour or so, when, drawing near a rustic arbor, they heard a deep, rich voice singing a popular ballad. Amy, a dear lover of music, stopped to listen. Then, with one chubby finger upon her lips, and her other hand outstretched to the maid to enjoin silence, she stole on tiptoe to the entrance, and stood shyly looking within. A moment she stood thus, and the maid saw a look of mingled recognition, amazement, and terror creep into her large blue eyes. The colour faded from her little face, leaving her as white as a snowflake. Then, with a wild scream, she darted inside the enclosure, and the next instant was sobbing and laughing and talking in the strangest and most unintelligible manner imaginable. The girl hastened after her, but before she could reach the spot, she heard a piercing shriek from someone there, and when at last she stood in the doorway, a strange scene presented itself before her. A pale, beautiful woman was lying back in an invalid chair, wholly unconscious, her white face outlined against the rich dark velvet in striking contrast to it, while Amy, quivering with excitement, was clinging to her in a passion of tears and sobs, and calling out, "Mamma, Mamma, you've been gone so long. Please, please kiss Amy." A gentleman had sprung to her side, and was regarding the unconscious woman with great anxiety, while he strove to unclasp Amy's clinging arms from her neck and put her away. But she refused to be moved, only clinging the closer, and begging in the most piteous manner for Mamma to wake up and kiss her. The woman was the one whom Pearle had met so often of late in her rambles, and the gentleman was her attendant. "Take her away," he commanded the maid, and she took Amy by main force into her arms, in spite of her cries and screams, and carried her from the place. The gentleman rolled his unconscious charge back to the steps of the hotel, where, gathering her slight form in his arms, he bore her up to her room, while the maid bore Amy to a distant part of the grounds, trying in vain to hush her cries and sobs. For more than an hour the sick girl lay unconscious. She would partially revive, only to relapse into another and more prolonged fainting turn, while both the young man and the woman whom Pearle had supposed to be his mother, watched and worked over her with increasing anxiety. "I am afraid she will die. What has caused this?" the woman asked of her son, as the invalid relapsed into the fifth swoon. He shook his head, but made no other reply, as he worked over his charge with restoratives, and counted her pulse every other minute. At last his effort seemed to be rewarded. She gave signs of returning life, and there was a strange eager glance in the man's eyes as, with almost breathless interest, he waited to see what would come next. With a long-drawn sigh, the white lids at length fluttered open, and the dark eyes wandered from face to face inquiringly, and then around the room. There was no look of recognition as she caught the eyes of those bending so anxiously over her. It was as if she had never seen them before, and a puzzled expression seemed to change her whole countenance. "Where am I? Where is she?" she asked at last. "Whom?" queried the young man, bending nearer to her, and searching those dark eyes with almost breathless anxiety. "My baby, my darling, my precious pet," and her sweet lips quivered painfully. The weak voice was plaintively eager and tremulous. The elder woman was about to exclaim and appeared greatly excited, but the young man stopped her with an imperative motion of his hand, as he answered the girl in a matter-of-fact way. "She is here. I will bring her to you. Drink this first, for you have been ill and must get a little strength." He gently lifted her head from the pillow and put a glass to her lips, from which she drank thirstily. Whatever the mixture was, it seemed to produce the desired effect, for she seemed to breathe more easily and regularly, and a slight tinge of color returned to her lips. Still her glance wandered inquiringly around the room, and finally settled upon the young man's face again with the same look. "It's all very strange," she said with a long-drawn sigh. "I wasn't killed. I shall live after all. Are you a physician?" "Yes, I am a physician," he answered, smiling assuringly, "and you will live. But you must be very quiet, for you have been terribly frightened." "Frightened?" she whispered, a wild look creeping into her eyes and a shudder shaking her slight frame. "Oh, yes. You never can know. It was horrible, horrible. But my baby, I want my child, just to make sure that I am not dreaming," she concluded, and becoming greatly excited again. The young man's brow contracted with perplexity, and there was an exceedingly anxious look in his face, as if he was pondering some doubtful question. "Go find that little girl that we have noticed so often, and bring her here," he said in a low tone to his mother, and without a word she went to do his bidding. "Who is she?" asked the invalid as her glance followed the retreating form. "My mother," he answered briefly, and then held another potion of medicine to her lips. She took it as if she felt perfect confidence in him, though she seemed to search his face curiously, and then the room, as if it seemed strange to her. While all this time she appeared to be listening intently and starting nervously at the sound of every footfall in the corridor. At length the door softly opened, and Madame entered, leading the little white-robed fairy by the hand and followed by the maid. Amy's eyes were red and tear-swollen, and heart-broken sobs every now and then shook her little form, though she tried to repress them, for she had been told that she must be very quiet if she went in to see the sick lady. As they entered, the invalid raised herself on her elbow, her cheeks flushing a vivid crimson, her eager eyes shining like 2 stars. There was a moment of intense, painful silence, then her lips parted with a low cry of delight. She held out her wasted hands, and the child sprang to her, and was clasped to her bosom with an almost hysterical sob. "Mamma's pet, Amy darling, my beautiful snowflake," she murmured fondly as the tears rained over her face and dropped among the golden curls upon her breast. "God is good," she went on, hugging the little form closer. "He did not tell me to die. He heard me when I prayed that you, my precious, need not be left to the cold charity of the world. Glory be to his holy—" The excitement was too much. The blanching lips could say no more. The feeble hands relaxed their passionate clasp. The flush died out of the fair face, and she lay white and lifeless once more in another swoon. Even then it was almost impossible to persuade Amy to leave her. She clung to her almost frantically, crying, It is my own mamma. I will not go away." They told her that her mamma was sick, that she need not go away, but she must keep very quiet, and it was pitiful to see the grieved, frightened look upon her little face, and her efforts to hush her sobs as she watched them working over the apparently lifeless form. The swoon proved to be nothing serious this time, and a half-hour later, with little Amy's hand clasped in hers, the sick one fell into a quiet and refreshing slumber. Then the young physician drew the child gently away, and told her when her mamma awoke she should come and see her again, and the maid took her back to Pearle's room, having however been cautioned by the young man to say nothing of what she had witnessed, until he should see Miss Melford, whom she had told him had care of the child. Then the doctor sought his mother, a strange glad light in his eyes, his whole face in fact fairly radiant with gladness. "It is as I thought," he said. "That terrible shock deprived her of her reason, and now a shock as sudden, although of a different nature, has restored it." "My son, you do not mean to say that you think she has regained her reason?" she said in tones of astonishment. "I have every encouragement to believe so. You saw the change in her looks, her tones, and we have never heard her speak as connectedly as she has done during the last hour since we have had the care of her." "No, and yet her words have only seemed another form of madness or idiocy to me. How very, very strange that she should claim that child as belonging to her." "Not more strange than that the child should appear to recognize its mother in her," quickly replied the young man, then added gravely, "I believe we are on the verge of having a deep mystery explained. I will go at once to seek the young lady who appears to have charge of the child, and relate what has occurred to her. Meantime, I can trust you to watch our patient closely, and if she should arouse, give her another spoonful of that mixture in the tumbler." And this is how it happened that the young physician came to Pearle's aid in the strangely providential manner in which he did. As he was descending the stairs he met Lady Fennelsey, who was returning to her rooms, nearly bursting with indignation at having discovered how she had been duped, and he inquired of her where he could find her governess. "I left her in the reception parlour," she replied with freezing dignity, and passed on, while with quick, eager strides the young man proceeded to the room designated, and opened the door just in season to relieve Pearle from the trying position in which she found herself placed. "Oh, thank you," she breathed when the door was shut and he was leading her toward the stairway, but she was trembling so that he feared he was going to have another patient on his hands. "Have you been frightened? Has anyone dared to offer you an indignity? I am a stranger to you, but I can never see a lady wronged and not seek to defend her," he said, his face flushing, while he half turned back, as if he was ready to go and pummel the offender if she said so. "No, no," she said, eager to get away lest the man from whom she had first fled should come after her. "But I have been excessively annoyed, and I have to thank you for coming to my rescue just as you did." He gave her a searching glance as if wondering what he had rescued her from, and what relation that sinister-looking man bore to her. But remembering that he had other matters of importance to talk about, he said, "I am glad if I have relieved you from anything unpleasant, but I came to ask you if you can spare me half an hour, as I have something of great importance to communicate to you." It was Pearle's turn to look surprised now, but she replied, though with some bitterness, as she remembered that no one had any claim upon her time now. "Yes, an hour if you like. Only please take me away where there will be no danger of my encountering the man we have just left. You will please excuse the liberty I have taken," she added, colouring, as she became conscious that she was still clinging to the arm she had so unceremoniously laid hold upon. "But when you opened the door, I was led involuntarily to feel that I could trust you, and I was sorely in need of help at that moment." He bowed, and then led her upstairs to a little private parlour belonging to the suite he occupied, where he communicated to her the strange events that had occurred during the last few hours. "You amaze me," she exclaimed. "You say that Amy first recognized your friend," this with an inquiring glance, for he had not mentioned what relationship he bore to the invalid, "as her mother, and that she, on recovering from her swoon, recognized the child and called her Amy?" "Yes, the recognition was mutual." "I do not understand it at all. Who is this woman?" "I do not know who she is," he returned, looking very grave. "You do not know?" cried Pearle, aghast, and for a moment she was tempted to think that the man also was bereft of sense or reason. No, he returned sadly. I do not wonder that you are astonished, and the whole thing is a tantalizing mystery. Fate threw this unfortunate girl, for she does not seem more than that, into my care more than a year ago. Ah! exclaimed Pearle, starting violently. Yes, I will explain it to you soon. But first I would like to ask 1 or 2 questions of you. I have been told that this little one who is in your care is an orphan. Is it so? Yes, or I have supposed that she is an orphan, for accident deprived her of her mother just before she fell into my hands, and I was led to believe that her father was not living. You say that an accident deprived her of her mother? What kind of an accident? The young physician asked abruptly, scarce waiting for her to complete her sentence. And the beating of the full veins upon his forehead told how anxiously he awaited her reply. A railway accident, Pearle replied, and she saw him start and his face flush a deep crimson. Will you tell me when, where, and how it occurred? He asked in suppressed tones, and feeling strangely moved by his manner, she related all that she knew concerning the sad event that had made Amy motherless. Was the woman's body reclaimed? He asked when she had concluded, she not having referred to that repulsive feature of the bereavement. No, it was not, and that is the saddest part of the whole story. It was never discovered who took it from the morgue in London, and it remains a mystery even now. And she went on to explain how Madame Renaud, by being prostrated by the fatal news of her daughter's death, had been unable to go to identify the body until several days after the accident, and had then found that it had been claimed and taken away. The young man had grown very pale and excited during her recital, and did not seem to know how to break the silence for several seconds after she had finished. At last, he said, and his voice was almost hoarse with emotion, strange things happen in this world of ours. I claimed that body and took it from the morgue. You? Cried Pearle in a whisper of horror. Then some thought seemed to startle her, and she continued, And, she is— She could not go on. She half arose from her chair, bending eagerly toward him, her beautiful face white as snow, her voice shaking with emotion. Yes, I claimed it, he went on, as though she had not interrupted. Although I am of no kin to her, although I had never even seen her until I saw her lying dead, killed, as everybody supposed, by that express train as it thundered on its way to London. Sit down, my dear young lady. You are excited, you are trembling. But be calm, and I will tell you all about it. Pearle sank back into her chair, trembling indeed, and almost faint at this startling intelligence, while her mind went sadly back to that forlorn household in the suburbs of London, into which she had gone and where she had closed the eyes of that stricken, sorrowing mother in her last sleep, and then found herself, as she had supposed, the only guardian of a helpless orphan. And this man who had claimed this body, who was he? Madame Renaud had said there was only one person in the world who would have a right to do such a thing. Could this man be the one? No, it could not be, for only a moment ago he said he did not know who she was. It was all passing strange, and she was very much excited over it. End of chapters 38 and 39.